Chapter 41 Early Graduation. Warring States hesitated again and again, but still did not tell Zifa about this idea. Bai Ye is indeed very suitable for this operation, and there is no more suitable candidate than Bai Ye in the current Navy headquarters. But Sengoku gave up after considering the danger of this operation. Neither Doflamingo nor Kaido is easy to provoke, especially the latter. Look at Zifa's attitude towards Bai Ye. Although he is a master and apprentice, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Zifa treats Bai Ye as his own son. Since Zifa's family was killed by pirates 30 years ago, Zifa chose to retreat bravely in the current year, giving up his position as admiral, willing to teach recruits in the rear. Zhanghua and Zifa have been comrades in arms for many years, and Zhanghua can only express his unspeakable sorrow for the matter of Zifa's family. During the period of teaching the recruits, Zifa became more and more strict, and his attitude towards pirates changed from the previous "don't kill," preferring to kill by mistake rather than let them go. The appearance of Bai Ye made Zifa smile more this month than all previous years combined. If something happened during Bai Ye's mission, Zhanghua couldn't imagine how big a blow it would be to Zifa. This could be regarded as the warring states out of their own selfishness. As for this matter, it is not urgent yet. Let's see who can find the time to talk about it. Half-year later, two figures flickered in the air, and Bai Ye's domineering punch, covered with armor, directly knocked Zifa back a few steps, and he said proudly, "Teacher Zifa, why do I feel that you are getting weaker and weaker?" Zifa knew that Bai Ye wanted to say that he was getting stronger and stronger, but he didn't say anything and deliberately patted his chest and coughed. Ahem. There is no way. As you get older, your body and arrogance are no longer at their peak, and it's normal for your strength to become weaker and weaker. Bai Ye leaned in front of Zifa. Hey, why is the teacher getting old? I feel that with the teacher's strength, it is more than enough to be an admiral again. Zifa gave Bai Ye a blank look. According to what you said, you are stronger than the general now? I just want to say, if you ask Marshal Warring States to ask me for the position of general, I don't mind. Bai Ye continued to speak shamelessly. Fuck you, kid. I'll give you a beautiful one, and I'll give you back the position of admiral. Zifa said angrily. Why didn't you say you want to be the admiral of the Navy? Teacher, can I ask for this too? Zifa was speechless for a moment. He had figured out Bai Ye's character in the past 6 months. This kind of shamelessness was just Bai Ye's daily life. But in the past 6 months, Zifa is quite satisfied with Bai Ye's progress. Ever since Bai Ye realized the two-color domineering, the frequency of the two sparring became more and more frequent, from 2 to 3 times a week. It has become almost once a day now, and in just half a year. The result of Bai Ye's sparring with him was that he could barely fight, to the point where there is no difference and now you can suppress yourself, and he also witnessed Bai Ye's growth in the past 6 months. He even felt that Bai Ye's current strength was not much worse than when he was a general. With Bai Ye's current strength, staying in the training camp will not improve his strength much. Now that we were talking about graduation, Zifa asked, Bai Ye, have you considered graduating early? Graduate early? Teacher, you are really going to ask me for a position as a general? Bai Ye said in surprise. Zifa's face turned iron blue in an instant, and he knocked Bai Ye hard on the head. Are you daydreaming here? Return to the general, and at most I will give you the position of Major General. Major General, I'll think about it. Hearing Bai Ye's slightly disgusted tone, Zifa suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the level that many naval soldiers dream of, the result was given to him by his apprentice, and he still had to think about it. If this news gets out, I don't know how many people want to strangle Bai Ye to death, but Zifa didn't force Bai Ye. Then go back and think about it tonight, and give me an answer tomorrow morning. Back to my room. The room is very spacious and there are few things. Just a bed and a set of table and chairs. Bai Ye lay on the bed, thinking about what Zifa told him about graduating early. In fact, Bai Ye himself knew that the fastest way for him to greatly improve his strength was to obtain the world's origin power. And the only way to obtain world power in the training camp is to rely on a monthly assessment at the end of each month. The harvested world source power is really too little. The case of not using the world source power, it can only rely on time to grind slowly. Open the current system panel. Host, White Knight, template, One Punch Man Saitama, integration, 19%, world source power, 300, fusion degree, 19% to 20%, need to spend world power, 1000, special skills, Emperor Engine, Arm Domineering LV6+, Knowledge Color Domineering LV5+. If you have practiced all the 6 styles of the Navy, they will not be counted in, so as to avoid the number of words. The highest level of domineering is TEN, and in the past 6 months, he won the first place in each assessment, and he gained a total of 1,200 points of world power. Bai Ye used all of it to improve his fusion, which was also the result of Bai Ye's half-year training. In fact, Bai Ye was a little bit excited about graduating early. After all, life in the training camp is relatively boring. However, if he chooses to graduate early, he will lose dash points of world energy every month, and in the past 2.5 years, it will be dash points of world energy. This made Bai Ye very reluctant. Such a large amount of world energy can be obtained by staying in the training camp, which is simply prostitution for nothing. Who doesn't like whoring for nothing? Just talking? Please ask for a silver ticket. After much deliberation, Bai Ye decided to ask the system, if I choose to graduate early, can I still get 200 world power per month? If the host chooses to graduate early, the mission will be cancelled, and there will be no world power reward. Sure enough, as Bai Ye expected, if he graduated early, the mission would be gone. Just as Bai Ye was hesitating, the system sounded again. If the host chooses to graduate early, the reward for early graduation can be activated, and 2,000 points of world energy can be rewarded for each year in advance. 2,000 points a year, 5,000 points in 2.5 years. Although it is less than 1,000 points of world source power compared to staying in the training camp, Bai Ye can use these 2.5 years to earn more world source power outside. Bai Ye said happily, I didn't expect this system to be quite humanized. Whether to choose early graduation, yes. Now that you have chosen to graduate early, the next thing you have to face is what position you will be awarded when you graduate. From Bai Ye's point of view, at least he would not be inferior to Major General. This is because of his confidence in himself, and also his confidence in Zifa. Chapter 42, The Bad Zifa. The next day, when he heard that Bai Ye was going to graduate early, Zifa was still a little sad. After all, for the past 6 months, he has always treated Bai Ye like his own son, and now that Bai Ye is about to leave the training camp, he really feels a little bit reluctant. However, before Bai Ye left, Zifa was still going to personally discuss with Zhang Guo about Bai Ye's graduation. Striving for more benefits for Bai Ye is one of the few things he can do for Bai Office of the Admiral. Zhang Guo looked at Zifa in front of him, adjusted his glasses, and said with emotion, I didn't expect you to be willing to let Bai Ye graduate. I thought you would at least let Bai Ye stay in the training camp for another year. Zifa put his arms around his chest and said in a deep voice, with the development of the era of great pirates, the Navy is facing more and more troubles. Staying in the training camp with Bai Ye's strength is undoubtedly a waste of the Navy's power. It's better to let him contribute to the Navy earlier. Sengoku looked at Zifa with relief in his eyes. Look, this is the awareness of the older generation of the Navy, knowing the difficulties of the Navy and taking the initiative to stand up to share the worries of the Navy. If every Navy had such awareness, my hair wouldn't turn gray so quickly. How come very few old Navy do not have this awareness? That's right, Sengoku was talking about Garp. Since 6 months ago, Garp took leave to return to the East China Sea to train his grandson to become a Navy plan and failed again. The old Kapu didn't know why he went crazy and started chasing the red hair all over the world with Akiji. Don't listen to anyone's persuasion. What else can I say? If I don't go back to Donghai, you don't even want to go back with red hair. When I asked Garp why, Garp didn't say anything. In this way, the Navy lost 2 top-level combat forces in disguise. If the remaining 3 Emperor-level pirates were not relatively safe, the Warring States period would have died. Now Zifa allows Bai Ye to graduate early, which is a great thing for Warring States. Although the Warring States period is not sure how much Bai Ye has improved in the past 6 months, judging from the perspective of half a year ago, Bai Ye's strength is at least a quasi-general. With such a quasi-strongest combat power, the Warring States period can also feel a lot more comfortable. Zhang Guodao. Don't worry, Bai Ye graduated early this time, and he will definitely get the treatment he deserves. Zifa said casually, well, I don't have any big demands. Just give him the rank of Lieutenant General, plus a warship built by the world's strongest giant tree atom. Then just add 10 obedient rear admirals of the Navy headquarters. Okay. Zhang Guo's eyes widened, and the eyeballs almost burst out. It's not a big request. If you ask for something bigger, can you just give you the rank of Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Zifa turned a blind eye to the extremely aggressive appearance of the Warring States period and said indifferently, if it is bigger, the rank of Admiral of the Navy is about the same. This is what Bai Ye taught Zifa. According to Bai Ye's words, most people always like to compromise. For example, if you say that the room is too dark and you need to open a window here, everyone will definitely not agree. But if you advocate removing the roof, they will come to mediate and agree to open the windows. Zifa felt quite reasonable, so he directly followed Bai Ye's words to the end. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, Zifa, are you kidding me? No, these are Bai Ye's original words. If you disagree, he will stay in the training camp for 3 years before graduating. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, and he could still get along with other students for a while in the training camp. You don't know, when those students learned that Bai Ye was graduating early, they cried bitterly, saying that they didn't want Bai Ye to leave. Those who saw that scene really shed tears, and those who heard it were sad. I was in tears when I saw it. As he said that, Zifa pretended to touch his eyes, but unfortunately there were no tears. Otherwise, the pretending would be more similar. Zhonghua was shocked. He didn't expect Zifa to be so shameless. Are you sure those students shed tears of reluctance, not tears of excitement? If Bai Ye is really that popular in the training camp, how did the remaining 590 students form an anti-white alliance to resist Bai Ye's violent beatings against them once a month? Zhonghua looked at Zifa with a strange expression. This old guy has learned badly. Zifa was not like this before. What a simple and honest old Navy Zifa used to be. He never disobeyed the orders of his superiors, let alone haggle with his superiors. Ever since he accepted Bai Ye as his disciple, he can only hee-hee. Seeing that Zhonghua was still hesitating, Zifa said directly, "Since you disagree, I will let Bai Ye stay for another 2.5 years. Presumably the trainees in the training camp must be very excited to hear the news." How can he not be excited? After being beaten for half a year, I thought Bai Ye was gone, and finally he didn't have to be beaten. In the end, Bai Ye didn't make it, and he had to suffer another 2.5 years of beating. The fight continues. If Bai Ye does not leave, they all want to apply for early graduation. After saying that, Zifa got up and walked directly towards the door without the slightest nostalgia, not even turning his head back. This is also what Bai Ye taught Zifa: don't give the other party time to hesitate. Let the other party feel your determination. If Bai Ye was present, he would definitely be full of praise for Zifa's performance. As far as this performance is concerned, in modern times, it can't be justified without a few statuettes. Seeing Zifa go so decisively, Zhonghua also had a headache. Bai Ye's conditions were really too high. He graduated from the training camp and became a vice admiral directly. Such a thing has never happened since the establishment of the Navy. But now the Navy really lacks combat power like Bai Ye. When Zifa walked to the door, thinking that the method taught by Bai Ye didn't seem to work, Zhonghua finally spoke. "Zifa, come back and sit down first. You promised." Bai Ye's conditions are too outrageous. If you really agree, what do you make other veteran vice admirals think? Then I'd better go. Warring States begged. Can we discuss it? The Navy really needs a combat force like Bai Ye now. Hearing that the old comrade spoke in a pleading tone, Zifa couldn't help but soften a bit. Then what do you say? Warring States thought for a while. Well, let's give Bai Ye the rank of Rear Admiral first, but I can guarantee that as long as Bai Ye makes some achievements within a year, I can promote him to Vice Admiral. It is impossible to build a warship entirely by atom. There are not so many branches in the whole sea, but I can provide an atom branch that can be used as a keel that time. Let that kid find someone to build it himself, in the end, I can let Bai Ye randomly select 3 people from the Navy below the rank of Lieutenant General as his subordinates. This is my biggest concession. If it doesn't work, you better let your kids stay for another 2.5 years. After speaking the Warring States language, his eyes gradually became moist, and there seemed to be tears, and he said in a deep voice, "The Navy is really too difficult." Seeing that Zhonghua was about to cry, Zifa couldn't bear it and said, "That's it. I'll go back and discuss it with Bai Ye." Sengoku wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes. "Well, Zifa, thank you for your contribution to the Navy." Zifa nodded rather heavily. After Zifa left, Zhongua's expression instantly became happy, and he said complacently, "Fight with me. Do you really think I'm such an easy admiral?" Chapter 43:3 Personal Choices. Zifa told Bai Ye the whole conversation he had with Warring States. He also said earnestly, "The current situation of the Navy is indeed not good, and the pressure from the Warring States period is also great. The conditions offered are not too bad. If you don't agree to him, forget it." Bai Ye looked at Zifa, who was persuading him in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh that the Marshal of the Warring States period is such a good method. He directly instigated teacher Zifa against him. In fact, from Bai Ye's point of view, the conditions he proposed were really not too high. After the top war that year, Ishao and Lunyu, 2 recruits from the world, could directly become admirals of the Navy. Although the current situation is far less tense than during the Dingshang War, Bai can still be regarded as a Navy with strong roots, and the teacher is the previous General Zifa. He also has strength comparable to that of a general. Bai Ye has a kind heart for the position of Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the Warring States period directly cut Bai Ye's other 2 conditions in half by more than half. It made Bai Ye very upset. It can be seen that teacher Zifa is still trying to persuade him. What else can Bai Ye say? Forget it, let's do this first. At worst, we will find more things for the Warring States in the future to avenge today's revenge. Okay, teacher, you don't need to say any more. I promise it's okay. Really? Of course it's true. The teacher has already talked about this. What else can I say? Zifa said with relief. Actually, being promoted to a vice admiral in 1 year is extremely fast. By the way, Warring States said that you can choose 3 people below the rank of lieutenant general. Dio, you have a goal? Zifa has taught students for many years, and almost half of the middle and high-level Navy graduates graduated from the training camp. So in this regard, he can provide Bai Ye with many suitable candidates. 3 people. Of course there is. After thinking for a while, Bai Ye came up with an idea. The first candidate, Smoker. Zifa is still clear about Smoker, a person with natural fruit ability, graduated 1 semester earlier than Bai, and graduated first in the same period. Regarding Smoker's strength, Zifa is quite sure that at any rate, he is a natural type devil fruit ability user. Even if he is not strong in other aspects, his basic strength lies here, and the starting point is high. But Zifa still has his own worries. I understand Smoker, he has a rather rebellious personality. If you transfer him to your subordinates, with his personality, he will definitely cause trouble for you. Bai Ye smiled and said, Teacher, you can rest assured. When I was in Donghai, Smoker said that after I graduated, he would follow me. So there's nothing wrong with bringing him over. From Bai Ye's words, Zifa heard a very important information point. Smoker was willing to follow Bai Ye when he was in the East China SEA.AT that time. Bai Ye was the lieutenant, but Smoker, who was able to make the colonel, was willing to follow. I am afraid that this apprentice is not simple, but Zifa didn't care about these. Even if Bai Ye was not simple, he was still his apprentice. This is my family. The less simple, the better. What about the other 2? For the other 2, I want to choose from the training camp. Quick and Ferguson are both good. This is also Bai Ye's deliberate choice. Instead of choosing those unfamiliar rear admirals, it is better to choose familiar, obedient, and easy-to-use people. After 6 months of beatings, Bai Ye still had a good understanding of Quick and Ferguson. These 2 are the leaders of the anti-white organization in the training camp, and they are the ones who take the lead in attacking Bai every month in the assessment at the end of the month. The result in exchange was, of course, to be beaten harder by Bai Ye, and precisely because of these beatings, the strength of Quick and Ferguson has greatly improved in the past 6 months, even compared to the weaker Major General of this department. That's why Bai Ye chose the 2 of them. Seeing that Bai Ye had his own considerations, Zifa didn't say much. You just have to think about it, and I'll let them tell them the news so that they can prepare for graduation in advance. Bai Ye said with a smirk, I'll tell the news myself. I think they will be very excited when they know the news. Zifa looked helplessly at Bai Ye's smirk and felt in his heart that this kid is really bad. He wants to leave, and he wants to torture others. Student dormitory. More than a dozen key members of the Anti-White League gathered around the long table, and Quick and Ferguson sat in front of the table. You all should know the news that the big devil graduated early, right? Such a big, happy event, of course we know. It is said that in order to graduate the Great Demon King, Chief Instructor Zifa went to see the Warring States Marshal in person today. A group of people were happily discussing that the Great Demon King was what they called Bai Ye in private. I have to say, it is very true. The Great Demon King was going to graduate early, and when the news came out, they were so excited that they stayed up all night. With the Great Demon King gone, the dark clouds over their heads also disappeared. For a while, the sky was blue, the air was fresh, my waist and legs didn't hurt anymore, and I didn't have to breathe heavily when I went upstairs. This feeling of freedom is what they have dreamed of in the past 6 months. Just when everyone was excited, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ferguson asked, Who? The backbone of the Anti-White Alliance is here, and no one should come. It's me. Why is this voice so familiar? It sounded like a sudden heart tremor, and upon hearing this voice, their bodies subconsciously made defensive postures. There is only one explanation for the sound that can arouse their physical and psychological fear. White Knight at the door. The Anti-White Alliance was having a meeting, but the real master came to the door, just when everyone was hesitating whether to open the door or not. The door opened by itself, seeing Bai Ye standing at the door, showing a gentle smile. The dozen or so backbones in the room seemed to see a ghost, all huddled in the corner of the room, trembling, not daring to breathe, as the leaders, Quick and Ferguson, mustered up the courage to stand in front of everyone and asked through gritted teeth, Bai Ye, what are you doing here? Bai Ye said casually, I'm leaving now, so I came here specially to visit you. Can Bai Ye have such kindness? They won't believe it. Why don't you visit them? Don't you want to beat them up again before you leave? When Bai Ye took a step into the room, they took a step back, watching the squeezed eyes of the big brother closest to the wall turn white. For the safety of the big brother, Bai Ye didn't go any further, just found a chair and sat down. Do you know the news that I will graduate early? Although they knew the news a long time ago, and they were so excited that they stayed up all night, but now in front of Bai Ye, they can only lie and say, We just got the news. Congratulations, Bai Ye, for graduating early. Hey, I'm leaving now, that I can't bear to part with you. After all, you are all classmates who have been together for half a year, and you have feelings for each other. Hearing this, Quick and the others were just about to roll their eyes at Bai Ye. If it hadn't been for the 6 months of suffering, they would have believed Bai Ye's nonsense. But now they can only follow Bai Ye's words. After all, Bai Ye hasn't left yet, and they can give them another violent beating at any time. Ferguson bit the bullet and said, "Actually, we are quite reluctant to part with you." Quick also put on a distressed expression and said, "If the big devil, you really leave, in fact, it will be less of a spur for us. In the past 6 months, it is because of you that our strength has developed so fast. Yes, after you leave, we will miss you. After all, you have helped us a lot." Listening to the true words of Quick and Ferguson, the dozen or so backbones present almost wiped away their tears collectively. Look, what is a leader? What does it mean to be responsible? What is being able to bend and stretch? As the initiators, organizers, and leaders of the Anti-White Alliance, the two who scolded Bai Ye most fiercely on weekdays were able to say such words against their will in front of Bai Ye today. "How great is this?" Bai Ye asked with a half-smile. "You really think so?" "Of course, although we don't usually say it, we all think so in our hearts. Yes, we often praise you in private, saying that you are strong and won a lot of face for our training camp. Once a person breaks through his lower limit, it is so natural to do anything." Bai Ye smiled badly. "Then I'm gone. Will you miss me?" Quick and Ferguson became more and more proficient in speaking. "Of course, you are my goal. If it wasn't for not graduating, I would definitely follow you." Hearing this, Bai Ye immediately stood up, causing everyone to shrink back again in fright. Quick and Ferguson turned pale, thinking about what they said wrong just now. Bai Ye said eagerly, "I've decided." Quick asked tremblingly, "Decided what?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just that the Marshal of the Warring States period gave me the privilege, saying that I can randomly choose 3 navies below the Lieutenant General as my subordinates. Before, I was still hesitating who to choose. After all, there are only 3 places, so I must be cautious. After chatting with you now, I suddenly realized that since you are so reluctant to part with me, I'm also reluctant to part with you. Why don't I use the quota on the 2 of you? From now on, the 2 of you will follow me across the sea. Wouldn't you be happy? What? How the hell are you still able to choose people, but also choose us?" Thinking about the rest of their lives following Bai Ye, Quick and Ferguson's lips turned pale, their eyes rolled, and they passed out on the spot. Silence. Bai Ye said with emotion, "I didn't expect you to faint from excitement. It seems that the relationship between us is really deep. By the way, after they wake up, tell them to report to me in 3 days. If you don't come, you know my means." After Bai Ye left, a dozen backbones looked at the unconscious Quick and Ferguson with moist eyes. Leaders deserve to be leaders. This wave of self-sacrifice for others that can be grateful for a lifetime. Chapter 44, Suddenly Enlightened, Great Swordsman. On the day of graduation, the conferring ceremony of Bai Ye, Quick, and Ferguson was completed in the training camp. According to the normal graduation situation, if you want to graduate from the training camp, you need to take a graduation assessment. After passing the graduation assessment, combined with the results of the previous month-end assessments, the graduates are awarded honors based on the final results. But because of Bai Ye's particularity, the assessment was canceled, and Quick and Ferguson didn't even need to participate in the assessment. Because of the reason for graduating ahead of schedule, the Marshal of the Warring States period did not personally confer the title, but Zifa did it for him. In fact, this can be regarded as the kindness of the Warring States period to Zifa. Zifa's biggest dream before was to be able to personally confer titles on his son. But the whole family died tragically at the hands of pirates. Now that Zifa confers the title on Bai Ye, it can be regarded as fulfilling Zifa's dream for many years. When Zifa put the Rear Admiral's cloak of justice on Bai Ye, his eyes, who had always shown himself as a tough guy, gradually became moist. "Teacher, it's not like I won't come back after leaving the training camp. What are you doing so sad?" Zifa patted Bai Ye on the shoulder and said, "Isn't it because you don't make people worry with your character that likes to roam around? It's easy to provoke enemies everywhere, and you will definitely suffer in the future." Bai Ye smiled and said, "It's okay. When the time comes, teacher, you will support me, and our master and apprentice will definitely be able to solve the enemy." Zifa shook his head and smiled. "You kid thinks highly of your teacher." Then Zifa continued to award Quick and Ferguson. The two were awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy headquarters. Although the rank is not very high, it has far exceeded their expectations. Even if they stay in the naval training camp for 3 years before graduating, they can only get the rank of Colonel of the headquarters at most. But now, after only staying for half a year, he was awarded the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, which is regarded as an exceptional promotion. This is also small compensation for Warring States to comfort Bai Ye for not becoming a lieutenant general in the headquarters. After Quake and Ferguson accepted Zifa's honor with pale faces, they felt that nearly 600 pairs of eyes looked at them like martyrs. There is an indescribable desolation in my heart. 3 days later, Chambord Island's pier 2 rows of naval soldiers with guns on their backs stood neatly at the pier, as if they were waiting for the arrival of some important person not far away. A rear Admiralty warship was slowly approaching the pier. Bai Ye leaned on a recliner, drank juice, and asked boredly, "Ferguson, how long will it take to arrive?" Ferguson said respectfully, "Report to Major General Bai Ye. We should be there in half an hour." "Well, it will take so long. Then I will sleep for a while. Remember to call me when I arrive." After saying that, Bai Ye put the juice on the small table beside him, closed his eyes as if he really fell asleep 3 days ago. After Bai Ye was awarded the rank of Major General, he needed to guard one side like other navies to avoid pirate cholera. Compared to the past, Major Generals like Bai Ye who have just graduated from the training camp are usually arranged at the base of the first branch of the Four Seas. Similar to Rog Town in the East China Sea, they all need to accumulate experience in the weaker Four Seas first, and only after a certain period of time will they consider transferring to the branch base on the Great Route. But because Bai Ye's strength is far superior to that of a normal Major General, it would be too wasteful to put him in the Four Seas, and so the Warring States period set the location of Bai Ye's garrison in the Chambord Islands. In this way, it is closer to the Navy headquarters, and it is convenient for Bai Ye and Zifa to meet each other if something happened to Bai Ye's side due to lack of experience. They will be able to respond more quickly. It can be said that the arrangement of the Warring States period took both Zifa and Bai Ye into consideration, and Bai Ye also received the World Source Power Reward for graduating early and being promoted to Major General. Congratulations to the host for graduating ahead of schedule. You can get 1,000 points of world energy every 6 months before graduation. The advance time is 2.5 years, and you can get a total of 5,000 points of world energy. Congratulations to the host for becoming a lieutenant and gaining 50 points of world power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a captain and gaining 100 points of world power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a major and gaining 500 points of world power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a colonel and gaining 1,000 points of world power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a brigadier general and gaining 2,000 points of world power. Congratulations to the host for becoming a major general and gaining 5,000 points of world power. Open the system panel. Host. White Knight. Template. One Punch Man Saitama. Integration. 19%. World source power. 13,950 points. Fusion degree. 19% to 20%. Need to spend world power. 1,000 points. Special skills. Emperor Engine. Arm Domineering LV6+. Knowledge Color Domineering LV5+. This is the time when Bai Ye is the richest since he owned the system, but Bai Ye is not going to spend all of it now. After leaving the training camp, he has more free time and can start many plans. The so-called night organization at the beginning may be able to truly show itself at the right time. However, Bai Ye first spent 1,000 points of world source power to increase the fusion degree to 20%. According to the previous rule, for every -% increase in fusion, there is a chance to extract the special abilities of S-level heroes. What Bai Ye wanted to extract most was the telekinetic power of the tornado, which was not only very practical, but also a powerful weapon. But this is just a thought, and it depends on what happens to the system. As a warm current poured into the body, the system sounded, "Congratulations to the host for reaching 20% fusion. You can randomly select the special abilities of the strong in the One Punch Man world in Bai Ye's anticipation." The system sound sounded again. "The extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of the S-class hero Atomic Warrior, Swordsmanship, IAI/fencing." Bai Ye felt a slight sense of disappointment in his heart, but his sword skills were okay for Bai Ye. Just like the sixth form of the Navy, it can make better use of the body and launch powerful attacks. The most important thing is that using a sword is more handsome, which is more in line with Bai Ye's wishes. Special skills: Emperor Engine, Arm Domineering LV6+, Knowledge Color Domineering LV5+, Swordsmanship LV9+. The full level of swordsmanship is also leveled up, but Bai Ye didn't expect it to be leveled when he came up. It can be believed how advanced the Atomic Warrior is in swordsmanship. Bai Ye carefully comprehended the knowledge about swordsmanship in his mind, greedily absorbing the surrounding water like a sponge. With the help of the system, Bai Ye quickly understood swordsmanship thoroughly and realized the ultimate move of the Atomic Warrior, Juhi/. "I'm considered a great swordsman now. I become one of the few sword masters in the sea." Bai Ye shamelessly complacently said, "Teske. This is really too simple. You can become a great swordsman in just one afternoon nap. Don't tell a group of people to death if you say it." Now that he is a great swordsman, he naturally needs a famous sword that fits his status. Chapter 45: The Don Quixote Family. Just as Bai Ye closed his eyes and thought, Ferguson's voice sounded in his ear. "Major General Bai Ye, we have arrived at Chambord Islands 27. Bai Ye sat up from the recliner and quick fastened the cloak of justice behind Bai Ye with great insight. Let's go. Let me see what kind of chaos the Chambord Islands can become. According to the Warring States, Bai Ye's predecessor was the colonel of the headquarters, and when he was arresting the pirates, he was actually killed by the pirates. And here is less than half a day's journey from the Navy headquarters. Such a short distance. The colonel of the headquarters was killed in public, which is undoubtedly a serious provocation to the Navy afterwards. The Navy also pursued the pirate group that killed the colonel, but failed to catch up. That's why the Warring States period transfer Bai Ye to this place. The Chambord Islands are made up of 79 big trees. The tree is an island, and the ground is the root of the tree. From time to time, bubbles will emerge from the ground. Each tree is numbered, and Bai Ye is responsible for stationing islands 27, 28, and 29. That is what people call the illegal area. As soon as Bai Ye arrived, he felt the unusualness of the illegal area. Looking around, there were all kinds of pirate ships, slave ships, merchant ships, or private ships parked on the pier. Most of the people walking on the streets are pirates and bounty hunters, and the local residents only account for less than half visible chaos. The arrival of the rear admiral ship attracted the attention of many people, and many pirates left quietly to avoid this place. After all, the rear admiral of the Navy headquarters also belongs to the middle and high-level officers of the Navy, and he is not someone they can provoke. Bai Ye led his people off the boat and saw 2 rows of neatly lined-up naval soldiers, which could be regarded as the legacy left to him by the previous colonel. Walking out of the soldiers was an officer wearing a major's uniform. He was rather burly and had a 4 to 5 centimeter long scar on his right face, which looked a bit hideous. Leslie looked at the young man in front of him who was too young and asked, "Are you Major General Bai Ye?" Bai Ye smiled. "Isn't the Admiral's uniform on my body enough to prove my identity?" "This dot can indeed confirm your identity." Leslie paid a military salute to Bai Ye and shouted, "Major Leslie and all the soldiers of the 7th Naval Branch of the Chambord Islands have met Rear Admiral Bai Ye." "I've seen Major General Bai Ye." The shouts of hundreds of people immediately resounded through the pier, and even the nearby streets could be heard clearly. Some pirates who were closer to Bai Ye were shocked when they saw Bai Ye's appearance. "Why is there such a young Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters? This kid looks like he's just grown up, right?" Some people also feel disdainful about this. Being able to become a Rear Admiral at such a young age is mostly the result of help from someone in the family. I reckon it's an idiot coming to such a place. I don't know how many days I can live. Bai Ye doesn't know what the people around him think of him. Even if he knows, it doesn't matter. As the saying goes, there are 3 fires for a new official to take office. When Bai Ye comes, he must do something to make this fire strong enough. Bai Ye returned to the branch base with a group of people. It is said to be a base, but it is actually similar to Bai Ye's previous base on Ski Island, about the size of a football field. Surrounded by 20-meter-high walls, there is a 3-story building in the middle, as a place for them to deal with affairs and rest. Bai Ye entered his own exclusive office, which was very spacious, but the decoration inside was also very simple, with only tables, chairs, and filing cabinets. There is a bedroom next to the office, which can usually be used for rest. "Major Leslie, tell me about the current situation at the base." "Yes, there are 137 soldiers in the base, 1 at the school level and 5 at the lieutenant level." "Is there only this few people?" Bai Ye frowned. The number of people was really too small. There are at least 300 people in an ordinary naval base, not even half of the population here. Major Leslie said with dark eyes, "More than 200 people died in the hand of the pirates along with Colonel Hall. There is no recruitment yet, so that's the number." Bai Ye asked curiously, "What kind of pirate group? I heard that the headquarters once sent a lieutenant general to hunt down the pirates, but they failed." Hearing Bai Ye's question, Leslie's eyes turned red immediately, and his fists were clenched unconsciously, as if he wanted to say something but dared not. Bai Ye immediately understood when he saw it. This guy has a story. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing when I came here, and Bai Ye wanted to know the whole story. "What's going on? Just tell me." Seeing that Leslie was still unwilling to speak, Bai Ye continued, "My teacher is Chief Instructor Zifa. If I can't handle it, I will consider talking to Teacher Zifa." "There is no way." Bai Ye sees that people don't trust him very much. He can't say that he is as strong as a general. Can he? We can only move Teacher Zifa out first. "Is Chief Instructor Zifa your teacher?" Srile asked in astonishment. "Yes, so you can tell me boldly." Hearing Bai Ye's sworn words, Leslie did not doubt their authenticity. After all, such a thing can be known as soon as you go to the Navy headquarters to inquire. And no Navy would tell such a lie. Leslie said slowly, "Actually, Colonel Hall didn't go after the pirates that day, but was on a daily patrol on the island." "Not chasing pirates." "Well, Colonel Hall led his soldiers to patrol the island normally that day, and he should have accidentally seen the Don Quixote family, one of the Shichibukai, conducting secret transactions. Then all of them were wiped out by the Don Quixote family." How do you know it was the Don Quixote family who did it? Because I found this at the scene where Colonel Hall was killed. Srile took out half a palm-sized blood-stained cloth strip from his pocket, with the Don Quixote family crest printed on it. It's not the same as the logo of other pirates, a round black smiley face with a slash from top right to bottom left in the middle. Very recognizable. Leslie continued, the lieutenant generals sent by the headquarters should also have found out about the Don Quixote family. But because their identities belong to the Kawaii, recognized by the government, in order to avoid unnecessary confusion, this matter will be left alone. Speaking of this, Leslie felt extremely painful. The pirates killed more than 200 naval soldiers, but they didn't even have the qualifications to take revenge. Not only that, people who usually see the Don Quixote family need to take a detour to avoid a second conflict. This kind of feeling that you know who the murderer is, but you can't do anything. You can only watch others show off their power in front of you, which makes people feel that life is worse than death. Bai Ye sighed, the Navy is really rotten to the bone. Chapter 46, use me as a gun. For the Navy, the establishment of the Shichibukai system is a slap in the face of the government in front of people all over the world. The meaning of this move is that because the Navy did not maintain the peace of the sea well, the government will recognize the 7 big pirates as legal pirates, but the Navy has nothing to do about it. Seeing the scum who killed his comrades in the past turned into an officially recognized colleague, and in order to take care of the face of the world. Government, as long as Shichibukai doesn't do too much, such as massacring the country in public, killing the Navy and the like, it is impossible for the Navy to trouble Kawaii. Just like this time Colonel Hall and more than 200 naval soldiers died at the hands of the Don Quixote family. The Navy knew the murderer and even tracked down the murderer, but he had to give up due to the identity of the murderer. And because the murderer did not commit the crime in public, the Navy had to help cover up his actions, avoid causing turbulence to the SEA. It doesn't get any more wimpy than that. But you wouldn't believe it if the warring states didn't know about it. But if warring states knew about this matter, they would transfer Bai Ye to this position, which would be a bit intriguing. Bai Ye thought silently. This old thing doesn't want to use me as a weapon, does he? Warring states and others were dissatisfied with the Kawaii system, but since they promised to establish Kawaii before, it is naturally difficult to oppose it now, which arouses the government's resentment. Although the other navies were dissatisfied, they were helpless because they lacked strength and lacked a person who could take the lead. But now Bai Ye just appeared, a rear admiral with the strength of a general. He had a strong conflict with Kabukai, and even killed Kabukai. How would the government react? And Bai Ye's master Zifa also has a very high reputation in the Navy. After all, 80% of the middle and high-level personnel in the Navy have come out of the training camp. If one white knight is not enough, add Chief Instructor Zifa, and some navies who are already dissatisfied with the Shichibukai system. Such a situation is enough to make the government also need to be careful. TSK. No one who can become an admiral of the Navy is fuel efficient. Bai Ye was quite sure about his guest. It is estimated that I am the best candidate selected by the Warring States period to eliminate the Kawaii system. Although Bai Ye was used as a spear by the Warring States period, Bai Ye was not dissatisfied at all, but thought it was quite good. Before the incident reached its peak, no matter what outrageous things Bai Ye did, Zhang Guo would naturally help him cover them up. Bai Ye still needs the identity of the Navy, and as the leader in eliminating the Kawaii system, Shiraya's prestige in the Navy is naturally quite high. There are pros and cons to this matter, and the choice is in Bai Ye's hands. Are you pretending not to know? Turning a deaf ear to this matter still started to trouble the Don Quixote family and became the vanguard against the Kawaii system. Bai Ye quickly made a decision in his mind. Bai Ye looked up at Leslie, who was full of expectation, and smiled. I'll take care of this matter, and I will avenge Colonel Hall and more than 200 other naval soldiers. Really? Leslie said happily with red eyes. Don't you need to inform Chief Instructor Zifa? Bai Ye knew that it was because Leslie still didn't believe that he was a major general and qualified to manage Kabuhai's affairs. But Bai Ye didn't argue, but explained. I will report to Teacher Zifa after I thoroughly investigate this matter, so don't worry. Leslie had no doubts about Bai Ye's words. He bent down and bowed to Bai Ye. Thank you, Colonel Leslie Day Hall. The next day, a rear admiral arrived at Chambord Islands 27 again. Although there were no naval soldiers to greet them at the pier this time, it still attracted the attention of many pirates. The rear admiral of the Navy headquarters is not a Chinese cabbage. It can be seen everywhere, in the first half of the Great Route. Only the more important islands will be guarded by the rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. It is indeed too abnormal for 2 major generals of the Navy headquarters to come to this place for 2 days. Major General Smoker, is Master Bai Ye here? Smoker was smoking a cigar, looking solemnly at the naval base not far away, his eyes full of vicissitudes. Yeah, I didn't expect Bai Ye to graduate so soon. Dasiki's tone was somewhat bleak. How could it be so fast? Half a year ago, after Bai Ye entered the training camp, Garp did transfer Smoker from Lobe Town to the Great Route, letting him guard a more important island, and Smoker has dealt with many pirates in the past 6 months, and his rank has also been promoted from Colonel to Major General. He even got the name of Smoker in the sea, and many pirates would take a detour when they encountered him, for fear of being targeted by him. But just a week ago, he received a call saying that Bai Ye had graduated and that he had been selected with privilege. Putting down the phone, Smoker didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Following Bai Ye was his own choice, and he didn't regret it. It's just that this is too fast, right? It's only been half a year, and he's going to be tortured by Bai Ye again. Let's go. If you go late, it will be even worse. Smoker took a deep breath as if stepping on the execution ground to die, and stepped off the boat step by step. Dasiki also hugged Xiao Yu tightly in his arms, lowered his head and followed Smoker to get off the boat. When the surrounding pirates saw the person who came down, they were not scared to death. A pirate yelled and cursed in a low voice. Damn it, why is this Smoker here? You said he is the user with the smoke fruit ability, Rear Admiral Smoker. It's not him, who else? How could he come to this place? The pirates of several pirate groups have different expressions. A pirate looked at Dasiki behind Smoker and became lustful, greedily said, the chick behind Smoker is quite on point. The pirate on the side looked coldly at the speaker. That woman is a swordsman, and she may have killed more pirates than you have ever seen. If you want to die, you can try it and see if it's her knife or your neck. The eager pirate felt a chill in his neck, as if there was a knife on his neck. A young Rear Admiral came here a few days ago, and today even a Smoker came. It looks like something is going to happen to the Chambord Islands. Some vigilant pirates are already preparing to leave Chambord. The pirates, who feel that they are powerful, are fearless. After all, there are no restrictions in the lawless zone, and even the Navy dare not swagger to arrest the pirates in the lawless zone. This has been an unwritten rule for many years. As long as this rule remains the same, they don't care about other things at all. Chapter 47 starting to collect protection fees today. In the White Knight office, when Bai Ye saw Smoker and Dasiki, there was unspeakable joy in his eyes. Not for anything else, just because there are 2 more people under him who can provide the world's source power stably. Even on average, the world's source power is only 1 or 2 points per day. But this is enough for Bai Ye. It's better than nothing. Leslie looked at Bai Ye and Smoker in surprise. He didn't expect that they were both Rear Admirals. Smoker was transferred over and became Bai Ye's subordinate. He had heard of Smoker's name before. After all, he was a natural devil fruit-capable user. IT was named in the entire Navy at that time, but such a person actually became the subordinate of Major General Bai Ye. It seems that Chief Instructor Zephyr really likes Major General Bai Ye's apprentice very much. That's right. Leslie still thinks that Bai Ye can become a Rear Admiral, mostly because of Chief Instructor Zephyr, but Quick and Ferguson felt that Bai Ye was too kind to them after seeing the way Bai Ye treated Smoker. What they like in training camp, he was beaten severely only once a month. And what about Smoker and Dashiki? Bai Ye wished he could fight from early morning to the next morning. This is really no right to speak without comparison. Now when they look at Bai Ye, they all feel that Bai Ye is much more pleasing to the eye than before. At the beginning of the Warring States period, the 3 conditions that Bai Ye had agreed to had been fulfilled. Ferguson, when will the atom branch that can become the keel arrive? Would that old guy from the Warring States period not give it? After learning that he was used as a gun by the Warring States, Bai Ye's attitude towards the Warring States became more casual. Hearing this, everyone broke into a cold sweat subconsciously. Those who dare to call it that in the Navy are probably Bai Ye and Garp. Ferguson said, I have inquired, and it should arrive in a week. Although the Rear Admiralty is also okay, the Sea Tower Stone is placed at the bottom, which can avoid the attack of Sea Kings while driving. But compared with the ships built with the branches of the Treasure Tree Atom, it is still much worse. Since you want to build a ship, build the best ship. 1 more week. Bai Ye pondered. Leslie, how much money is left in our branch? Leslie was also quite familiar with the branch management business, so he blurted out Bai Ye's question. That leaves 300 million Pellis, 300 million Baileys. Why is there so little left? For a dignified naval branch base, there are only 300 million Baileys left, which is not as much as the bounty offered by a slightly larger pirate in the East China Sea, Leslie explained. There were more than 8,000 million Baileys before, but that happened, so almost all the money in the base was used as pensions. Everyone understood immediately. No wonder there was only so little money left. Didn't the higher-up give you any more funding? It should be allocated funds, but the specific amount has not been negotiated yet. I don't know when the money will arrive. Lack of money. Very sure of money. Bai Ye needs money to build a ship, and money is needed to buy famous knives. But there are only 300 million Baileys left in the base, which is not enough. The money he earned from killing pirates in the East China Sea was used by his stingy teacher to buy equipment and repair walls. There are at most less than 500 million Baileys left in the system space. The Navy's military salary is paid once a year, and there are still 4 months before the end of the year. It is obviously unreliable to wait for the military salary to be paid by then. If Bai Ye was not wearing the uniform of a rear admiral, he would have wanted to go out in our obi. And no wonder so many people go to sea as pirates. It is really too slow to rely on normal methods to get money. Suddenly Bai Ye's eyes flashed, and a bold idea sprouted in his mind. Yes, I am the Navy. I can charge reasonably. The 3 small islands under the jurisdiction of Bai Ye belong to the lawless zone, and none of the people living here are clean. According to Bai Ye's words, even if you killed all the people on the 3 islands, the rate of manslaughter will be less than 10%. Leslie, go and tell all the merchants on these 3 islands that each of them has to hand over 10% of their profits to me a month. Oh. Leslie was dumbfounded. Isn't this a protection fee? Bai Ye admitted with a smile. I just collect protection fees, and you tell them that every account needs to be recorded, including time, place, person, and amount. If the profit is falsely reported at that time, the entire store will be confiscated directly. My mother, if you were not wearing a Navy uniform, I would have thought you were the head of the pirates, Leslie said dully. But there has never been such a rule. Bai Ye said casually, I didn't come before, but now that I'm here, the rules have to be changed. In the past, the reason why this place was allowed to become a lawless zone was mainly because the forces here were intertwined. There are people in the 4 Emperor Pirates, Kauai, underground forces, and even the world government. It will be troublesome to move. Moreover, this is the place where pirates must pass through to enter the new world, and a large number of pirates come here every day, and it is impossible to clean them up. The 4 emperors in the new world will not let the Navy block the entrance directly, otherwise they will lack fresh blood. As for the Navy, after watching many pirate supernovas enter the new world, most of them died in the hands of the 4 emperors. Then why stop them? Is it not easy to let the pirate dog bite the dog? Therefore, only when all parties compromise with each other and acquiesce will the immediate lawless zone be created. Major General Bai Ye, if we really do this, what will happen if those merchants go to other islands? Ferguson asked a more practical question. These people are not fools. They all have 2 legs. If they can't stay in this place, then I can just stay in another place. Anyway, there are a total of 29 islands in the Chambord Islands that belong to the lawless zone. Where to do business is not to do business. You reminded me. Bai Ye took out a phone bug from the drawer and called Zhangguo directly in front of everyone. The phone bug changed shape slightly and became the appearance of Sengoku, with a pair of round glasses and a beard that resembled a goat. The phone bug imitated the Warring States period vividly. They watched Bai Ye curiously tugging at the goatee, simulated by the phone bug, and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Good guy. This is the Admiral of the Navy. It's Bai Ye. What's the matter with calling me? White Knight straight to the point. Marshal of the Warring States period, I want to govern Island 1 to 29 of Chambord. You can either transfer those people to other places or take them as my subordinates. You can choose one of these 2 methods. Smoker and the others standing by were shocked when they saw Bai Ye's casual appearance and plain words. I asked this the attitude of calling your boss's boss's boss. Are you calling your men? Chapter 48 Money. Die. The phone bug imitated the slightly embarrassed expression of Warring States. From Bai Ye's not-so-friendly tone, Zhangguo probably guessed that Bai Ye knew that he was using him as a gunman. Ahem, Bai Ye, I am the Admiral of the Navy, your boss, and your master Zifa has been my old comrade in arms for decades. Is that how you treat me? Bai Ye smiled. Then shall I call my master later? Talk about how his old comrade in arms for many years took care of his only disciple. Hearing this, Zhangguo also felt a headache. This kid is hard to please. Besides, it was indeed his fault. Zhangguo said awkwardly. Forget it. You are Zifa's apprentice, and you are also half of my apprentice. You should take care of it. Don't bother your master with such a trivial matter. What the hell are you going to do? You can either give me 1 billion Baileys as military expenses, or give me the jurisdiction of Chambord Island 1 to 29. Bai Ye's tone can be said to be quite blunt, but he has the capital to be rude, and the Warring States period knows this, so he chose to use Bai Ye as a gun. And Bai Ye knew it too, so he dared to speak to the Warring States so unceremoniously. Now Bai Ye just asked for a little labor fee. The phone bug looked shocked. Why don't you grab 1 billion Bailey? If I wasn't wearing a Navy uniform, I'd really want to grab it. Warring States knew Bai Ye's strength, and also knew that if Bai Ye really wanted to snatch it, there was no guarantee that the 4 emperors would really become the 5 emperors. I had a headache and said, well, the jurisdiction of Island 1 to 29 in Chambord belongs to you. There are 7 branch bases in total. I will notify them to follow your command. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Bai Ye immediately changed into a respectful tone and said, "Then I would like to thank the Marshal of the Warring States period. This subordinate will definitely manage Island 1 to 29 of Chambord well, so that the Marshal of the Warring States period will not worry about it." Bai Ye's attitude changed so quickly that even the Warring States were caught off guard. Zhang Guo was silent for a while and said, "Be careful. Don't do it too hard all at once. Besides, you should be careful yourself. I'll take care of things, so don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Bai Ye proudly said, "Look, what a simple matter. Just make a phone call." Smoker and the others were silent. "This matter is easy for you. If another major general speaks to Marshal Warring States in this tone, at least it will be downgraded, and at worst it may be able to advance to the city and close it for a few days. Since Chambord land number 1-29 is under our management, the previous plan remains unchanged, and a few more items need to be added. Bai Ye is ready to play a big game." The next morning, the whole shampoo field was fried. I saw naval soldiers standing guard at the pier, on the streets, and at intersections. Apart from this, the new regulations announced by the Navy were posted everywhere. Point 1. Everyone needs to pay a head fee to go to the island. 100,000 berries per person. Pay once a month, and the trespasser will die. 2. Vessels staying at the pier need to pay berthing fees. 1 million berries per vessel. Pay once a month, and the trespasser will die. 3. Private fighting with weapons is not allowed on the island. If there is a need to fight, there is a ring in the center of each island. You can open it by paying 100 million baileys. Private fighters die. For all merchants are required to submit -% of their profits every month, and each account needs to be recorded: time, place, buyer, amount. If the amount is wrong, you will die. The entire store is directly confiscated. 5. Transactions of arms, drugs, slaves, etc. need to be reported to the Navy. Without reporting, they will not be protected by the Navy. If they are inspected by the Navy, all items will be confiscated, and those who violate the order will die. These 5 rules are discussed throughout. Money, 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 money. Die, die, die. After seeing the regulations, some people directly asserted that this is not to kill people, but to eat people. The lawless zone is full of villains, and there are no rules at all, but now someone actually makes rules in the lawless zone, which has never happened in the past few decades. Even most of Bai Ye's Navy soldiers were not optimistic about Bai Ye's actions. But this is an order issued by the superior, so they can only obey. There are soldiers distributing the new regulations everywhere on the street. When the soldiers distribute the regulations in their hands, the people around them don't connect. What's more, after receiving the leaflets, they tore up the leaflets and threw them directly on the soldiers' faces. For a moment, the originally chaotic lawless zone felt a little bit of a common enemy. I have come to the lawless area 10 times, if not 20 times. I have never seen such outrageous regulations. A certain pirate captain said angrily, "Is the Navy crazy about money? Don't they know why this place is called a lawless zone? Pay the fee. I'll pay the fart. Are there any brave brothers? How about we loot the naval base on the island?" This idea spread like a raging fire in Chambord. The news quickly reached the ears of the Warring States. Carefully studied the rules made by Bai Ye. Not only did Warring States not feel it was too much, it even felt quite reasonable. Troubled times use heavy code. In a place like the lawless zone, they will only become obedient if they understand that disobedience will cost them their lives. It's just that if this rule is to be implemented, I'm afraid it will encounter resistance from all parties. I don't know if Bai Ye can stand it. The Great Route, Kingdom of Dressrosa in a manner. Doflamingo wearing a pink feather coat sits at the top, and the cadres of the Don Quixote family sit below. What Doflamingo held in his hand was the new rules issued by Bai Ye and Chambord Islands. After reading these 5 rules, Doflamingo let out a strange laugh. It seems that the Navy that issued these 5 rules is a bit murderous. Torreport, who was sitting in the first row, said, "My lord, the Navy issued such a rule in the Chambord Islands. If it is implemented, it may have a considerable impact on our business." Diamondtie fiddled with the sword in his hand and said indifferently, "I heard that the one who issued the rules is only a rear admiral. Why don't we secretly kill him? Even when the time comes, the Navy finds out that we did it and they can't do anything to us." Doflamingo shook his head, not agreeing with Diamante's opinion. "You can't do anything. This White Knight is said to be Zifa's apprentice. His strength is not weak, so he is not so easy to deal with. And even if we really want to do it, we can't let the Navy know that we did it." Doflamingo wasn't afraid of Zifa, not even the Navy, to put it mildly. It's just that the deal with the 100 Beast Pirates is gradually stabilizing now. If rashly killing Zifa's apprentice caught the attention of the Navy and ruined the business, Kaido really dared to kill him. Chapter 49, Black Eat Black. "Master Bai Ye, what are we going out for today?" Dasiki hugged Xiao Yishiyu tightly and followed Bai Ye with his head down. Bai Ye didn't wear Navy clothes, but changed into more casual clothes. Without looking back, he said, Didn't I tell you that I dragged you out today to buy a famous knife? There may be many swordsmen and great swordsmen who use swords in the sea, but in terms of understanding of famous knives, none of these people can compare to Dashiki. After all, Dashiki's dream is to collect all the famous knives in the hands of villains one day. How can you do it if you don't know enough about famous knives? So Bai Ye called Dashiki out, planning to ask her to help with the selection. Hearing about buying famous knives, Dashiki immediately became interested and excitedly approached Bai Ye. Buy famous knives. Is Master Bai Ye going to buy them for me? Whoa, why, Lord? Forehead, seeing Dashiki's excited appearance, Bai Ye didn't know whether to tell the truth or not. But it's normal for Dashiki to think this way. After all, Bai Ye has almost never used a knife since the two of them knew each other. From Dashiki's point of view, she's the only one among Bai Ye's subordinates who uses a knife. Now he even called her out to buy a knife. If it wasn't for her, who else could it be for? After Dashiki knew that she bought a famous knife for herself, she began to dislike Bai Ye for walking too slowly and acted more proactively. With such vigor shown by Dashiki, Bai Ye felt bad conscience if he didn't buy her a famous knife. After visiting several weapon shops, although there are some decent knives, none of them are up to the standard of good fast knives. After wandering around several islands, the two of them didn't even see a good knife, let alone a big knife. From this point of view, Sauron does not live up to the name of the protagonist. You can buy two good knives at a small arms store in Rogue Town. He even got Chioshui and Nima later on. Although Bai Ye knew that the big sharp knife Autumn Water was in the hands of Moonlight Mariah, but he didn't have the energy to get it now. At the very least, the rules of the Chambord Islands need to be thoroughly implemented. Only in this way can Bai Ye leave with peace of mind. Otherwise, if the rules Bai Ye set up were broken at will, Bai Ye would lose face. And to put it bluntly, with the current strength of Smog and the others, they simply cannot control the situation. The existence of Bai Ye is the confidence to implement the rules. It wasn't until dusk that the two found a good sharp knife in a weapon shop. Master Bai Ye, look quickly. This knife should be Feng Ming, one of the 50 good knives of Liang Kuai knife. Dashiki showed Feng Ming to Bai Ye like offering a treasure. The blade was about 90 centimeters long. The blade was extremely sharp. The blade was longer, the arc was larger, and there were light blue patterns all over it. Although Bai Ye didn't know much about knives before, after accepting the knowledge of Kendo from Atomic Warriors, still can see something. This Feng Ming is not bad, even if it is not as good as the big Kwaiseo. It is not far behind. While the two were watching, the owner of the shop at the side said in a bad tone, "Hey, little girl, this is the treasure of my shop. Don't touch it if you don't buy it." Dashiki pushed down his glasses and said forcefully, "Who said we won't buy it? Boss, how much is this knife for you?" When he heard that he wanted to buy a knife, the boss immediately put away his impatient expression and said with a smile, "This Feng Ming is not only one of the 50 Gongliang sharp knives, but also my family heirloom." So, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Ye. "How much is it? You can make a price." As soon as the boss opened his mouth, he first said that Feng Ming was extremely important, and it was obvious that he wanted to raise the price. The boss saw that Dashiki really liked this knife. His eyes flashed. He showed a wretched smile, rubbed his hands together. 1 million Baileys. Dashiki cried out in shock. 800 million Baileys. Isn't your price too high? Bai Ye beside him couldn't help frowning when he heard the price. Generally speaking, the general price of a Wugongliang sharp knife is around 2 or 3 million Baileys. To be more exaggerated, it is 500 million Baileys, which is absolutely impossible to exceed this price. And the price of a big sharp knife 21 workers also fluctuates around 2,000 million. Don't look at the fact that just one devil fruit can be sold for a high price of dash million. That's because the devil fruit falling into the hands of ordinary people can also cause earth-shaking changes in the strength of ordinary people, and giving ordinary people a famous knife is just a sharp kitchen knife for him. The improvement of strength is almost zero, and the effect is negligible. This is also the reason why the famous knives on the sea are generally not expensive. The boss obviously saw that Dashiki liked this knife very much and wanted to cheat them, so he directly raised the price so high. "It's not too high. This is my family heirloom, and there are only 50 of them in the sea. It's extremely rare to meet one," the boss explained with a smile. But the price. Although Dashiki loves Feng Ming, she also knows the situation of Bai Ye and the base. Let alone 800 million Baileys, 300 million Baileys are enough to be taken out at once. When a kind-hearted child like Dashiki is still struggling because of lack of money, bring the villain. Bai Ye has already started to memorize the name and location of the store. It's not that Bai Ye didn't have the idea of robbing him by force, but Bai Ye still dismissed the idea. There is no need for this, because he wants to make the Chambord Island a place with rules, even if the rules are set by him. But he still has to respect his own rules a little bit. Besides, how low is my robbery? I will send the Navy directly later. saying that the boss is involved in the arms business and has not reported to the Navy, so he will be taken away and locked up, and the entire store will be directly confiscated. This not only saves the money to buy a knife, but also serves as a warning to the monkeys. Let other stores see. What happens if they violate the regulations, and it will serve multiple purposes. Just as Bai Ye was thinking, the owner's thief's eyes suddenly aimed at Dasiki's arms. Of course, this is not due to the boss's lust, but because Dasiki is holding a big sharp knife in his arm Shoyashiyu from the 21st worker. The price of a big fast knife could be 7 or 8 times higher than that of a good fast knife. The boss's mind became active when he saw it. Then he looked at a man and a woman in front of him. They were handsome and beautiful. They looked harmless to humans and animals, and they were dressed like ordinary people. And when he heard 800 million berry, he was so entangled. He must not be a powerful person. Percent profit is enough to make people take risks, not to mention this costless business. The boss smiled and said, "If you really want it, I can give you a cheaper price." The silly girl Dasiki was overjoyed and said, "Really? Boss, you are such a good person." While the two were talking, Bai Ye already sensed that something was wrong. With a sound of boom, the door behind the two of them was already closed. Chapter 50. The store instantly became pitch black, with only 2 candles flickering constantly, exuding a faint light, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Although Bai Ye has not experienced it, he has read so many novels and TV series. Seeing this situation, he immediately understood what the boss wanted to do. Fuck, those who do business in the lawless zone are not serious people, but it's true. Who would come to the lawless zone to do business with a decent person? However, the silly girl didn't realize that the situation was wrong, so she hugged Feng Ming and said happily, Hey boss, how much cheaper can you give us? If it's much cheaper, we'll buy it." Bai Ye almost couldn't laugh out loud. He has never seen such a nervous girl in pirates for so many years. Even the boss was amused by Dasiki's silly question. The girl in front of me is not a fool, is she? Although it doesn't sound good to spread the word about bullying fools, but it's for making money, and it's not shabby. The boss smiled and said, "How about I give it to you for free?" During the conversation, the boss pulled out the long knife under the cabinet, and 4 burly men came out from the back room, holding weapons and surrounded by Yi and Dasiki with a ferocious face. At tea this time, no matter how nervous Dasiki is, it's time to react. Dasiki asked blankly, "You want to rob us?" The boss picked up the long knife as if he was about to chop, and greedily said, "Hand over Shao Yishiyu in your arms, or you two won't be able to leave the shop alive today." Seeing that Dasiki was not worried but happy, he jumped up and down while pulling Bai Ye's arm and said excitedly, "Master Bai Ye, he actually wants to rob us. Then we can justifiably arrest them and confiscate all these weapons, so we don't have to spend any more money to buy them. We don't have money to buy them anyway." Well, there isn't a single nice person in the room. Even Dasiki, who looks silly, is also a group of blackbelly. Oh, the scum in the army. Bai Ye sighed. In the future, my soldiers won't become pirates in navy costumes, will they? Now it's the boss' turn to be dumbfounded. What's the situation? You two are surrounded by the 5 of us, and you still look excited. The matter has come to this point. The boss doesn't care so much anymore. He sternly said, "Do it. No matter what the identities of the 2 people in front of them are, let's kill them first." With the Siki around, Bai Ye was naturally too lazy to make a move. If everything is done by the boss, what do you want these younger brothers to do? Calling 666 from the side, the Siki entered the serious mode, and she no longer had the foolish appearance before, and an aura unique to the swordsman emerged spontaneously. When Yu knifed out, a cold light flashed, killing the 4 big men in an instant. Crack! The knife in the boss's hand broke in 2, and Xiao Yu's thin blade lay across the boss's neck. "Master Bai Ye, will this guy be killed or not?" The boss fell to his knees with a plop, kowtowed, and begged, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's because of my obsession that I attacked you two. I can give you everything in the store. I still have 2,000 million Baileys hidden elsewhere, and as long as you let me go, I'm willing to tell you the location." How could he have imagined that this silly-looking girl would have such strength? Bai Ye thought for a while and said, "Don't kill him yet. You let Smoker come over and seal up this store. Take the boss back and put him in prison and move all the things back." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Seeing that Bai Ye didn't kill him, the boss thought he had recovered his life and was immediately excited. But if he knew Bai Ye's plan, he would probably feel that he might as well be killed here. It was already midnight when the two walked to the base. Although it was late at night, Dasiki didn't show the slightest sleepiness and couldn't put it down while holding Feng Ming. Bai Ye coughed and said, "Bring it." "Ah, what are you taking?" Dasiki subconsciously held Xiao Shiryu and Feng Ming tightly in her arms. For her, nothing is more important than these 2 famous knives. Seeing Dasiki looking like a kitten protecting food, Bai Ye angrily knocked Dasiki on the head. "Ah, it hurts so much." Dasiki rubbed his head with one hand, held the 2 knives tightly in the other hand, puffed out his mouth like a hamster, looked at Bai Ye pitifully. It seems that if Bai Ye says one more word, I will cry out pitifully. Bai Ye said helplessly, give Feng Ming to me, it's a loan, and I'll return Feng Ming to you when I find a better knife. Seeing that Dasiki seemed to want to say something more, Bai Ye raised her eyebrows. If you don't lend it to me, your daily training volume will be doubled, and there will be my personal special training every day. You can figure it out. Although Bai Ye's special training can be regarded as training, most of them were beaten unilaterally, and Bai Ye also called it a good name. This is to exercise their resistance ability and can promote the cultivation of armed domineering. This made Smoke and the others feel uncomfortable when they heard Bai Ye's special training. However, there is one thing to say. Being beaten can indeed promote the cultivation of armed domineering. Seeing that Bai Ye said it was a loan and threatened himself with special training. Okay, then I'll borrow it. I'll give it to you, and you must remember to pay it back. Then Dasiki reluctantly handed Feng Ming to Bai Ye with that look, as if Bai Ye snatched her own son away from her side. For a moment, even Bai Ye felt a sense of guilt, feeling that he had done a little too much. But after Bai Ye thought about it, he was not a good person in the first place and felt guilty like a hammer. After receiving Feng Ming, Bai Ye hung it on his waist, and his whole aura instantly changed. If there was a feeling of a good son in troubled times before, now he is a swordsman wandering the sea. Along the way from time to time, Bai Ye could hear Dasiki muttering unwillingly, you obviously don't know how to use a sword, but you have to hang a famous knife to pretend. It's really a waste of money. Dasiki glanced at Feng Ming again and said sincerely, however, Master Bai Ye feels much more handsome after wearing the sword. When Bai Ye heard the words, she smiled and said nothing. This is a woman. The next day, early morning, Bai Ye asked Ferguson, how's it going? You found where the owner of the weapon shop hid his money? Well, he explained as soon as he came yesterday that the soldiers he sent out have been found. All the items in the weapon store have also been put into the armory. Ferguson felt like a butler under Bai White in a way. Smoker and Quick don't like to use their brains. Dashiki is often confused, and Leslie is too weak. In this way, only Ferguson is more suitable. By the way, Major General Bai Ye, since the money has been found, is the boss going to release it? Bai Ye smiled and said, it's impossible to let him go. It's just that we don't kill him now. Chapter 51, Fishing Law Enforcement. After Ferguson finished his report, he still stood there. Bai Ye asked, is there anything else you want to say? After hesitating for a moment, Ferguson said, Major General Bai Ye, Doflamingo's auction house is going to hold an auction today. It has said that the auctioned items include devil fruits and slaves. Didn't they report it to us? No, okay, I see you can go to other things first. Ferguson gave Bai Ye a puzzled look, but left the office without speaking again. He never understood that Bai Ye promulgated the 5 rules in order to completely reform the lawless zone into a place guarded by the Navy. But these days, Bai Ye turned a blind eye to those who violated the rules, as if everything was the same as before the rules were formulated. There are even daring pirates who directly attack the patrolling soldiers. If it weren't for these people, they knew that it was only half a day away from the Navy headquarters, so they didn't dare to kill. Otherwise, the casualties of soldiers will be in double digits, but Bai Ye still didn't respond to this. He just called back all the patrolling naval soldiers and stopped sending them out. All as if this hadn't happened. This has made many people in the lawless place openly ridicule the Navy, saying that the rules formulated are not as good as shit. After injuring a Navy soldier, the Navy dared not even fart. It's really funny to want to change the rules of lawless land just like this. Even many soldiers below began to complain about the rules promulgated by Bai. I think that if it weren't for Bai Ye's rules, these pirates would not react so strongly to the Navy. Some school-level officers thought that Bai Ye was too young, took things for granted, and did not consider the consequences, and planned to propose that Bai Ye revoke these 5 rules. Return the Chambord Islands to their former form. Even more radical, I even want to suggest that the Navy headquarters change someone to manage the Chambord Islands. Ferguson felt that Bai Ye should know about these things. But Bai Ye hadn't reacted at all until now. Just let things develop. If he hadn't been with Bai Ye for half a year, he would know how cruel Bai Ye's methods are. It is estimated that his current thinking is not much different from that of other soldiers. If this continues, Bai Ye himself and Chambord's navy will become a joke on the sea. But until now, he still believes that Bai Ye has his own considerations for doing this, so he didn't mention these things in front of Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at Ferguson's leaving back and didn't say much. He knew exactly what Ferguson was thinking, and he even knew what news was circulating outside. But these are his intentional indulgences for Bai Ye. He didn't want to waste time with these people in the Chambord Islands, so I want to solve it all at once without leaving hidden dangers. The best way is to quietly watch the development of the situation. Let those people feel that the Navy has no binding force on them, and when he speaks in the White Night, he can completely ignore it. More people will come out to make trouble. Then Bai Ye wiped out all those jumping people. How happy you're dancing now. how painful you will be crying when the time comes. This method is commonly known as fishing law enforcement. But it's obviously not Bai Ye's style to be idle like this. When he heard that Doflamingo's auction house held an auction, Bai Ye knew what to do today. Before, since he promised Leslie to avenge Colonel Hall and other soldiers, go to the auction house to collect some interest today. Smog, get ready. I will take you to see the world today. Bai Ye and Smoker had no intention of restraining themselves when they went to the auction house. The two were wearing the uniforms of the major generals of the Navy headquarters, with a cloak of justice on their backs, and their white and flawless military uniforms were very conspicuous. The two of them walked on the street flirtatiously like this, as if they were afraid that others would not see them. It's a pity that what greeted us was not the eyes of fear and panic, but expressions of contempt and disgust. I feel that if it weren't for the two rear admirals of the Navy, they might not be able to beat them. Otherwise, they all want to come up and leave a dirty footprint on their white clothes. Even Ismog's thick skin felt extremely embarrassing, and he wanted to kill all those who looked at them with contemptuous eyes. But looking at Bai Ye beside him, his expression was calm and composed, and he didn't care about other people's weird eyes at all. Smoker had to admire Bai Ye's city mansion, who possessed such strength at such a young age and still held his breath so calmly. He is indeed the man I want to follow. Just when Smoker was feeling emotional, he suddenly saw Bai Ye pull out a video phone bug from his arms. I started to take pictures of the surrounding people and shops, and I was still chanting. That kid over here scolded me a few times. You wait to die. The owner of this store looked at me with disdain. Your store is gone. Huh? The woman on the left praised me for being handsome and discerning, so I'll let you go. After hearing Bai Ye's chanting, Smoker almost knelt down for Bai Ye on the spot. What kind of shit is this? Brother, you are really good at playing. As for keeping grudges, you have figured it out. The admiration he felt for Bai Ye just now had already been fed to the dogs by Smoker. The two walked all the way to the auction house, and Bai Ye reluctantly put away the video phone bug in his hand, unwilling to say, I only recorded 187 people today. Too few. For Bai Ye, remembering a person is to make a fortune, and no one will think that he has too much money. Smog, the two of us will come out every day from now on. I want to see how many people are there on shampoo ground that I can kill. Smoker secretly said, Teske, this is the big killer in my memory. Even if he is shameless in normal times, he is not ambiguous at all when killing people. When the two were about to enter the auction, they were stopped by two security personnel at the door. The security guard on the left raised his neck and said proudly, Please show the invitation letter from the auction house. Guests without an invitation letter are not allowed to enter. It seems that Bai Ye and Smoker, the two major admirals of the Navy headquarters, are not as good as he. The security guard at the gate, Smoker said in a bad tone. Are you out of anger because you have eyes? Didn't you see that we are rear admirals? Facing Smoker's threat, the security guard remained unmoved at all and said coldly, If you don't have an invitation letter, you are not allowed to enter. This is the rule of this auction house. Just when Smoker was about to get angry, a woman's chuckle suddenly sounded from the side, and Bai Ye and Smoker followed the sound. A man and a woman stood beside him arm in arm. The man was pale, with sunken eyes, wearing a neat suit, and looked like a dog. The woman was wearing a backless dress, and her dress was extremely coquettish, which attracted the attention of many passers-by. Chapter 52, Tianlong People. Honey, the Navy is really rude. It's far behind you. The coquettish girl hugged the man's arm and said delicately. Harris hugged the coquettish girl in his arms and swam his big hands on the coquettish girl as if no one was there and said with a lewd smile, Of course, the Navy is full of reckless people. It's not bad for Admiral Sengoku. Harris did not hide anything when he spoke, and Bai Ye and Smoker heard what he said clearly. Smoker immediately became angry. First, he was despised all the way, and then he was stopped by security guards when he came to the auction house. Now there are still two people who look like dogs, humiliating the Navy in front of him, and even the Marshal of the Warring States period can only be regarded as okay. Evaluation in their mouths. This made Smoker, who was already grumpy, couldn't hold back. His desire to shoot, his arms turned into smoke, and when he was about to catch the man, two ghostly figures suddenly appeared in front of the man. One of them said in a hoarse voice, We are all colleagues. Just said something wrong. There is no need to use the fruit ability. Smoker had also been in the Navy for nearly 10 years. When he saw that the other party was also wearing a white suit and a silver mask, and he was still performing the sixth form of the Navy, he probably guessed the other party's identity. Secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. The identity of this man is absolutely extraordinary for being able to use personnel from a secret intelligence organization for protection. Bai said lightly, Don't you need to pay the price for saying the wrong thing? You are Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Bai Ye. Bai Ye. The speaker seemed to suddenly remember something. As members of a secret organization, they need to memorize information on a large number of people, whether they are enemies or friends. and half a year ago, they read Bai Ye's information, Zifa's beloved apprentice, Desti against death in the training camp. His strength was probably between the lieutenant general and the quasi-admiral of the Navy headquarters. According to the information recently updated by Bai Ye, he was only appointed as a major general of the Navy headquarters to manage islands 1 to 29 in Chambord. Thinking of this, the expressions under their masks gradually became panicked. They didn't expect to encounter a difficult problem when they went out this time. Quickly explained, this is the son of Finance Minister Wells, Harris, and everyone is a member of the world government. Bai Ye's cold words suddenly sounded. One arm, I can pretend I didn't hear it. Harris apologized to Bai Ye. Harris was directly angry, pointing at Bai Ye and said indignantly, Marlowe, you want me to apologize to a little major general? An arm and a leg. Marlowe was in a hurry. Apologize. He didn't dare to bet on whether Bai Ye would make a move. Bai Ye did make a move. They probably wouldn't be able to leave here alive. Harris froze. He had never seen Marlowe so anxious. Although he is a dude, he is not a fool. Seeing Marlowe's tough attitude and insisting on forcing him to apologize, he realized that the major general in front of him might not be someone he could provoke at tea this time. Regardless of his image in front of his female companion, he bowed down to Bai Ye and apologized. I'm sorry, Major General Bai Ye, I made a slip of the tongue just now. But before Harris got up, the knife flashed, and Harris's right arm suddenly lost feeling, and severe pain flooded his brain like a tide. The knife was drawn so fast that Marlowe and the others didn't react at all. The blood spurted from Harris's broken arm directly splashed on the face of his female companion. Looking at the blood on her hands and face, the coquettish woman had never seen such a scene before. She screamed and passed out immediately. Harris clutched at the broken arm, rolled all over the ground in pain, and kept wailing, Ah, my arm, my arm. Marlowe didn't expect Harris to apologize, and Bai Ye would still make a move, so he couldn't help saying angrily, Major General Bai Ye, Master Harris has already apologized. Bai Ye casually tapped his ear with his little finger. He pointed at me with his right hand just now, which made me very upset. The tone of your words to me now also makes me very uncomfortable. You can try to say another sentence. You can see whether my next stab will fall on you or Harris. Hearing this, Marlowe didn't dare to speak at once, picked up Harris's severed arm silently, and helped Harris leave with his companion. As for the female partner who passed out on the ground, it was assumed that she hadn't seen it at all. This is a lawless zone, and none of the people living here are good men and women. After losing Harris's asylum, the fate of this woman was almost predictable. Bai Ye turned to look at the two guards at the entrance of the auction house. Are you still letting us in? After seeing Bai Ye's ruthless methods, the two guards dared not to give in. If they didn't let them, they would be punished with a knife. But if Bai Ye and the other two are allowed to go in directly, if the blame comes down at that time, the two of them will not be able to please. When the doorman was struggling, a man with a shorter stature, a slightly wider body, and more expensive clothes suddenly came out of the auction house. The doorman breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the person coming and hurried up to ask, Master Boyle, these two Marines want to go in, but they don't have an invitation letter. Boyle didn't answer the doorman but walked up to Bai Ye and said respectfully, Lord Bai Ye, Lord Smoker, I'm really sorry. I was supposed to send invitations to the two of you, but because I was too busy, I forgot it in a moment of negligence, and please don't be angry. Really? Is it really a moment of negligence? I heard from my subordinates that you're going to auction slaves at this auction, but you didn't report it to the Navy. Could it be a moment of negligence? As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit the smiling person. Boyle's attitude when he came up was definitely respectful enough, but unfortunately, such an attitude was useless to Bai Ye, because he was determined to find fault today. Boyle seemed to see that Bai Ye's visitor was not kind, but the smile on his face remained unchanged, and he whispered, Master Bai Ye, it is said that Esther Kirk Saint will come to participate in this auction. Esther Kirk is T? Dragon people? Didn't expect to see Time Longren so soon. Back then, Bai Ye had the idea of killing the Time Longren to become famous in the sea, so as to obtain a lot of world power. It's just that the identity of the Navy is still of great use to Bai Ye. Otherwise, Bai Ye really wanted to try the sword with the Time Longren. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you threatening me with the Tianlong people? Don't dare, it's just that this auction was called by Esther Kirk Saint. If it was cancelled suddenly for other reasons, Esther Kirk Saint would be very dissatisfied. If it aroused the anger of Esther Kirk, then everyone would have no way to explain it. Boyle put on an air of trepidation. Chapter 53, Doflamingo's Scheme. Bai Ye and Smoker, led by Boyle, entered the auction house and sat in the first row on the left. There were about 200 seats in the auction house, and when the two entered, most of the seats were already occupied. White Knight and Smoker, dressed in Rear Admiral costumes, attracted quite a few people's attention because this kind of auction usually rarely has Navy to participate. and the participants are usually pirates, bounty hunters, and underground forces. Occasionally, draconians come to the auction house to buy slaves, but for the Navy, most things in the auction house don't work for them. And in a lawless zone, you can't take action to catch pirate. If you come, it will cause many pirates to hate you, so it is better not to come, especially those who dared to wear Navy uniforms to participate in the auction. The appearance of Bai Ye and Smoker refreshed their cognition. These two rear admirals are so ostentatious. It's better to wait until the auction is over and get rid of them both. Anyway, the Navy on the island is so cowardly that they can't do anything to us if they kill the two major generals. The T worst, kill them and escape by boat. The T that time, even if the Navy headquarters send someone to arrest us, we will have already run away without a trace. That's right, this can increase our reward amount a lot. Several pirate groups sitting next to each other discussed the matter of joining forces, and murderous intent appeared in the eyes of Bai Ye. For pirates, the amount of reward is the best way to show their strength. Just like people often say that the total amount of bounties offered by the whole group of the 4 Emperor pirates is more than 200 billion Baileys. This is a recognition of the strength of the pirates. The fastest way to increase the amount of reward is to kill the admiral, Tio put it. Plainly, these pirates wanted to increase their reputation by killing Bai Ye at a T that time. Entering the new world might be able to become the subordinate of the 4 emperors. Bai Ye, do we really want to participate in this auction? Smoker asked, puzzled. After hearing that there would be a celestial dragon coming to this auction, Smoker didn't want to stay any longer. As long as there is a Navy with a bit of justice, almost no one can get used to what the Tianlong people do. Even for the Navy, the existence of the Draconians is the greatest irony of the justice they uphold. It's just that the status of Tianlong people has been deeply rooted since 800 years ago. The idea that Tianlong people are gods has also been passed down. For 800 years, so even if they are dissatisfied with the Tianlong people, they can only avoid them like Garp. Try not to contact the Tianlong people. An inexplicable look flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, and he smiled lightly. Why not? You don't really think that the Tianlong people's visit this time is a coincidence, do you? Smoker was taken aback when he heard the words. Isn't it? Think about it for yourself. As soon as we came to the door of the auction house from the naval base, we met Harris, the son of the Secretary of the Treasury, and clashed with him. After I cut off Harris's arm and Harris left in embarrassment, Boyle, the owner of the auction house, appeared. I said they didn't report the slave trade to the Navy, and Boyle told us that Esther Kirk Saint will participate in this auction and use the Tianlong people to suppress me. You think these are just coincidences? After Bai Ye's explanation, Smoker really felt that it was a bit too coincidental to connect these together. But there was something Smoker still didn't understand. Even if the auction is Doflamingo's property, how could he command the son of the Minister of Finance and the Tianlong people? Just relying on his identity is Kuei-hai. Bai Ye patiently explained. It's not enough just to rely on the identity of Chi Wu-hai, but what if Doflamingo is a Tianlong himself? Why was Doflamingo able to contact the Tianlong people to put pressure on the Navy? It's not because he was a former Celestial Dragon, although he has always been despised by the Celestial Dragon who live in Mariajoa, but their attitude toward Doflamingo is obviously much stronger than other civilians. Moreover, Doflamingo may hold the secret of the Draconians. What? Doflamingo is a Celestial Dragon. Smoker almost shouted in surprise. In any case, he couldn't imagine that a Celestial Dragon would actually go out to sea and become a pirate, and even became the Kuei-hai recognized by the world government. But the reality is so outrageous. It's like Smoker doesn't understand why Doflamingo became a pirate. Doflamingo also didn't understand why his father would give up his identity as a Draconian and be willing to become a commoner. In the end, he was killed by civilians who he always considered lowly. While the two were talking, a violent commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance of the auction house. The owner and staff of the auction house all knelt at the door and shouted loudly, "Welcome Esther Kirk Street, Maple Cecil Palace." Generally, male Tianlong people will add a word holy after their names, while female Tianlong people will add a word gong after their names to show their dignity. Wearing bubble hoods and wearing expensive and gorgeous costumes, the two celestial dragons rode male long-armed slaves, followed by a dozen slaves entering through the door. The two celestial dragons are not like the celestial dragons that appear in the anime. They are extremely ugly and mentally retarded, but they look like handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, the only similarity is that from the brows, one can feel the aura of superiority and contempt for common people. When the Tianlong people entered, most of the pirates' faces changed slightly, and they gritted their teeth and knelt down for the Tianlong people, putting their heads on the floor so as not to attract the attention of the Tianlong people. And there are also a very small number of stubborn pirates who don't want to kneel down to the Tianlongren and quietly hide their bodies behind the seats. He also didn't dare to attract the attention of the Tianlong people. This is something that cannot be helped, because once the Tianlong people are offended, the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters or CP0 must be dispatched to protect them. Under such a threat, apart from the 4 Emperor pirates, I am afraid that no one would dare to attack the Tianlong people. Under the leadership of Boyle, let the 2 Tianlong people also sit in the first row to the left. Looking at it this way, there are 4 people sitting in the entire first row, 2 Tianlongren, Bai Ye and Smoker. And what's striking is that Bai Ye and Smoker didn't seem to care about the arrival of the Tianlongren, still sitting on the spot in a stable manner. Compared to those pirates who were forced to kneel and temporarily hide, they looked extremely abrupt. Esther Kirkshing saw that Bai Ye and the 2 did not kneel down, raised her eyebrows, and wanted to speak out to reprimand them. On the other hand, the Prececil Palace noticed the identities of the 2 Bai Ye's rear admirals and said bluntly, "Let's start the auction quickly. I need to add some slaves." Chapter 54 Unexpected Killing. Hearing what Maple Cecil Palace said, Esther Kirksaint snorted dissatisfiedly and didn't say much when Boyle saw this. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. He thought that the Celestial Dragons might have a conflict with Bai Ye, but I didn't expect that Esther Kirksaint's thoughts would be dismissed by Maple Cecil Palace's words. This disappointed many pirates who were waiting to see Bai Ye and his jokes. But some pirates also began to wonder why the Bai Ye and the 2 had such confidence, and dared not take the Tianlongren in their eyes. Esther Kirksaint was a little upset, but she didn't dare to express it in front of Palace Maple Cecil, so she had to say impatiently, "Let's start the auction." Obey, Lord Esther Kirk. Although Tianlong people have their eyes above the top, they are not all brainless idiots. If everyone is really as stupid as in the anime, how can they control the world government? How can they become the gods of the sea? The Palace of Maple Cecil clearly belongs to the more intelligent class of Draconians. Although she didn't know the identities of Bai Ye and the others, seeing that Bai Ye was so young, he had already become a major general of the Navy headquarters, and dared to show such an attitude of turning a blind eye to their arrival. This made her guess a little more about Bai Ye. Usually, when a school-level Navy meets a Tianlongren, most of them will not choose to kneel down to the Tianlongren, but will respect them in their attitude. What's more, the Navy is still the strongest force in the hands of the world government, and they occasionally need the protection of the Navy when they travel. Palace Maple Cecil felt that there was no need to quarrel with the Navy because of some trivial matters. At the urging of the Tianlong people, the auction started soon. As said before, the stuff in this auction is basically slave-based, with the occasional devil fruit. Both are the most popular items at auction. Like the Tianlong people and the nobles of various countries, they mainly buy slaves, and the target of pirates and bounty hunters is devil fruit after all. The improvement of the strength of the devil fruit is earth-shaking. As the auction began, slaves were pushed onto the auction block one by one and displayed to everyone. The beautiful subjugated princess was forced to wear sexy and revealing clothes, showing her moving curves on stage. It caused countless nobles like fat pigs below to scramble for quotations. The general who was defeated and captured, his muscular body, and the special temperament accumulated over the years of bloody battles, also attracted the attention of many wealthy women. The pirate captain with a reward of up to 3,000 million Baileys was once an arrogant and domineering person who committed all kinds of bad things. Now his eyes are as gray, his face shows death, and he is picked around like an object. As for relatively ordinary slaves, there are countless of them. Most of them are citizens of the ruined country, and they were captured and sold by the victorious country. Similarly, it cannot be ruled out that a large number of people were secretly captured by people who specialized in slave hunting. Let them completely loose their normal life, stay away from their relatives, and become slaves at the bottom of the sea. The Tianlong people don't seem to have much interest in normal humans, but are very interested in other races. Almost all the little people, the long-handed people, and the mermaids were bought by the 2 Tianlong people, especially when the finale slave, the giant slave, was launched by the auctioneer. Bai Ye finally realized what it meant not to treat money as money, directly speaking, the million Baileys scared other thoughtful people from thinking about it. Tianlong people collect heavenly gold from more than 200 franchise countries every year. The amount of gold in the sky at one time is several billion Baileys, and this is not counting those rare treasures, devil fruits, and the like. Even devil fruits could be fed to slaves at will. To them, the money might not even count as money. This made Bai Ye a little tempted. Dude, I'm enforcing the rules on the Chambord Islands just to make a fortune. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to be despised for several days, just wanting to make a big one-off. But the money that Bai Ye wanted to earn in front of the Tianlong people was probably just money for going out to buy goods. People are really more popular than people. At the auction, superhuman devil fruit also appeared. But Boyle did not disclose the specific information of the devil fruit. Instead, it was auctioned at a low price of 2 million Baileys. Thinking about it, Doflamingo is not stupid. If this fruit is a powerful fruit, he will definitely give it to his loyal subordinates to eat. How could it be put up for auction? But even without knowing the information about the fruit, it was still snapped up by many pirates, and it was finally sold at a high price of 3,000 million Baileys. Seeing that the auction was coming to an end, Bai Ye went out for a trip. Although Bai Ye's actions attracted some people's attention, but Bai Ye came back 3 minutes later, so they didn't pay much attention. After Boyle auctioned off the last lot, the auction ended successfully, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, there are 2 Tianlong people here, and they are afraid that their poor performance will cause dissatisfaction among the Tianlong people. It now appears that the auction has finally come to a successful conclusion. Boyle came to the palace of Esther Kirk and Maple Cecil, knelt down and said respectfully, "The slaves bought by the 2 adults, I will send them to Mary Joya immediately." Esther Kirk Saint said excitedly, "You don't need to send it. You pull the slave here now, and I will ride the giant back." The giant slave that appeared just now was bought by Esther Kirk Saint at a cost of 2 million Baileys. Hearing this, there was a trace of despair on the face of the long-handed slave standing not far behind Esther Kirk Saint. When the Tianlong people want to change their mounts, it means that their former mounts have no value, and their end is usually only death. Sure enough, as he expected, when Saint Esther Kirk rode on the giant slave with a height of 60 meters, he took out a gun made of gold, studded with gems from his arms, and pointed it at him. Boom! A golden bullet hit his forehead, and before he died, there seemed to be sadness and a hint of relief in his eyes. But before he died, he didn't make any resistance. Even though he knew that he would definitely die, he still didn't resist. Even if he was rescued like this, he might not be able to return to his appearance before becoming a slave. Looking at the scene in front of him, Bai Ye felt emotional. This is the world of cannibalism. When Bai Ye stood up and was about to leave, Boyle seemed to be watching Bai Ye all the time, approached the opening and said, "Major General Bai Ye, are you ready to leave now?" Bai Ye looked at Boyle playfully. "What, you still want to keep me here? Don't dare. Didn't you say that the slave trade needs to be reported to the Navy? I was busy before, so I forgot about it. Now that the auction is over, there is finally time to report to the Navy. However, do you still need to report?" Boyle straightened up and looked at Bai Ye, as if he didn't care about Major General Bai Ye's identity at all. Smoker on the side had already held 10 hands in his hands. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging, and he said angrily, "Do you want to die?" Boyle's words can already be regarded as quite serious provocation. Even if the slaves have been sold to the Tianlong people, even if the report is made, what can the Navy do? Could it be possible to go to Tianlong to ask for someone? Bai Ye restrained Smoker, who was about to sell, with a gentle smile on his face and said, "Since the auction is over, there is no need to report. Just don't forget next time." Smoker didn't expect Bai Ye to say something soft and looked back in confusion. Seeing the gentle smile on Bai Ye's face, he shuddered instantly. Why is this smile so familiar? Every time Bai Ye smiled at people like this, someone would die. When there are never exceptions, it means Smoke probably guessed that Bai Ye should have his own plan, so he put away his 10 hands and obediently retreated behind Bai Ye. When Boyle heard Bai Ye's words and saw Smoke put away his weapon, his confidence surged. "Rear Admiral Bai Ye, don't worry. As long as the next auction is not busy, I will definitely report to the Navy." Report shit, I am always busy." Bai Ye showed a harmless smile again, turned and left without saying a word. Sometimes it is a happier thing to be directly killed by someone. Smoker, on the other hand, looked at Boyle with a look of pity, which made Boyle feel chills inexplicably. But thinking about how proud he was in front of the 2 rear admirals, an indescribable pride filled his heart. When Bai Ye and Smoker left the auction house and were about to return to the naval base, several pirate groups participating in the auction followed behind them and surrounded them. Bai Ye said to Smoker, "It seems that there are a few who are not afraid of death, and I will leave it to you to solve it later." "Well, I've been suffocating me for a while, and finally a few pirates have come up to practice with me," Smoker said with anticipation. "I hope they don't die too fast so that I can have fun." With an inexplicable smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, he said softly, "Don't worry, after a good show is over, it's time to close the net, and you will be busy then." On the other side of the street, Esther Kirk Saint and Maple Cecil Palace rode on giants and strolled leisurely on the street. As for the densely packed civilians kneeling on both sides of the street, all of them lowered their heads very low, for fear of being seen by the Tianlong people, because Tianlong people can deprive them of their lives and their originally happy life with a casual word. Holy Esther Kirk was riding on the giant, looking extremely excited. Giant slaves are also extremely rare in the sea, and it is considered lucky to be able to buy them this time. And because the giant is too tall, the vision of riding on the giant is also excellent, which makes Esther Kirk-Saint enjoy it very much. Maple Cecil Palace on the side doesn't seem to be in a good mood like Esther Kirk-Saint. IT maybe because a woman's intuition has always been sharper, and she suddenly felt like being stared at by a poisonous snake, which made her feel palpitations that as if something bad is about to happen. But I don't know where this feeling comes from. Maple Cecil Palace frowned and said, Esther Kirk, don't go off for a while. I feel a little bad. I better go back early. Esther Kirk-Saint was in high spirits at this time, wishing to ride the giant slave for a few more laps. But the status of Maple Cecil Palace among the Tianlong people is much higher than him, and he dare not go against the opinion of Maple Cecil Palace. Is it because you're not feeling well? If so, let's go back first. The Sacred Heart of Esther Kirk was dissatisfied, but she dared not show it in front of Maple Cecil Palace. I had no choice but to spread this anger on the slave, took out something similar to a remote control, and pressed the button on it. Small thorns protruded from the collar on the giant slave's neck, and there was a poison developed by the slave trader on it. After contact with blood, it would cause unbearable pain, but it would not be fatal. The face of the giant slave suddenly turned red. Like a pig's liver, his body began to tremble, and his expression was extremely painful. The hand seemed to want to take off the collar around the neck, but when it was approaching the collar, the hand stopped suddenly. Because if the collar was to be forcibly removed, the collar would explode in an instant, and the power of the explosion was enough to break his neck and separate his body. Esther Kirk-Saint watched the giant's painful reaction and seemed to have discovered the giant's other ways to play and pressed several other buttons. I saw the giant slave's body trembling constantly, and the trembling range was getting bigger and bigger. As a result, Esther Kirk-Saint and Maple Cecil Palace, who were riding on them, began to shake with the shaking and almost fell off the giant. At this moment, for purple figures suddenly emerged from the crowd at extremely fast speed and attacked Esther Kirk-Saint and Maple Cecil Palace. The bodyguards who were responsible for defending the Tianlong people were shocked. If something happened to the Tianlong people under their protection, then even if they did not die in the hands of the enemy, they will be executed after returning, and their family members living in Marijoa will suffer the same fate. More than a dozen bodyguards stood in front of Tianlongren, trying to stop the purple figure. I saw 4 figures throwing shuriken at the same time, and when the bodyguard touched the shuriken, his face paled instantly. Where is the shuriken here? What a bomb! Bam, 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 bam. A series of 4 explosions sounded loudly, and the scorching flames engulfed the bodyguards and Tianlongren. The sound of the explosion resounded through the streets. When the civilians who were kneeling on the ground saw the explosion, they were nervous as if their hearts also exploded. A terrifying idea appeared in their minds. Someone attacked and killed Tianlong people in the street. Finished. The world is going to explode. At this moment, none of the civilians were still kneeling on the spot. They all fled in all directions, and the whole island was in a panic. On the other side of the street, Bai Ye and Smoker heard the explosion and immediately realized that something happened to the Tianlong people. If the Tianlong people have an accident in the place under their jurisdiction, their responsibility is not small. Just when Smoker was about to turn into smoke and rush over, Bai Ye's voice rang in his ears. You deal with the pirates following us and leave it to me. Bai Ye's figure flashed and appeared in the air. Looking at the flames of the explosion, he chuckled and said, Let's go. Chapter 55. The 3 pirate groups who followed all the way saw Bai Ye suddenly disappear from the sight, leaving Smoker alone. Immediately began to worry about whether it was discovered by the Navy. If Bai Ye went back to gather the Navy, they would lose their numerical advantage. If it causes confusion and attracts the attention of the Navy headquarters, the situation will be even worse. The 3 pirate captains discussed in a low voice. Why don't we make a move now and count as 1 if we can kill 1? I also think it's safer to strike first. Killing a major admiral of the Navy headquarters is enough to prove our strength. Now that you've decided, let's go. The 3 pirate captains hit it off immediately and immediately ordered their men to act. The next moment, more than 80 pirates suddenly appeared in the shops around Smoker, armed with guns, and fired at Smoker at the same time. The sudden gunshots made all the passers-by on the street dodge aside for fear of implicating themselves. When they saw that the person who was ambushed was a rear admiral, not only did many people not leave, but they were quite interested in seeing how the rear admiral was killed by others. Even the pirates among the passers-by want to participate, and a single rear admiral is considered a favorite in their eyes. Even if you don't kill it yourself, as long as you are a participant, it is enough to become a conversation piece after dinner. When the bullet was about to pass through Smoker's body, the pirate's eyes shone with excitement. Unexpectedly, things went so smoothly, and the rear admiral didn't respond and was shot dead on the spot. It's just a pity that one escaped. Otherwise, killing 2 rear admirals would be enough to double their bounties. The pirates on the sidelines were excited, but also somewhat disappointed. If they had known that the rear admiral was so weak, they would have made a move. Where can I get these 3 pirates again? Countless bullets passed through Smoker's body from behind and then passed out from the front at an extremely fast speed, knocking down a dozen or so hapless spectators in front of him. A huge hole was shot out in Smoker's waist and abdomen by the bullet, and through the hole one could even see the terrified expressions of the onlookers. Then the hole returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Smoker turned around and showed a bright smile. During the time with the White Knight, he was somewhat assimilated by the White Knight. Seeing this, the captains of the 3 pirates turned pale with fright. Even a fool would know that the rear admiral in front of him might be a natural type devil fruit. Ability user and the first half of the Great Route without domineering. Those with natural devil fruit abilities represent invincibility. Smoker said with a sinister smile, since you make a move, don't even think about leaving. During this period of time, he could hardly hold back anymore. And finally, someone dared to take the initiative to make a move today. Be sure to let go of your stress completely. With Smoke's thought, his entire body turned into a huge smoke, completely covering the surrounding streets of nearly 2 meters, except for the 3 pirate groups who did it. They were wrapped in smoke together with the pirates watching the excitement around them. The smoke density is very high, and the visibility is extremely low. Even if the distance between the two is only half a meter, they cannot see each other's appearance clearly. Smoker was as comfortable as a fish swimming in the sea in the smoke, and could only see a figure shuttle back and forth at an extremely fast speed in the smoke. Pirate screams kept ringing in the smoke, but no one was seen rushing out of the smoke. The whole street seemed to be sung only by wailing anguish. And on the other side of the street, wait until the smoke from the explosion caused by the shuriken clears. You can see more than a dozen bodyguards forming a human wall, tightly guarding the 2 panicked Tianlongren. Because the blast distance was too close, several bodyguards on the outermost perimeter had already been killed. The 4 purple figures disappeared suddenly, and a man in a purple ninja suit stood at the back of the giant's head, holding a short knife and stepping towards Tianlongren step by step. The bodyguard threatened sharply. Who the hell are you? Don't you know that if you attack the Tianlong people, you will be hunted down by the Admiral and the CP organization? On the other hand, Esther Kirksing said furiously, give it all to me, kill him for me. How dare he attack the great god? I must take him back as a slave and torture him every day. After saying that, Esther Kirksing took out a delicate pistol from her arms, raised her hand at the purple-clothed ninja and shot it. But in the astonished eyes of everyone, the ninja in purple just turned his head slightly and dodged the shot. This further aroused Esther Kirk's panic and shouted loudly, give it to me. What are you still doing here? Do you want to die? Seeing the bodyguard in front of him shrinking, Esther Kirk was so angry that she took a gun and shot the bodyguard in front of her head. When did the bodyguard think that the employer he was protecting would actually do something to him? And without any precautions, his head was directly pierced by a bullet. The scarlet blood spattered on the faces of the people around, and the smell of blood became stronger and stronger, which stimulated Esther Kirksing's nervous nerves. Give me all to catch that guy. If you don't, I'll make all of your family members slaves. The remaining 10 bodyguards saw that Esther Kirksing had said so much for the sake of the family. They had to rush to the purple ninja in despair. Maple Cecil Palace frowned and looked at Esther Kirksing with dissatisfaction. But seeing Esther Kirksing's eyes were red, trembling all over, as if she had fallen into madness, they'd only sigh lightly and didn't say any more. I still don't know if I can get through this difficult time. When the purple-clothed ninja faced the 10 bodyguards, who were not afraid of death, his footsteps were slightly stagnant, and the side of the dagger in his hand suddenly rushed forward towards the bodyguards. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sonic boom, the purple figure flashed past the bodyguard and appeared in front of Esther Kirk. The next moment, the 10 bodyguards stood in place as if they had been immobilized. Rub! As the ninja in purple sheathed his short knives, a bloodstain appeared on the necks of the 10 bodyguards and gradually extended to both sides, and their bodies fell straight down, already completely cold. Esther Kirksing looked at the masked purple-clothed assassin in front of him, and then at the miserable conditions of his bodyguards, who were no longer as arrogant as before. The whole person was limp on the seat like a puddle of mud. His eyes were dull, and he kept shouting, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Although Maple Cecil Palace is a woman, she is much calmer than Esther Kirksing. Killing the Tianlong people will attract the pursuit of the Admiral, which is not a good thing for you. You can tell me what you want, and I will do my best to satisfy you. Hearing a sneer from the mask, Maple Cecil's eyes went dark, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 56. When Bai Ye arrived at the scene was in a mess, with more than a dozen bodyguards lying on the giant's body in a miserable state. Bai Ye happened to see the scene where Maple Cecil Palace was knocked out and Esther Kirksing was trembling. After seeing Maple Cecil Palace being knocked out, he screamed in fright. This time, he was already in despair, crawling backward in a hurry, desperately trying to stay away from the purple-clothed ninja. Just when Esther Kirk-Saint was about to despair, she suddenly saw Bai Ye rushing to the side and immediately shouted, "That Rear Admiral, come and save me. If you save me, I can promise you anything you want." Maybe it's because of seeing too much life and death, Esther Kirk-Saint is no longer as arrogant as before at this time. He didn't dare to speak to Bai Ye in an orderly tone. The ninja in purple also noticed the arrival of Bai Ye and rushed towards Esther Kirk-Saint at a faster speed, trying to kill Esther Kirk-Saint before Bai Ye arrived. Esther Kirk-Saint looked at the dagger that was getting closer and closer to her and closed her eyes in despair. The next moment, the sound of weapons clashing suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Esther Kirk-Saint opened his eyes and saw a scene that made him extremely at ease, and Bai Ye stood in front of him with a sword. Perhaps seeing that Bai Ye was capable of fighting against the purple ninja, Esther Kirk-Saint suddenly regained her confidence. The joy of surviving after catastrophe made Esther Kirk-Saint ecstatic. "Quick, make sure to catch him and make him my slave. I will torture him to death." Hearing the words, Bai Ye frowned involuntarily and ignored Esther Kirk-Saint's words. Seeing that Bai Ye was there, the ninja in purple seemed unable to kill Esther Kirk-Saint. And now it has been 10 minutes since the attack started, and the Admiral will arrive within 10 minutes at most. At that time, it will be difficult to escape. The purple-clothed ninja made up his mind, moved his body, and formed 10 afterimages in the air at an extremely fast speed, doing the same movements like a real person, throwing shurikens at Bai Ye together. 20 shurikens cut through the air and attacked Bai Ye. Bai Ye waved Feng Ming in his hand, and a light blue slash nearly 2 meters in size appeared out of thin air, exuding endless sharpness. Bam, boom, bam, bam. The 20 shurikens exploded upon contact with the slash, and their power directly formed a large mushroom cloud, very conspicuous in the sky. Bai Ye reluctantly protected Saint Esther Kirk behind her. When the flames of the explosion dissipated, there was nowhere to be seen the figure of the purple-clothed ninja. Bai Ye looked up to the sky and saw that the ninja in purple had escaped and had taken away the comatose Maple Cecil Palace. Esther Kirk-Saint looked at the purple figure that was getting smaller and smaller in the sky and said angrily, "You are a waste. You let him go?" A cold light flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, and Feng Ming swung towards Esther Kirk-Saint, and the slash instantly crossed Esther Kirk-Saint's face like a crescent moon, shedding bright red blood. The slash went straight into the sky, splitting the white clouds in the sky into two. Bai Ye pointed at Esther Kirk-Saint and said indifferently, "If you must seek death, I can give up this Navy status and give you a ride." Listening to Bai Ye's words full of killing intent, and then looking at Bai Ye's eyes without any emotion, Esther Kirk-Saint swallowed hard, lowered her proud head, and said nothing more, because he knew that the Navy in front of him really dared to kill him. Not long after, Smoker arrived here after finishing all the pirates over there. Smoker was relieved to see Esther Kirk-Saint standing aside with her head bowed. Just live as long as the Tianlong people are alive. They can talk about anything. But looking again, the female Tianlongren before was nowhere to be seen. Bai Ye said, "Maple Cecil Palace was taken away by the attackers." "What?" Smoker gasped. "The Tianlong people were kidnapped and taken away, and it was robbed in front of Bai Ye, which means that the attacker should have the strength of a general. The impact of this matter is really too great," Smoker asked. "Can you identify the attacker?" "There are basically only a handful of people who have general-level combat power in the sea, and most of them who have fought against each other can recognize their identities." Bai Ye shook his head. "I'm not sure yet. It shouldn't be those famous strong men." "Is it a new strongman?" Smoker was lost in thought, and things were getting more and more troublesome now. Bai Ye continued. "Smog notified all the naval branches of the Chambord Islands to send soldiers to seal off the port and not allow anyone to leave. If anyone insists on leaving, they will be punished as murdering the Tianlong people and kill them directly." "Well, I'll arrange it now." Smoker knew how bad it was. Fortunately, the current situation is that one celestial dragon is alive, and one celestial dragon has been taken away. If the two Tianlong people died in the Chambord Islands, not only he and Bai Ye would be held accountable, but even the Marshal of the Warring States period might not be well at this time. The news of the Tianlong people's attack in the Chambord Islands reached Mary Joya and Marin Fando. After hearing the news, Marie Joya directly dispatched CP0 agents to the Chambord Islands to protect the celestial dragons. After Zhangguo learned that the Tianlong people had been attacked, he almost fainted and was so angry that he almost smashed the table. It's a pity that the yellow ape is not there. Otherwise, with the fruit ability of the yellow ape, it would definitely be able to arrive faster. Therefore, he quickly asked the soldiers to tell the news to the only Akiji who is idle in the headquarters, and asked Akiji to go to the Chambord Islands to support After Akiji heard the news, he also realized the seriousness of the matter and set off directly to the Chambord Islands. After arranging everything properly, Zhanghua rubbed his forehead and thought in pain. Who dares to attack the Tianlong people in the Chambord Islands? By the way, isn't that kid Bai Ye stationed in the Chambord Islands? With his strength, how could such a big mistake happen? Although Zhanghua didn't doubt that it was Bai Ye's attack on the Tianlongren, he always felt that something was wrong. So he called Bai Ye to ask about the situation. When Bai Ye informed Zhanghua of the situation here, Zhanghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Things haven't gotten to the worst of it yet, at least two are alive, but one is in the hands of the assailant. Warring States is also quite satisfied with Bai Ye's arrangement and immediately blocked the island to prevent the attackers from mixing with the people who left the island. This can greatly increase the hope of finding the Tianlongren. After telling Bai Ye that Qingji was on his way, Zhanghua hung up the phone. Regarding Bai Ye's ability, Warring States is quite at ease. The only thing he doesn't understand now is, who is this new strong man? Chapter 57. Bai Ye hung up the phone of Zhanghua and learned that Akiji was on his way, ready to wait here, not going to leave. At this time, there was a fainted giant under the two of them, surrounded by dead bodyguards. All the slaves purchased by Esther Kirk Street knelt by the side of the road, trembling, and did not take advantage of the chaos to escape. There was no one on both sides of the street, for fear that he would be involved later. Esther Kirk Saint looked at the taciturn Bai Ye in front of her, and the command she wanted to say came to her lips, but she could only swallow it back. Wanted to leave this ghostly place, return to his comfortable palace, take a hot bath, and torture and kill a few slaves to relieve today's depressed mood. But he didn't have the guts to say it, because the faintly painful wound on his face reminded him that the man in front of him might really dare to kill him. At this time, Bai Ye was thinking about how the following plot should develop. What role should he play? In it, that's right, Bai Ye was the one who manipulated the Tianlongren attack that happened before. When he met Tianlongren at the auction, an idea suddenly popped up in Bai Ye's mind. Since Doflamingo wants to use the Celestial Dragons to put pressure on him, he can also use the Celestial Dragons to achieve his goals. By attacking the Tianlong people, the entire island was put under martial law. And through the dual forces of the world government and the Navy headquarters, the power of the Chambord Islands was reshuffled. Let the 5 rules he promulgated before be officially implemented. Similarly, anyone who violates the rules these days will be captured and killed, with a banner of searching for attackers. But he didn't think any force would dare to stop him at this time. That time, it's not up to him to say that those people are suspicious. After all, he was the only one alive who fought against the assailant Purple Ninja. As for the purple-clothed ninja just now, it was exchanged by Bai Ye through the system store when he left the auction. Lonely Ninja Sonic. The exchange requires world power 1,000 points. When Bai Ye exchanged it, he briefly tested Sonic's strength, which was probably at the level of a vice admiral. Although he doesn't know the 3-color domineering, he is proficient in most ninjutsu and has many methods, so he can be regarded as a good helper. The price is still reasonable. 1,000 points of world source power is roughly equivalent to the cost of Bai Ye's fusion degree. And Bai Ye also found that he could use the system to spend the world's energy to improve Sonic's strength. Bai Ye roughly looked at it, and it would take about dish points of world power to raise Sonic's strength to the weakest general level. This made Bai Ye choose to give up. Anyway, besides him, no one will fight Sonic head-on. He said that Sonic is the strength of a general, and no one else can find Sonic to prove it. Anyway, these people all saw the scene where Sonic hijacked Maple Cecil Palace and escaped after fighting with him. And no one would doubt Bai Ye because of such a trivial matter. What's more, Bai Ye also rescued a celestial dragon from Sonic's hands. This is also one of the preparatory means for Bai Ye to prove his innocence. Now that things have reached this point, everyone does not know the true identity of Sonic. Bai Ye has a lot more room to play. After thinking about it, Bai Ye took out half a palm-sized strip of cloth from his bosom, on which was printed a round black smiling face with a slash from top right to bottom left in the middle. It was the cloth strip that Leslie gave him with the Don Quixote family logo printed on it. Bai Ye casually placed the strip of cloth under the body of the dead bodyguard, in a place that was not easy to find. Naturally, the discoverer couldn't be Bai Ye himself. He would not arouse any suspicion for himself that time. It doesn't matter whether he is discovered or not. It's great to be discovered by others. Maybe he can make a shit bowl for the Don Quixote family. Even if no one finds out, or if the Tianlong people don't believe that it was done by the Don Quixote family, it doesn't hurt him at all. This can be regarded as an unintentional move. With the strength of General Akiji, if he rushed here with all his strength, he really didn't make Bai Ye wait too long. When Akiji was moving in the air, he took a step, and suddenly ice cubes appeared under his feet, allowing him to relay and alternate continuously. This can also be regarded as the ability he developed to use the fruit to fly halfway. At least it is much less labor-saving than using monthly steps continuously. Seeing Akiji coming, Bai Ye stood up. General Akiji, you are finally here. Shinji looked around first and then said solemnly, Bai Ye, what's going on? Warring States just briefly introduced the situation on the phone and did not elaborate. After Bai Ye explained the situation, Shinji nodded approvingly. It was obvious that he admired Bai Ye very much. After all, both of them are Zifa's apprentices, and they came from the same school. Shinji has also seen Bai Ye's strength and feels that if nothing happens to Bai Ye, he will definitely grow into a general-level combat power within 3 years. Therefore, his attitude towards Bai Ye is also more kind, without the feeling of being overwhelmed by a high-ranking official. You've done a good job. The kidnapping of Maple Cecil Palace on the other side probably won't kill her immediately, so we have to take advantage of this time to find her. Bai Ye nodded seriously, thinking, if you can find out, you will be damned. After Akiji finished speaking, he glanced at Esther Kirksand, who was not far away, and a trace of imperceptible disgust flashed in his eyes. If he wasn't the only general in the Navy headquarters, he didn't want to come to participate in the matter about the Tianlong people. Because the existence of Tianlongren is the greatest insult to the justice he upholds. But now he could only forcefully suppress the disgust in his heart. Since he insisted on contact, he could hide as far away as possible. Bai Ye looked at the kneeling slave below, walked up to Esther Kirk, and said indifferently, give me the manipulators that control these slaves. They are also witnesses to this attack. I need to bring them back to the naval base for questioning. Seeing that Bai Ye dared to ask Tianlongren's important person, and his tone was still so blunt, Shinji was shocked. If the Tianlong people are angry, I'm afraid that Bai Ye will not feel better. Just about to speak out to dissuade, but to Akiji's surprise, Tianlongren, who thought he would be angry, not only didn't get angry after hearing Bai Ye's words, but cautiously looked in his direction. And Akiji didn't bother to talk to Tianlongren, so he turned his head and pretended not to see. Yet Esther Kirksing found that Akiji didn't pay him any attention at all, and said a little unwillingly, it took me a lot of Baileys to buy these slaves. Bai Ye pushed Feng Ming out half an inch with her thumb, and the crisp sound of the sword made Esther Kirksing feel that the wound on her face began to hurt again. Forget it. These slaves are gone when they are gone, and they are not worth much. Esther Kirkster gritted her teeth and took out a dozen manipulators and handed them to Bai Ye. Chapter 58. My peak is the sea of stars and stars. Bai Ye took over the manipulator controlling the slave, left the giant's manipulator behind, ignored the others, and threw them all to the slaves below. Take your own manipulator and go to the branch base to wait for inquiries. Now the whole island is blocked, and all exits are guarded by the Navy. Don't try to take advantage of this opportunity to escape, because it is impossible. If you want to leave the island and get caught, you'll be punished for murdering the Tianlong people. More than a dozen slaves chose their own manipulators. They didn't know whether they knelt for too long or were too excited. The hands holding the manipulators trembled uncontrollably. Then he looked at Bai Ye, who was standing on the giant, with a complicated expression and indescribable gratitude in his heart. I thought that after being bought by the Tianlong people, it would be impossible to escape the fate of death in the future, but I didn't expect that now there is a chance to break away from the Tianlong people. Although the Rear Admiral only said to ask them to go to the branch base for inquiries, he did not say that he would let them go. But this is also 10,000 times better than following the Tianlongren back to Mary Joa and waiting to die. And Bai Ye's last words seemed to be a warning not to let them escape, but they were actually implying that the exit of the pier was guarded by the Navy. So it was not a good time to escape. The meaning of these words can basically be understood by individuals except for Esther Kirk. After all, Tianlong people are gods, not humans. After the 14 slaves took the remote control, they walked towards the branch base in silence without any supervision. It's not that they didn't think about getting the manipulator, undoing the collar of the slave, and taking advantage of this golden opportunity to escape, but at this moment, they unanimously chose to believe Bai Ye's words. Giving up this may be the only chance in their life. To escape it may be the moment when Bai Ye pointed his sword at the Tianlongren, making them believe that Bai Ye might be their savior. So this choice is made. Akiji looked at the slaves walking towards the branch base in surprise. They didn't escape. They chose to believe in Bai Ye and give up escape. In fact, when Bai Ye asked Esther Kirk same for the manipulator, Akiji understood Bai Ye's thoughts. Bai Ye wanted to save these slaves. For this reason, even at the risk of being severely punished, he drew his sword to the Tianlongren and forced the Tianlongren to hand over the manipulator. Shinji once wanted to do this kind of thing, but he didn't have the same courage as Bai. He thought too much and considered too much, so he chose to be like Garp and stop contacting the celestial dragons. Out of sight, out of mind. But Bai Ye's behavior taught him a new lesson. Akiji narrowed his eyes slightly. looked at the indifferent Bai Ye, and thought, it must not be easy for me as my junior brother. Mary Joya is not far from the Chambord Islands, and the CP organization is more than 10 minutes slower than Akiji. The visitors wore white suits uniformed by the CP organization and wore various masks. There were 7 of them in total. The leader was a man wearing a sun god mask. He was nearly 3 meters tall and looked very oppressive. When they came, they didn't pay attention to Akiji and Bai Ye, but surrounded Esther Kirk Saint. The man in the sun god mask asked respectfully, Esther Kirk Saint, are you all right? I'm okay. After Esther Kirksing saw the arrival of the CP organization, her hanging heart finally returned to her stomach. Different from the Navy, the significance of the CP organization's existence is to protect the world nobles Tianlong people from harm, in addition to performing various special tasks of the government. Therefore, the contact between the two is relatively more frequent compared with the Navy. The Tianlong people trust the people of the CP organization more. I saw my own people coming. Esther Kirk Saint wanted to tell about Bai Ye threatening him, but when the words came to his lips, he suddenly thought of Bai Ye's cold eyes and the slash that cut Bai Yun, and couldn't help shivering. Forget it. One more thing is worse than one less thing. It's a big deal. I won't leave Marie Joya in the future, Esther Kirk Saint counseled, after confirming the safety of Esther Kirk. The man in the mask of the sun god walked towards the two of them. General Akiji, I am a special member of CP-0. You can call me Lingjio. Member of CP-0. The superiors of CP-1, CP-9, known as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, are the world's top powerhouses, and their main responsibility is to protect the celestial dragons. Like the CP organization that protected Harris that Bai Ye encountered before, it should be a member of 1-9. Its strength is not bad against ordinary pirates, but it is not enough in front of Bai Ye, but the 09 in front of him seems to be much stronger. Although it is impossible to determine the general strength without a fight, Bai Ye guessed that its strength should be around the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, and such a person occupies the 9th place in CP-0, and there are actually 8 people who are stronger than him. It seems that the strongest shield of the Celestial Dragon is really unfathomable, but this matter can be understood if you think about it. The Tianlong people hold the most wealth and the greatest power in the world. Over the years, the Tianlong people have collected countless devil fruits, selected powerful devil fruits from them, and given them to their loyal subordinates so that they can protect themselves. It is normal to cultivate extremely strong subordinates from generation to generation. Even if Ling Jiao, who appeared in front of him, had the strength of a general, Bai Ye could understand it. Anyway, the general level is basically your peak. And my peak is the sea of stars. There is no comparison at all after understanding the general situation. Ling Jiao asked Bai Ye in a dissatisfied tone, why didn't you go after the attackers and try to rescue Maple Cecil Palace? From 09's point of view, Maple Cecil Palace's status among the Tianlong people is a bit higher than that of Esther Kirk. He would rather Esther Kirk Saint was taken away than the current result. Hearing Ling Jiao's questioning words, Bai Ye said unhappily, aren't you brainless? I'll go after the attacker. What if Esther Kirk Saint is attacked again? You will be responsible then, you. Zero Jiao was told by Bai Ye that the good self-cultivation he had cultivated over the years almost broke his success. He didn't expect that a little rear admiral would dare to speak to him in such a tone. But he can't say to his face that Maple Cecil Palace is more important than Esther Kirk Saint. Esther Kirk, who was on the side, felt like eating honey when she heard the words. She didn't expect that the rear admiral was going too far, but she still cared about her own safety. Most of the resentment towards Bai Ye was instantly resolved. On the contrary, Ling Jiao, who was supposed to protect himself, cared more about the safety of Maple Cecil Palace, who had a higher status than him. The Navy doesn't understand this reason, because they don't know that there is a gap between the Tianlong people, but Esther Kirksing knew it very well, so she couldn't help feeling a little bit more resentment towards Ling Jiao. Chapter 59. People sit at home. The pot comes from the sky. If Bai Ye could know what Ling Jiao and Esther Kirk were thinking, he would probably be able to laugh it off. Why don't I go after it? Because I sent the attacker. How do you ask me to pursue it? And Bai Ye didn't expect that there would be a disparity in status between Esther Kirk Saint and Maple Cecil Palace. Back then, when he ordered Sonic to kidnap Maple Cecil Palace, it wasn't because he thought she was a girl and good-looking. So he became lustful. He is not an LSP purely because Maple Cecil Palace seems smarter and Esther Kirk Saint is more gullible. In order to facilitate the implementation of the plan, the smart ones must be knocked out, leaving a foolish one behind. I didn't expect this idea at the beginning, but now there are unexpected gains. Ling Jiao was beaten back by Bai Ye, which made him very upset, but he couldn't tell the truth face to face. There are only other ways to deal with the little rear admiral in front of him. .09 then sternly said, this time the Maple Cecil Palace was looted from the place under your navy's jurisdiction, and your navy must bear most of the responsibility. Akiji saw that Ling Jiao wanted to blame Bai Ye for the incident, stood in front of Bai Ye, and said dissatisfiedly, "It seems that protecting the safety of Tianlong people is not the main responsibility of our navy. Right, this time when the Tianlong people arrived, they did not notify the navy for protection. And the people responsible for protecting Esther Kirkus T and Maple Cecil Palace were all organized by your CP, and they all died at the hands of the attackers. Bai Ye hadn't appeared in time to save Esther Kirk Saint from the attackers. The situation would have been even worse. You haven't blamed your lack of security, and now you still want to put the blame on the navy." Bai Ye looked at Akiji, who stood in front of him in surprise. In fact, even if Akiji didn't say these words, he still has other ways to escape responsibility. After all, it is an indisputable fact that he saved Esther Kirk Saint. Unexpectedly, Akiji, who has always been reluctant to get involved in things, actually got into a fight with people from the CP0 organization in order to protect him. This was completely unexpected by Bai Ye, but then something that made Bai Ye even more unexpected happened. Esther Kirkshing on the side suddenly said, "If Major General Bai Ye hadn't arrived in time this time, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of the attackers. I was able to survive this time. I really have to thank Major General Bai Ye." Esther Kirk's words almost made Bai Ye's skin tender. "Fuck, what's the situation?" Bai Ye suddenly noticed that the eyes of Esther Kirkshing looking at him were inexplicably more grateful and less resentful, and he was suddenly puzzled. "What do you mean? Was this Tianlong person scared stupid? He actually spoke for me and thanked me. Or is he just a jitter, feeling the pleasure of being cut by a sword?" 09 had the confidence to hold Bai Ye, the Rear Admiral, accountable, but he didn't have enough confidence to face Admiral Akiji. After all, the highest combat power of the Navy is not something to just talk about casually. A strong man like Qingji must be given a certain amount of respect no matter where he is. Coupled with Esther Kirk Saint's opening point, 09 was even more speechless. "Well, the master is thanking others, but I am a dog who can still bite the master's benefactor." Bai Ye saw that everyone who was supposed to come had come, so he said to Akiji, "General Akiji, we go back to the branch base now. Now that the pier on the island has just been blocked, they still need to conduct a search, which will also take a lot of effort. And Bai Ye also needs to get rid of all the people who have been jumping these few days at once." Qingji nodded. He really didn't want to get in touch with the Tianlong people and the CP organization. Bai Ye and Qingji had just walked a few steps towards the branch base when Bai Ye suddenly thought of something, turned his head and kicked the stunned giant twice. "How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? I'm holding your manipulator. If you're too far away from me, don't blame me for blowing your head into pieces." As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, the giant who had pretended to be a dead man for more than an hour suddenly moved. With a movement of the giant Momu, several remaining bodies of the bodyguards on his body also fell from him. Half a palm-sized piece of cloth mixed with the bodyguard's body wobbled down from the air, which was more eye-catching. Ling Jioshan caught the piece of cloth, looked at the logo on the piece of cloth. Ling Jiao was stunned for a moment. Although they didn't have much contact with other forces in the sea, the Don Quixote family had always had contacts with the Tianlong people. How could they not recognize the sign on it? Qingji also noticed Ling Jiao's abnormality, glanced at the piece of cloth in his hand, and his pupils shrank. Point one, the seven Marshal sees the Don Quixote family. Could it be that lunatic Doflamingo did what happened this time, originally? Without knowing the identity of the assailant, everyone could only rely on a large-scale search to retrieve the Maple Cecil Palace. There is one thing to say, relying on this method, the hope is extremely slim. However, the appearance of this banner with the Don Quixote family undoubtedly pointed out a path that they had not thought about. Although this road may not be feasible, it is better than being like a headless chicken now. However, because the Don Quixote family had a deal with the Tianlongren, Ling Jiao and Akiji did not publicize the matter in the first place. The people in Dahai knew that it was the Kueihai recognized by the government who attacked the Tianlong people. Then the government and Kueihai would lose all face. The two looked at each other tacitly. Without the instructions from above, this matter could only be investigated secretly. On the other hand, Bai Ye saw Qingji and Ling Jiao's serious appearances, pretending to be calm on the surface, but in fact, he was about to laugh. "This is so smooth, right?" Not only did no one suspect Bai Ye, but they also linked this incident with the Don Quixote family. But Doflamingo knew that he originally wanted to use Tianlong people to suppress Bai Ye. In the end, Bai Ye used the Tianlong people to put the shit bowl on his head, and he probably could cry aloud in grievance. This is really people sitting at home, and disaster comes from heaven. When Bai Ye and Qingji returned to the branch base, there were only 2 guards left at the gate of the base, and Smoker took the others out to block the exit. 14 slaves obediently stood at the door, waiting for the arrival of Bai Ye, including the giant Momu who followed Bai Ye. There were 15 slaves in total. This time, Bai Ye directly wiped out all the slaves bought by Esther Kirk's sanctuary and the slaves who went out. If Bai Ye was more shameless, he would be able to earn at least 1 billion Baileys if he auctioned off these 15 slaves again. This is a pure no-cost transaction. If it was the same situation as the poor ghost before, Bai Ye might really be planning to do this. But now Bai Ye doesn't want to make money that is ignorant of his conscience. Pirates and unscrupulous merchants with 29 islands are waiting for him to search, and he is afraid that he will not be able to get 1 billion Baileys. Chapter 60. The kidnapping of the Tianlong people caused huge waves in the Chambord Islands. The Navy headquarters directly dispatched tens of thousands of naval soldiers, led by Admiral Akiji, to surround the Chambord Islands with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Not to mention people. I'm afraid not even a bird can fly out among the affected people. The most tormented ones are probably the pirates and people from underground forces who happen to be on the island. These pirates who were already offered rewards and those who had committed crimes and concealed their identities need to face the Navy's continuous interrogation every day. I'm afraid that one day my identity will be exposed, and I will be taken away by the Navy and imprisoned in the advancing city. I live in fear day by day, not to mention how miserable it is. In fact, it is not that the Navy has never thought about it, and through this opportunity, it will directly wipe out all the pirates on the Chambord Islands. In this way, at least the first half of the Great Route can be stopped for a while, but such behavior is likely to arouse the anger of the 4 Emperor pirates, and if there is a real war at that time, it will also be a troublesome matter for the Navy. After all, the most important task now is to retrieve the abducted Maple Cecil Palace, and other things can be put aside. But for Bai Ye, finding Maple Cecil Palace is a big deal. If you really want to find it, Bai Ye can just ask Sonic to send Maple Cecil Palace back. You can find a fart in the Chambord Islands. When Sonic abducted Maple Cecil Palace, he took the boat prepared by Bai Ye at the port and went to a remote desert island. That island is not on the record pointer. It was discovered by Bai Ye by chance some time ago. Very safe. And with Sonic's strength, even if someone discovers the island by accident, he can still deal with the discoverer. So Bai Ye didn't care about the search and rescue of Maple Cecil Palace at all, just taking advantage of the time of the ban. Bai Ye was able to display his previous ideas. Out of the trust of Akiji and Sengoku, the search work on Islands 1 to 29 of the Chambord Archipelago was handed over to Bai Ye. After all, the two of them are quite clear about Bai Ye's strength, and they believe that Bai Ye can handle these things well. And Bai Ye also did not live up to their trust. On the first day, he led a team to capture more than 200 people, including pirates and scrupulous businessmen, and a small number of bounty hunters. These are all people who have become more active after Bai Ye promulgated the 5 rules. Some concealed turnover, some fought in the streets, and some even launched attacks on the Navy. Bai Ye asked people to record the things they committed one by one, not letting a single one go. During the arrest process, those who resisted were directly killed by Bai Ye at the arrest scene. Regardless of the injustice that some people shouted, standing on a high platform, Bai Ye looked down at the crowd of people kneeling in darkness, feeling indescribably satisfied. In Bai Ye's eyes, they represent Bailey and the source of the world, and among the people kneeling below was Bai Ye's old acquaintance, the owner of Doflamingo's auction house, Boyle. At this moment, Boyle doesn't have the same arrogant appearance in front of Bai Ye and Smoker yesterday, kneeling on the ground, his fat body trembling, wishing to bury his head in the soil, for fear of being discovered by Bai. Really didn't expect that a rear admiral like Bai Ye, who looks handsome and young, has no characteristics. When it comes to killing people, it's called a quick one. Without even blinking an eye during the capture, Boyle saw with his own eyes that a pirate captain with a reward of 2,000 million Baileys. When he was arrested because he attacked a Navy soldier on the island, he thought he was strong and fought hard as a result. In the blink of an eye, in front of Bai Ye, he was directly cut in half with a single knife. The speed was unbelievably fast. If this knife cuts at me, Boyle didn't dare to think about it at all. When Bai Ye looked at the arrested crowd below, a very familiar figure suddenly came into view. There was a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. There were too many arrests. That time, he didn't notice that he brought this guy back. Hey, isn't this Boss Boyle? Why are you not busy today? And you still come to the Navy headquarters in person? Hearing Bai Ye's mocking tone, Boyle almost fainted from fright. I hid so far behind. Why was Bai Ye discovered? Boyle didn't even dare to lift his head. He could only see Bai Ye's feet in front of him. Why didn't you speak? When you were at the auction house yesterday, weren't you pretty good at talking? Bai Ye pulled out the long knife from Quick's waist and gently patted Boyle's sweaty cheek with the blade. Every time he patted, it felt like a pat on Boyle's heart, making him twitch. Master Bai Ye, I was blind yesterday. An offended Lord Bai Ye, it was all my fault. Boyle kowtowed like garlic, and after a while his forehead was broken and blood flowed all over his face, looking extremely scary. But even so, Boyle still didn't stop, still kowtowing frantically, completely ignoring the wound on his forehead. Seeing this scene, other arrested people around were terrified out of their wits, fearing that Bai Ye would find them next. As this too cruel, seeing Boyle so afraid of him, Bai Ye suddenly had another thought in his heart. Get quick to pull out a video. Phone bug and start recording, Bai Ye said coldly. Since you are more sincere in admitting your mistakes, let me ask you a question. As long as you tell me the truth, I may consider to spare your life. Boyle was overjoyed when he heard the words and quickly promised. Your Excellency, you can ask as long as I know, I promise to tell you. Let me ask you, why Esther Kirk Saint and Maple Cecil Palace suddenly came to participate in the auction yesterday, but our Navy didn't receive any news. Hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, Boyle quickly replied without any delay. Esther Kirk Saint was invited by Master Doflamingo on the grounds that he has giant slaves, and Maple Cecil Palace should have come out to buy slaves with Esther Kirk Saint after hearing the news. Speaking of this, Boyle glanced at Bai Ye, gritted his teeth and continued. Master Bai Ye, Doflamingo invited Esther Kirk Saint to participate in the auction, just to let your dignity in the Chambord Islands be demolished. Let the 5 rules you promulgate become the running joke on the island. This will not affect his business on the island. Since he has decided to sell Doflamingo in exchange for a chance of survival, he should sell it thoroughly and let Bai Ye know his sincerity, so that at least the chance of survival may be greater. But Bai Ye didn't care about the latter paragraph at all, because he already knew it. He only recorded the first half of the speech and didn't record the rest at all. As long as CP0 and Akiji watched this video, they knew that it was Esther Kirk Saint invited by Doflamingo. That time, Doflamingo will have to wear this shitpan if he doesn't. Chapter 61. The execution begins. Islands 1 to 29 in Chambord, a total of 29 islands. In the squares of each island, there are naval soldiers holding video phone bugs, ready to fight. During the period when the Navy controlled the pier, the residents of the island lived in fear. Every day, we can see that the Navy has arrested many people. In the past 3 days, at least more than 1,000 people have been arrested. In such a depressing environment, they are quite concerned about every move of the Navy. After all, this is related to their own wealth and life. Many onlookers gathered in the square, looking at the Navy soldiers holding video phone bugs. They whispered, "Have you heard? The Navy will deal with those who violated the 5 rules today, so we'll show the processing picture here in the square for us to see. Handling, how will the Navy deal with it? Is it true that according to the rules, all those who violate the rules will be killed?" Hearing this, the people on the side panicked. That's not the case. So many people have been arrested in the past few days. How can so many people be killed? That's right, even if you kill 1,000 pigs, the pigs still whimper. What's more, there are more than 1,000 people, and among them there are many big pirates with a reward of nearly 10 million. Can these people be killed by the Navy so easily? Some have speculated about what exactly the Navy will do with this group of people. On the other side, Bai Ye was playing with a video phone bug in his hand. The video, and it was not only what Boyle said before, but also the part where Doflamingo invited Esther Kirk Saint to come, and what Boyle later explained, what he knew about the underground business involved in the Don Quixote family drug smuggling, raids on the Allies, and plundering allies for slave trade. More importantly, Doflamingo actually sold the gun to the Revolutionary Army. If the world government knew about this matter, Doflamingo would have to peel off his skin even if he didn't die. In the eyes of the world government, the combined threat of the 4 emperors is probably not as great as that of a revolutionary army. Of course, this is considered from a strategic level, not a combat power level, and Doflamingo, as a pirate recognized by the government, is still providing firepower to the revolutionary army against the government. However, among the information Boyle gave, there was a seemingly inconspicuous piece of news. Doflamingo has been in frequent contact with a certain force recently, so he should be doing secret business. He was able to know the news because he saw the family cadres frequently appearing in the Chambord Islands and carrying a lot of goods in boxes, so he guessed it himself. And he also provided several addresses that may be conducting secret transactions. Boyle himself didn't know if the news was worthwhile, but in this situation, he wished he could tell all he knew, regardless of whether it is useful or not. Anyway, it is better to say than not to say. If other people were exposed to this news, they might not care so much. After all, Doflamingo even dared to do business with the Revolutionary Army. What else could he not do? But this sentence fell into Bai Ye's ears, and it made Bai Ye instantly understand what Doflamingo was doing. What certain force? Isn't it the Beast Pirates? One of the 4 Emperor Pirates. Calculating the time, Doflamingo has now researched the man-made devil fruit through the scientist Caesar, and used this to trade with the Beast Pirates and get a lot of money. This Doflamingo is really courageous enough. He doesn't do any personnel work. Sell arms to the Revolutionary Army in private, offending the world government. sell artificial devil fruits privately to the beast pirates. Offending the Navy, he directly offended the power he relied on, so he really wasn't afraid of death. Just when Bai Ye was thinking about how to make the most of the information in his hand, there was a knock on the office door. The door was pushed open. Smoker walked in. Lord Bai Ye, the agreed execution time has arrived. Shall we start now? With a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, he said, yes, of course. It's time to let them know what happens if they violate the rules. If it wasn't for the deterrent effect, Bai Ye would have killed all these people long ago. After holding back for 3 days, I can finally see how much world power these days can bring me. In the 29 island squares, the soldiers were notified, and at the same time they turned on the video phone bug in their hands. A beam of light shot out from the shell of the image phone bug and fell in midair, forming a large light curtain with a length and width of nearly 100 meters. Almost everyone on most of the island can see the content on the light curtain. The first picture that appeared in the light curtain shocked everyone. On a small execution platform, there were 10 captured people kneeling on it, and soldiers who were executing the execution stood beside them. Under the execution platform, there are more than 1,000 people who are about to be executed kneeling, densely packed, filling the entire screen. The onlookers didn't dare to say anything. This asked the Navy really going to execute them all? Is this too cruel? They will be executed soon. Won't they resist? In fact, it's not that they didn't resist, but most of those who resisted were killed on the spot. Some of the remaining ones who were not killed were also seriously injured. Without treatment, they could not survive for many days. Moreover, he has to endure pain every moment, so it is better to be executed earlier and get rid of the sea of suffering. As soon as the screen turned, a fairly young and handsome boy appeared on the screen, wearing a pure white rear admiral uniform with a cloak of justice that moved with the wind behind him. A beautiful picture is formed. If he is not connected with those who are about to be executed, anyone can imagine that it is the sunny boy in front of him who leads the team to arrest those who violate the rules. Bai Ye showed a sunny smile and said kindly, everyone on the island, hello, I am the rear admiral in charge of the island security. Bai Ye, I have not been in the Chambord Islands for a long time, and there must be quite a few people who don't know me yet, but I promise after today, you will definitely remember my appearance firmly and even remember every word I utter in your heart. Because only in this way, when you face execution in the future, you will not be confused about why you were executed. Although Bai Ye's smile looked warm, his words made the millions of residents on 29 islands shudder. This young rear admiral is so murderous. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he said coldly, the execution begins. The scene was fixed on the execution platform. 10 Navy soldiers raised their long knives and slashed at the executed person. At the same time, 10 heads fell off in an instant, and blood was sprinkled all over the execution platform. At this time, Bai Ye's indifferent voice sounded again. Those who don't follow the rules will end up dead. I want to see how many heads you have to chop off. Next batch. 10 more people were pushed to the execution platform. Meanwhile, Bai Ye and a group of naval officers stood aside, watching indifferently what happened before them. The execution scene lasted for 2 full hours. In the back, even the executioners cut down a man with a big knife because of the lack of strength in his arm and cut the man half to death. The painful man kept wailing. It made the already bloody execution scene a little more cruel out of thin air, quickly replaced with new executioners. To prevent such a thing from happening again, Bai Ye didn't appear on the screen again until all the 120 people who violated the rules were executed. I hope this execution will bring you enough attention, otherwise your heads will be chopped off next time. As soon as the voice fell, the picture suddenly disappeared and all the naval soldiers in the square withdrew. Only those onlookers who were still in shock were left behind. After watching the whole live broadcast, everyone felt their necks were getting cold, subconsciously stroking their necks, as if to make sure the head was still on the neck. Everyone seems to be immersed in the previous horror picture. This is too scary. More than 1,000 people died just like that. Can the Chambord Islands still stay? Where else can you go if you don't stay in the Chambord Islands? The Chambord Islands are located at the entrance of the New World, but all pirates who go to sea will basically go to the Chambord Islands as long as they survive the voyage. It can be said that this position is unique. Even if you don't want to come, people will naturally come here. This is also the reason why Bai Ye dared to implement the policy of iron and blood in the Chambord Island. And no matter how many people are killed, there will always be batch after batch of people coming here, someone said reluctantly. That is to say, we can only follow those 5 rules in the future. If you think your neck is hard enough, you can choose to go against it and try. That Rear Admiral Bai Ye is extremely murderous at first glance. If he provokes him, he will probably die. As soon as this remark came out, the group of people were suddenly speechless. After a long time, someone whispered, Wait until the other forces express their dissatisfaction and Bai Ye can't handle it. The situation will improve. I don't know how long it will take to wait. After the execution was over, Bai Ye burst into laughter. This execution alone added more than 6,000 points of world power to him, plus the small number of people he dealt with during the hunt. There are nearly 2 points of world source power obtained, which is one of the few big harvests, and through the execution, Bai Ye also obtained a wealth of nearly 30 billion Baileys in one fell swoop. The problem of no money in the base was solved, but such an opportunity is indeed rare. If it weren't for the incident of the Tianlong people, if the pier was blocked, these people would have escaped from the Chambord Islands before Bai Ye captured them. How could he foolishly wait for Bai Ye to come and arrest him? However, this also proves from the side that Bai Ye's choice to join the Navy is not without benefits. In addition to gaining the power of the world by increasing your military rank, you can also use the power of the Navy to benefit yourself. On the second day of the execution, Bai Ye recorded the video Boyle said in his hand and provided it to Ling Jiao and Akiji. This is the news provided by the owner of the Doflamingo auction house. You can take a look. The video basically contained accusations about Doflamingo's various criminal evidence, and Boyle told everything he knew, just to change my own life. It's a pity that he knows too much. Bai Ye can't let him live. If he inadvertently said that Doflamingo invited Esther Kirk saying to target him, I'm afraid it would attract a lot of Ling Jiao's attention. And so in order to avoid implicating himself, Bai Ye could only send Boyle away. You need to be so cautious in doing things. When Ling Jiao and Qingji learned that Doflamingo was still in contact with the Revolutionary Army and the Beast Pirates, that expression can change face on stage. Ling Jiao questioned, Bai Ye, are you sure your video is real? Because this video involves too much, so big that he has no way to determine the next move. If this matter is true, it must be reported and enforced against Doflamingo. Facing Ling Jiao's questioning, Bai Ye said calmly, I don't know if it's true or not. I just happened to get this video among the arrested people. Also, whether this video is true or not has nothing to do with me. If you want to confirm the authenticity, wouldn't it be enough to investigate it yourself? Isn't this what your CP organization is best at? Hearing the words, Qingji immediately calmed down a lot and was no longer as excited as before. Although Bai Ye's tone was not kind, what he said did make sense. Most of Doflamingo's actions are related to the world government, and the only thing related to the Navy is the transaction between Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates. But because Doflamingo is the Shichibukai recognized by the world government, even the Navy has no law enforcement power against him. So this matter really has little to do with the Navy. Ling Jiao didn't care about Bai Ye's tone of voice. Compared to such a trivial matter, he wanted to report these matters quickly and let the higher-ups decide how to deal with them. And looking at it this way, even if Doflamingo sent people to kidnap Maple Cecil Palace, it is not impossible. After all, his courage is too great. After determining the target of Doflamingo, the Navy quickly withdrew the garrison at the Chambord Islands pier. The closure of the Chambord Islands for a week will also put a lot of pressure on the Navy. If it weren't for the Tianlong people involved this time, the world government supported the naval ban, where the forces of all parties would have fallen out long ago. In addition to sending Akainu and Kizaru out, warring states also sent Garp, an old man, to the New World to monitor the 4 Emperor Pirates. I am afraid that the 4 Emperor Pirates will make trouble at this time. Fortunately, the ban was not long, otherwise the warring states would have pulled Zifa out of the training camp and sent him to the New World to garrison the naval base, and the lawless zone of the Chambord Islands has taken on a completely new look. Under Bai Ye's 5 rules, no one dared to stand up and take the lead in violating them. Everyone abides by the law, for fear of offending the Navy. When the Navy soldiers patrolled the streets and stood guard, they always had a straight back and a proud look, contrary to the trembling look of the past. And this is the influence of Bai Ye. Chapter 62, Crazy Ascension. After more than 1,000 people were executed live by Bai Ye, the reputation of Bai Ye spread throughout the Chambord Islands. Almost everyone knows that there is a rear admiral named White Night in the Chambord Islands, whose methods are extremely cruel, and anyone who falls into his hands is worse than death. As time went by, the rumors became more and more outrageous. From the beginning, it was said that Bai Ye killed more than 1,000 people with his own hands, and now Bai Ye himself ate more than 1,000 people, and what was said was true. Even Smoker, who was at the execution scene, heard too much and felt that the situation at that time might really be like this. When I saw Bai Ye, I kept looking at Bai Ye's mouth, wondering how such a small mouth could eat so many people. This also made Bai Ye's reputation among naval soldiers soar. Whenever they heard the orders from Major General Bai Ye, they wished to complete them as quickly as possible, for fear of provoking Major General Bai Ye and ending up being eaten. Just when the rumors were spreading wildly, Bai Ye cheerfully counted the origin of the world in the office. Congratulations to the host for achieving the achievement. Famous Shamboard Islands, reward world source power, 2,000 points. Pass it on. Pass it on to me. It's best to spread my bad name across the sea and help me achieve multiple achievements at once. When I have enough power in the world, strengthen myself, and I will really eat you all. Open in the long-lost system. Panel, host, White Knight, template, One Punch Man Saitama, integration, 20%, world source power, 21,000, fusion degree, 20% to 21%, need to spend world power, 1100, special skills, Emperor Engine, armed color domineering LV6, plus, knowledge color domineering LV5, plus, sword art LV9, plus, summon character, Sonic the Teshless Ninja, plus, dash points of world energy. It's enough for Bai Ye, and I don't want to accumulate any more. Directly continuously increase the fusion point by 10 points. Fusion. Degree 20% to 21%. Need to spend world power 1100. Fusion degree 21% to 22%. Need to spend world power 1200. Fusion degree 28% to 29%. Need to spend world power 1900. Fusion degree 29% to 30%. Need to spend world power 2000. A total of debt points of world energy were spent. Although the cost is high, the effect is also extremely significant. The continuous warm current is constantly transforming the inside of the body, strengthening every inch of skin and bones. Bai Ye felt that his strength was growing exponentially, and he felt an indescribable sense of strength because the degree of fusion was directly increased by 10 points. The process lasted for a while before this feeling gradually subsided. Bai Ye felt it a little bit, and the strength of his current skin was even higher than the strength of the domineering armed color before the upgrade. This kind of strengthening is the most basic and the most profitable strengthening. The physical foundation becomes stronger, and other skills are also enhanced in disguise. Looking at the remaining dash points of world origin power, Bai Ye was going to raise the levels of armed color domineering and knowledge color domineering. Armed color bully LV6, LV7. Need to spend world power 600. Armed color bully LV7, LV8. Need to spend world power 1200. Seeing the doubling of the world source power, Bai Ye calmed down instantly. This requires too much world source power, and Bai Ye was going to directly cultivate the two-color domineering energy together. And in this way, it can only be seen that the two-color domineering can only be raised to the same level. After all, he had to keep 1 or 2,000 world source power as a backup, like the Sonic summon. By using the world source power this time, it brought great convenience to Bai Ye. Let Bai Ye taste the sweetness. Armed color domineering upgrade to LV8. High-level use of armed color domineering method. Luing, coiled. Ryu Sakura. Winding Lu Sakura is the name of the warriors of the Wano country for the domineering color of the armed forces, which means flowing domineering. By winding the armed color domineering around itself in a special way, the effect of releasing the armed color domineering can be achieved. The usual use of armed domineering is nothing more than coverage. Covering the body with armed domineering can strengthen one's own defense and attack that in addition to itself, as long as the domineering strength is sufficient, it can also cover weapons. And if you use Luing, you can gather the armed colors on your hands or weapons and release them, directly evolving into substantial attack or defense power. It can launch a powerful impact to fly away the enemy. It can also form a protective wall, and even defend against invisible attacks. Is this the way Wano country uses armed color hockey? Bai Ye activated the domineering armed color, and suddenly appeared a series of light red ring-shaped airflows wrapped around his right fist, flowing with the airflow continuously. Like cherry blossoms dancing in the air, stretch out your index finger and tap lightly into the void. An invisible small shock wave surges out, and the thick wall is directly pierced like air. Bai Ye came to the wall and saw that there were no cracks around the hole opened by the shock wave, and the hole in the wall was extremely smooth as if it had been finely polished. Can the power gather but not disperse? Bai Ye was overjoyed by this and excitedly raised his domineering aura to level 8. But there was no prompt in Bai Ye's imagination. It was just a simple promotion to level 8. Bai Ye didn't care too much about this. He was strong with or without me. Next came the long-awaited lucky draw by Bai Ye. Congratulations to the host for reaching 30% fusion. You can randomly select the special abilities of the strong in the One Punch Man world. The extraction is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of the S-level hero Zombie Man. Unlimited recovery. Passive cannot be improved. Infinite recovery. It can quickly recover from injuries and physical strength. Even in the case of being smashed to pieces, it can also recover autonomously within a certain period of time. Hey, why isn't it mind-boggling? Bai Ye thought with some resentment that in fact, this infinite recovery is considered a very strong skill. Even if Bai Ye is beaten to the point of being smashed to pieces, he can recover to his original state after a period of time. If this skill was drawn when he was weak, Bai Ye might feel very happy. After all, this is a life-saving skill. But with Bai Ye's current strength, as long as he doesn't provoke the 3 Navy generals and the 4 Emperor pirates at the same time, he really didn't think anyone could beat him to pieces. And so this skill is a bit tasteless. However, looking at it from another angle, as long as Bai Ye doesn't die until he is attacked by all forces, making the attack speed faster than the recovery speed, then it will be difficult for him to die. Then I'm an unbeatable Xiao. Bai Ye thought boredly. Look at the column of world power again. World source power 1,600. After half a year of hard work, I returned to before liberation. However, Bai Ye was quite satisfied with the strength he gained in exchange. Then you can do whatever you want. Chapter 63 Murder Notes. Under the high-pressure policy of the White Knight, the Chambord Islands form harmonious society. I can no longer see the scene of 2 groups of people fighting directly when they disagree with each other on the street. When slave trade is carried out on the island, it must be reported to the Navy. Although Bai Ye has no way to reverse the slavery system in the entire pirate world by himself, however, he was able to take the slaves captured by the slave ships by force and not allow them to be sold on the grounds of illegality and restore the normal status of these slaves. Let them return to the place where they live. What Bai Ye didn't expect was that because of this move, many freed slaves were very grateful. On the way home, he spontaneously declared that Rear Admiral Bai Ye is a good Navy who sticks to justice, which greatly improved his reputation everywhere. This is also a surprise. The current Chambord's islands seem to be calm and harmonious with humans and animals. In fact, this is based on Bai Ye's strong strength so that these criminals on the island can temporarily settle down. And Bai Ye didn't plan to stay in the Chambord Islands for the rest of his life. He didn't want the Chambord Islands' back feet to start messing up as soon as he left. You must know that the harmonious Chambord Islands can create a wealth of nearly 1 million Baileys for him every month, of course. Bai Ye didn't keep the money all by himself and gave half of it to Jean Guo, which solved the urgent need of Jean Guo in one fell swoop. After all, during this period of time during the Warring States period, Bai Ye also helped Bai Ye withstand a lot of pressure from all sides. This made Warring States often say in front of other navies that Zifa taught a good apprentice. No matter how strong he is, just this way of making money is worth learning. And Bai Ye's idea is very simple. Everyone earns money together, and no one can run away if something happens. Half of the money will be shared with you. If something really happens, can you ignore it? After all, the adult world only pays attention to benefits. In the White Knight office, Smoker, Quick, Dashiki, and Ferguson looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. Ferguson asked in a low voice, Major General Smoker, you are the most familiar with Major General Bai Ye. Do you know why Major General Bai Ye called us here temporarily? Smoker shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. Then he subconsciously wanted to take out the cigar from his waist. IT would be uncomfortable without something in his mouth, but he just touched the cigar. Smoker remembered that this was in Bai Ye's office and stuffed back the half-smoked cigar. Let's forget IT. It wouldn't be worthwhile to be beaten up by Bai Ye for smoking a cigar. Tasiki looked at Xiao Yishiryu at his waist, as if he was thinking about how to get Feng Ming back. From Bai Ye, Quick, on the other hand, was tall and straight, with a calm expression, and didn't care about the content of their conversation at all. In his opinion, what's the use of thinking so much now at that time? What did Major General Bai Ye order, and what to do? At this moment, Bai Ye pushed the door open and came back from the outside. Hey, I didn't expect you to come so fast. Seeing Bai Ye, Ferguson hurriedly asked, Major General Bai Ye, you called us over. Do you have something to announce? As Bai Ye's chief butler, Ferguson was several times busier than the others, so he cherished his time very much. After Bai Ye sat down, he didn't whet everyone's appetite and said directly, I'm going to make a pirate leaderboard in Chambord Islands. Pirate leaderboard? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. We're the Navy, going to get the pirate leaderboard. No matter what you think, feel awkward? And does it do us any good? Bai Ye saw everyone's doubts and explained with a smile, this is just to build a leaderboard based on the rules of the ring. Actually, we need to find out why these pirates go to sea, for fame, profit, and freedom from restraint. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads one after another. What Bai Ye said was not wrong. These 3 points almost cover the thoughts of most pirates. So let's make a pirate leaderboard and rank the pirates except the 4 Emperor pirates. For the top ranked, we can increase their rewards. This can be regarded as indirectly helping the pirates to become famous in the sea, right? Well, in this case, it will indeed attract some pirates to participate. There are many pirates who want to become famous all over the world and become the One Piece King. For them, the only way to become famous is to continuously increase the amount of rewards offered, and the promotion of such elections is far inferior to the rankings. Think about it, one side is the reward list, and the other side is ranked by the Navy, the ranking list of the strongest pirates under the 4 emperors. Comparing the two, The ranking list issued by the Navy must be more eye-catching. Bai Ye continued. In order to attract most of the pirates, we can also promote to become the top pirates in the rankings, and we can even become Kawaii. Dasiki asked honestly, Kawaii, isn't this only allowed by the world government? Do we mean what we say? Stupid. We just need to let the people below spread the news and let others know that through the leaderboard, you can become Chiwuhai. We'll have no guarantee that we will definitely become Shichibukai. When everyone heard the words, they thought to themselves, damn, I want to fool people again. Become the title of the first pirate group under the 4 emperors famous. Being Kawaii, you can avoid being chased by the Navy and plunder legally, which is beneficial. With these 2 points, I guarantee that most pirates will definitely be able to participate. What Bai Ye said was quite reasonable, taking the pirate psychology into consideration. Ferguson wondered, Major Admiral Bai Ye, this can indeed attract pirates, but will it do us any good? Bai Ye leaned on the chair and said lightly, why is there no benefit? In the past, when 2 groups of pirates fought, the winning side could only get the loser's treasure, but now in addition to getting treasure, he can also become famous and get the opportunity to become Chiwuhai. This leaderboard is the catalyst that catalyzes the civil war among the pirates. Isn't it a disguised form to reduce the loss to our navy? Hearing this, Ferguson's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of this level? The more fierce the pirate fight, the easier it is for the navy to just sit and watch you dog eat dog, Bai Ye continued. Besides, by doing this, we can also obtain more information about pirates and have a more comprehensive understanding of their strength. This will also be of great help to us when we go out to hunt down pirates in the future. Smoker and the others, the more they listened, the more they felt that what Bai Ye said made sense. This kind of thing only needs the Navy to simply sort it out, and then they can quietly watch the pirates fight and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Master Bai Ye's idea is absolutely perfect. Looking at the excited expressions of Smoker and others, Bai Ye thought in his heart, when the strength of the pirates is exhausted, I can send people to harvest from top to bottom. The stronger the pirate, the more world power you get. By launching the leaderboard, you can effectively harvest and only pick high-ranked killers. In front of Bai Ye, this is not a leaderboard, but a killing note. Chapter 64, Zifa's Arrival. After the news of Bai Ye's plan to establish a pirate leaderboard was spread, most of the pirates showed disdain for it. It is not convincing to think that a pirate leaderboard ranked by the Navy. Only a small number of pirates participated with the attitude of giving it a try, and the reward amount was slightly increased. Although it has the effect of enhancing fame, the attraction is not that great. The number of participants is still very small, but when the pirates heard that the top players on the ranking list might become Kibukai, their attitude changed 180 degrees. Not only actively participated, but also became more and more ruthless when making shots, often killing people in the ring. This incident soon spread to Zhangguo's ears. After Zhangguo learned of Bai Ye's thoughts, he felt that what Bai Ye said was very reasonable, and such things can indeed bring tangible benefits to the Navy. Therefore, after the Warring States period contacted the world government, certain modifications were made directly on the reward list. In addition to the reward amount, a row of small characters was added beside it, which belonged to the number 1 pirate leader, a certain pirate group. As soon as this move came out, it even stimulated the idea of those pirates who were already fighting for fame and fortune. The disputes became more and more intense, and all the pirates on the sea knew that the Navy launched the pirate leaderboard. Even Bai Ye, who was about to propose an idea, also made a little publicity. Even this news reached the ears of the 4 emperors of the New World. It may be because the Navy did not include the 4 emperor pirates in the rankings, so there was little reaction. For the 4 emperor pirates, even if you reach the first place in the pirate rankings, so what? There is nothing to pay attention to when encountering them. However, when the news fell into the ears of Red Hair and Beckman, they had different conjectures. Beckman pondered for a while, and then said, after a while, the Navy's move is intensifying the battle among pirates. The Red Hair looked in the direction of the Chambord Islands and said silently, yes, once the leaderboard comes out, many pirates will fight to the death, but the Navy can sit back and enjoy the benefits. What a good plan. I really don't know what the sea will look like in the future. Major General Bai Ye, Chief Instructor Zifa is here. Quick said excitedly as he opened the door. Hearing this, Bai Ye suddenly stood up from the chair. Mr. Zifa, why did you come to Shampoo all of a sudden? I don't know about this either. Anyway, I heard from the soldiers stationed to the pier that they saw Chief Instructor Zifa's warship approaching the pier. Let's go to the pier to meet Teacher Zifa. Almost all the people under Bai Ye came out of the training camp, so they were quite excited when they heard the news of Zifa's arrival. Not to mention Bai Ye, during the 6 months of the training camp, Zifa basically treated him like a son. In addition to his master-student affection for Zifa, he also has a feeling of being both a master and a father. Teacher Zifa came suddenly this time, and he will definitely go to greet him. When a group of people hurried to the pier, Zifa hadn't arrived yet, but everyone was not in a hurry and chatted on the edge of the pier. Bai Ye instructed Ferguson, "Today, the soldiers on the island must strictly enforce the law, and nothing that violates the regulations is allowed." Ferguson nodded and said, "Major General Bai Ye, don't worry, I've already arranged these matters." Smoker at the side said to himself, "Master Bai Ye, after the last execution, basically no one in the Chambord Islands dared to commit crimes again." In fact, Bai Ye also knew this. After all, the harsh methods he showed before shocked many people. It's just that Teacher Zifa came today, and Bai Ye didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of Teacher Zifa. And Bai Ye and his group stood on the pier and attracted the attention of quite a few people. Although if you don't violate the rules promulgated by Bai Ye, nothing will be done to you. But this is still indelible. The impression left by Bai Ye in their minds. There is no way after the last live broadcast execution, Bai Ye is almost synonymous with cruelty and blood in the hearts of people in the Chambord Islands. Someone said in a trembling voice, "Even Bai Ye, that bloody massacre has come to the pier. Is there going to be another big mess in the Chambord Islands?" The person next to him said with a deep expression, "It's not just Bai Ye. Almost all the admirals on the island are here. If something really happens, a large number of people will lose their heads." The news of Bai Ye's appearance at the pier swept across the entire Chambord Islands like a storm. Almost everyone felt that Bai Ye was going to kill again, thinking of the scene where thousands of people were executed together. Everyone shuddered. For a while, the streets that were originally bustling with people and constantly flowing became empty. The store closed directly, not even doing business. The pirates who went to the island to buy food and fresh water had just paid 100 million Baileys. After hearing the news, in the astonished eyes of the Navy soldiers, they turned their heads back to the ship. He ordered his subordinates to set sail quickly, saying that they wanted to stay away from the Chambord Islands, for fear of implicating themselves. Well, in less than an hour, the nearby islands looked as if no one survived. "I can't even see a single person." Zifa didn't keep Bai Ye waiting long, and arrived at the pier in a short while. As soon as Zifa got off the boat, he saw Bai Ye coming to meet him at the pier with a warm heart. This apprentice didn't pay in vain, but when Bai Ye opened his mouth, Zifa immediately changed his mind. "Teacher Zifa, it took so long to visit your disciple. You must have prepared a gift for your good disciple, right?" Bai Ye stretched out his hands and asked Zifa for a gift, and Zifa had a dark face. Looking at Bai Ye with a smirk all over his face, he thought to himself, "Or else I would just kick him out of the division." Seeing that Zifa's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, Bai Ye withdrew her hand and sighed quietly. "I guess that the teacher might not have brought a gift, so forget it." But before Zifa showed his smile again, Bai Ye continued, "Remember, Smoker, July number 17, in the afternoon, Teacher Zifa owes apprentice Bai Ye a gift." Forehead, Smoker looked embarrassed. "I also came out of the Navy training camp before. How do you remember this?" When Bai Ye saw that Teacher Zifa wanted to go back to the boat, he quickly said, "Teacher Zifa, I'm just kidding you. You see, you're serious. The older you get, the more stingy you are." Zifa looked at Bai Ye in front of him and felt an urge to slap him to death. Why did Lao Tzu think of coming to Shampoo to see this villain? And the students who followed Zifa saw that he was often talked about by Zifa's instructor as an apprentice with super talent, and Senior Bai Ye, who often used to give him examples in class. When it turned out to be like this, everyone felt that their three views had been refreshed. Chapter 65, Whitebeard 2. Zifa brought the students from the naval training camp out this time to let them do the actual combat assessment. Go catch the pirates in the first half of the Great Voyage and let them practice their skills. This time I was passing through the Chambord Islands, so I came here to see Bai Ye. Bai Ye and Zifa walked in front, and the others followed wisely. Quick and Ferguson also chatted enthusiastically with the people in the training camp. After all, they were quite prestigious as the leaders of the Anti-White Alliance. Zifa looked at the empty streets, recalled the rumors he heard, and asked doubtfully, "You won't kill everyone on the island, will you?" Bai Ye was speechless. "Teacher, you see what you said. Am I that kind of person?" Zifa shook his head and said with emotion, "It's really hard to say whether you are that kind of person. Although the Zafar people are in the Navy headquarters, they are still very concerned about Bai Ye's information, and warring states also contacted him from time to time, telling him about Bai Ye. We knew that Bai Ye was live broadcasting the execution on the whole island. He was subconsciously surprised. He didn't find Bai Ye to be so murderous in the naval training camp. If this were the old Zifa, he would definitely talk to Bai Ye. However, the current Zifa doesn't think there is a problem with Bai Ye's actions. There is no way to take these people away. If you kill 1,000 people, one may not be innocent. It's okay to kill them all. Zifa also took the students to find the pirates to practice this time, so he didn't stay here for long in Bai Ye. The next day, he set off again. Bai Ye sent Zifa to the pier again. Seeing Bai Ye coming out of the naval base, the streets were still empty. Before leaving, Zifa looked at Bai Ye in front of him and asked suspiciously, "You really don't want to discuss with me, teacher?" Bai Ye waved his hand and said embarrassingly, "It's really unnecessary. You can leave at ease." Seeing how much Bai Ye evaded, this aroused Zifa's curiosity even more. In the past, when he was in the training camp, he hadn't waited for Zifa to take the initiative to find Bai Ye. Bai Ye ran up to compete with Zifa, looking like a fighting madman. Now, Bai Ye has no opponent at the same level as him in the Chambord Islands. I took the initiative to send it to my door, but Bai Ye was unwilling to discuss it. Zifa couldn't help being puzzled by this, thinking of what Warring States had mentioned to him about the commotion that Bai Ye had made in the Chambord Islands during this period. Zifa subconsciously guessed that it should be because this kid has not trained and his strength has not improved during this period of time, so he is unwilling to compete with him. After figuring this out, Zifa patted Bai Ye on the shoulder and said with concern, "Bai Ye, for our Navy, the most important thing is strength. The rules you are currently implementing in the Chambord Islands are very useful and can help the Navy solve a lot of troubles, but these are not as important as improving one's own strength. Only when your own strength is strong can you better implement what you think in your heart, so don't put the cart before the horse." Seeing that Zifa said so much to himself sincerely, Bai Ye was both moved and funny. I was moved because Zifa said this to himself because he cared about himself. It's funny because Bai Ye refused to compete because the improvement in strength is too exaggerated. After all, it is the percent integration rate, which means that Bai Ye's strength has doubled compared to when he left the training camp. And this was accomplished in less than a month. Bai Ye was afraid that if he would show his full strength and beat teacher Zifa with one punch, it would be too much of a blow to the old man, so he shirked in every possible way and was unwilling to make a move. And Zifa obviously misunderstood what Bai Ye meant. But Bai Ye couldn't insult the teacher in front of so many people. This is too cruel for an old man. Therefore, Bai Ye could only smile wryly. "Teacher Zifa, don't worry, I promise to strengthen training." Seeing Bai Ye's sincere attitude, Zifa didn't say anything more. After all, there were still many Bai Ye's subordinates and students here, and he wanted to save some face for Bai Ye. Zifa nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll go, and when I come back again, you can't shirk it." "I see, teacher." Bai Ye stood at the pier and watched Zifa leave, thinking, "Teacher, this is the one you insist on beating, so don't blame me when the time comes." After sending Zifa away, Bai Ye began to think about how to deal with Doflamingo next. Although his current strength is enough to completely destroy Doflamingo and single-handedly push the Don Quixote family, but because he is a Navy, he can only wait for the order from above. Looking at the Navy uniform on his body, Bai Ye smiled wryly. This identity is also a double-edged sword. In these days, Bai Ye often receives messages from teacher Zifa. He led the soldiers in the training camp and defeated many pirate groups. Zifa is quite experienced in the training of soldiers. To find opponents for them, he will start with the weaker pirates. Then, there is a process in which the enemy gradually becomes stronger, allowing the soldiers to fully grow. And Bai Ye and others, because the time in the training camp is too short, while others were still laying the foundation, he had already completed his studies and graduated successfully. At this time, Bai Ye saw a new message from Smog. Mr. Zifa defeated the new pirate star Donald, who offered a reward of 3,000 million. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. "Teacher Zifa, I really don't feel tired. I'm so old, but I'm still so excited to see pirates." After putting down the newspaper in his hand, Bai Ye suddenly realized something. Then pick up the newspaper in your hand, which has a picture of Mr. Zifa fighting. In the picture, Mr. Zifa's fists are as black as ink, and his arm domineering has obviously been cultivated to the extreme, which is also the origin of the black wrist Zifa. But the problem arises with these fists. Looking at the photo, Bai Ye murmured subconsciously. At this time, the teacher's right arm has not been cut off and Hai Lo-Shir's right arm has not been replaced. But compared to what happened in the anime, Mr. Zifa seems to be leading the soldiers in the training camp. When he went out to hunt down pirates, he met Whitebeard too. But because of his advanced age and asthma, he lost to Whitebeard too. Not only was his right arm cut off by Whitebeard too, but the recruits in the training camp along with the entire ship were almost completely injured, leaving only Ain and Binzi. Terrifying thoughts suddenly popped up in Bai Ye's mind, and he clenched his fists. Subconsciously to him, wouldn't it be this trip? Farther away from the Chambord Islands, on a small pirate ship, a big fat man with a white beard, except for the beard and the big knife in his hand, said stupidly, "Mom, these pirates are all solved. When are we going to meet Dad?" From the treasure room of the pirate ship, a sharp voice came. "My dear son, wait a little longer. After we do something famous in the sea, we can recognize your father with Whitebeard." Chapter 66, The Shocked Green Pheasant. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, Bai Ye thought more and more that it was possible. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Regardless, even if it wasn't this time, I would rush over to avoid possible tragedies. Bai Ye couldn't accept that he let things happen when he knew the future development. But before that, Bai Ye hurriedly dialed the phone bug on Zifa's boat, wanting to remind Teacher Zifa. Let him avoid Whitebeard too in advance. Indiana this case, perhaps the tragedy can be prevented. But what made Bai Ye feel nervous was that no one answered the phone call. Now Bai Ye knew that his guest might not be wrong, otherwise he wouldn't even answer the phone. Smog, come here. Smoker, who was in the office next door, suddenly heard Bai Ye calling himself, and there was a bit of urgency in his tone. This is something that has never happened before. Smoker suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurried into Bai Ye's office and saw that Bai Ye was still holding the information he had sent before. Smoker asked nervously, Master Bai Ye, what's wrong? Bai Ye raised the newspaper in his hand. Do you know where Teacher Zifa is now? Chief Instructor Zifa. Smoker hesitated for a moment and said, the news in the newspaper was 2 days ago, and there is no new news now, therefore there is no way to determine the specific position of Chief Instructor Zifa. Hearing this, Bai Ye threw the newspaper on the table a little annoyed. There is no specific direction in this vast sea, so going out to find it like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. To hell if you can find it. Unless there is something similar to a positioning system that can check the position of a warship at sea. However, the technology tree in Pirate World is a bit crooked, and there are not many serious and useful scientific researches. Thinking of this, Bai Ye suddenly remembered that the technology tree of Pirate World is not good, but there are still black technologies. Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he asked Smoker, Smoger, a former general like Mr. Zifa should have a life card, right? Smoker thought for a moment, then nodded. Although I haven't heard from the generals, but strong people like them should have life cards. The life card is neither afraid of water nor fire. It is made by mixing your own nails into the material. It is a kind of paper that represents the vitality of the owner. The pieces of paper torn from the same life card have the ability to attract each other. In other words, as long as Mr. Zifa travels with the life card he made in the naval headquarters, there is the part torn off by Mr. Zifa's life card. Bai Ye can use the mutual attraction between the life cards, find where Mr. Zifa is. Yes, this is currently the most feasible method. After explaining a few words to Smoker, Bai Ye hurried to the Navy headquarters and asked Warring States for Teacher Zifa's life card. Because it was determined that something might have happened to Mr. Zifa, Bai Ye used his speed to the fastest, without sparing any physical strength. Shaved and moon steps were used to the extreme, leaving only a blurred afterimage of the whole person in the air. The people on the street could only hear the air roaring one after another above their heads. It was as if a cannonball exploded above the head, causing countless people to speculate. In a coating shop in the Chambord Islands, a white-haired old man with glasses looked at the sky, squinted his eyes and said softly, Which strong man is this? He can stomp the air with one kick. What a terrifying power. Under the condition that Bai Ye used all his strength, the journey that would normally take half a day was shortened by him to 20 to 10 minutes. Because of the urgency of the situation, Bai Ye didn't have time to pass the news through the doorman at the entrance of the door, so he rushed directly towards the Warring States office. The officers in the Navy headquarters could only see a black shadow flashing in the air, accompanied by the roar of thunder, rushing towards the office of the Marshal of the Warring States period. What the hell is going on? Could it be that there are pirates who want to attack the Marshal of the Warring States period? Isn't this too arrogant? A single person stormed into the headquarters of the Navy and attacked the Admiral of the Navy. Are you stepping on a horse and becoming the second Golden Lion? Thinking of this, the officers at the Lieutenant General level all panicked and hurriedly used their moon steps to go to the Warring States Marshal for support. The remaining Major General level officers are to mobilize all the soldiers in the headquarters to do a good job of defense. If it was really an attack on the Admiral of the Navy, there would definitely not be just such a pirate. Maybe not far from the Navy headquarters, there is already a pirate group ambushing. Bai Ye didn't expect that he would cause such a big commotion by directly rushing into the Navy headquarters. But even if he knew, Bai Ye would still do this. After all, it is about Teacher Zifa's life, so there should be no delay. Bai Ye is very straightforward. If you treat me well, then I will treat you well. Zifa treated him like a son, and he treated Zifa like a father. Teacher Zifa is in trouble now, and he must go to rescue him. Just as Bai Ye was several hundred meters away from the marshal's office, the figure of Akiji suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye. Akiji put away his previous lazy appearance with a serious expression and opened one hand. Countless cold ice spread out from his hand. No matter what, I won't let you pass. If you want to attack Marshal Warring States, just stay here. Under the control of Akiji, the ice condensed into a curved ice wall nearly 3 meters thick in the blink of an eye, and its hardness was even stronger than that of steel. Even if it is bombarded with shells, without tens of thousands of shells, I am afraid that this ice wall cannot be shaken. Bai Ye looked at the Qingji, who was waiting in front of him. He couldn't laugh or cry. He knew in his heart that Akiji had misunderstood his identity, thinking that he was here to attack the Marshal of the Warring States period, so he would attack him. In fact, this can't be blamed on Akiji. It can only be said that Bai Ye's speed is too fast. No one can see his appearance at all. Even Akiji didn't recognize Bai Ye's identity. In order to avoid wasting more time, Bai Ye had no choice but to explain, "General Qingji, it's me, Bai Ye." Qingji, who had a lot of contact with Bai Ye, was taken aback when he heard the voice. He can still distinguish Bai Ye's voice. This black shadow is exactly Bai Ye. What exactly is going on? I'm really in a hurry, and I need to find Martial Warring States. Hearing Bai Ye's urgent tone, Qingji realized that something might really happen. Just when he was about to use his ability to remove the ice wall, he saw Bai Ye's right fist wrapped around a light red arrogance, and he punched out from the air. The next moment, the nearly 30-meter thick ice wall exploded, and Bai Ye punched a meter-long hole in the middle. Bai Ye went straight through the hole, leaving behind a dull-looking Akiji. Akiji looked at his hands and murmured in disbelief, "Just. Now I used all my strength to display the ice wall, right? No, definitely not. I just used 3-point force. Yes, 3-point force." Chapter 67, Zifa's Life Card. Warring States is not deaf, so it noticed such a big commotion outside. Originally, I wanted to do it myself, but after seeing Akiji suddenly appear and form a huge ice wall out of thin air, Warring States gave up the idea of making a move. Akiji alone should be enough, but what happened next left the Warring States stunned. The nearly meter ice wall was suddenly blasted out of a big hole, and the broken ice was flying all over the sky. A black shadow flew out of the hole and continued to come towards him. "I'll go. Can't even the green pheasant stop it? Who is it? Could it be that old guy with white beard?" Warring States didn't think about it. After all, the enemy was about to be hit in the face, so there was no time left. Just when the golden light suddenly bloomed from Zhangguo's body, he suddenly heard Bai Ye's voice. "Marshal of the Warring States period, I am Bai Ye. I need you urgently." "Huh? Is it Bai Ye?" Zhangguo was taken aback. The black shadow stopped in front of him and took a closer look. Who else could it be if it wasn't Bai Ye? At this time, after Akiji dispelled the ice wall, he explained to the other vice admirals who rushed up that the black shadow was White Knight. Let them not worry, lift combat readiness. This made the vice admirals breathe a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't an enemy attack. Zhangguo looked at Bai Ye in front of him and suddenly became angry. "You said you would come as soon as you came." And the battle was so big that those who didn't know really thought that someone was going to attack the Navy headquarters. But looking at Bai Ye's anxious appearance, Zhangguo knew that Bai Ye should really be looking for him with something urgent. So he asked nervously, "What happened?" "Teacher Zifa is in danger. Marshal of the Warring States period. Do you have Teacher Zifa's life card here?" Zhangguo was shocked. "Zifa is in danger?" "Yes, I need Teacher Zifa's life card now to determine the exact location of Teacher Zifa. Then hurry over there." Zifa's life card, the Navy naturally has it. Not only those who have Zifa, but all officers of the Navy headquarters who are lieutenant generals and above have all made life cards. Uniformly placed in a tightly guarded secret room, it would not be taken out at all in normal times. In the past, there have been vicious incidents caused by the leakage of life cards. A group of pirates hated a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters who had captured them. In an accident, he obtained the life card of the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Therefore, using the life card's function of finding directions, he launched a sudden attack while the Vice Admiral was catching other pirates. In the end, the Lieutenant General of the Naval Headquarters was killed, and the entire ship's soldiers were destroyed, which had a great impact on the Navy. This incident sounded the alarm for the Warring States period, so since then, no one's life card has left the Navy headquarters. Usually, they only use the life card to determine the status of the Navy at that time. Out of caution, Zhangguo took a deep breath and reconfirmed, "Are you sure Zifa is in danger now?" Bai Ye nodded heavily. "Before I came, I called Teacher Zifa, but I couldn't get through." Hearing this, Warring States realized that things might be in trouble. "Okay, then you wait for me here, and I will go get Zifa's life card now." And Akiji, who finished solving the riot, came to his senses after hearing the conversation between Bai Ye and Sengoku. No wonder, Bai Ye did not hesitate to make such a big commotion. It turned out that something happened to Teacher Zifa. This kind of thing cannot be delayed. Every second of delay may affect Zifa's life. What's more, Zifa still took the students out of the training camp. If something happened, it is no small matter for a mid-level naval officer to be able to fault directly for 2 or 3 years. A few minutes later, Zhangguo rushed over with the life card with a missing corner and solemnly said, "This is Zifa's life card. You must keep it." Bai Ye took the life card and found that there was no obvious change, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Mr. Zifa's current condition is not bad, and he is not as endangered as imagined. The Marshal of the Warring States period, General Akiji, "I will leave first." Warring States asked, "Can you solve it alone? Do you want others to help you?" If it weren't for the need to sit in the naval headquarters, Sengoku would have wanted to go with Bai Ye. After all, he and Zifa have been comrades in arms for decades, and their relationship is extraordinary. After seeing that Zifa's life card was fine, Bai Ye's nervousness eased a lot, and his expression was no longer as tense as before. He smiled. "I'm enough alone." In fact, Zhangguo still had a lot of questions in his heart, but now the time was urgent, so he didn't ask. Akiji at the side said, "Bai Ye, or else I'll go with you. Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now, so it's safer for the two of us to go together." Warring States persuaded, "That's fine. If the two of you go together, you don't have to worry about meeting the 4 Emperor pirates." Bai Ye waved his hand and said, "No need. General Akiji's speed is too slow. Going together will only waste time." Too slow? I'm an admiral of the Navy, but now I'm disgusted by a rear admiral. Thinking back again, just now, when Bai Ye punched through the ice wall just now, Akiji fell into crazy self-doubt. Is my strength really that weak? Or is Bai Ye, the rear admiral, too strong? Before leaving, Bai Ye turned her head and said, "The disturbance caused by the Navy headquarters this time was all caused by me, and I will bear all the responsibilities at that time." Zhangguo said indifferently, "It's not a big deal. The most important thing is to save people." Although Bai Ye had caused a lot of influence in the Navy headquarters this time, it made all the Navy nervous, but it didn't cause any loss. On the contrary, it played a certain training role. If the pirates really come to attack the Navy headquarters next time, Bai Ye has provided a good experience this time. Now, of course, in the Warring States' view, such a thing would never happen. As soon as Bai Ye moved away, there was a piercing sonic boom, which was extremely eye-catching, and disappeared from the sight of the two in the blink of an eye. Sengoku looked at Bai Ye's disappearing back and asked Akiji with confused eyes, "Kazan, how strong do you think Bai Ye is?" "I think his current strength is no less than that of Zifa, who was an admiral in the Navy back then, and even stronger." "What do you say?" Sengoku talked a lot and found that Akiji didn't pay attention to him at all and coughed awkwardly. At tea this time, Akiji has successfully convinced himself the ice wall was broken because I only used 3 parts of my strength. I was despised by Bai Ye because my fruit ability is not suitable for flying, and it has nothing to do with me as an admiral. I am still very strong. After thinking it over, Akiji felt that the whole person was much more relaxed, the smile on his face. "Marshal of the Warring States period. What did you ask me just now?" I said, "How strong do you think Bai Ye is?" "How strong?" Akiji pondered for a while and said to himself, "Not much, just my 3-point strength." Chapter 68 Encounter. In the waters not far from the Chambord Islands, a dilapidated pirate ship is about to sink into the sea. On the side, there is a naval warship parked, which is the exclusive warship for the training camp. Zifa sighed imperceptibly as he looked at the students who had just finished solving a pirate group and became extremely embarrassed, dealing with a whole crew combined. The reward amount is only 8,000 million Bailey pirates. It is so strenuous. Moreover, this is the result they have achieved. After nearly a year of training, thinking about his apprentice Bai Ye, the melancholy on Zifa's face became even worse. Alas, this is really a comparison of people to death, and comparisons of goods have to be thrown away. Recalling the happy time of teaching Bai Ye's strength is completely different every day, and there are new surprises every day. Let Zifa, a teacher, feel a sense of accomplishment, but now these students. When Zifa taught them, they felt that their heads hurt, and they couldn't teach them no matter how they taught them. Everyone has 2 shoulders and 1 head. Why is the gap so big? In fact, it is normal for the gap to be large. After all, they are not wall-hung like Bai Ye. "Teacher Zifa, are we going back to training camp now?" A beautiful woman with long, smooth, sea blue wavy hair walked up to Zifa and respectfully asked for instructions. "It's been half a month since I came out this time, and you've been tempered enough to know your own shortcomings. It's time to go back," Zifa said slowly. "However, let's go to the Chambord Islands instead of going directly to the training camp." Ayn asked curiously, "Are you going to see senior brother Bai Ye?" Speaking of Bai Ye, a smile appeared on Zifa's melancholy face again. "Seeing is the second thing. The main reason is to test whether his strength has regressed. I am afraid that he will relax his own cultivation when he is stationed in Chambord." Ayn pursed his lips and asked softly, "Teacher Zifa, I want to ask, is senior brother Bai Ye really strong?" Zifa smiled proudly. "Of course, even if you become a general with Bai Ye's strength, there is no problem. Could it be that he is stronger than Teacher Zifa?" The smile on Zifa's face stagnated, and he coughed. "Ahem, how is this possible? That kid Bai Ye is far behind me." Ayn was obviously too innocent. Coupled with his admiration for Zifa, he didn't notice Zifa's strange expression at all. Said in an adoring tone, "Mr. Zifa is worthy of being a former admiral." Hearing Ayn's adoring tone, Zifa's mood eased a lot. Although these students are now a great distance away from Bai Ye's talent, but they are at least a little stronger than White Knight. Bai Ye wouldn't talk to him in such an adoring tone. If Bai Ye were to say it, it would probably be, that's it, that's it. Teacher Zifa, is this the strength of the former admiral? My dog is better than you. I laughed. I can make Zifa so angry that every time I learn from each other, if my concentration is not strong enough, Zifa would have killed him long ago. I see, my good son. Hurry up and row east. An old woman who was only half a meter tall held binoculars in her withered hands, looking in the direction of the Zifa warship, and on the boat, a fat man nearly 7 meters tall, with his arms puffed up, rowed the oars vigorously, and the speed of the whole boat suddenly increased. Hey, why is the distance getting farther and farther? Looking at the gradually shrinking target in the telescope, the old woman put down the telescope. Immediately, he jumped angrily, swung the binoculars in his hand, and hit Whitebeard 2's ankle, cursing angrily. Why are you so stupid? This is the west side, and that is the east side. How could I give birth to such a stupid son like you? Listening to Miss Jin's cursing words, Whitebeard 2's eyes quickly missed, and he cried, Mom, I was wrong, don't hit me again. Miss Jin looked at the warship in the training camp again and said excitedly, the person on that ship should be the former admiral of. As long as we kill him, it will definitely make us famous in the sea. Whitebeard 2 asked foolishly, Mom, can we go find Dad now? Of course, as long as you kill that person, you can recognize your father. Miss Jean said in a bewitching tone. Hearing this, Whitebeard 2 became even more excited, and the sails in his hands danced like afterimages, like a rotating propeller. The speed of the whole ship doubled again, approaching Zifa at an extremely fast speed. While Zifa was chatting with Ein, a man dressed as a ninja dart stepped forward and said, Teacher Zifa, there seems to be a pirate ship coming to the west. It's extremely fast, and it seems to be coming towards us. Pirates, are they coming after us? Zifa followed Bins to the side of the ship and saw a pirate ship rushing straight at an extremely fast speed and estimated that it would directly collide with the warship in half a minute. Seeing this, Zifa ordered loudly, quickly, drive the boat to the north. At the same time, he was a little confused about the situation on the other side. What does this mean? It's a suicide attack, hitting a boat with a boat. I asked this what people do. On the side of Whitebeard 2, Miss Jean beat Whitebeard 2's in step again and kept cursing in a harsh and unpleasant voice. Slow down, slow down. I'm about to hit you, you idiot. I'm so pissed off. Are you trying to kill your mother? Miss Jin's old wrinkled face was full of endless panic. If they just collided with each other like this, with Whitebeard 2's physical fitness, he would definitely not be able to die. It's probably just dust. But she herself is just an ordinary old woman in her 70s. If she hits like this, she will be damned if she doesn't become meat sauce. Fortunately, Zifa's order was timely, and the warship deviated a little to the north. The two did not collide, and Whitebeard 2's ship passed directly from the position before the warship, but Whitebeard 2 broke the oar in his hand. But it didn't work, and he still couldn't stop. In Zifa's puzzled eyes, he moved away again. Zifa is a little confused about what the other party wants to do now. Knowing that he is a navy, he rushed towards him. The visitor is not good. Zifa ordered, Ein and Bins, take the other students to hide away. I will take action on the pirates this time. Regarding Zifa's strength, Ein and the others couldn't believe it anymore. In their view, as long as Teacher Zifa is around, nothing will go wrong. For a while, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder snake was swimming in the sea of clouds, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. The next moment, a huge black shadow descended from the sky, followed by a shining big knife, which slashed heavily towards the top of Zifa's head. Chapter 69. This sudden knife was like thunder, and it slashed toward Zifa. The shining blade reflected Zifa's calm face. Facing this knife, instead of choosing to retreat, Zifa went forward facing the big knife. His arms were instantly covered with arm domineering, and his purple-black fist swung towards the blade. Zifa knew that he couldn't dodge it. If he dodged the knife and let it hit the boat, it would easily cause damage to the hull. And there are hundreds of training camp students on board. Once the warship is sunk, it is easy to cause the death of the student. That's why he chose to take the initiative. Under Zifa's full attack, he swung his right fist like an obsidian and hit the broadsword hard. Oh! The fists and knives intersected, making a teeth-piercing sound, and dozens of purple-black thunder snakes sputtered out with their teeth and claws. My teammate Ein and the others not far away unconsciously feel uncomfortable. What a lot of strength! Zifa secretly said in surprise. The domineering right fist wrapped in armed color was directly cut with a deep white mark. With a movement, he returned to the boat again. A T this time. Zifa saw the enemy in front of him clearly, and Zifa was taken aback by this sight. It's so similar, whether it's height or the big knife in his hand, especially the two crescent-shaped beards, just like Whitebeard. Could this be the man with the white beard, and the white beard wants to attack me? Thinking of this, Zifa said in a deep voice. Who the hell are you, Whitebeard? When Whitebeard too heard Zifa's question, he didn't make another move, but responded stupidly. I am his son, Edward Weeble. Fuck, Whitebeard has a son. Why doesn't our Navy know about this news? Zifa did not doubt the authenticity of this news for a while. Because it is too similar, and from the fight just now, Zifa felt Weible's terrifying power, which was exactly the same as that of Whitebeard in his youth. Zifa continued to ask, what about the man with the white beard? Edward Weeble responded, Dad is in the New World, and Mom said that as long as I kill you, I can recognize Dad, so you let me kill you? Hearing this, Zifa was about to scold his mother. What do you mean by killing me? You will be able to recognize your father. Did I stop your father and son from meeting each other? The affairs of your family have a relationship with me with a hammer? Why do you ask me? However, through the conversation just now, Zifa found that the man who claimed to be the son of the white beard in front of him seemed to be out of his mind. In layman's terms, it's like a silly batch. But this guy's strength is indeed not weak. Now there are hundreds of training camp students on board, and they are not suitable for fighting here. Zifa rolled his eyes, thought of a way, and shouted to Weibel, Actually, I can make you and Whitebeard recognize each other as soon as possible. Hearing this, Weibel suddenly regained his energy and asked excitedly, Really? Can I really recognize my father? Zifa smiled and said, Of course, as long as you follow me, you will naturally see Whitebeard. Although deceiving a fool made Zifa feel guilty, there was nothing he could do about it. For the sake of the students behind him, Zifa could only do this as long as Weibel follows him. Take him directly to Bai Ye and give him a master-student mixed doubles, then go straight into the advancing city. In the future, if Whitebeard can be captured into Jinjin City, it will be a good time for their father and son to meet each other in Jinjin City. This is not a breach of promise. Weibel didn't have any doubts about Zifa's words. He put away the long knife and said naively, Since you can take me to see Whitebeard, then I won't beat you. Hearing this, Zifa let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, Fortunately, he is a fool, but he is easy to deceive. But just when Zifa was feeling relieved, a dry and small hand like a chicken claw suddenly stretched out from the side of the boat, clutching the deck tightly. My stupid son, are you trying to kill your old lady? You are really worse than a pig. Miss Jean managed to climb onto the boat. Her ugly face looked horrified with anger, and she yelled at Weibel. Before, she was standing on Weibel's shoulders, but Weibel jumped out of the boat and chose to shoot Zifa. She couldn't stand for a moment, fell directly from Weibel's shoulders, and fell into the sea. It took a lot of effort to climb up from the sea. He heard the words of Zifa fooling Weibel, and Weibel believed Zifa's nonsense. She was so angry that she almost fell back into the sea. Again, seeing Miss Jean, Weibel said aggrievely, Mom, I was wrong. Mom. Zifa was so scared that he almost yelled out, in front of me, the old woman who was less than half a meter tall and had a mean look. Is it actually Whitebeard's wife? Whitebeard's eyes are fine, right? Besides, the ratio between the two of you is not quite right, is it? If it is true, Zifa can't even imagine the scene at that time. After Miss Jean taught Weibel a lesson, she stood aside, pointed at Zifa and said, Kill this guy quickly. Weibel wondered, But he can take us to meet Dad. Seeing that Weibel believed Zifa's words so easily, Miss Jean was almost pissed off. If Zifa could really bring his father and son to meet each other, it would be hell. Miss Jean kept beating Weibel. Hurry up and kill him, otherwise Mom won't want you. Hearing that Mother didn't want him anymore, Wilbur became frightened immediately, picked up the long knife and rushed towards Zifa again. And Zifa's arms are also silently covered with arm domineering. Since there is no way to avoid it, then the only option is to fight. The battle between the two is on the verge of breaking out. Although Weibel is big in size, he is not clumsy at all. Coupled with the terrifying strength comparable to that of Whitebeard when he was young, after more than a dozen fights, Zifa didn't get the slightest benefit at all. The pitch-black arms trembled slightly, and several deep white knife marks appeared on them. Zifa's breathing became more and more rapid, his chest rose and fell, and he showed signs of an asthma attack. But Weibel swung his long knife as if nothing happened and slashed at him again. This is the true portrayal of the boxing fear of the young. In addition, all the trainees in the training camp were on board, which made Zifa feel apprehensive. If this continues, the entire ship will die, Zifa shouted. Hurry up and leave this place. As soon as the words fell, the long knife that was close to 3 meters cut off his head and face, without giving Zifa any chance to breathe. Under Weibel's stormy attack, Zifa could only barely support, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Teacher Zifa. Ein and the others looked at Zifa struggling to support him and wished he could step forward to help Zifa, but they also know that their strength is too weak, and if they go up, they can only become a burden for Zifa. Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a sudden chuckle in the air. Teacher Zifa, you can't accept it? Chapter 70. After Bai Ye got Zifa's life card, according to the ability of life cards to attract each other, Follow the direction guided by the life card, and move forward at full speed. Without daring to delay at all, with Bai Ye spared no effort, he finally saw Zifa's ship not far away. We also noticed Weibel, who fought against Zifa. Although Teacher Zifa was a little embarrassed under Weibel's hands, he finally caught up. In a worst-case scenario, and it seems that the time for the two sides to fight is not too long. It was only because Mr. Zifa's asthma relapsed that he showed signs of decline so quickly. Seeing that nothing happened to Zifa, Bai Ye's tense mood immediately relaxed. So he teased and said, "Teacher Zifa, you can't accept it?" Anxious Ein followed the voice and looked towards the sky. His delicate face showed joy. "It's seen your brother, Bai Ye." "Brother Bai Ye, hurry up and help Teacher Zifa." Bai Ye smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will take action later." When Zifa heard Bai Ye's voice, the tension in his heart was swept away, and he asked, "Why are you here, you brat?" "I'm afraid that if I don't come, I will never see Teacher Zifa again." Seeing Bai Ye's smiling face, Zifa immediately became angry, wishing to punch Bai Ye in the face. With Bai Ye here, Zifa felt relieved a lot and no longer made his moves cautiously like before, for fear that he would not be able to defeat the opponent once he made a big move. "If I have no physical strength, I can only be slaughtered," Zifa snorted coldly. Do you think your master's admiral was for nothing? Keep your eyes open." Zifa's aura changed suddenly, and he looked as if he was 20 years younger. The jet-black arm domineering covered his entire upper body. Facing Weibel's attack, instead of dodging, he directly used his shoulders to hit him hard. His legs were slightly bent, and the huge force caused the entire bow of the ship to sink suddenly, causing countless exclamations. Afterwards, Zifa grabbed the blade with both hands, exerted a sudden force, and directly pulled Weibel with the blade in front of him. Zifa snorted lightly, smashed to dust. The domineering armed color of the whole body only covers the position from the fist to the wrist, and the pitch-black appearance is like a black hole, as if it can swallow all the light. This was Zifa's strongest move. His fists pierced the air, leaving after images, hitting Weibel's chest continuously. Because the punch was too fast, it rubbed against the air to produce a little spark, which suddenly turned into a hot flame and attached to Weibel's chest. For a while, there was even a smell of roasted meat in the air. Every punch that hit Weibel's chest left a deep fist mark on it. In less than 10 seconds, Weibel's chest was sunken in a large area, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, and he looked extremely miserable. Under Weibel's extremely fast attack, he didn't even have time to react. Following the final punch, Weibel flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. With a piercing scream, Miss Jean was crushed under him. Zifa barely controlled his breathing. Ignored the old waist that almost slipped, and walked up to Bai Ye with his chest up. Looking at Bai Ye's sluggish appearance, he said with great satisfaction, "See, this is your master's true strength." And Bai Ye was still digesting the scene just now and stammered, This is Fire Fist plus Tima Meteor Fist. This Nima is so similar." And Zifa with a dark face angrily called Bai Ye, "This is my unique skill, smashing to end. How about it? Do you want to learn it?" The corner of Bai Ye's mouth twitched, and he thought, "What's so easy to learn? I can beat people to death with one punch. Why do I have to throw so many punches?" However, considering Zifa's self-esteem, Bai Ye pretended to worship and said, "Teacher, your unique skill is really too powerful, and the apprentice is dull. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn it." Hearing Bai Ye's flattery, Zifa felt comfortable all over, patted Bai Ye's shoulder, and said with a smile, Although you are a bit stupid, your teacher is me. With my teaching, you will definitely be able to learn it. You have to trust your teacher." Seeing Zifa's proud look, Bai Ye rolled her eyes helplessly. "Well, if you say you are fat, you are still panting." When Ein and other disciples saw Zifa's defeated enemies, they immediately surrounded them and said in an extremely admiring tone, "Teacher Zifa, you are so strong." "Yeah, that trick just now is so cool. I really want to learn it." Under the praise of many students, the smile on Zifa's face became wider and wider, and it seemed that the pain all over his body was relieved a lot. Just when everyone was happy, Weibel, who seemed to have lost his life, stood up again and cried bitterly, "Mommy, Mommy. Mom, what's wrong with you?" Miss Jean was so dead that she couldn't die anymore. She was twisted up by Weibel in a two-dimensional form, Paper Man, and she cried bitterly in her arms. While being crushed under Weibel's weight of 1,000 caddies, don't say you are an old woman in her 70s. Even if you are a grown man, you can't stand it. But Zifa's expression is no longer as relaxed as before. What the hell is this monster? After forcibly receiving the shattering and beating with all his strength, he was able to stand up. It seems that there is still a certain fighting power, but Zifa himself had difficulty even making a big move. In other words, if Bai Ye didn't come, I'm afraid that everyone in the boat would die at the hands of that fool. Weibel looked at Zifa and the others. His eyes were bloodshot, the corners of his mouth were still bleeding, his chest was sunken, and he didn't know how many ribs were broken, but just like that, Weibel still has the power to fight. Weibel looked like a madman, roaring loudly. You killed Mom. I want to avenge Mom. Seeing this situation, Ein and the others looked at Zifa again with obvious intentions, waiting for teacher Zifa to deal with Weibel. And Zifa is very clear about his state, let alone make a move now. It is difficult to even move, but Zifa's expression remained unchanged, and he said in a disdainful tone, this guy has been seriously injured by me, and he doesn't have much strength left. If I make a move again, I will feel a little bit bullying. Just right, your senior brother Bai Ye is here. Let him act instead of me, and you can also see Bai Ye's strength. Ein and the others were convinced of Zifa's words and turned their eyes to Bai Ye. Zifa breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thought, it was so dangerous, he almost made a fool of himself in front of the students. Bai Ye looked at Zifa's chest that kept rising and falling like a bellows, and his right hand was still on his waist, barely straightening his back. I complained in my heart, that's it. I'm ashamed to say that I don't want to bully the small with the big. If you have the ability, go up and bully him. This old guy is getting more and more shameless. But Bai Ye never thought that it was after he apprenticed with Zifa that Zifa gradually became what it is now. Chapter 71, I have a knife, I can cut the sea. Although Bai Ye really wanted to refuse to play, let teacher Zifa make another move and make a fool of teacher Zifa. But after thinking about it carefully, if I really did this, I would probably be expelled from the teacher's school by teacher Zifa. Hey, since teacher Zifa asked me to play by name, I have no choice but to make a move. Bai Ye took a few steps, walked in front of the crowd, and made a fighting gesture, and Zifa looked at Bai Ye's back, nodded in satisfaction, and explained to the students behind him. You guys are optimistic. Although Bai Ye's strength is not as good as mine, it is still at the level of a general. Usually, you have no chance to witness a duel between strong players of this level. This is a great opportunity for you. You must seize it well and try to learn something from Bai Ye. Many students nodded like chickens pecking rice, staring at Bai Ye intently. I want to see how strong this senior brother Bai Ye is. Being able to be called a strong man with the strength of a general by Mr. Zifa at such a young age. Holding a big knife, Weibel rushed over like a madman, screaming nonstop, "Give me back my mother's life." Bai Ye chuckled softly. Didn't you sit and kill your mother? If you want revenge, shouldn't you kill yourself first? At this moment, Zifa and his classmates were all shocked. What senior brother Bai Ye said made sense, but wasn't completely reasonable. After hearing Bai Ye's words, Weibel froze in place, his face full of confusion. It seems that what Bai Ye said makes sense. Everyone looked at each other, and someone whispered, Senior brother Bai Ye, you can't tell that guy to commit suicide with a single sentence, right? Judging from the other party's IQ, this is not impossible. Weibel thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't stupid enough to really stab himself. Instead, brandishing a broadsword, he rushed towards Bai Ye without hesitation. I don't care, it was you who killed my mother, I will kill you to avenge my mother. After saying that, Weibel jumped up from the boat. The bright blade suddenly turned black and purple in the sky. There was a loud thunder, and countless thunder snakes fell and smashed on the water, splashing huge waves. Like forming a thunder field, Weibel fell from the sky like a meteorite. The blade was surrounded by endless wind and thunder, and the whole space resounded with deafening explosions. Zifa's pupils shrank slightly. His expression was serious. What a terrifying cut is this thing? Real strength of this idiot. This knife cut down. If Bai Ye couldn't catch it, the whole ship would be smashed to pieces by this knife. But it is impossible for Zifa to make another shot at this time with Bai Ye alone. Can he block it? Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head and sighed. This trick is good for pretending, but it doesn't work for me. Dang. In the astonished eyes of everyone, facing the knife that seemed to destroy the world, Bai Ye only stretched out a finger to block it. Countless purple-black thunderbolts touched Bai Ye's fingers along the blade, and then disappeared suddenly, as if they had suffered a more terrifying force. The blade was only a few centimeters away from Bai Ye's finger, but no matter how hard Weibel exerted, there was no way to shorten this short distance. Even though the long knife in Weibel's hand had been bent into a C shape, he couldn't press down anymore. Zifa was shocked by Bai Ye's strength. What the hell is this? Can the strength grow to this point after seeing each other in just half a month? It's not so violent after taking drugs. The students' eyes lit up, and they whispered, Brother Bai Ye is too strong, isn't he? Could it be that the generals are all monsters like senior brother Bai Ye? Hearing this, the corner of Zifa's mouth twitched, and he thought, come on, if all the generals were like this, the sea would have been messed up long ago. This white knight is obviously strong and abnormal. When everyone was shocked, Bai Ye slightly bent his fingers and then popped out. I saw Weibel flying directly into the sky like a fired shell. Bai Ye quietly disappeared from everyone's eyes, and the next moment she appeared next to Weibel. At this time, Weibel was panicked and shouted, My father is Whitebeard, and I am his son. You can't kill me. Zifa was stunned when he heard that. Yes, this is Whitebeard's own son. With Whitebeard's ability to protect the calf, if you kill his godson, he can hunt and kill you for the rest of his life. If you kill his own son, won't he just go crazy? Maybe, if you hide in the Navy headquarters, he dares to kill you directly. It's better to arrest Weibel first and deal with it after a thorough investigation. This is safer. Having made up his mind, when Zifa was about to speak to persuade Bai Ye made a knife that I in midair. Bai Ye smiled at Weibel. You gave me a knife just now, and I will give you a knife now. Don't you think it's fair? Bai Ye held Feng Ming at his waist with his backhand. Before the knife came out, a very long crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the cloudy sky. Everyone suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill, as if countless knives were pointed at them, making hair stand on end. Bai Ye drew out Feng Ming, covered it with arm domineering, and said lightly, I have a knife that can cut the sea. I saw an extremely long and eye-catching light blue sword energy, like a bright crescent moon, falling from the sky and falling into the sea in an instant. Weibel's whole body was cut into two sections from the middle, and the left and right sides were separated symmetrically. With strong horror and disbelief in his eyes, the 1,000-meter deep sea was divided into two by the sword energy, exposing the soft sea floor. You can even see frightened sea beasts swimming frantically on both sides of the separated sea, trying to leave this horrible place. The sea water kept churning, setting off waves of terrifying wind and waves, rushing backwards in all directions. Under the beating of countless waves, even naval warships are in danger of capsizing. Fortunately, it didn't last too long. After a few minutes, the sea water returned, and the sea returned to calm again, as if nothing happened. Bai Ye withdrew his sword and fell back on the boat. Looking at the astonished crowd, he smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I used too much strength. And Zifa looked at Feng Ming at Bai Ye's waist. Recalling the last time he saw Bai Ye, he also asked Bai Ye if he was not a swordsman. Why did he bring a famous sword? Bai Ye said yes for the sake of looking good. He expressed his disdain for this and taught Bai Ye a lesson. Good guy, feelings are not just a display. And you are not a swordsman. What a great swordsman. I haven't found it in the past 6 months. You're hiding too deep, right? And hundreds of students looked at Zifa blankly before. Zifa asked them to learn something from Bai Ye, so they watched Bai Ye's battle very seriously. Now they really want to ask teacher Zifa, you always want me to learn to resist the opponent's attack with one finger, or to fly the opponent with one finger, or to cut through the sea with one knife to D, or you think we deserve to study? Chapter 72, The Magical World. Obtain 500 points of world power. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing Edward Weibel, successfully changing the plot of Weibel cut off Zifa's arm. Weibel became the king Shichibukai, and so on, and obtained the world source power 5,000 points. It can be seen that if you want to get more world power, the best way is to find a way to change the plot. Simply killing the strong does not give too much world power, at least the gains are not equal to the pay. Although Weibel's current strength is not as good as 2 years later, it is still close to the level of a general. Killing a strong man of this level can only obtain 500 world source power. It is indeed less after all. There are not many such strong men in the whole SE, yet it seems that I still have to take the initiative to participate in changing the plot. The situation in the Chambord Islands has basically stabilized, and there is no need to stay any longer. After determining the direction, Bai Ye raised his eyes and found that the people around him were looking at him with extremely weird eyes. Even Zifa is the same. Why are you all looking at me like this? Bai Ye asked in surprise. Even if I'm really handsome, you can't keep staring like this. Look again, and I'll charge you. If you take another look, you'll be charged an extra Baileys. Everyone couldn't help being stunned when they heard the words. Many students turned their heads away in embarrassment, and some of the female students even blushed. This senior brother Bai Ye is really strong if he is strong, and he is really handsome if he is handsome, but he is just too shameless. But it was this kind of white knight that kept them from feeling too far away. There is no feeling of not daring to speak in the face of a strong person, Zifa asked very curiously. Bai Ye, who did you learn swordsmanship from? The half a year I have been teaching you. Why haven't I seen you use swordsmanship before? As a rare top powerhouse in the sea, Zifa's strength has declined with age, but his eyesight has become more accurate. The realm of swordsmanship that Bai Ye showed just now definitely belongs to the realm of great swordsmen, and among the great swordsmen, they are also extremely strong. It is not that there are such strong men in the sea, for example, Mihawk the Eagle Eye, one of the 7 martial seas, and Shurji the Golden Lion, both of whom are well-known great swordsmen. With only the sword in his hand, he can suppress all the swordsmen of the same era by himself. But how many years have these people practiced swordsmanship? And the time to practice swords is probably older than Bai Ye's age. But if Bai Ye was already at the level of a great swordsman before joining the training camp, and In the process of teaching Bai Ye, Zifa couldn't fail to see it. But if you say that within half a month after leaving the training camp, Bai Ye reached the level of a great swordsman, Zifa is one people who don't believe it. If it is really that simple, all the swordsmen in the sea can commit suicide. That's why he asked Bai Ye so curiously. Hearing Zifa's question, Bai Ye raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Mr. Zifa, do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Zifa curled his lips and said, "Nonsense, of course it is the truth." Bai Ye laughed and said, "The truth is, when I was heading to the Chambord Islands, I fell asleep lying on a chair, and then a swordsman with a bamboo stick suddenly appeared in my sleep. He called himself an atomic warrior and said that I was too handsome, so he wanted to teach me his lifelong knowledge of swordsmanship, and then I—" Zifa frowned and interrupted directly, "Then, you will become a great swordsman when you wake up?" "Yeah, that's how it was." Bai Ye's face was natural, and there was no sign of lying. After all, it really is the truth. The situation at that time was indeed similar to what Bai Ye described, except that Bai Ye subtracted the part about the system from the description. Zifa's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this time. In his opinion, Bai Ye was just talking nonsense. The surrounding students also opened their mouths wide in disbelief. Are we listening to fairy tales? On the sea, can such outrageous things happen? Although they all felt that what Bai Ye said was too nonsense, it was also nonsense that Bai Ye became a great swordsman at such a young age. However, Bins believed what Bai Ye said and asked excitedly, "Brother Bai Ye, that means, is it possible for us to encounter such a thing in the future?" Bai Ye straightened his chest and said firmly, "Yes, as long as you sleep more and dream more. Maybe you could become a great swordsman overnight and become a strong man like me." As soon as this remark came out, the students were completely blown away. It doesn't matter if it's true or not that you could become a great swordsman after a night's sleep. Let's talk about it after sleeping. If you don't achieve it, you should catch up on sleep, but if you succeed, it will be blood money. Looking at the students below who were eager to try, Zifa's face was so dark that it seemed to be covered with armed domineering. "Are you all pigs? Anyone with a brain would not believe Bai Ye's words. If it was really that simple, how could the great swordsman in the sea still have so few people? But these next-generation mid- to high-level reserve officers of the Navy actually believed that, and each of them was ready to take action, so they almost fell asleep on the floor in front of Zifa. Good guy. Can the course of the training camp be changed to how to fall asleep quickly in the future? You have everything after sleeping. So why do you train?" However, when Zifa, who was extremely angry, saw the unmoved Ein, he felt a little relief in his heart. Fortunately, there are still sane people in the training camp. But before Zifa could open his mouth to praise Ein, he heard Ein say in a disdainful tone, "Brother Bai Ye has already said that the atomic warrior is willing to teach the way of swords because of his handsomeness. You are all crooked, and you want to be taught the inheritance of the way of swords? With this sleep time, it's better to train hard." The smile on Zifa's face froze, and there was a pang in his chest, which blocked his throat, and a trace of blood suddenly gushed out from the corner of his mouth. "Destroy it. Destroy them all." Seeing this, Bai Ye quickly asked with concern, "Teacher Zifa, what's wrong with you?" "My old injury has recurred. It's fine. I'll be fine after a while." Zifa looked at Bai Ye and asked seriously, "The teacher wants to hear a lie now, so tell a teacher what the lie is." The lie is that I have been practicing swordsmanship since my mother's womb, and I have been practicing until now. Adding the 10 months in my mother's womb, it has been 19 years. As soon as Bai Ye finished speaking, Zifa grabbed Bai Ye's arm excitedly and said, "This is the truth. This is the truth. What I said before is all false. Hurry up and tell them it's the truth. This world is so magical, to be honest. No one believes it." Seeing teacher Zifa's abnormal appearance, Bai Ye was a little afraid that the old man would draw him over. "I originally came to save Zifa, but in the end, teacher Zifa was pissed off by me. That would be so fucked." 73. Chapter 73, Plan Change. In the office, Bai Ye was arranging some things with Smoker and the others before leaving. Now, a week has passed since Mr. Zifa was rescued. During this week, Bai Ye applied to the Warring States Marshal to leave the Chambord Islands. After all, now that I have the money in place, the branch of Atom can also come in handy. Go to the capital of Seven Waters with the best shipbuilding technology in the world, and build a warship of your own. A warship that makes people think of the White Night when they see it, instead of always using the Rear Admiral standard warship. But this is only one of the purposes of Bai Ye's trip this time. Another purpose is to find a suitable famous knife. At least it is a famous knife belonging to the 21st Kwai Dao. The Fengming in his hand is no longer suitable for him to use. Although for the strong, weapons are just icing on the cake. However, when he was fighting Weibo last time, Bai Ye used the armed color domineering to cover the body of the sword. Not to strengthen the power of the sword, but to protect Fengming. Otherwise, as soon as Zhang Hai came out, Fengming would directly shatter. Bai Ye is too strong. can't bear it at all. So this trip, changing knives is also the purpose of Bai Ye. After arranging everything properly, Bai Ye was going to leave with Dashiki and Quick, leaving behind Smoker and Ferguson. This is also Bai Ye's arrangement after some thought. During this period of time, Ferguson has managed the Chambordo Islands in an orderly manner, making Bai Ye a comfortable life as a hands-off shopkeeper, so it is naturally impossible to leave. Smoker, on the other hand, is the strongest combat force on the island other than White Knight, and is responsible for suppressing those who may cause trouble. Bringing Dashiki is naturally for the convenience of choosing famous knives. As for Quick, he was just a coolie. Bai Ye originally wanted to visit teacher Zifa before parting. By an end, Zifa explicitly rejected it, saying that seeing Bai Ye would aggravate the injury, which was not conducive to recovery. He also said that this year, it is best not to meet again, and we will talk about it later. Bai Ye couldn't laugh or cry, so he had no choice but to give up the idea of visiting, and Zifa is really afraid of the White Knight now. If Bai Ye came to the training camp, he would talk nonsense again. The Navy Elite training camp can really be changed to a Navy sleep camp all day long, so it's better not to see it, but just when Bai Ye was about to leave, Akiji unexpectedly appeared in Bai Ye's office and kept Bai Ye on the grounds that he had a new task. Before Shinji could speak, Bai Ye said a lot. General Akiji, what's going on here? You see, I got my leave papers approved, and I'm about to leave. If you let me stay and work again, will I have to pay overtime pay? Of course, the vacation time can't be changed. It's better to extend it. We can't work for nothing, can't we? Shinji looked at Bai Ye in surprise. At this moment, he saw the shadow of the yellow ape from Bai Ye. Both the tone and the content of the speech are so similar. Isn't this Nima a white knight in the yellow ape's guise? General Akiji. General Akiji, what's wrong with you? Bai Ye stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Akiji's eyes, and then pulled Akiji back from his fantasy. Shinji coughed lightly. I'm fine. I came this time to tell you that what happened last time has come to fruition. Bai Ye was taken aback. What happened last time? What happened to the Tianlong people? Shinji nodded and said, it's about the Tianlong people. Didn't the Don Quixote family get involved last time? Yeah, but aren't they Kawaii? Investigating this kind of thing should not be handled by the world government. What does it have to do with our navy? Akiji hesitated and said, it seems that CP0 has found out that the Don Quixote family does have a deal with the Beast Pirates, and in the near future, there will be a deal between the two sides, and the place is around the Chambord Islands. So what the world government means is that our navy and the CP organization will work together to secretly capture the people of the Don Quixote family and ask about the disappearance of Maple Cecil Palace. Madun, if Akiji hadn't mentioned it, Byakuya would have forgotten that the Maple Cecil Palace was still being imprisoned by Sonic. Bai Ye asked with a normal expression, had they found out the exact location of the transaction? Under their observations these days, they have roughly identified 3 islands that may be traded, Gill Island, Watton Island, and Saint Island. At that time, the world government will be in charge of Gill Island, and our navy will be in charge of the remaining 2 islands. Once we find out that the transaction between the 2 parties has occurred, we will immediately notify each other and try to take them down as soon as possible. Bai Ye now understands that although the world government has begun to suspect the Don Quixote family, it is difficult to make a move without real evidence. After all, Doflamingo has a special identity and cannot be investigated openly. Therefore, I plan to arrest a few cadres of the Don Quixote family to find out the specific situation. Well, the Navy is the tool man, used by the world government to cover up its true purpose. Let Doflamingo think that they came here to capture the Beast Pirates. Just happened to discover the deal between the Don Quixote family and the Hunter Beast Pirate. However, Bai Ye still doesn't understand a little bit. But what does this matter have to do with my Bai Ye? There are so many lieutenant generals in the Navy headquarters, no one can be sent. What's more, there is still Akiji in this operation. As long as Kaido does not personally come to the transaction, there is no risk of failure in the operation. Why do you have to drag me? I'm still in a hurry to build a ship and change the knife, Akiji explained helplessly. Who told you to be a participant in the last incident? And your strength is not weak, and you are still stationed in the Chambord Islands if you don't want to look for you. Who will you look for? Bai Ye has 3 points of my strength, so he is indeed not weak. This is Akiji's true thoughts. What you said makes sense. Bai Ye said slowly, perhaps the matter of Maple Cecil Palace can be resolved in this operation. Isn't the world government just looking for the Maple Cecil Palace? After confirming the trading island, Bai Ye asked Sonic to secretly stuff Maple Cecil Palace into their trading location. Come and get the stolen goods. At that time, Doflamingo's body will be full of mouths. And I'm afraid he can't explain it clearly. If this matter can really be used to solve the Don Quixote family, it can be regarded as changing the larger plot points in the original book, and there is definitely a lot of world power that can be obtained. There is a lot to be done about this. No, I must participate in this operation in order to avoid unexpected mistakes at that time. Seeing that Bai Ye was frowning, with a look of deep thought, Xingji thought that Bai Ye was not very willing to participate in this operation. Come to think of it, everyone was going to be on vacation. Suddenly inform others that vacation is cancelled and prepare to participate in the action. Moreover, this action also involved the big trouble of the Tianlong people. Whoever it was, I'm afraid they would not feel comfortable. Out of admiration for Bai Ye, Akiji hesitated. Bai Ye, if you really don't want to participate in this operation, I can apply to Marshal Warring States and let him meet your previous request. As soon as Qingji finished speaking, Bai Ye said righteously, obeying orders is the first priority of a soldier. Why would I not want to? Besides, as a rear admiral, I should make some sacrifices for the Navy. Isn't it just a small vacation? And it's no big deal to keep going. If everyone in the Navy is self-centered, lazy and free, and unwilling to contribute to the Navy, how can our Navy maintain justice at sea? So I must be included in this operation. If not, I will go to Marshal Warring States to ask for it. After listening to Bai Ye's words, the Qingji people were dumbfounded. Brother, are you a chameleon? If there is a video phone bug record, Akiji really wants Bai Ye to see his face a few minutes ago. Who would have thought that these two sentences with completely opposite meanings could be said by the same person, and the gap between them was only a few minutes? When Qingji heard the second half, his face turned slightly red, and he reasonably suspected that Bai Ye was pointing fingers at Sang. Why, after all, he is the most lazy and free among the three generals of the Navy for fear that something will happen to him. Unfortunately, he has no proof. He can't admit to his face that he is lazy, can he? As for the yellow monkey, who is also an admiral, there are some differences between him and Akiji. Wang Yuan is lazy, but as long as your salary is in place. His four emperors dare to touch it. In contrast, the green pheasant is still more like a salted fish. Akiji looked at Bai Ye's look. If you don't take me with you, I will fight you hard, Akiji said with a headache. Okay, this time you lead people to take charge of Saint Island, and tonight you take people to ambush. I don't have too many people, just the strong ones. Bai Ye nodded heavily. I'll take care of things. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to get Maple Cecil Palace back this time. Akiji sighed softly. I hope. However, Bai Ye didn't plan to take anyone with him this time. He went to Saint Island alone. For him, too many people would be more troublesome, and it would not be conducive to the implementation of his plan. The fewer people who know about things like the kidnapping of the celestial dragons, the better. After all, they are not characters summoned by Bai Ye, so they can be 100% sure that they will not betray. After Bai Ye came to Saint Island, he looked around first after making sure that there were no other people nearby, notified Sonic to come and meet. To be on the safe side, Sonic came over this time and took off his iconic purple suit and put on a Navy soldier's costume. The mask on his face was also removed. A face similar to that of Ert Suzy was revealed. That time, even if Akiji and the world government find out, Bai Ye will be able to get him around. When Sonic saw Bai Ye, he said respectfully, Master Bai Ye, how is the palace of Maple Cecil now? Still in a coma, you should be able to wake up after a while. Bai Ye was stunned for a moment and asked, It's been almost a month. Why haven't you woke up yet? Did you attack so hard back then? If I haven't eaten for so long, I must starve to death. If Palace Maple Cecil died, it would still have a considerable impact on Bai Ye's plan. Seeing that Bai Ye misunderstood what he meant, Sonic quickly defended. It's like this, after that woman woke up, she was noisy and troublesome. I was afraid that she would attract the attention of passing ships, so every time she woke up, I knocked her unconscious again. Then she hasn't eaten for such a long time. I caught some wild animal meat and roasted it for her. This woman didn't eat it before, but she still ate it when she was very hungry. Then I waited for her to finish eating each time, and then knocked her out, and it has been maintained like this until now. Hearing this, Bai Ye smacked her tongue secretly. What a miserable woman. Such a life is still human. And this Sonic, which normal man could do such a thing to a woman? Is this still a man? Wait. Bai Ye suddenly remembered something. The Sonic he summoned was in a lonely state. It seemed that he was indeed not a normal man. Then this matter can be explained. Although Sonic's methods are extremely cruel, they are not without benefits. At least, until now, Palace Maple Cecil still doesn't know who kidnapped her. After Bai Ye told Sonic about the plan, he made Sonic ready to transfer at any time. Now everything is ready. Just wait to see the Don Quixote family and the Hunter Beast pirates appear. 3 days later, the two ships departed from the New World and the country of Drake-Rosa respectively and sailed to the Chambord Islands. In fact, before the trading ship left, Doflamingo had already noticed that something was wrong. His actions in all aspects seemed to be under surveillance. This feeling of being watched was very weak, but the cautious Doflamingo did not ignore this feeling, and also sent someone to investigate, wanting to determine whether someone is really targeting him. But in the end, they got nothing. If it weren't for the fact that the trading time has been agreed with the 100 Beast Pirates, and they dare not take the risk of offending Kaido to change the trading time. Doflamingo wanted to postpone the deal for a month. There is no way, once the deal with the 100 Beasts Pirates is revealed, it is easy to cause turmoil in all parties, and even his position as Shichibukai may not be stable, and he still needs this position now to realize his ambition. Out of caution, Doflamingo even accompanied the family's top cadre, Toribol, who is usually responsible for protecting the special cadres, on the trip this time. Just because I was afraid that there would be an accident in this transaction, I asked for the Beast Pirates. They also attach great importance to this transaction point. One of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack, was sent out to trade. After all, this is related to whether Kaido can form an army of animal-type ability users. In this way, the 2 parties continued to move towards the encirclement circle of the world government and the navy. When the Don Quixote family and the 100 Beast Pirates traded ships, Shiraya and Akiji got the news through CP0. When they first went to sea, moreover, I told Bai Ye and Shinji not to make a move in advance, but to wait until the 2 parties made a deal before taking it down. When things developed to this point, Bai Ye knew that he could start his plan, inform Sonic to transfer, and then just wait quietly. Take a look at the trading locations of both of them, who will choose the island for ambush. Chapter 74. In the absence of uncertainty about where the 2 parties' trading ships will meet, Bai Ye can only transfer Maple Cecil Palace to Saint Island first, and be fully prepared. So Bai Ye followed Sonic to the unnamed deserted island where Maple Cecil Palace was imprisoned. The deserted island was not far from Saint Island, and it took less than an hour to arrive at Bai Ye and Sonic's speed comparable to the speed of sound. Sonic temporarily placed Maple Cecil Palace in a cave, although it looked relatively clean, but that's just clean enough for the average person. For the noble celestial dragons like Maple Cecil Palace, even the air outside Mariajoa feels dirty, and they need to wear a bubble cover to travel. Now he is forced to stay in this kind of place for nearly a month, and the food, clothing, housing, and transportation are very different from his previous life. And these things that are completely unacceptable to other Tianlong people, the Maple Cecil Palace actually endured all of them, and they have survived until now. This can only show one thing. Maple Cecil Palace is by no means the kind of brainless, arrogant Tianlong people. On the contrary, she is very smart and knows when to make trouble and when not to make trouble, but being too smart is not a good thing. Bai Ye stood not far from the entrance of the cave, with thoughts surging in his mind, thinking about whether to cancel his plan, directly kill Maple Cecil Palace, and throw it in this wilderness. It is estimated that within half a day, her body will be eaten up by the beasts on the island, and no trace will be left, nor do you leave yourself any risk. But it is impossible to completely solve the Don Quixote family just by relying on the transaction with the 100 Beast Pirates. After all, in the original book, even if all the crimes of Doflamingo were exposed by Luffy, he was only imprisoned by the Navy on the 6th floor of the city. For him, the deal with the 100 Beasts Pirates can only be regarded as a more difficult matter. After thinking for a moment, Bai Ye decided to continue with a plan, but something could be added to it to confuse the palace of Maple Cecil. Even if at that time, if it is really discovered that Bai Ye did it at that time, Bai Ye had already earned a lot of world power, and he could suppress an era by himself. It doesn't matter if you find it or not. Inside the cave, the Maple Cecil Palace has long since lost its noble appearance. Its complexion is yellow and slightly thin, and the expensive white dress on its body has turned black. Even many places were torn apart, and the white skin and good figure could be vaguely seen. The whole person lay down on the ground covered with withered grass, as if he had fallen into a coma and was not yet awake. But even in the Maple Cecil Palace in a coma, Sonic still covered his eyes with cloth strips and tied his hands and feet with ropes, making it foolproof. Worthy of being an orphan ninja, from the way Sonic treats women, it can be seen that he no longer has that kind of worldly desire. At this time, Palace Maple Cecil has gradually woken up, and his hearing will be much stronger than normal under the condition of not being able to see. She seemed to have heard 2 different footsteps from the entrance of the cave just now, but there may only be one kind of footstep. The clever Maple Cecil Palace immediately realized that something might happen today, and these things will determine her life or death. These unknown people imprison her in the cave for more than days, and now they are finally going to attack her. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Maple Cecil Palace did not wake up and remained unconscious. For Maple Cecil Palace, who can't even be counted among the 5 scum, coma is the best way for her to protect herself now. Bai Ye and Sonic came in and saw the comatose Maple Cecil Palace. They looked at each other with a smile on their faces, but they didn't make a sound, from the looks of it. This Tianlongren should not be aware that the breathing rhythm is not the same when he is unconscious and awake. In fact, when she just woke up, Bai Ye and Sonic noticed it, but they didn't expose her on the spot. However, This is also convenient for Bai Ye's impromptu preparation plan. Bai Ye lowered his voice, appearing more vigorous, and said, "Finally, this trouble can be solved, and we can only spend this month on a deserted island. I'm so bored to death." And Sonic also changed his voice and said, "Don't talk. If she remembers your voice, you will be in trouble. There's nothing to be afraid of. When it's time to trade, hand her over to the 100 Beast Pirates, and it's not certain whether she will survive in the future. What you said is also reasonable. After entering the 100 Beast Pirates, it will be difficult to come out again." At this time, Palace Maple Cecil, who heard the conversation between the two, almost didn't jump up. "They actually wanted to hand me over to the 100 Beast Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Although Maple Cecil Palace often lives in Marie Joya, she still hears the name of the 4 emperors often. These are 4 monsters at the apex of the sea for them. Killing the Time Longerin may be a little troublesome, but they will never dare to kill them." Under the tension, the breathing of Maple Cecil Palace became a little faster. After noticing this detail, Bai Ye was going to reveal some more shocking news to increase the credibility, so that Palace Maple Cecil would fall into the trap obediently. Bai Ye pretended to be careless and said, "This Time Longerin is really valuable. Her value is actually worth 100 man-made devil fruits." Yeah, in order to build an army of animal devil fruit ability users, Kaido collected animal devil fruits everywhere. And now he will actually exchange 100 artificial devil fruits for Tian Longerin. It is really incomprehensible. Forget it. Don't worry about what to do. Just listen to the young master's arrangement. Little Lord, among the pirates, there are very few who call the young master. Could it be Doflamingo? Palace Maple Cecil's breathing became a little more rapid. It turned out that Doflamingo had done it to me. And what they revealed in the conversation just now is a big secret. Doflamingo actually developed a man-made devil fruit. This is a technology that Vegapunk has not developed yet. Moreover, Kaido's secret formation of the 100 Beast Legion is news that they have never heard of. No matter which of these 2 pieces of news spread out, it would be enough to cause the sea to tremble. When Bai Ye saw that the fish had taken the bait, he knew that the secret he had told was enough. So he said to Sonic, "The transaction will start soon. Prepare to transfer now. By the way, in order to prevent Tianlong people from waking up on the way, you'd better give her another shot, so as not to spoil our business." After listening to Palace Maple Cecil, he cursed in his heart. What kind of villains are these? They are so vicious. I am still in a coma, and they want to do it again. Unfortunately, this sentence did not have the opportunity to export. Sonic moved very quickly, directly knocking out Maple Cecil Palace, who was pretending to be unconscious. Chapter 75 CP0's Invitation. The two packed the Maple Cecil Palace into a wooden box and brought it back to St. Isle. Without making Bai Ye wait too long, he received the exact information. The location of the transaction between the 2 parties is Gill Island, which is guarded by CP0, although it was not on the island he was guarding. This was not a bad thing for Bai Ye. It is safer to let others find out than to let yourself find out. It's just that if this is the case, it will be more troublesome to implement this plan. After receiving the news, Bai Ye rushed towards Gill Island at full speed. As for Sonic, he took Palace Maple Cecil and followed far behind. Find the right time to place the wooden box containing Maple Cecil Palace among the goods traded between the 2 parties. When Bai Ye arrived, he found that besides Akiji and 09, the world government had sent another member of CP0, whose figure was no different from a normal person, with a black-bottomed crying mask on his face, looking a bit creepy. Looking at Ling Jiao standing behind him respectfully, this person's ranking is probably more than 1 rank higher than Ling Jiao. Because the relationship between Bai Ye and 09 was not very harmonious last time, after Bai Ye arrived, 09 did not make a sound to introduce his fellow CP0. Instead, Akiji introduced. "Bai Ye, this is 03 from CP0, the person in charge of our operation." Bai Ye nodded towards Ling San, completely ignoring Ling Jiao. Ling Jiao felt angry welling up in his heart, but at this moment, it was not easy to erupt, so he had to hold back forcibly. 03 took a look at Bai Ye and said hoarsely, "You are Bai Ye?" A week ago, Edward Weibel, who called himself Whitebeard too, was beheaded by you. Bai Ye said calmly, "If you're talking about the second idiot who looks a bit like Whitebeard, then I should have killed him." Hearing this, Ling San's expression under the mask changed slightly, and he took a few deep glances at Bai Ye. Although no one in the sea now knows Edward Weibel's reputation, let alone his strength, but Ling San knew it. He still remembered that half a year ago, when he was carrying out an investigation mission and passing by a certain sea area, I heard someone claiming to be the son of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Out of the instinct of a spy, he traced all the way to the past when, seeing Weibel, 03 was also shocked by Weibel's appearance, which was too much like Whitebeard. This made 03 directly confirm Weibel's identity without any doubt. But when he was about to take down Whitebeard's son, he made a great contribution, but he found that Weibel's strength was not inferior to him at all. Coupled with his almost terrifying recovery ability, even 03 was no match for him. Therefore, 03 had no choice but to give up this idea and report the news. After returning to Marie Joya, I never heard any more news about Weibel, but until a few days ago, he suddenly heard that a rear admiral named Bai Ye killed Weibel. His first reaction was, "Are you kidding me?" With Weibel's strength, coupled with his terrifying recovery power, even in a battle against a general-level combat force, he cannot lose the wind, you tell me. He was actually beheaded by a rear admiral with a single sword. What the hell? Are you kidding me? But after being confirmed by many people and confirming that the news was correct, 03 was stunned. A strong man who can kill Weibel with a single sword is actually a rear admiral in the Navy. Isn't this a joke? Coincidentally, taking advantage of this operation, 03 asked Bai Ye to participate and wanted to see Bai Ye. After meeting him, 03 became more certain of his thoughts. After pondering for a moment, 03 spoke words that shocked everyone. "Bai Ye, you can give up your Navy status to join CP0 foot after this operation is over, and I can be your guarantor. I read your information and know that you have never eaten a devil fruit. If you are willing to join CP0, as long as you pass the normal training, we will provide you with a very powerful devil fruit. And it is absolutely no less powerful than the natural devil fruit and the animal-type phantom devil fruit." Bai Ye was stunned. "What do you mean? You want me to be a dog for the Tianlong people? Still using devil fruit to seduce me?" Akiji was stunned. "What do you mean? In front of the Admiral of the Navy, you poached the corner of the Navy. Do you think that I, the Admiral, is just a show?" Ling Jiu was even more stunned. "What do you mean? This guy's going to be my colleague." Seeing that Bai Ye was silent, 03 continued to speak. "As long as you can become an official member of CP0, I can guarantee that you will become 04 or replace me as 03. As soon as this remark came out, Bai Ye hadn't reacted much, and Ling Jiu almost passed out on the spot. "Why is it not enough to be a colleague and become my immediate boss in a blink of an eye?" Recalling how he was at odds with Bai Ye just now. But now as long as Bai Ye nods, he can directly become his immediate boss and decide his life or death. This sense of gap filled Ling Jiu with jealousy. Thinking about the cruel training I have received since I was a child, and I have survived thousands of selected children, only then did he successfully join the top secret service organization CP0, and when he was outside, he could be regarded as holding a party's power, which could determine the life and death of several countries. He thought that he had reached a position beyond the reach of ordinary people, but this little rear admiral in front of him turned into his immediate boss, which made Ling Jiu totally unacceptable. If Ling Jiu knew that in Bai Ye's eyes, his extremely coveted position was just being a dog with a higher ranking, how would he feel? Before Bai Ye could reply, Akiji had a serious expression on his face and a slight chill emanated from his whole body. The temperature dropped several degrees in an instant, and frost suddenly formed in the tender green grass at his feet. Akiji said coldly, "For now, let's deal with the beast pirates and Doflamingo first, and we can talk about other things after the operation is over. This face-to-face poaching is endless. Do you really not care about me?" And Admiral, seeing that the green pheasant showed signs of anger, 03 stopped talking. "After all, what I'm doing now is really unreasonable." However, 03 still hinted in secret, asking Bai Ye to think about it and reply after the action is over. "TSK, he is handsome, and he really can play anywhere." The Admiral and the Chief of the Secret Service almost got into a fight over me. Bai Ye thought rather narcissistically that as for 03's proposal, Bai Ye didn't take it seriously at all. "It's very simple. I am in the Navy, and I will be rewarded with world power when I get promoted. I don't know how to be a spy chief, and Bai Ye doesn't want to be a dog for the Tianlong people. If he was really allowed to go, Mary Joya would be slaughtered within half a day." Chapter 76 Stir, just hard stir. Gill Island, a name that sounds a bit strange. However, the topography of the island fully lives up to its name. It consists of a nearly 2,000-meter-long straight cylindrical ground as the main body, and two oval-shaped lands with a radius of meters are connected at its ends. Quite image. Every man will have a very familiar feeling when he comes here, except for Sonic. Of course, that it is estimated that this is also the reason why the 100 Beasts pirates and the Don Quixote family set this place as the trading location. Bai Ye and the others lay in ambush at the junction of the cylindrical ground and the oval ground, using the dense woods as cover in order not to be discovered. Only less than dish people were left on the island. Only Akiji and Byakuya were left on the Navy side, and the others were all members of the Secret Service organization in a way. In terms of latent technology and the intensity of individual combat, the spy organization is indeed much stronger than the Navy. Everyone has a different division of labor. This time, Sonic is also lurking on Jill Island. Just like the Navy is inferior to the spy organization in terms of lurking, the hidden technology of the spy organization is a younger brother in front of Sonic, after all. Sonic is an elite ninja who has undergone very strict ninja training and came out of the ninja village. If it wasn't for the existence of the system, even Bai Ye wouldn't be able to sense where Sonic was hiding, while everyone was waiting. The two trading ships of the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates gradually approached Gill Island. 03 opened his mouth in a low voice and introduced the situation. According to our investigation, both parties to this transaction are all senior cadres. Doflamingo sent Tory Bowl and Diamantai out, while the Beast Pirates sent out Drought Jack, one of the three plagues. Akiji wondered, Drought Jack, does Kaido attach great importance to this transaction? Even one of the three signs under his hand has been dispatched. Bai Ye rolled his eyes, pretending to be curious, and said, You say, what exactly are they trading? They need so many senior cadres to accompany them. 03 explained, This is not sure yet, but it should be quite precious. In fact, everyone has the same answer in their hearts. The Don Quixote family and the 100 Beast Pirates may be their target this time, the Maple Cecil Palace. It's just that no one dares to easily assert that it has not yet been determined. However, as long as they have such thoughts in their hearts, Bai Ye's question is not in vain. On the premise of having this idea, and then rescue the Palace of Maple Cecil from the trade items. When things develop like this, it will be smoother and everyone can accept it because it is no different from what they imagined. Under the surveillance of Bai Ye and others, the trading ship sent by the Don Quixote family and the mammoth on which Jack was riding met at the intersection of two oval lands, under the moonlight. The shadow cast by Jack's huge body completely enveloped Tory Bowl and Diamantai. A suffocating wild atmosphere hit the nerves of Tory Bowl and Diamantai. It seems that what they are facing is not a human being, but a giant elephant. From the wild, full of oppression, a slightly weaker pirate would probably be scared to death on the spot just by facing such an imposing impact, Jack buzzed. Where's the traded item? Hurry up and take it out for me, don't waste time. Facing Jack, Tory Bowl and Diamantai didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly asked people to remove small boxes from the boat. After a while, a pile the size of a hill was piled up. On Jack's side, some subordinates also came forward to open the box to check whether the count was accurate. Because it was not the first transaction between the two parties, Jack did not test the efficacy of the artificial devil fruit on the spot. Anyway, he didn't think Doflamingo dared to deceive them. Boss Jack, the count is over. There are a total of man-made devil fruits. Jack nodded in satisfaction. Give them the money. Load the boxes on board, and prepare to go home. According to the agreement between the two parties, a transaction will be made for every artificial devil fruits produced. The 100 Beasts Pirates purchased each man-made devil fruit at a price of 1,000 million Baileys. That is, the transaction volume is 1 billion Baileys. Trembling, Tory Pole and Diamantai took the 10 boxes that were handed over without even the courage to open and count them. So they were put back on the boat. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. Even if the Beast Pirates didn't give enough Bailey, they couldn't help it. Tory Bowl and Diamantai, they can't take Jack down and force Kaido to pay, right? If it weren't for Doflamingo's life and death unwillingness to hand over the artificial devil fruit technology, and Kaido would not be able to investigate the source of the artificial devil fruit. According to Kaido's character trade, what a deal. Get them all back without spending a penny. Akiji watched the transaction between the two parties come to an end and frowned. Aren't you going to make a move? 03 calmly said, Wait, I haven't seen the Maple Cecil Palace yet. For the Navy, it is enough to see that the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 Marshalseas, has a secret transaction with the Beast Pirates, one of the 4 Emperors. But for CP0, these are secondary. Their operation is just to get back Maple Cecil Palace. Before Maple Cecil Palace appeared, they would not act rashly. When Bai Ye saw this, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Jack and the others were really allowed to run away. Then his previous performance in front of Maple Cecil Palace would be for nothing. Not only that, maybe it will be self-defeating. It makes people wonder if someone deliberately planted the crime of hijacking the Tianlong people on the Don Quixote family. At that time, the plan will be completely ruined. Since you don't make a move, then I can only lure them to make a move. At this time, Sonic was lying in ambush in the jungle not far from Bai Ye. After receiving Bai Ye's order, Sonic yelled directly in the direction of Jack and the others. A navy is ambushing in the woods at 10 o'clock. Everyone be careful. Although Sonic's voice was not loud in this silent night, any abnormal sound was enough to arouse everyone's vigilance. What's more, they also heard the word Navy. Jack, Tory Bowl, and Diamantai, who were about to leave, all stopped. Carefully watch out for the Navy ambushing at 10 o'clock. Of course, this is not because they are stupid, and they believe it when someone shouts it casually. Instead, They immediately thought that since I didn't arrange my men to patrol the island, it should be arranged by the other party. After all, this person is warning them he must be a pirate. But no one thought there is also Bai Ye, the shit-stirring stick on the island. Chapter 77, Attacking. Damn it, we were discovered. Ling San cursed in a low voice. Sonic's unexpected sound directly exposed Ling San and the others, putting them in a dilemma. Originally for 03, if he had not discovered the existence of Maple Cecil Palace, he would not have taken the initiative to act. But now that Jack and the others know of their existence, in order to prevent the transaction from spreading, surely they won't let them go easily. If this is the case, this battle will have to be fought if not fought. But Akiji didn't care much about it. He just wanted to fight. The current situation is exactly what he wants to see. Toribol leaned to Jack's side, clenched the scepter in his hand, and said cautiously, Master Jack, we can't let the Navy know about our transaction, otherwise it will bring a lot of trouble to the next transaction. Jack naturally understands this truth. If this matter is exposed and affects the formation of the Beast Army, Kaido will go crazy, Jack snapped. They must be kept ready to do it. Jack directly picked up the 1,000-pound reef from the shore and threw it viciously in the direction of 10 o'clock. Under the tremendous force of Jack, the huge rock moved at an extremely fast speed, breaking down several trees without slowing down at all, and it was about to hit Bai Ye and the others. This time it was completely broken. 03 didn't want to make a move, and the green pheasant on the side obviously couldn't wait any longer, and aimed at the flying reef with one hand. I saw the reef fixed in the air, and thick frost formed all over my body instantly, exuding extremely low temperature. After falling to the ground, it actually shattered into tiny particles. Seeing this, Torbal's face changed suddenly, and he exclaimed, Admiral Akiji, such a signature ability that they can guess people's identities even if they haven't met them yet. Jack, who has always been domineering and conceited, couldn't help frowning when he saw that Akiji was the one who decided to take the shot. Admiral, why did you appear in this place? It seems that it may be difficult to go tonight. Under the vigilance of Jack and others, Akiji, Bai Ye 0309, and more than 30 members of the spy organization all appear in front of everyone. Seeing the neat formation of the Navy, Torbal's first reaction was that they were betrayed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the other party to send an admiral to guard Jier Island. Akiji stared at Toribol and said calmly, Tonight is really a good experience. I didn't expect Doflamingo to be so courageous. After becoming Shichibukai, he would dare to make a deal with 100 beast pirates. We didn't pay attention to our Navy at all. After you are all arrested and interrogated clearly, I will propose to Marshal Sengoku to ban Doflamingo Shichibukai from the position. Hearing this, Toribol and Diamante's faces turned pale. It was a small matter for them to be caught by the Navy. As long as the young master is there, they may still be rescued. But if Doflamingo's Shichibukai position is deprived and the affairs of the Dressrosa Kingdom are found out, everything will be unimaginable. But relying on them alone, it is undoubtedly wishful thinking to defeat Admiral Akiji. Moreover, the people beside Akiji are also not simple people. This time things really got bigger. Shinji looked at the silent crowd and said impatiently, Are you still waiting for me to freeze you all into ice sculptures? Bai Ye secretly sighed at the side. As expected of an admiral, the opponent who is suppressed by his name alone dare not make a move. Just when Toribol and Diamante were still hesitating whether to surrender directly, Jack took off the two sickle-shaped weapons and rushed towards Akiji. Every step Jack stepped on the ground caused the ground to tremble, and he roared, Don't think you can underestimate me just because you are a general. Jack will arrest you in front of Boss Kaido today, and prove that I am the strongest among the three disasters. Toribol and Diamante were stunned by Jack's actions. Jack is strong, but in front of the Admiral, at most it is a waste of time. Is it necessary to rush up like this foolishly and be beaten violently? And Bai Ye was not surprised by Jack's move. After all, in the anime, Jack, in order to save Doflamingo, dared to single-handedly attack the 4 warships carrying Admiral Fujitora Ishao, former Admiral of the Navy, current Grand Supervisor Budo Warring States, and Vice Admiral Chief Staff Suru. Although this is obviously an act of courting death, it can also be seen that Jack really has courage. Following Jack's attack, Jack's subordinates also attacked Bai Ye one after another. Ling Jiao was just about to make a move, but was stopped by Ling San. Ling San glanced over Bai Ye and said calmly, It's the Navy's business to deal with pirates. It has nothing to do with us. Let's see the situation first. CP0 Foot really has no obligation to deal with pirates, and 03 wants to see if Bai Ye's strength is really what he thinks. Without 03's order, the situation on the field instantly became Akiji and Shiraya, the two navies facing all the pirates. Toribol and Diamante saw that Jack's men were all engaged, but the opponent currently only had 2 Navy men take action. With Jack pinning down Admiral Akiji and leaving an unknown rear admiral, It would be of no use at all. Wait until the Rear Admiral is dealt with and then help Jack fight against Akiji. Maybe this time he really has a chance to escape. The two waited a bit and rushed towards Bai Ye with hundreds of subordinates. Facing the attack launched by nearly 200 people, Bai Ye said calmly, "General Qingji, give me 3 seconds and I will get rid of all these small miscellaneous fish." Regarding Bai Ye's strength, Akiji naturally wouldn't have the slightest doubt, but afraid of Bai Ye's killing, he asked, "It's better not to kill the cadres of the Don Quixote family. After all, we still need to obtain information about the Don Quixote family." Bai Ye asked, "2. Is it okay to keep 1? There is no way. If you kill 1 more, you can get more world power. If it wasn't for the fear of being suspicious, Bai Ye even wanted to say that you can just ask me about the Don Quixote family. I know everything about it, just let me kill all these people." "Madan, this kid is so murderous," Qingji said silently. "1 is fine, don't kill them all." Jack, who had already come close, heard the conversation between the two and said disdainfully, "Does your navy only talk big? Just because he is a little rear admiral, he still wants to get rid of all his subordinates except me. Are you thinking too much?" Bai Ye looked up at Jack and said coldly, "There's no need to kill you. I'll kill you when I kill them almost." Chapter 78. 3 seconds, man. "Go, Haijun, let me die." Jack scolded angrily. His arm muscles swelled, as thick as a water tank, exuding a wild aura all over his body. Under the moonlight, the 2 sickle-shaped scimitars looked a bit bleak, and the sharp blades reflected the cold moonlight. The scimitar was extremely fast. It almost slashed across Akiji's body in the blink of an eye, and when it fell to the ground, it directly blasted up the sky full of dust. And 2 long and thick cracks appeared. Qingji's body was divided into 3 sections, which gradually slipped down but did not shed any blood. But Jack's expression was still serious. No one would think that Admiral Akiji would be dealt with so easily. The corpse of the green pheasant that fell on the ground turned into a pile of crushed ice in an instant, and Akiji suddenly appeared in front of Jack. Most of his body had been turned into ice, and he shouted, "Frozen moment." In an instant, a huge amount of cold air began to emanate from his body, spreading from under Jack. White frost covered Jack's body, like a pair of ice armor, and quickly wrapped Jack in it. Under the extremely low temperature, Jack felt that his body was frozen, his blood flow slowed down, his limbs became stiff, and even his thoughts were weakening. Jack waved his arms reluctantly, trying to break the ice on his body. But his destruction speed was far slower than the speed of the ice. Spreading in less than 5 seconds, the whole person stood in place like an ice sculpture. The eyes of Ling San and Ling Jiao on the side were somewhat shocked. Is this the strength of an admiral? Even Jack the Drought, one of the 3 plagues of the beast pirates with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, couldn't survive a single move. Bai Ye saw the results of Qingji's battle, chuckled lightly, and said, "Since General Qingji has dealt with the opponent so quickly, then I can't be too slow. Less people look down on our navy." Facing the rushing pirates, Bai Ye sank down, stepped back half a step with his left foot, put his left hand on the scabbard, and pulled Feng Ming out with his backhand. "Draw the knife and cut." The sword glow flickered, and a huge sword energy swept across. The oncoming pirates only felt their eyes stinging, and their eyes were dark. More than 200 pirates stayed in place without moving, and the expressions on their faces seemed to be frozen. But as Bai Ye retracted the knife into the sheath, crack, after the sword blew, more than 200 pirates cut in half, and the upper body began to slide from the waist. Scarlet blood overflowed from the wound, and more than 200 corpses made the hole. Air filled with a pungent smell of blood for a while. Exactly 3 seconds. Pulling out the sword and chopping is a move that all swordsmen know. And it is also the simplest move. However, being able to use such a simple move to exert a terrifying power like Bai Ye, in addition to being strong, one also needs to have a very deep study of the way of swordsmanship. This is the first time that Akiji sees his little junior brother really make a move. Unexpectedly, this shot directly created the appearance of a purgatory on Earth. Looking at the slightly sunny smile on Bai Ye's face, even Akiji, who was a user of the frozen fruit ability, couldn't help shivering. Seeing the extremely bloody scene, Akiji suddenly thought of something and said helplessly, "Bai Ye, didn't I tell you to stay alone? Why did you kill them all?" Bai Ye said innocently with some surprise, "I'm staying." Looking at the corpses and blood all over the ground, Qingji said with a headache, "You are also called staying." Although it is an indisputable fact that there is a deal between the Don Quixote family and the Hunter Beast pirates, Akiji still wants to leave a living and interrogate more things. Only in this way can he be more sure of removing Doflamingo Shichibukai's position. Bai Ye looked at the scene, fell into thought, and murmured, "I really left one just now. Could it be that I didn't control my strength well?" Bai Ye quickly rejected this idea. He still had enough understanding of his own strength. Every time after gaining proficiency, the first thing is to try to adapt to this power. Familiarize yourself with this extra power so that you can retract and release it freely. Since it can't be my problem, there is only one possibility, Bai Ye recalled carefully. The scene when he shot. Because of Akiji's instructions, he didn't hold back the pirates under. Jack at all. 2 Senior Cadres, man-made devil fruit sheep ability user, Sips Hyde, artificial devil fruit springbok ability user Jean Rami. The bodies of the two were lying at Bai Ye's feet, and the expressions on their faces were still extremely terrified. And the body of Toribol, a high-ranking cadre of the Don Quixote family, who has the ability to stick fruit, is also there, originally Toribol. As Doflamingo's most trusted person, also knew the most, however, Bai Ye really couldn't bear his wretched appearance and his snot-like fruit ability. It was really disgusting enough. Therefore, Bai Ye didn't say a word and directly let him go back to the furnace and rebuild. There is only one senior cadre left, Diamond-Tai, who has the ability to fly fruit. Bai Ye rubbed his chin and thought, I probably didn't kill this guy. Bai Ye found Diamante's corpse from the pile of corpses. His body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and he obviously had lost too much blood. And his chest didn't rise and fall, so he looked like a dead person. But Diamante could hide it from other people, but he couldn't hide it from Bai Ye after all. Bai Ye was the one who swung the sword. For the situation at that time, he had a full grasp. I didn't expect Diamante to pretend to be dead. He was really a chicken thief. Bai Ye kicked Diamante a few times angrily and said impatiently, Anyway, he is a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, a big pirate with a reward of 9,000 million berries. Don't you feel ashamed to just lie in a pile of dead people and pretend to be dead? Diamante was full of fear. He didn't expect that he had pretended to be this way, and he was still discovered by that terrible rear admiral. Phew, what a rear admiral. He has never seen such a strong rear admiral in his life. Regardless, if you pretend to be dead, you have to play it to the end. If you admit that you are pretending to be dead now, you will really die. After Bai Ye finished speaking, Diamante remained motionless as if I was dead. Seeing this, Akiji thought that Bai Ye was afraid of being blamed by herself, so she said that Diamante was pretending to be dead. So he said, Bai Ye, it's fine if you die. Anyway, the fact that the Don Quixote family colluded with 100 beast pirates has already been confirmed. Who knows? Bai Ye ignored Qingji, but pulled out Feng Ming, pointed at Diamante, and said viciously, If you still pretend to be dead, I'll cut off your body piece by piece, and I'll see if you can still pretend. Chapter 79 Metamorphosis. Hearing Bai Ye's murderous words, Akiji, Ling San, and Ling Jiao couldn't help shivering. What kind of peerless murderer is this guy who doesn't even spare the dead? Moreover, he had to cut off the flesh of the dead person piece by piece. What a pervert. Although the strength Bai Ye showed just now, beheading 200 pirates with one blow, it shocked 03 and strengthened the idea of inviting Bai Ye to join CP0. But now looking at Bai Ye's perverted behavior, 03 began to think about whether he really wanted to bring Bai Ye into CP0. With the murderous nature that this guy showed just now, can he feel at ease as a dog for the time long run? Don't just slaughter Marie Joy at AT that time. His guarantor will directly become the biggest responsible person. Thinking of this, 03 has decided not to win over Bai Ye, the time bomb. In order not to be implicated to death by this scourge one day, 03 even thought up an excuse to refuse. Later, if Bai Ye asks, just say that the review will take time and let Bai Ye wait for the notification so that this matter can be fooled. And Akiji was also shocked by Bai Ye's perverted behavior. Looking at the entire navy, even the Hawk faction navy headed by Akainu is not as vicious as Bai Ye. Qingji thought that he was putting pressure on Bai Ye, so Bai Ye did this. So he spoke again to dissuade him. Bai Ye, it's fine if you die. There's really no need to do this. Bai Ye looked at Diamante, who insisted on lying dead, and anger welled up in his heart. Dio, you really think that I dare not do it? Okay, since you are so willing to pretend, I will let you pretend. Seeing that Bai Ye really wanted to torture the corpse, Ling San and the others looked at Bai Ye with a bit of fear in their eyes, especially Ling Jiao, with bursts of cold sweat breaking out on his back, afraid that Bai Ye would hate him for what happened in the past. Let's see, most people are afraid of powerful people or people with cruel means. Bai Ye took up both of these points, and the strength is too strong, and the methods are cruel to the point of abnormality. Who would dare to provoke a person like this? Akiji hesitated for a moment, but was still ready to stop Bai Ye's corpse abuse behavior. After all, there are people from the world government here, so it is inevitable to talk nonsense. Moreover, if this matter gets out, it will not be a good thing for Bai Ye, because in the hearts of most people, the Navy belongs to the party of justice. Therefore, Bai Ye's corpse abuse behavior can easily cause bad influence. If it gets serious, it will even hinder Bai Ye's future promotion. As Bai Ye's senior brother, Qingji can't sit idly. Bai Qingji shouted, Bai Ye, stop. At this moment, Jack, who was originally wrapped in ice, seemed to be stimulated by the smell of blood floating in the air. His eyes moved, as if he regained some consciousness. His eyes rolled slowly, and he saw corpses all over the floor, especially the chopped-up corpses of 2 senior cadres, Sip's head and Jean Rami. This made Jack's eyes bloodshot and began to turn red gradually. The ice on his body tended to melt, emitting a faint white mist in the moonlight. It is not conspicuous. The wind in. Bai Ye's hand directly slashed across Diamante's body. A piece of flesh as thin as a cicada's wing fluttered in the air. Damn, he really dared to do it. Everyone once again had a new understanding of Bai Ye's ferocity. Shinji was also a little annoyed at this time. Why didn't Bai Ye listen to persuasion at all? Just when he was about to make a move to prevent Bai Ye from swinging the knife again, Diamante, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, couldn't stand it anymore. The knife just now made him feel so painful that he almost cried out. If this continues to be pretended, it will be really dead. And listening to the meaning of General Akiji's words, it seemed that he needs to live by himself. There was no further hesitation after all. Any hesitation was another blow. I saw that Diamante jumped up suddenly, covered his wound, and said with a painful face, "I'm not dead. I'm really not dead." This wave of deceitful corpses directly stunned Akiji and Ling San. It turned out that Bai Ye was not a pervert, but that this guy was really pretending to be dead. Akiji, who was about to hold Bai Ye, looked embarrassed and gave Diamante a vicious look. When it comes to interrogation, this guy will suffer. Bai Yemu stared at Diamante with murderous intent and said coldly, "General Akiji, I'll cut this guy alive later. Then go to Dressrosa and grab another senior cadre for you, I promise. Doflamingo won't find out." Bai Ye was really annoyed by Diamante. "It's up to me to pretend to be dead. Since I want to die so much, I insist on letting you die today." When Diamante heard Bai Ye's murderous words, her legs went limp and she almost collapsed on the ground. After experiencing a knife, he will no longer doubt the authenticity of Bai Ye's words. When Akiji was about to persuade, he heard a loud noise. Oh! Jack broke free from the shackles of the cold ice on his body, and countless shards of ice splashed around like bullets. This sudden attack was completely unexpected by everyone. The crushed ice has no effect at all on Akiji, and is directly integrated into Akiji's body. Bai Ye impatiently used Fengming to fly the incoming ice fragments. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. The speed of the broken ice bounced by Bai Ye was 3 points faster, and many of them flew towards Diamante. Seeing this situation, Diamante didn't even think about it and continued lying on the pile of corpses, using the corpses as a cover for herself. But even so, it is inevitable that a few holes will be shot out by the crushed ice, and a cry of pain will be made. On the other side of the world government, it was quite miserable. Several people were directly shot in the head by the crushed ice and died on the spot. This made Ling San very upset. He didn't make a move, and several people died. Did I ask this because I am easy to bully? Jack, who escaped from the predicament, roared with scarlet eyes. "You kill my men, and I will make you pay for it." As soon as the words fell, Jack activated the fruit ability, Elephant Fruit Ancient Species Mammoth Form. The whole person transformed into a mammoth, with a huge body tens of meters high, with thick and strong limbs the size of a house, and the tense muscles of the trunk appeared extremely powerful. In addition, on both sides of the trunk, there were sharp ivory that was more than 10 meters long. A solid war machine. If this rushes up on a battlefield with a large number of people, it will really be a god blocking and killing a god, and a Buddha blocking and killing a Buddha. Moreover, if he becomes an animal, Jack not only has great strength, but also has strong recovery and resistance. If you want to subdue it again, I'm afraid it will be a lot more troublesome than before. Seeing this, Akiji once again exuded a very low chill, ready to attack Jack. "General Akiji, leave Jack to me. I happen to be full of anger right now, and I have nowhere to vent." Bai Ye looked at Jack's huge body. His eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a source of world power. Chapter 80, Fighting Jack. Hearing this, the chill on Akiji's body dissipated. Since Bai Ye wanted to deal with Jack, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to intervene. For Bai Ye's strength, Akiji still has a certain amount of confidence. Even if he is not as strong as Jack, he will definitely not be much weaker than him. Bai Ye really couldn't beat Jack. There wouldn't be any problems with him standing by. Okay, then be careful. He is now in the form of a beast, and his strength and recovery ability have been greatly improved. Qingji cautioned. Bai Ye nodded. He naturally knew this. But before Bai Ye could make a move, Ling San couldn't hold back anymore. It may be that he felt that a few of his men died and lost face in front of the Navy. Moreover, before seeing Jack, Akiji subdued him at once. I feel that even after Jack turns into a beast form, his strength will not be much stronger. SO03 against 09 said, "Let's fight together. Let the pirates see the strength of our CP0. If Kaido appeared in front of them, they naturally didn't have the guts. It is estimated that it has already run away. But Jack, who is only one of the 3 disasters, they feel that they still have the strength to touch it. The 2 kicked their legs hard on the ground and rushed towards Jack one after the other. And Jack's attention was not at all on 03 and 09, whose red eyes were like bronze bells, fixedly staring at Aokiji and Byakuya, when an elephant hoof the size of a roof fell on the ground. A huge pothole appeared, and the entire Jarrah Island began to tremble nonstop. The elephant's head was lowered, and the 2 ivory tusks, which were tens of meters long, were comparable to 2 extremely sharp spears. Running on all 4s, it launched an impact towards Qingji and Bai. Seeing that Jack was ignoring him, 03 and 09 became even more angry and appeared beside Jack. Lawn feet. Finger gone. 09 quickly kicked out 4 kicks, and the 4 slashing waves formed by the curled air fell on Jack's back. Instead of being torn apart as Lingzhou imagined, it was directly shattered, only cut off a few thick elephant hairs growing outside the tough elephant skin, and 03's full-strength finger gun is stronger than 09's, but was only half an inch deep into the elephant's skin. Without any blood spilling out, in less than 3 seconds, the wound healed itself. How is this possible? Lingzhou was surprised and angry. Bai Ye laughed. Lingzhou, are you going to shave Jack? Then your current progress is a bit slow. Based on your strength, it is estimated that if you work hard for another year, you will be able to shave Jack clean, if during this period you were not beaten to death by Jack. Lingzhou's face under the mask turned pale for a while, and then turned red for a while. I really didn't expect Jack's defense to be so high. 03's current feelings are also very bad. Although Bai Ye was talking about 09, the 2 shot together and didn't cause any harm to Jack, which is indeed too embarrassing. This moment, Jack felt as if there were 2 annoying little bugs without moving the body. The long and thick elephant trunk was thrown back. It was whipped towards the 2 of them like an iron whip. The elephant's trunk was wrapped in a terrifying force, and the air was pumped out with a piercing whistling sound at an extremely fast speed. Lingzhou didn't react at all. He just felt black in front of his eyes, and a strong wind hit him, and his whole body was like a shell being fired, turning into a black shadow, flying upside down into the jungle. It smashed dozens of thick trees in a row, leaving traces hundreds of meters long, without a sound. Depending on the situation, if not dead, it is almost half dead, and 03's reaction was much stronger than that of 09's. There was a big cut in the palms of both hands, and blood dripped down the fingers from the wound. 2 steel chains shot out quickly, as if there was no length limit. In front of 03, a huge circular shield formed, covering 03 within. Oh. The elephant trunk was drawn on the steel chain ball. Because of the heavy weight, it was only pulled out more than 100 meters away. It landed not far away, smashing a big hole in the ground. The steel chain was untied, revealing 03 inside. Although he was a little embarrassed, there was no sign of injury. It's just that the wound where the steel chain extends from the palm is still dripping blood. It seems that when using this fruit, it is like the 7 injuries fist, before hurting others. Hurt yourself first. A ruthless move that hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts oneself 800. No wonder 03 didn't use the fruit ability immediately, and seeing Jack's slightly pained expression, this one seemed to bring him a lot of pain. Think about it too. As the saying goes, forces are mutual. Jack exerted so much strength to make the elephant's trunk slam on the iron bump, which naturally hurt after all. Elephant trunks are also made of meat. After solving the 2 annoying little bugs, Jack rushed to Aokiji and White Night again. After witnessing Jack's terrifying power, even Aokiji was startled and couldn't help but began to worry about whether Bai Ye could deal with Jack. Facing Jack, who launched the elephant advance, Bai Ye showed an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. The comparing strength and recovery ability, then Jack is a younger brother in front of Bai Ye. Without any hesitation, Bai Ye also rushed towards Jack. Feng Ming was already holding it in his hand. Lao Tzu, today I'm going to chop off your pair of ivory and put it at home as an ornament. It must look good. Hearing Bai Ye's provocative words, Jack became even more angry. His blood surged, he roared, and invisible waves scattered the clouds in the sky. He raised his front hoof and stomped hard towards Bai Ye. For Bai Ye, Jack's speed was not much faster than that of the tortoise, and with a wrong footstep he dodged the heavy kick. Boom. As if the ground had been bombarded by countless shells, a huge deep pit appeared, and countless seawater poured into it. Bai Ye appeared beside Jack's ivory. Looking at the white ivory that was more than 10 meters long, Feng Ming was instantly covered with armed domineering. The ivory is mine. Bai Ye raised Feng Ming and slashed at the root of the ivory. Crack. The sword body and the ivory intersected, and there was a sound of iron and steel intersecting, which resounded throughout the island. The ivory was forcibly cut by Bai Ye to a depth of half an inch, but to the extent that it was cut off, Bai Ye needed to cut it dozens of times. This knife, Bai Ye used all his strength. The huge force made Feng Ming whimper. Coupled with the countershock force, the sword body trembled, and Bai Ye felt his tiger's mouth go numb for a while, but Jack's fate was even more miserable, precisely because the ivory was not cut off by Bai Ye, the whole person. The whole elephant was directly cut down by the force of the knife and fell to the ground with all 4 feet in the air, screaming in pain. Bai Ye stopped aside, frowned, looked at Feng Ming in his hand, and put it back into the scabbard. Now, even with the protection of the armed domineering, Feng Ming's strength is not enough to support the next battle. If you continue to use it, it will become a pile of scrap iron within 5 minutes. Chapter 81. Seeing Bai Ye slashing Jack to the ground with a knife, he struggled in pain on the side. Akiji and Ling San, the 2 pairs of eyeballs, can't wait to pop out. They are all dumbfounded. In such a scene, if Bai Ye is replaced by Kaido, it seems more reasonable. However, if replaced by Bai Ye, his body size does not look as thick as that of Jack with a few elephant hairs tied together. The visual impact brought by is really big. But then, Qingji and Ling San watched Bai Ye retracting the knife into the sheath. Everyone thought that Bai Ye had given up the fight with Jack after all. Although Jack seems to be in pain now, he is actually not hurt much. Stand up and keep fighting. They also saw Bai Ye's trembling hands after he slashed that knife. It is understandable that he has no strength to continue fighting. So Qingji said, Bai Ye, take a good rest first, and leave the rest to me. General Akiji, you don't need to do anything. I'm fine. Qingji persuaded. You even put away your sword. There is no need to hold on. Bai Ye didn't speak anymore, but signaled Akiji not to intervene. Ling San, who was watching from the side, felt that Bai Ye was a little ignorant of good and bad, and even if he knew he was invincible, he had to hold on. To high. Everyone knows that after a sword master loses his sword, his strength will be weakened by at least 10%. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Eagle Eye Mihawk, is also unavoidable, but Bai Ye took the initiative to put away the swords and actually planned to continue fighting. What is this for? Looking for death? If Bai Ye has always been so proud and confident, no matter how talented Bai Ye is, sooner or later, he will die in the hands of other powerful people. 03's evaluation of Bai Ye was a little lower. Bai Ye naturally knew that Akiji and Ling San were not optimistic about him, but he was too lazy to explain so much. When the time comes, we will see the outcome after the fight. In fact, Bai Ye, who does not use a sword, is the strongest. Why, Dio, you really think that the template of One Punch Man is just a decoration? Jack stood up unsteadily. Feeling the pain in the ivory, his heart became more angry and charged towards Bai Ye again. Little bastard, you really piss me off. I will teach you how to speak human language, this beast later. Bai Ye looked at Jack, who was rushing towards him, stretched out his hands, and took half a step back with one foot. But he didn't even make any evasive movements. Akiji exclaimed in surprise, Is this a hard connection? 03 even cursed secretly. Even if he wanted to seek death, he didn't need to be so obvious. With one person's power, hard on a mammoth, is this something that carbon-based organisms can do? Seeing Bai Ye's almost provocative actions, Jack was about to explode with anger. His eyes were red, and his speed, which was not slow at all, was even faster. Looking up to the sky, he roared, I will trample you to death like a bug today. 2 sharp ivory-like spears stabbed straight at Bai Ye under Jack's control. Under the accelerated impact of the Jack Beast form, even a strong castle would be smashed to pieces by such an impact. Facing the impact, Bai Ye's eyes were calm. He exerted force on the soles of his feet, twisted his waist, and concentrated the force from all parts of his body on his hands. Bai Ye yelled violently, Stop it for me. I saw that Bai Ye tightly grasped the 2 long ivory handles with both hands. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging, and extremely violent power was transmitted from the ivory to Jack. Under the impact of Jack, Bai Ye retreated half a meter backwards, and his legs plowed 2 deep marks on the ground, but was only half a meter away. Under Bai Ye's power, no matter how hard Jack's 4 hooves exerted, he couldn't move 1 centimeter forward. It formed a picture of a man and a beast. Wrestling, Qingji couldn't see how Bai Ye's normal body contained such terrifying power. Before he could feel any more emotion, after Bai Ye forced Jack to stop, he appeared next to Ivory at a very fast speed. The domineering purple-black armed right fist was swung down towards the Ivory with a half-inch long cut. Break. With Bai Ye's soft drink, the 10-meter-long ivory broke off at its roots. The ivory broke, and Jack let out a heart-wrenching scream. But Jack's screams didn't last long before they stopped abruptly. It was not enough for Bai Ye to break 1 tusk, grab another tusk, and punch hard again. Because this ivory has no gaps, it is much more difficult to break than the last one. But because of this, every time Bai Ye punched, the violent power was transmitted to Jack's head along the ivory. It made Jack feel like his brain was buzzing. This feeling even overwhelmed the pain, making Jack's small mind a mess. Crack. When Bai Ye swung the number 17 punch at an extremely fast speed, Ivory finally couldn't support it and fell down. This time, Jack collapsed on the ground, his eyes were dull, and his limbs kept twitching, which seemed abnormal. Of course, no matter who encounters such a thing, I am afraid it will not be normal. Even Akiji and Ling San were shocked when they saw Bai Ye's cruel behavior. This is simply a humanoid monster. Bai Ye kicked Jack's relatively soft abdomen. The terrifying force made Jack feel that his internal organs were kicked into pieces, and he kicked him hundreds of meters away. Jack's huge body bumped into a small hill, instantly crushing the hill to the ground, splashing countless gravel and smoke, which were covered by stones. Bai Ye happily picked up 2 pieces of pure white ivory. These 2 things were really hard, and they were able to withstand so many punches from him. Jack himself had received more than a dozen punches from Bai Ye. With all his strength, he would have been beaten to pieces long ago. These 2 tusks are considered good things. Even if they are taken back for collection, they are still very valuable. Looking across the sea, who can collect the ivory of a billion pirates? Moreover, this pirate is one of the 3 major signs of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Although such a move is undoubtedly provoking Kaido, but Bai Ye doesn't care about these. If Kaido is upset, let him come. That time, it would be nice to have another pair of dragon horns for collection. Just as Bai Ye was thinking wildly, a system voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Discover forged items, Ivory *2, recycling price, 100 points of world energy /root. Will it be recycled? What can these 2 things be recycled? Wait, what do craftable items mean? Bai Ye looked at the 2 tusks in his hand curiously and didn't make a choice right away. After all, he doesn't lack these 200 points of world energy now. It's better to figure this thing out. This time, Bai Ye suddenly didn't want to kill Jack, and killing Jack wouldn't give too much world power. Not much more than the value of ivory. Better to wait for Jack to grow ivory again and Bai Ye to harvest another wave. This can be regarded as responding to the call and insisting that resources can be recycled. Chapter 82. Akiji and 03 went to check Jack's situation together, but Bai Ye suddenly received a message from Sonic. Master Bai Ye, the plan is successful. I will leave the island first. The so-called success of the plan is naturally that Sonic put the box containing Maple Cecil's palace on Jack's boat, mixed in with those crates with faux devil fruits in them. That's why Bai Ye kicked the almost dizzy Jack hard at the end, kicking him into the distance. It's just to let Akiji and 03 go to check, so that it is convenient for Sonic to do things. When Akiji and Ling San found Jack, Jack was buried by rubble. After digging Jack out, the 2 couldn't help but gasp. This is so miserable. This time, Jack was in a coma and had already recovered his human form. The long horns growing from his neck were broken at the root. Because of the several attacks on the head, the 7 orifices were bleeding, and the blood was all over the whole face, which looked horrible. Even if Kaido came to recognize someone, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize this as one of the 3 major signs of his pirate group for a while. Moreover, a huge depression appeared in the abdomen. All the ribs were broken, and some broken ribs were even inserted into the internal organs. But even with such a serious injury, Jack still kept his breath and was able to hang half dead. This is why the ability users of animal, fruit, and ancient species can have such a huge vitality. Seeing Jack's miserable appearance, the 2 subconsciously looked towards Bai Ye. I only see the White Knight that is so ruthless at this moment. He acted like a normal person, holding Jack's 2 tusks, as if he had found a treasure and happily admiring them. The 2 felt a chill inexplicably. As Jack fell into a coma, Akiji mobilized all the navy that was besieged in the distance. Unload all the boxes from Jack's boat. Akiji picked up a box casually. I want to see what exactly is Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates trading. Before, when Jack opened the box to check, because of the distance and the darkness, it was difficult to see the contents of the box with the moonlight alone. When I opened it, there was an apple-shaped devil fruit in the box with different patterns on it. This is an animal-type devil fruit. Moreover, not only this one, but all the 100 boxes present are all devil fruit animals. According to the market price, these devil fruits are worth 100 billion Baileys. Of course, Akiji doesn't know that these are man-made devil fruits, and there are still various defects. The price is naturally not as expensive as genuine devil fruit. In general, this is a Puchin goods. Although Bai Ye knew these things, it was impossible for him to explain them. Bai Ye pretended to pick up a man-made devil fruit, pretending to be surprised, and said, I didn't expect Doflamingo to be able to find so many animal-type devil fruits. Discover recyclable resources, artificial devil fruit, recycling price, 50 points of world energy. The sudden notification sound from the system almost scared Bai Ye so much that he couldn't even hold the artificial devil fruit in his hand. Can this thing be recycled? There are a total of 100 here, which means it is equivalent to 5,000 world sources. At the very top, 10 Whitebeard 2s have been killed. At this moment, Bai Ye had the idea of calling Sonic back and teaming up to snatch away all the man-made devil fruits here. Bai Ye was filled with remorse at this time. If he had known it could be done like this, he would not have brought the matter to Doflamingo. Wouldn't it be nice to secretly destroy the Don Quixote family? But things have developed to the present, and we can only take one step at a time, Even if Doflamingo is dead, Caesar cannot die either. Caesar must be taken away before the Don Quixote family is wiped out. Bai Ye looked at the artificial devil fruit in his hand and made a decision. Soon, they found a larger box in the pile of boxes, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. These small boxes contain precious devil fruits. Isn't there something more precious in this big box? After opening it, everyone except Bai Ye was shocked by the contents of the box. Map El Cecil Palace. 03 said in surprise. Even Ling Jiao, who was blown away by Jack's nose before, staggered over without dying, with a face full of surprise. They did not expect that they would find Maple Cecil Palace so easily. Although Palazzo Maple Cecil was not awake, he was clearly in a coma and his life was not in danger. Out of a cautious attitude, 03 still decided to send Maple Cecil Palace back to Marijoya. Have it checked by the best doctor. Unlike Ling San and the others who were full of surprise, Akiji frowned at this time. The palace of Maple Cecil was discovered at the scene of the transaction between the Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirate. In other words, the Maple Cecil Palace is one of the items traded by the Don Quixote family. It's actually Doflamingo who held Tianlongren hostage. Akiji understands this truth. And Ling San naturally understands it too. It's just that for him, the most important thing to do now is to make sure that Maple Cecil Palace is in good health. Moreover, how to deal with the Don Quixote family has nothing to do with him. 03 said to Akiji. General Akiji, since we have found Maple Cecil Palace, our mission is complete. In order to ascertain the physical condition of the palace of Maple Cecil, we first returned to Marijoya. Qingji nodded and said, then be careful on the road. I will send 2 boats to take you back. That would be great. Thank you, General Akiji. After sending the people from the world government away, Akiji found Diamantai, who had passed out due to blood loss in the pile of corpses, put on sea stone handcuffs, and threw him into the confinement room on the ship. Although it is impossible to interrogate Diamantai now, what happened today is enough to prove that the Don Quixote family is the murderer who kidnapped the Tianlong people. How to deal with the Don Quixote family? This is the next most troublesome thing, because Jack was too big. After being handcuffed by Shanghai Lusher, he weighed so much that the soldiers couldn't lift Jack at all. Seeing this situation, Bai Ye picked up Jack's arm with one hand and threw it directly on the deck of the warship hundreds of meters away. As a result, a huge hole was smashed into the deck and seawater poured in. The soldiers were in a hurry for a while for fear that the ship would sink. Qingji watched Bai Ye's actions and his eyes twitched, his face full of helplessness. Bai Ye also noticed Qingji's helplessness and explained embarrassingly, I was kind, this was just a small mistake. Akiji sighed, Jack's grabbing. I really don't know if it's good or bad. Chapter 83, The Two Sides React. The next day, Dressrosa Palace. Doflamingo paced back and forth in the palace anxiously, exuding an aura that no one should enter. Seeing that the young master was so anxious, the cadres of the Don Quixote family didn't even dare to show their anger. For fear of offending the young master at this time, Doflamingo recalled the feeling of uneasiness these days, coupled with Toripole and Diamantai, who hadn't heard from him since last night. Then my heart became more and more irritable. Nothing really happened, right? Otherwise, according to the previous transaction process, after the transaction is completed, they will contact and report the transaction status in time. But now it's been a night, let alone the phone, there is not even a little news. This is a deal with 100 Beast Pirates, are they cheating? This is not impossible. After all, the virtues of the 100 Beast Pirates are well known. But they did not discover the island where Caesar was located, nor did they master the artificial devil fruit production technology. How dare Kaido? As for whether it is possible for the Navy to discover their deal, this idea just came up. Doflamingo subconsciously rejected this idea. The Navy generally dare not take care of Kibuhai's affairs. Moreover, even if he finds out, he won't be too worried. The Navy is also restricted by the Tianlong people. As long as he holds on to the news about the Tianlong people's secret treasures, the Tianlong people will not touch him. Young master. Just as Doflamingo was thinking, Buffalo's voice suddenly sounded at the door. Buffalo is a Superman with the ability to spin the fruit, and the spin can fly in the sky like a propeller. So last night, after Doflamingo didn't receive any news, he sent Buffalo out to check the situation. Doflamingo looked at Buffalo's anxious expression, and his heart skipped a beat. Probably something really happened. Buffalo took a few breaths before reluctantly speaking. Young master, something happened to Toribol, and the others. After getting the accurate information, Doflamingo, who was a little impatient, became calm now. Doflamingo asked with a gloomy face, "Tell me about the situation on the island slowly, don't miss any details." When I arrived on Jill Island last night, many large holes appeared in the ground of the island, and there were more than 200 severed corpses, I found. Speaking of this, Buffalo paused subconsciously and looked at Doflamingo cautiously. Doflamingo asked in a trembling voice, "What did you find?" Buffalo gritted his teeth. "I found Torbol's body." As soon as the words fell, an invisible aura suddenly emanated from Doflamingo. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by dark clouds, causing the entire Dressrosa to be shrouded in dark clouds. Crack, kick. Under the coercion of the momentum, cracks appeared in the seats in the hall, and some of them were directly split in half. All the cadres fell to their knees, prostrate in front of Doflamingo, trembling all over. Everyone knew that Toribol, when Doflamingo was young, was certain that he had the qualifications to become a king, willing to be the first subordinate of the 9-year-old Doflamingo. He made great contributions to the formation of the Don Quixote family. That in Doflamingo's heart, Toribol is not only the most trustworthy subordinate, he is more like a godfather. But now Toribol is dead, and he was cut in half with a knife. How can Doflamingo not be angry? Doflamingo asked coldly, "Did the Beast's pirates do this?" Buffalo put his head on the ground and said, "Probably not, although Jack's body was not found at the scene, but the bodies of Kim, Rummy, and Sip's head were found. It was also cut off with a knife. If it wasn't for the Beast's pirates, it could only be the Navy, because near the Chambord Islands, the biggest force is the Navy. This also means that things are getting more and more troublesome. New World, an unknown desert island, a mountain-like man sat cross-legged in front of a bonfire and asked in a buzzing voice, "You mean our deal with that brat Doflamingo was found out by the Navy, and Jack has now fallen into the hands of the Navy?" Jin, one of the three major signs along with Jack, stood in front of Kaido annoyed. "I confirmed it with Doflamingo, and the news is correct." As soon as the words fell, Kaido directly threw the wine gourd in his hand, which was the size of a second-story building, to the ground. Boom! Countless rocks rolled down from the mountain, and the whole island trembled. "Is the Navy provoking our beast pirates?" Kaido said angrily, and the two black hairs that looked like dragon beards swayed accordingly, like two swimming dragons. "Jean, go and call everyone back. Since the Navy dares to touch Jack, it will bear my wrath." Jin looked at Kaido's crazy appearance and sighed helplessly. As far as Kaido is concerned, he was able to get caught by the Navy at times and still retreat, which is enough to prove that he is not afraid of the Navy. But Kaido is Kaido, and they are not monsters like Kaido. If you really want to launch an attack on the Navy headquarters, it is estimated that, except for Kaido, less than 1/3 of the entire Beast Pirates can survive. For the sake of the Beast Pirate, Jin had no choice but to persuade, "Boss Kaido, we don't need to be so anxious to rescue Jack now." Kaido stared at Jin with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" Jin continued to explain. "After the Navy arrests Jack, according to the principle of only detaining him and not killing him, he will definitely be imprisoned in Advanced City. We can set up an ambush on the route to the advancing city and wait until the ship that imprisoned Jack arrives, and then try to rescue Jack. In this case, the success rate can be greatly improved, and the casualties of the brothers can also be reduced. Although Kaido seems to have insufficient brains, he actually has more minds than anyone else. Just now, the reason why I wanted to show that I would rather attack the Navy headquarters for Jack, just to let his subordinates know that his boss is loyal enough. Now Jin has proposed a plan that suits his wishes, so he naturally has no reason to refuse." Kaido pretended to be thoughtful, and after a while he agreed. "Okay, in order to reduce the casualties of brothers, I will follow your method. In order to ensure that the matter is successful once, you go and call Quinn back. Moreover, this time I will also take action to let the Navy know the price of provoking the Beast Pirates." In order to confuse the Navy in advance, Kaido ordered many pirate groups under him to constantly attack the naval bases in the New World. The attitude shown is that if you don't let my brother go, I will kill all the Navy in the New World. Chapter 84: Forging Foaming. As the Beast Pirates and the Don Quixote family continued to exert their strength, the entire sea was turned upside down. The naval branch base in the New World was attacked by the crazy Beast Pirates. Many naval branch bases have become precarious. For this matter, Zhangguaji's hair turned gray a lot. Even Garp, who had just been on vacation, was called back by the Warring States period and sent to guard the naval branch base. Otherwise, the loss of the naval branch base would be too great. Not only that, Maple Cecil Palace said something about the man-made devil fruit after waking up. Moreover, it was determined that it was Doflamingo who held him hostage, in order to use himself to make a deal with the 100 Beast Pirates. The words of Palace Maple Cecil undoubtedly settled the whole matter, and pushed Doflamingo to an extremely disadvantageous situation. The Heavenly Dragons and the world government quarreled over the matter of Doflamingo. Some people think that Doflamingo is crazy for even daring to attack the Tianlongren. It's better to eliminate it as soon as possible. On the other hand, because of the news that Doflamingo had mastered the secret treasure of the Tianlong people, some people were a bit wary and did not dare to attack Doflamingo. Just when the sea is in chaos everywhere, Bai Ye, who was the instigator, lay leisurely in the office with juice in one hand and dessert in the other. He counted how much world power he had gained in this operation. Host, White Knight, Template, One Punch Man Saitama, Integration, 30%, World Source Power, 8,000, Fusion Degree, 30% to 31%, Need to spend World Power, 2,100, Special Skills, Emperor Engine, Arm Domineering LV8+, Knowledge Color Domineering LV8+, Swordsmanship LV9+, Infinite Recovery Passive, Summoned, Teshless Ninja, Sonic Plus. Seeing this, Bai Ye almost spilled the juice on himself. It only added -points of world energy, less than 1/5 of that batch of man-made devil fruits. Bai Ye looked carefully at the system prompts, only to find that the -points of world origin power all are obtained by killing characters. It does not change the world source of plot increase. Could it be that because the Don Quixote family still exists, it means that the plot has not completely changed, so it didn't give me the source of the world? While Bai Ye was thinking, he suddenly thought of the spoils of this operation, Jack's pair of ivory. Because artificial devil fruits are considered stolen goods, they were all taken away by the Navy. As for the ivory, Bai Ye fought against Jack alone and took it forcibly, and it was regarded as his personal trophy. Bai Ye looked at the two spear-like ivory, these two things relying on their own hardness if they can be forged. It is estimated that the worst is a good sharp knife. While speaking, Bai Ye pulled out Feng Ming from his waist and chopped it on the ivory without leaving any cut marks on it. Whether to choose fusion, if fusion is required, it will cost the world source power 300 points. Before Bai Ye could sigh, Bai Ye was taken aback by the sudden notification sound from the system. What do you mean? Can Feng Ming fuse with the ivory in his hand? At this time, Bai Ye remembered that when he first got the ivory, the system has reminded that ivory is a forgeable item. Could it be possible to spend the world's energy to build it? This system can simply be called an omnipotent system. A single template system is really not enough to show the diversity of its functions. Originally, Bai Ye planned to change into a knife. Now it seems that if Feng Ming can be forged and fused, it just saved the effort of finding a knife. Moreover, after using it for a while, Bai Ye felt that Feng Ming was quite comfortable with it, that it would be a bit of a shame to replace it. However, since it was going to be forged, Bai Ye didn't just use these two ivory. Make a good knife if you want to do it. The Chambord Islands are basically the largest trading place in the sea, and everything is sold here. Bai Ye asked Smoker to go to various auction houses to buy various ores suitable for forging weapons. Regarding Bai Ye's orders, Smoker naturally did not dare to neglect. Immediately took the soldiers to the major auction houses and weapon shops to look for ores. At first, all the major auction houses were terrified, thinking that Bai Ye, the butcher, was going to raid his house, and they were terrified. Later, after learning that Bai Ye wanted to collect the ore, one by one scrambled to send the ore to the naval base for free. It seemed to them that this was the butcher's first collection. If I send it up quickly, maybe I can get well in front of Bai Ye in the future. Because the famous knives in the sea are not very expensive, and the price of ore is lower, so they gave them a little crazy to in just one day. A hill composed of various precious ores was abruptly piled up at the naval base. Although the price of the ore is not high, but so much added up, it is worth its a million berries. If the forging master saw this, he would probably be excited to directly draw it. They forged a lifetime. When have they seen such a scene? All kinds of precious ores are here for you to use. This is simply a blacksmith's paradise. Facing the hill piled with ores, although Bai Ye didn't know what the ores were for, he had a system. Randomly picked up a fist-sized red ore. Discover forgeable items. Dragonstone *1. Recycling price, 1 point of world energy. Discover forgeable items. Meteorite or *1. Recycling price, 5 points of world energy. Bai Ye's method of distinguishing ore is very simple and direct. Ore that can cause a system reaction and can be recycled is naturally a good thing. If it doesn't work, don't do it at all. Bai Ye only selected from the mountain-like or more than 5,000 caddies of usable ore. There are more than 200 world sources in total. After Bai Ye sent the others away, he was ready to formally forge Feng Ming .2. Ivory tusks more than 10 meters long, more than 5,000 kilograms of various ores, and Feng Ming around his waist were placed next to them. It is no exaggeration to say, but in terms of volume, the things here can create thousands of wind chimes. Bai Ye excitedly said, "Okay, that's all." Although it seems that there are too many choices, what does this have to do with Bai Ye? Anyway, it is the system forging. Do you choose to forge? Bai Ye immediately chooses yes. After that, I saw Feng Ming floating in the air. A piece of red or the size of a human head flew above Feng Ming, as if being burned by flames. The volume began to shrink sharply, and finally turned into a drop of crystal clear red liquid, dripping on the blade. A touch of red flashed on the blade, and then disappeared. Next comes another aura repeating the previous move again, until the two tusks were suspended on the upper and lower sides of Feng Ming at the same time. There were 12 drops of milky white liquid that melted. It dripped on the upper and lower sides of the sword body respectively, and 2 ivory marks appeared on Feng Ming's sword body near the hilt, marking the completion of forging. 85 Trafalgar Law. The forging is completed, spending 1,000 points of world energy, Feng Sharp plus 20, Sturdy plus 30, Toughness plus 10, according to the notification tone of the system. Although Bai Ye didn't know how much Feng Ming's previous data was, but at least now it is stronger than before. Feng Ming after forging is not much different from before forging in terms of appearance. It's just that there are 2 extra ivory lines on the body of the sword, which looks another kind of beauty. But when Bai Ye picked up Feng Ming, he found that Feng Ming's weight had increased a lot, and the blade appeared sharper. Bai Ye hurriedly took out those unused oars and swiped casually with Feng Ming. Without any effort, the oars broke directly from it. That's right. This 1,000 points of world energy are not in vain. Satisfied, Bai Ye put Feng Ming back into the sheath. Although this vacation was delayed by the sudden action, but Bai Ye also took advantage of this operation to complete one of his goals. It was a worthwhile trip. Moreover, White Knight has sent Sonic to the New World to find traces of Punk Hazard. If you find Caesar, capture him directly, and make a large number of artificial devil fruits for Bai Ye to as a result. Bai Ye can exchange the world source of power, which is a stable source of worlds. Source of power, absolutely can't let it go. There is another idea in Bai Ye's mind. Since artificial devil fruits can be exchanged for world source power, then the real devil fruit should also be able to be exchanged, and the exchange value is definitely several times higher than the man-made devil fruit. However, Bai Ye did not let Smoker go to various auction houses to collect devil fruits. Different from the ore for making weapons, devil fruit is an extremely scarce resource in the sea. The average selling price of each is as high as 10 million Baileys. Those greedy merchants will not be willing to give the devil fruit to Bai Ye, and if Bai Ye collects a large number of devil fruits, it will easily attract the attention of interested people. After all, he used the devil fruit to absorb it, and the people under him would not appear capable. This abnormal phenomenon is easy to make people suspicious. Since it is not possible on the surface, it can only be collected secretly. Maybe it's time for the Night Organization to expand. The Night Organization is said to be an organization, but in fact there are only 2 people, Bai Ye and Sonic. Bai Ye originally wanted all the members of the organization to be exchanged from One Punch Man, but now, Bai Ye has changed his mind. Those who redeem it from the store can indeed guarantee 100% sincerity. But the strength is mostly around the Vice Admiral of the Navy, and the stronger ones are the candidates for generals such as Chafu and Tatu, who have the combat power of quasi-generals. The world's source power that needs to be spent is really not low. If you wanted to have the strength of generals, the cost is even more exaggerated. As far as the Night Organization is concerned, it doesn't need too strong combat power. IT only needs to have people who can do things. Bai Ye began to think about who would be suitable to join the Night Organization in the pirate world. At this moment, the phone on the table rang suddenly. It was a call from Warring States. Bai Ye picked up the phone and asked, "Marshal of the Warring States, period. Are you calling to discuss with me how to get promoted?" There was a silence on the Warring States side. "Isn't it a promotion? Then you want to discuss vacation with me, right? This vacation can be extended for half a month. After all, I have contributed a lot to this operation." Warring States continued to be silent. Now Bai Ye was angry. "Why don't you ask me to work overtime again? Is there no one in the Navy staring at me to death? Believe it or not, I will report my resignation right now." Warring States was directly dumbfounded by Bai Ye's words. "Good guy, you are the Marshal, I am the Marshal. Did you say that? But think about it again in the Warring States period. What Bai Ye did during this time, rectified the lawless area, rescue the Tianlong people, defeat and capture Jack the Drought, one of the 3 major signs of the Beast Pirates. Picking any 2 out of them is enough to make Bai Ye a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, the fighting power displayed by Bai Ye this time really shocked the Warring States. Defeating Jack intact, this is definitely a general-level combat power. The Navy is short of manpower right now. This is a golden bump. If he really ran away in anger, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Thinking of this, Zhangguo's tone became softer. "Nephew, don't say such outrageous words." "Eldest nephew? Who is your eldest nephew?" "You are Zifa's apprentice. You can be regarded as his half-son. and I am Zifa's good brother for many years. I said not too much to call you a big nephew. Yep, that makes sense. This is worthy of being a marshal, and his face is thick enough. That's where the relationship starts, however, more than shameless. Bai Ye has never been afraid of anyone. Bai Ye pretended to be kind and said, "It's really not too much. Uncle Waring states, you see, we are in this relationship, and you still want me to be a rear admiral. Isn't it appropriate?" Now it's Zhangguo's turn to be dumbfounded. This kid's face is actually thicker than mine. There is no reason. Ahem, Rear Admiral Bai Ye, you have only been a major general for less than 2 months now. If you are directly promoted to a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, it will cause bad influence. Bai Ye said indifferently, "What's the matter? If anyone doesn't like watching it, he will go to the 4 Emperor pirates to catch the Emperor's deputy and come back. I am strong, and if I have done meritorious service, I should be promoted. Don't take my low qualifications as an example. It's all for fooling children. I'm an adult, not so easy to fool." Zhangguo thought to himself, "You have only just become an adult for less than a year, and you are still pretending to be in front of me, a 60-year-old old man." But what Bai Ye said was not unreasonable. You need to discuss the matter of becoming a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters. However, I'm calling you this time because the world government has held a small meeting and needs you to attend. Bai Ye froze for a moment. What does the world government have a meeting with me? Because you are the main witness to the abduction of the celestial dragons. And besides you, Doflamingo will also attend this meeting. Doflamingo is coming too. Bai Ye was even more surprised. He kidnapped the Tianlong people. Dare to come to the meeting. I don't know the exact situation. It seems that Doflamingo didn't admit that he took the Tianlong people hostage, so the world government held this meeting and wanted him to make it clear in person. 3 days later, come to the Navy headquarters to attend the meeting, don't forget it. After Bai Ye hung up the phone, he couldn't help sighing. How important is the secret of the Draconians that Doflamingo knows? Even the kidnapping of Tianlong people could be suppressed with difficulty. However, Bai Ye didn't care about these things. Anyway, Doflamingo didn't only have these crap things. Moreover, when Doflamingo was mentioned, Bai Ye suddenly remembered that he was a very suitable candidate to join the Ye organization. Surgical Fruit Ability User, Trafalgar Law. Chapter 86, Meeting Doflamingo for the First Time. If you want to say that among the people who hate Doflamingo the most, Luo can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, Luo is not bad in nature. Even when he became the king of Kauai, he came by winning 100 pirate hearts. When allied with Luffy, it also appears to be reliable enough and trustworthy. The most important thing is that Luo's fruit ability is very powerful if trained well. It will be an absolute general. As for whether Luo would agree to Bai Ye's invitation, it was not within Bai Ye's consideration at all that time. Bai Ye told Luo that he could help him kill Doflamingo on the condition that he joined the organization, and he probably agreed without even thinking about it. Not to mention joining the Knight organization, he wouldn't frown even if he was asked to commit suicide. The current Luo should have formed the Heart Pirates in the North Sea, and they are still taking risks in the first half of the Great Route. That time, it will be very simple to collect the location of the Heart Pirates by taking advantage of their positions. 3 days later, Bai Ye came to Marin Fando. I wanted to go to see Teacher Zifa first, but as soon as I got off the boat, I was brought to the meeting room by the soldiers who were leading the way. Along the way, Bai Ye clearly felt that the other naval officers around him looked at him differently. In the past 3 days, the story of Bai Ye's defeat of Jack has spread throughout the Navy headquarters. Many naval officers felt that it was incredible that Bai Ye was so powerful at such a young age. And there are also some people, after learning what happened that night, it is believed that Jack was attacked by General Akiji first and was already injured, not in his heyday. Bai Ye just picked up a bargain. But only the people that night knew how Bai Ye defeated Jack. But Akiji, who's also in the Navy, has been sent to the New World by the Warring States to station at the Naval Branch Base .03. Is a member of the world government, so it is impossible to come to the Navy to explain to Bai Ye, and Bai Ye himself was even less likely to defend himself. Therefore, this voice often sounds in the Navy. Bai Ye didn't care much about these. After all, such people can be found everywhere. As long as no one is stupid enough to mention this matter in front of Bai Ye, then Bai Ye can pretend that he didn't hear it. But if someone is really stupid, Bai Ye doesn't mind helping him to wake up with his fist. Under the leadership of the soldiers, Bai Ye came to a small meeting room, which was decorated very simply. In addition to simple potted flowers and plants, there is only a long oval table with 7 or 8 chairs around it. As soon as Bai Ye entered the door, he saw Marshal of the Warring States and Lieutenant General He, the naval staff officer. This was the first time Bai Ye saw Lieutenant General He, and he greeted Lieutenant General He with a smile. Crane also nodded with a smile. After all, Bai Ye is Zifa's apprentice, and the relationship is closer than others. Hey, why are you here? Bai Ye looked again. and it turned out that the person representing the world government to the meeting was an old acquaintance. 03.03 explained. Ahem, because I discovered the Maple Cecil Palace, so I came to the meeting on behalf of the world government. Bai Ye casually found a chair and sat down, and asked, Uncle Jean-Gua, where's Brother Da-Flaming? Uncle Waring states. Lieutenant General, he almost spit the tea he just drank into Zhanggua's face. Ling San on the side opened his eyes even wider. Good guy. It turns out that Bai Ye is still the nephew of the Warring States period. Out of the secret agent's instinct, Ling San felt that this incident was worth recording. He asked curiously, Warring States, when did Bai Ye become your nephew? There is still such a relationship between you. Does Zifa know? Facing his question, Zhanggua looked embarrassed. He didn't expect that bastard Bai Ye would call him uncle at this time, but he couldn't say that 3 days ago. In order to get closer to Bai Yso, he had the cheek to admit Bai Ye, a great nephew. Zhanggua explained with difficulty. He's my distant nephew, far, far away. Zifa didn't know about it yet, and I only found out about it a few days ago. He obviously didn't believe a single word of the explanation of the Warring States period, but seeing the sweat on Zhangguaji's forehead, he stopped asking. However, Crane knew that Zhanggua was lying, and Ling San didn't understand, thinking that what Zhanggua said was true. After going back, he planned to revise Bai Ye's information, explaining that he was the nephew of Admiral Sengoku. Zhanggua gritted his teeth and said, Bai Ye, in the Navy headquarters, you should call me Marshal Zhanggua. For the embarrassment of the Warring States period, Bai Ye saw it in his eyes and smiled in his heart. Dio, you really think that Bai Ye's uncle is so easy to be? Sooner or later, you will be killed. Everyone waited for half an hour before Doflamingo walked in with a dark face. Those who didn't know thought he had been waiting for half an hour. This is the first time Bai Ye saw Doflamingo. He has blonde hair, wears sunglasses, a pink feather coat, cropped pants, and pointed shoes. He walks with an aggressive pace, very underwhelming. A spirited young man, if only he could perform a handshake on the spot. Bai Ye would think that this Doflamingo also came from time travel. Seeing that all the people arrived, Zhanggua returned to a serious look. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. 03 was the first to ask, Brother Doflaming, did you do the kidnapping of Tianlong Ren? No. Doflamingo's attitude was very tough, and he leaned his legs on the table, completely ignoring that this was the Navy headquarters. Maple Cecil Palace was discovered at the transaction site between you and the Beast Pirates, and Maple Cecil Palace said that it had heard about man-made devil fruits. I think this matter, only the senior cadres of your Don Quixote family will know, right? With a few words from 03, Doflamingo was stopped directly. Doflamingo is still curious about this matter. Where did Maple Cecil Palace hear the news about the man-made devil fruit? Doflamingo's thoughts were surging, and he justified himself. It may be that the news of the man-made devil fruit has spread, and after others know about it, they deliberately framed me. Get out, this news is not even clear to the Navy and CP0. Besides the senior cadres of the Don Quixote family, who else can know this news? In fact, there are still some, and the 100 Beast Pirates, as the other party to the transaction, naturally knows it, but if you suspect that it is the news from the 100 Beast Pirates, others will wonder if there is something wrong with your brain. Seeing that Doflamingo was silent, 03 didn't ask any more questions. Sengoku asked, Doflamingo, do you have anything else to say? Doflamingo suppressed his killing intent and asked, I want to know who killed Tori Bowl. Bai Ye on the side said quietly, You mean that disgusting snot-nosed man? I remember, I cut him in half with a sword. Chapter 87 Meeting Conflict. As soon as Bai Ye's words came out, Doflamingo stood up like a dynamite keg being ignited and looked at Bai Ye with red eyes, his killing intent almost condensed into substance. The domineering look is also about to move, exuding an invisible aura that oppresses Bai Ye. Oh, hurry up, Brother Doflaming, you still want to do something to me here. With his hands in his pockets and his legs on the table, Bai Ye leaned on the chair and said calmly, If you want to make a move, come quickly, I wish you could do it. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and said, You are White Knight? He had seen pictures of Bai Ye before, but to him a little person like Bai Ye, a rear admiral, is usually forgotten after seeing it and can't remember it at all. But it was such a little person who actually showed such an arrogant posture in front of him now. If you don't do it, I will look down on you. Bai Ye looked directly into Doflamingo's eyes and suddenly smiled. Yeah, let me tell you, not only Toribol, but also that Diamantai who pretended to be dead after his interrogation is over. I will kill him slowly, one knife at a time. You are courting death. Facing Bai Ye's provocation, Doflamingo could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. The domineering look erupted like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, the slightly weaker naval soldiers around the meeting room became confused and fell unconscious. Only school-level officers can barely resist, but they can barely support their bodies, and it is difficult to even move. Doflamingo didn't even think about it. and shot Bai Ye directly in front of the Warring States' five-color line. Doflamingo's right hand was in the shape of a beast's claw, grabbing towards Bai Ye, and the five fingertips stretched out almost transparent thin silk threads. Don't underestimate these silk threads. Under Doflamingo's years of fruit development, these silk threads are as strong as piano wires, and it is easy to cut through steel. Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. He never expected that Doflamingo would dare to make a move once he was provoked. If he took advantage of this opportunity to directly kill Doflamingo, the world government would have nothing to say. After all, when Doflamingo attacked the rear admiral at the headquarters of the Navy, he was slapping the Navy in the face. If the world government blames Bai Ye for this, then the Navy will definitely blow up the pot directly. Bai Ye sneered, "Since you want to accompany Snotty Man so much, then I will send you down to reunite with him now." Holding the knife handle with his left hand, he pushed Feng Ming out half an inch with his thumb, and the extremely sharp aura flashed by. Before the knife came out, the five-color thread in front of him broke in two halves. The broken five-color thread fluttered down from the air. Doflamingo said in surprise, How is this possible? No one knows the hardness of the five-color thread better than him. Even if it is placed there for the swordsman to chop, it may not be cut off, but Bai Ye didn't even draw out the knife, and the five-color thread actually broke, just as Bai Ye's sword was out of its sheath, ready to kill Doflamingo here. "Doflamingo, where do you think this is? Is it your turn to act wild?" Following that, the Warring States shouted violently, and a powerful golden shock wave hit Doflamingo's chest. Facing the sudden attack of the Warring States period, Doflamingo had no time to react. He was directly hit by the shock wave and was deeply embedded in the wall, surrounded by spider web-like cracks. Doflamingo's face turned red, and he was about to speak when he opened his mouth to spurt out blood, and his breath was weak. He didn't expect that Warring States would attack him for Bai Ye. In Doflamingo's opinion, although Bai Ye showed great strength, he didn't feel that he was weaker than Bai Ye. In his opinion, if the two really fought, Bai Ye would most likely die, because only he himself knows his true strength, and the Warring States shot this time further confirmed his thoughts. In order to protect Bai Ye, the Warring States did not hesitate to lay a heavy hand on himself. Thinking of this, Doflamingo looked at Bai Ye with a bit of engraved hatred. Seeing Doflamingo being knocked into the air by Warring States, Bai Ye didn't take Feng Ming back into the sheath. Holding Feng Ming in his hand, Bai Ye frowned at Zhang Guo and asked, "Marshal Zhang Guo, what do you mean?" He was so close to Doflamingo just now. If you use your full strength, you can kill Doflamingo with one blow. But the shockwave suddenly released by the Warring States period sent Doflamingo flying. It seems to be shot to protect Bai Ye. In fact, the shockwave of the Warring States period actually saved Doflamingo. Zhang Guo looked at Bai Ye. Not only did not put away the knife, but also the killing intent on his body became stronger, as if the next knife was about to cut towards him. It couldn't help cursing secretly in his heart. What a bastard with a dog's face. He would turn his back if he said he would. Just now you called Uncle Warring States to be affectionate, but now you actually want to do something to your uncle. In fact, it was for Bai Ye's good that Warring States prevented Bai Ye from killing Doflamingo. After all, Doflamingo's identity is a celestial dragon. Others don't know about it, but Zhang Guo, as a marshal, is quite clear about it. Even if Doflamingo is cast aside by all the celestial dragons, it still cannot change the fact that he is a celestial dragon. If Bai Ye really attacked Doflamingo this time, it is easy to cause dissatisfaction among some Tianlong people. Warring States is also preparing to apply for the post of Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters for Bai Ye during this time. If Bai Ye really killed Doflamingo, then the promotion would probably be out of the question. That's why Warring States suddenly took action to stop Bai Ye from attacking. However, in front of everyone, Warring States could not speak the truth. They would only reluctantly explain, "Bai Ye, you are my nephew. How can I watch you being hurt?" When Lieutenant General, he heard it. Well, it's all lies again. When Ling Sen heard this, he made another note in his heart. For the sake of his nephew Bai Ye, the Marshal of the Warring States period did not hesitate to shoot and seriously injure Doflamingo. Hearing this, Doflamingo became convinced of the thoughts in his heart and suddenly became angry and opened his mouth to spit out another mouthful of blood. Seeing the appearance of Zhang Guo in Bai Ye, he knew that Zhang Guo did what he did, and he probably had a deep meaning. Bai Ye put Feng Ming back into the scabbard and said calmly, "Since this is the case, Bai Ye will thank Uncle Zhang Guo." Seeing that Bai Ye was not going to make a move, Zhang Guo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he still has a good understanding of Bai Ye's strength. If there is a real fight, no matter who wins or loses, the Navy will suffer the most. Now if Bai Ye is willing to take a step back, it will naturally be the best result. Before Warring States could be relieved, Bai Ye's voice continued to sound, "But I'm an adult now, and I don't need to ask Uncle Zhang Guo to make decisions for me." Wow, what a white-eyed wolf. Chapter 88. Because Doflamingo was seriously injured, it was difficult for him to even speak. So he staggered out of the meeting room under the gaze of Bai Ye with a smile on his face. Tio Doflamingo, walking through the short period of more than 10 meters, seemed to have passed more than 10 years. Before going out, Doflamingo held his breath and said harshly to Bai Ye, "If it weren't for the Navy headquarters, you would have died just now. When you go to sea in the future, you must be careful. Otherwise, you will not even know how you died." After saying these words, Doflamingo's complexion was as pale as paper and his breath became weaker. Bai Ye sighed, "Teske. Is this the villain? Before leaving, he even said harsh words to me, which is really funny enough." Bai Ye listened to Doflamingo's words as a joke. As long as Doflamingo dares to come to seek revenge, he is here to send the power of the world. It's too late to welcome Bai Ye. When Zhangguo heard it, he broke out in a cold sweat and moved half a step to the left, hiding in front of Bai Ye. "Good guy. Do you think you didn't die fast enough? It's all like this, and you still don't forget to say harsh words. Do you really think you were strong?" In front of the Admiral of the Navy, threatened the Rear Admiral. The Doflamingo continued to talk without Bai Ye. Zhangguo himself couldn't help but send him another shockwave. Now that the meeting is over, there is no need for Bai Ye to stay any longer. Marshal of the Warring States period. Then I will visit teacher Zifa first. Staff Crane, see you next time. Zhangguo, and he looked at Bai Ye's receding figure. Zhangguo couldn't help but sighed. He looked at Zhangguo's worried face. "Tell me what's going on." Zhangguo pondered for a moment and said, "Do you believe that Bai Ye has the strength of a general?" He was surprised. General? So young? Although Crane knew that Zifa was a very strong apprentice, otherwise he would not be able to defeat Jack the Drought. But the Warring States said that Bai Ye's strength was comparable to that of a general, which was somewhat beyond his cognition. Zhangguo nodded heavily and said, "Besides, I don't think this is his true strength. This kid has an unpredictable feeling." Crane and Bai Ye haven't had much contact, and it was only the first time they met just now, but she also felt the unpredictability that Warring States said. That indifferent smile seemed to hold everything in his hands. This is not blind self-confidence, but a temperament exuded for the inside out. With he and Zhangguo's many years of experience as partners, he quickly guessed what Zhangguo was worried about. "Are you afraid that Bai Ye will betray the Navy?" According to Bai Ye's temperament, it's not impossible. Zhangguo sighed deeply. With Zifa here, Bai Ye should not betray. But if Zifa is gone, it will be hard to say. For the emotion of the Warring States period, Crane suddenly let out a laugh. "Why are you laughing? Warring States, you are really old. But I don't think that White Knight will necessarily betray the Navy." "Why?" He affirmed. "You can see that he is a good boy who values love and affection just by what he did to save Zifa. He will always remember your kindness to him. As long as the Navy doesn't do those hurtful things, he won't betray the Navy." Warring States heard the words, but did not reply. Zhangguo can understand these principles, and Zhangguo also understands Bai Ye's temperament better. However, the Navy doesn't want to do anything that hurts people. I'm afraid the Navy will have to do it when the time comes. Now, it can only make Bai Ye have more recognition for the Navy. When Bai Ye came to the naval training camp again, he felt like a world away. Although he has only been away for a few months, his strength has changed drastically. "Brother Bai Ye." Less than half a minute after Bai Ye stopped at the door, he heard a girl shouting sweetly. Looking back, he saw Ayn with sea blue wavy long hair standing beside him handsomely. Bai Ye laughed and said, "Hey, isn't this little Ayn? Why are you here? Mr. Zifa said that today you are coming to the Navy headquarters for a meeting. And after the meeting is over, you will definitely come to the training camp, so let me wait for you here." Facing Bai Ye's teasing, Ayn blushed blushingly and responded quietly, looking at Bai Ye quietly with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Because the story of White Knight's defeat of Drought Jack has already spread in the Navy headquarters, in addition, Bai Ye showed great strength in rescuing teacher Zifa last time. Therefore, there are many students in the training camp who adore White Knight, and Ayn is Zifa's apprentice. Listened to Zifa's teacher talking about Bai Ye every day, and was very curious about Bai Ye. This time, when he heard that Bai Ye was coming to the training camp, he volunteered to come to the door and wait. Bai Ye didn't notice Ayn's expression. After all, from Bai Ye's point of view, the grandpa is so handsome. Isn't it normal for people to look at him more often? Led by Ayn, the two walked to teacher Zifa's office. Along the way, Bai Ye also experienced what he and Garp felt when they first came to the Navy headquarters. But all the students who saw Bai Ye would greet Bai Ye excitedly and respectfully call Bai Ye senior brother. Even members of the anti-white coalition were no exception. After finally getting rid of the siege of the crowd, he came to teacher Zifa's office. As soon as he came in, he saw Zifa holding a teacup and reading the newspaper leisurely. I knocked on the door and said, "Teacher Zifa, senior brother Bai Ye is here." "Teacher Zifa, I'm here to see you." Bai Ye greeted with a smile. "Well, here you are." Zifa looked up at Bai Ye, put down a teacup in his hand, and read the newspaper again. Bai Ye is confused. "What do you mean? Is this not welcome?" Bai Ye approached Zifa and said with a smile, "Teacher Zifa, how is your injury?" Zifa cast a glance at Bai Ye. Thanks to you, the injury that originally took a week has turned into half a month. Forehead, apparently Zifa was still angry about Bai Ye encouraging the students to sleep more. You must know that since that time, many people have been late for training every morning, and even worse, they didn't even come. And when they talked about the reason, they were very confident, said that this was taught by senior brother Bai Ye, and he could become a great swordsman in one fell swoop at that time. Zifa almost didn't get angry. If it weren't for Zifa's ruthless hand, he would have changed this bad atmosphere in time. Otherwise, the morning training of the training camp can be cancelled in the future, and everyone can sleep together. Just as Bai Ye was feeling embarrassed, Zifa suddenly asked, I heard that you are going to visit the capital of Seven Waters? Bai Ye quickly responded, Yes, I'm going to build a boat of my own. Then you take Ein with you. What? Something wrong? No. Ein's pretty face on the side was hot, and he buried his head deeply in his chest. Chapter 89, Sightseeing Journey. Seeing that Bai Ye agreed, Zifa showed a smile on his face and beckoned Bai Ye to sit down quickly. Bai Ye sat down with a look of helplessness. Teacher Zifa, do you think you can have this attitude when asking for help? Zifa sternly said, That's the way I ask for help, can't I? Okay, you are so good. Ein on the side looked at Bai Ye's distressed appearance, covered his mouth and smiled secretly, his big smart eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Zifa explained with a smile, And she got #1 in the assessment of this training camp, and she has learned everything she needs to learn, but less experience in sailing the seas. I think you're pissed off, boy. So let Ein follow you to learn some experience and see more dangers in society. Well, the old man really didn't treat me as an outsider. This was said directly in front of me. Bai Ye wanted to take a look in the mirror and see if the word bad person was written on his face. By the way, what did you say during your meeting today? Bai Ye did not hide anything and told Zifa everything that happened at the meeting. When Zifa heard that Doflamingo dared to attack Bai Ye in front of Zhanghua, he was so angry that he almost smashed the table. But after hearing that, in order to save Doflamingo, after the warring states beat him seriously, his anger dissipated a little. Zifa sighed with emotion. Don't blame Zhanghua. In fact, Zhanghua did it for your own good. Doflamingo's identity is a bit special. If you really kill him, you will get yourself into big trouble. Bai Ye collapsed on the sofa, crossed his legs, very comfortable, but very ugly. Anju opened her lips slightly, looking at Bai Ye with a little surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that Bai Ye, who was unparalleled outside, would be able to pose in such a lazy posture now. I know this. Doflamingo's true identity is a Tianlong person. Zifa was surprised. You know, you still dare to kill him? Bai Ye said with a smile. Can't the Tianlong people be killed? Hearing this, both Zifa and Ein were stunned. Killing the celestial dragon? They dare not even think about such a thing, let alone do it. Zifa looked serious and reminded, Bai Ye, in the Navy, it's better not to say such things. Zifa is also dissatisfied with what the celestial dragons have done, but this cannot be changed overnight. Moreover, if you want to change, the price you pay may be the price of your life. Of course, I know this. This is in front of the teachers, so I will say such a thing. Bai Ye suddenly asked, Teacher Zifa, what do you think the establishment of Kibu High means to the Navy? Zifa was stunned for a moment and said unhappily, Do you still need to ask me? But every Navy knows that the establishment of Shichibukai is an insult to the justice of the Navy. Bai Ye continued, So I want to propose the abolition of the Kaweihai system. Hearing this, Zifa shook his head and said, You want to abolish the Shichibukai system? It's impossible for you alone as a rear admiral. At the beginning, when the world government requested the establishment of the 7 Wuhai, Sengoku, Garp, Suru, Akainu, and Akiji all raised objections, but the 7 Wukai was established anyway. Bai Ye smiled confidently. Teacher Zifa, since I dare to say such a thing, it means I have certain confidence. But when the time comes, I need the teacher to do me a favor. Seeing Bai Ye's swearing appearance, Zifa instantly understood that this kid might have already figured out a way. This time, I'm afraid they came here specifically to ask for my help. What are you busy with? I need the teacher's help to contact other high-level officials in the Navy, and they can support me when I propose to abolish the Kaweihai system. Over the years, Zifa has been the chief instructor. More than 80% of the senior officers in the Navy have been taught by Zifa. With this kind of incense, they will not refuse at all. Actually, these are minor issues. The most important thing is that you have to get the world government to agree to abolish the Kaweihai system. Bai Ye's eyes shone with confidence. Teacher, don't worry, the world government will not agree to it. Regarding how to do this matter, Bai Ye already had a rough outline in his mind. Abolishing the Kaweihai system, if this matter can be done, it will be of great benefit to Bai Ye. First, you can gain unimaginable prestige, complete achievements, and gain world power. Second, more naval support, promotion of official positions, and access to world power. Third, The plot has been changed, and the world's source of power has been obtained. As for the fourth point, Bai Ye didn't know if he could achieve it, but if it can be done, you can get another free general combat power. Don't be too sweet. Half a month later, Bai Ye had set off from the Chambord Islands and headed for the capital of Seven Waters. Compared with the last time, the traveling personnel have not changed. They are still quick and dashiki, plus AI and IT maybe, because there is a branch of 100-meter-long precious tree atom tied to the back of the boat. If this was placed in the auction house, it would be enough to fetch a high price of a million Baileys. Therefore, during the voyage, from time to time, a group of pirates who have committed a crazy attack took the initiative to attack Bai Ye, and these pirates in the first half of the Great Voyage, for Bai Ye, have no interest in making a move. Let Dashiki and Ein solve it all. Bai Ye was in charge, lying on a recliner, drinking fruit juice, admiring the moving and heroic appearance of the two female naval swordsmen in battle with good eyesight. There is no way the girls in this pirate world are all too well developed. Their bodies are taller than each other, and they are also good looking. This one fights up, boy, that's called a rough sea. Any man who comes can't help but take a few more glances, except for Sonic, of course. This reminded Bai Ye of the kindness of teacher Zifa, fearing that his journey would be boring, especially let Ein, a beautiful woman, come to seduce her and relieve her loneliness. Zifa could know what Bai Ye was thinking. He would probably want to kill this traitor, and Quick is responsible for teaching those dishonest soldiers on board. Whenever a soldier couldn't help but look secretly at Dashiki and Ein who were fighting on the pirate ship, Quick will appear behind the soldier, slap the soldier on the head, and shout loudly, "Can you see this? If you look at it again, next time I will let you deal with the pirates you encounter." Under Quick's strict guarding, the eyes of the soldiers on the ship became more restrained. Let Bai Ye be extremely satisfied with Quick's performance. It has to be said that Quick has the potential to develop the dogleg industry. However, it is not for nothing to watch Bai Ye after all. As a great swordsman, feel free to personally guide Dashiki and Ein's two moves, and they can make a lot of progress in the way of swordsmanship. This made Dashiki and Ein even more excited, scrambling to express themselves in front of Bai Ye. This made Bai Ye's eyes look straight. Chapter 90, The Second Goal. The capital of Seven Waters is composed of 7 connected islands. The islands are connected by intertwined and complicated waterways in the city, and travel or delivery of goods basically depends on water transportation. The warship is docked on the shore, enjoying the blue city of Seven Waters in the White Night. A 3-story fountain is built in the middle, forming several water flow channels from top to bottom. Pass all over the city. This is a city that can only be seen in anime. Moreover, compare with the pictures in the anime. The beauty of this city can be better appreciated by seeing it with your own eyes. Dashiki and Ein also came to the capital of Seven Waters for the first time. As soon as I came here, I was deeply attracted by the beauty here. Bai Ye looked at the excitement of the two and smiled. "Since it's vacation time now, you don't have to follow me. Just take a stroll in the city by yourself." Hearing this, Dashiki and Ein were so excited that they wanted to embrace Bai Ye and kiss them hard. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared. Because the shipbuilding technology of the capital of Seven Waters belongs to the top of the sea, it attracts many people who need to build ships. Among them are pirates. On the way Bai Ye came, he saw no less than 4 pirate groups. However, in the first half of the Great Voyage, Bai Ye didn't think that there were many pirates that could pose a threat to Dashiki and Ein. When these pirates recognized Bai Ye's ship as a rear admiral-style warship, they all avoided it for fear of being targeted. A rear admiral of the Navy headquarters still has enough deterrent power against them. Bai Ye ordered to Quick, you just stay on guard on the boat, lest some unscrupulous guys look at our branches." "Major General Bai Ye, don't worry." Bai Ye leaped and jumped off the boat. This time, Bai Ye didn't wear the Major General's uniform, but changed into a shirt and shorts with foaming pinned around his waist. It looks like a swordsman who came to play in the capital of Seven Waters. The purpose of coming to the capital of Seven Waters is to build ships and to make full use of the treasure tree atom. Naturally, the best shipbuilder in the capital of Seven Waters will be chosen. As for the candidates for the shipbuilding, Bai Ye had already thought it through. According to the vague memory, Bai Ye found the bar in his memory in the bustling city. Bruno's Bar. The name is really sincere. Bai Ye stood at the door of the bar, holding in his hand the shui meat that he bought when he was looking for the way. The meat was tender and delicious, and it was quite addictive. Bai Ye's first stop is Bruno, who's going to look for a member of CP9 disguised as a bar owner. Although Bruno's strength in the anime is not strong, his fruit ability is extremely against the sky to Superman door fruit. Any object touched by the hand of the capable person will become a door and can be opened. And the door can be opened and exited freely anywhere. It can be used as half a space fruit. With this fruit, both assassination, escape, and investigation will become extremely safe. It is simply a perfect fruit. It's a pity that he was eaten by Bruno, a fool, but it's not a big problem. Even if you can't get the door fruit, it's good to get Bruno an ability user. Bai Ye frowned subconsciously as soon as he opened the door and entered. The environment inside was too harsh. The smell of alcohol, the smell of sweat, all kinds of smells mixed together, coupled with the noisy voices. It is inexplicably annoying. At this moment, Bai Ye felt that the water and meat in his hands were no longer fragrant. There was a dancer wandering around a door. Seeing such a handsome young man in Bai Ye, his eyes lit up immediately. With such a handsome face and such a good figure, even if he can't make any money, it's not a loss if he gets his body. Soon there were 3 dancers in revealing clothes. Except for 3 o'clock, showing a large area of snow-white skin. Walking towards Bai Ye, a dancer who thought she was good-looking walked up to Bai Ye first, deliberately showing off her chest, and shouted in a sweet and greasy voice, "Handsome guy, is this your first time in a bar? Would you like me to take you with me?" While speaking, he still wanted to hug Bai Ye's arm and rub Bai Ye with a big weapon. Bai Ye took half a step back, frowned, and said, "Get lost. What kind of rubbish is this? Dare to be greedy for Lao Tzu's body." The 3 dancers were stunned for a moment. It was the first time they saw someone like Bai Ye who told them to go away after so many years of work. A drunken and wretched man stood up and said dissatisfiedly, "Little devil, do you want to arouse everyone's anger by treating a beautiful lady like this?" Just now, when the wretched man saw the 3 dancers go up to seduce Bai Ye, he felt extremely upset. Think about it, I would rather pay more than the dancers. As soon as Bai Ye came, 3 dancers stepped forward and asked Bai Ye to whore for nothing. The jealousy towards Bai Ye is even worse. He looks amazing. That's why when Bai Ye rejected the dancing girl, he took the initiative to stand up. Trying to get the dancing girl's attention, maybe he could hit a home run tonight. Bai Ye felt a little regretful at this time. He should have brought out the soldiers on the ship and cleaned up all these guys. It's F***ing annoying. Bai Ye shouted loudly, "Get out of here, everyone." The terrifying murderous intent erupted from his body instantly, and the temperature plummeted, making the lively bar instantly quiet. Everyone in the bar looked at Bai Ye in horror, and Bruno, who was pouring wine at the bar, also noticed Bai Ye. The wretched man was overwhelmed by Bai Ye's aura at this time and was extremely frightened in his heart. But maybe it's because I want to pretend to be in front of the dancer. Or maybe drinking some cat urine really helps the gallbladder. The wretched man gritted his teeth, pointed at Bai Ye, and said, "You." Before he finished speaking, a bamboo stick went into his head, leaving only a small knot sticking out. Blood flowed out along the bamboo sticks, and the scene was extremely bloody. Bai Ye still had a few bamboo sticks left in his hand, looked around everyone, and said coldly, "If you haven't left within 5 seconds, don't leave." Seeing that Bai Ye really dared to kill people, everyone in the bar went crazy with fright and fled for their lives with hands and feet. I'm afraid I won't escape within 5 seconds, especially the dancing girl who wanted to get close to Bai Ye just now. Now she wished she could stay as far away from Bai Ye as possible. For a moment, Bruno's face changed drastically. The visitor was not kind, out of experience. Bruno immediately realized that this young man was probably targeting him, taking advantage of the chaos in the store and no one paying attention to him. Bruno put his hands on the wall. Suddenly, a door appeared on the wall. Bruno quickly opened the door, and when he opened a gap, a bamboo stick entwined with light red air flashed past Bruno's body, nailed it to the door, and completely sank into the wall. The space gate formed by the ability is directly smashed. Bruno suddenly became a little panicked. It was the first time in the years he had used his ability that his ability had failed. At this moment, there was no one in the bar. Bai Ye walked to the bar, looked at Bruno, and said lightly, "Very good ability. I like it very much." Chapter 91. Looking at Bai Ye sitting in front of the counter, Bruno took a step back in fear, as if only his back against the wall could bring him a sense of security. Bruno asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why do you want me to be an ordinary bar owner?" Bruno, who was as strong as a bull, looked a little like a little girl who was cornered by villains. Bai Ye asked with a half-smile, "Can an ordinary bar owner be a door-to-door fruit ability user?" Bruno was startled when he heard the words. The person who came here even knew exactly what devil fruit he ate. I'm afraid that his true identity has also been known by this man. Don't be dazed. Take me to Rob Lucci. I have something to talk to him about. After hearing Lucci's name from Bai Ye's mouth, Brewer was more sure that Bai Ye's target was CP9. Thinking of this, the fear in Bruno's eyes gradually disappeared. His expression became more determined, and he said firmly, "It's impossible for me to take you to see Lucci. You just give up on it." After saying that, Bruno took the initiative to shoot Bai Ye with his index finger and middle finger together like a sword, stabbing fiercely at Bai Ye's chest. Bai Ye said with great interest, "Finger to the gun. I haven't used it for a long time." Then the index finger was as fast as lightning, and it met Bruno's 2 fingers directly before Bruno's attack. Crack, kick. Hearing only two crisp sounds of bone shattering, Bruno's expression became extremely painful. Beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, but he didn't let out a half scream. Bai Ye looked at Bruno with satisfaction. In order to protect his companions, he dared to attack a powerful enemy. The bones of 2 fingers were broken, but he could still endure the pain without making any sound. Yes, be a man. Bruno covered his broken fingers and looked at Bai Ye in surprise. If he read correctly just now, the other party also used a finger gun on the sea. Basically, only people from the Navy and the world government will use the 6th form of the Navy. That is to say, the guy in front of him is not necessarily an enemy. Bai Ye smiled calmly. Let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ye, and I am currently a Rear Admiral. White Knight, Rear Admiral. A report suddenly appeared in Bruno's mind. Rear Admiral Bai Ye defeated one of the 3 major signs of the Beast Pirates, Drow Jack. Since no photo was posted on it, Bruno only knew his name. But he didn't expect that the Rear Admiral Bai Ye who defeated Jack would be so young. Moreover, Bai Ye as a Navy, how would he know the situation of our CP9? What are you looking for me this time? For a moment, Bruno's little head was filled with great doubts. Bai Ye didn't make things difficult for Bruno. It's easy for me to kill you with my strength, and we are not enemies. I am the Navy, and you are CP9, both of whom belong to the world government. I just want to discuss something with Rob Lucci. Actually, even if you don't take me there, it's no big deal. If I remember correctly, Rob Lucci should be working as Carrera's boatman now, and also became one of the 5 foremen of No Dish Dock. Tell me, if I find him by myself, how long will it take? Every time Bai Ye uttered a word, Bruno's heart trembled. He never thought that Bai Ye would understand their situation to this extent. As Bai Ye said, even if Bruno doesn't lead Bai Ye with these news, Bai Ye could appear in front of Lucci the next day. The only difference is that with Bruno leading the way, it can save a night of time. Bruno looked at Bai Ye and asked, if I lead you the way, are you sure you won't shoot us? CP9. Of course. Bai Ye casually picked up the wine that he had previously mixed on the bar, took a sip, and praised, your bartending skills are good. Looking at Bai Ye, Bruno let out a long sigh, activated his fruit ability, touched his hand in midair, and an illusory door appeared in front of Bai Ye. Although Bruno's brain is not bright, he is not stupid. He knew that the strength shown by Bai Ye was simply not something they could resist. Moreover, Bai Ye seemed to have no intention of killing anyone. Bai Ye looked curiously at the door that emerged from the air. After Bruno opened the door, a dark tunnel appeared behind the door, deepened. Dark with no end in sight, Bai Ye followed Bruno into it, and this place seemed to be a separate space from the outside. And the door fruit is like a key, which can open the door to this space in various places. Bai Ye followed behind Bruno, looking at everything around him with great interest. Bruno always pays attention to Bai Ye's actions, seeing that Bai Ye puts all his energy around and doesn't care about himself. Bruno even wanted to use the fruit ability to leave this space in an instant. Leaving Bai Ye alone in it, this is a viable solution, but you have to take a great risk. Once the action fails and you are retained by Bai Ye, words that made Bai Ye become angry from embarrassment, Bruno has to think about whether CP9 can bear Bai Ye's anger. After struggling in his mind, Bruno finally gave up on this idea and honestly led Bai Ye the way, looking at Bruno's back like an old scalper. There was a hint of a smile on the corner of Bai Ye's mouth. Dio, you really think that a LYB like Bai Ye would give his life to others? The moment Bai Ye came in, Bai Ye found that the stability of this space was more than twice that of the outside. As long as a strong force bursts out, it is easy to break out of this unstable space and return to the real world. That is to say, if Bruno really keeps Bai Ye here, Bai Ye was also able to break through this space with one punch and leave calmly. That's why he was so relaxed. Pretending to let Bruno go to it can be said that when Bruno chose to give up this idea, it is equivalent to saving the life of the whole CP9. From Bai Ye's point of view, CP9 is very useful, but it is only limited to this. It's good to have it, but it's the same without it. The two walked for nearly 5 minutes, and when it came to a void, Bruno stopped and said, this corresponds to Lucci's room. I hope you can abide by what you said. Don't worry, Bai Ye is the most trustworthy. Listening to Bai Ye's words, Bruno sighed, and just about to use his fruit ability, he opened the door and went out from here. But seeing Bai Ye walking in front of him, swinging a seemingly ordinary punch, the punch reached the void, and the space in front of him collapsed instantly, forming a huge deep black hole. Bai Ye took the lead in striding into the black hole, leaving behind a stunned Bruno. He was able to break the space and go out by himself. Chapter 92, I am the most trustworthy person. Late at night, Rob Lucci, who had been busy for a whole day, was finally free and could take a good rest. After lurking in the capital of 7 waters for 4 years, his skills in building and repairing ships became more and more exquisite. Grow from a small repairman to one of the 5 foremen, and in the past 4 years, Lucci has somewhat forgotten his true identity and the tasks on him. The bits and pieces of communication with the surrounding workers and the joys of ordinary life are all feelings that Lu Chi has never experienced before. Liu Chi sat by the bed, looked up blankly at the bright moon in the sky, and murmured, "It would be great if it could continue like this." After saying that, Lu Chi shook his head with a wry smile. Such a thing can only be thought about. Just when Lu Chi was about to lie down and rest, he suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the wall beside the bed. This is Bruno's fruit ability. Lu Chi frowned. Why did Bruno come to him suddenly? Could something have happened? It is impossible for spies like them who have been lurking for many years to contact other spies without receiving the assembly signal, because it is easy to make others suspicious. Unless the hidden identities of the two are connected and can be contacted like friends, it will be better. And Bruno is the owner of the bar, and Lu Chi is one of the foremen of the first dock. The identities of the two have nothing to do with each other. If they contact without authorization, accidents will easily happen. Liu Chi watched the shape of a door suddenly appear by the wall. Just about to ask Bruno why he came to him, I saw the door in front of me burst suddenly, forming a black vortex. Instead of Bruno, it was a fist that came into view. Liu Chi was shocked, and he didn't say anything yet. The person and the bed were blown away by the strong wind. It fell heavily on the other wall. Bai Ye and Bruno came out, and when they looked up, they saw Lu Chi being pinned to the wall by the bed. Bruno said angrily, "Major General Bai Ye, didn't you say you wouldn't attack us?" Forehead, Bai Ye scratched his head in embarrassment. He really didn't want to attack, but who would have thought that the space would be more fragile than Bai Ye thought? In fact, only 10% of the strength is needed to break through the space, but Bai Ye used 10% of his strength to punch. After breaking through the space, the extra power escaped from the vortex, causing Lu Chi's tragic situation. Bai Ye looked at the angry Bruno and said helplessly, "Accidents are all accidents. I am a most trustworthy person." Seeing that Bai Ye's embarrassed expression did not seem to be fake, Bruno couldn't blame Bai Ye anymore. If they really angered Bai Ye and violated the agreement, there was nothing they could do. "Lu Chi, are you all right?" Bruno hurriedly walked in Lu Chi's direction, wanting to see if Lu Chi was injured, and explained Bai Ye's identity by the way. Crack! The bed covering Lu Chi's body exploded suddenly, and a dark yellow figure emerged from the fragments at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Lu Chi has turned into a beast form, with his arms stretched out, his fists and palms facing each other, and his whole body's strength is concentrated on the two fists, ready to send out a powerful shockwave. 6 types of mysteries. The largest wields 6 king spears. Bai Ye couldn't help laughing. This is really getting more and more interesting. Lu Chi looked at the inexplicable man in front of him and already had a rough guess in his heart. Most likely this guy threatened Bruno to find him. That's why Lu Chi turned into a beast form at the first time and performed the strongest move. Wait until this guy is settled, and then ask Bruno about the specific situation. In a relatively small room, Bai Ye is not easy to dodge at all, and Lu Chi's speed is extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Ye, and the shockwave accumulated to the strongest state. Liu Chi roared, "Die to me!" Bai Ye raised his brows, and the next moment, his right hand slashed at Lu Chi's wrist like a knife, and the shockwave directly turned into a squib. Liu Chi only felt severe pain from his wrist, and his whole body was affected by a terrifying force. He uncontrollably rolled over in the air, facing up on his back, before Lu Chi could make more moves. Bai Ye stepped on Lu Chi's chest with his right foot, exerted a sudden force, and directly stomped Lu Chi hard into the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, and lights were turned on in many nearby living rooms. They thought it was an earthquake and ran out to check the situation. Suddenly, many young girls in cool pajamas appeared on the street, forming a beautiful landscape. It feasted the eyes of many young guys, and even Bai Ye looked out the window several times. If it wasn't for the fear that Lu Chi wouldn't be able to carry it, Bai Ye would have wanted to do it again. Maybe you can see more exciting pictures. But Lu Chi, who was at Bai Ye's feet, couldn't feel Bai Ye's happiness at all. The bones in the wrist were broken, and at least 10 ribs in the chest were broken, and Bai Ye's right foot was still stepping on it. The strength like Mount Tai pressing down on the top made Lu Chi feel that even breathing was a luxury. Bruno saw the strongest Lu Chi in CP9 in the past 800 years from attacking to being trampled under his feet. Losing his ability to resist, only 3 seconds passed. This gave him a new understanding of Bai Ye's strength. After being dazed for a while, he saw that Lu Chi's face was flushed red. Even the yellow hair on his face could not be covered, and he looked like he was about to suffocate. So he hurriedly walked up to Bai Ye and said sadly, "Major General Bai Ye, didn't you say you want to attack us?" After Bruno finished speaking, Bai Ye didn't respond at all. His eyes were still fixed on the girls in cool clothes outside. He murmured, "DECDFA?" Bai Ye couldn't believe it. There is still a girl named A in the world of pirates. It's so unscientific. Has this girl never eaten since she was a child? Bruno didn't know what Bai Ye was talking about, but he rolled his eyes when he saw Lu Chi. If you don't let Bai Ye relax, you can start the meeting directly later. And so I had to bravely push Bai Ye lightly. Bai Ye frowned and said unhappily, "What do you want?" "There are too many girls outside, and Bai Ye hasn't finished watching it yet." Seeing that Bai Ye was a little impatient, Bruno tremblingly pointed at Lu Chi under Bai Ye's feet. It was only then that Bai Ye noticed that Lu Chi was still under his feet, looking like he was about to die, very miserable. I'm sorry, it's fluffy and feels good when I step on it. I thought it was a carpet, and I forgot to step on someone else." After speaking, when Bai Ye lifted his right foot, he wiped it on Lu Chi's body again, enjoying the good feeling of his feet. Lu Chi's eyes went dark, he opened his mouth and spat out blood, and almost died on the spot. Bai Ye saw that Bruno was like a wronged little daughter-in-law, and his resentment was beyond words. Ahem, Lu Chi took the initiative to attack me, and I just passively defended. Let me tell you, I am the most trustworthy person. Chapter 93, Conquering. CP9. Hey, I'm not your enemy. Why do you look at me like an enemy? Facing the unfriendly eyes of everyone in CP9, Bai Ye leaned on the sofa, spread his hands, and shrugged helplessly. With Bruno's support, Lu Chi barely stood up and asked weakly, "Major General Bai Ye, I don't care how you learn about our hidden identity. However, we CP9 shoulder the secret mission assigned by the world government. You link us together without authorization. What if the secret mission fails and the higher-ups blame it?" Forced by Bai Ye's threat of force, and Bai Ye also knows the hidden identities of all members of CP9. Therefore, Lu Chi can only make a decision that goes against his ancestors. Call everyone in CP9 to find out what Bai Ye wants to do. Otherwise, from tonight onwards, these spies will lurk carefully, and they will not even be able to sleep soundly. Bai Ye rested his hands behind his head and said indifferently, "Even if I blame it, it will only be on your heads, and it has nothing to do with Bai Ye." As soon as the words fell, everyone in CP9 was immediately annoyed by Bai Ye's rascal's words. Living so big, they have never seen such a shameless person. They all looked at Bai Ye angrily, especially Khalifa. The white teeth are grinding and rattling. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat him, they probably wanted to bite a few ounces off Bai Ye's body. Bai Ye casually glanced at the crowd of CP9, not caring about their anger at all. The anger of the weak is not worth mentioning in front of the strong. But when Bai Ye saw Khalifa, his eyes stopped suddenly. Hempeg's secretarial clothing, plus long-legged fishnet black silk and high-heeled shoes. Whoever looks at this baby is not confused. Under Bai Ye's watchful eyes, Khalifa didn't look like little Pepper just now. She glanced at Bai Ye timidly and hid back in fear. Those who didn't know thought that Bai Ye was going to give her the FA rectification on the spot. As the true leader of CP9, with Bruno's support, Lu Chi stood in front of Khalifa, which was like blocking Bai Ye's molesting eyes. Bai Ye curled her lips and said, "Cut, it's boring." Seeing Bai Ye's naive behavior, Lu Chi looked at Bai Ye helplessly and said, "Major General Bai Ye, can we get the business done first?" Bai Ye was surprised. "Do business now? Too soon, right? I'm not very familiar with Sister Khalifa, so why not communicate more first?" For a while, Lu Chi almost vomited blood. "Madan, what the hell is this, Major General? Can we still communicate normally?" Bruno, who was supporting Lu Chi, could clearly feel that Lu Chi's body was shaking more and more, and the intake of air was obviously less than the output. Lu Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Major General Bai Ye, what are you talking about when you come to us?" Seeing Lu Chi's current appearance where he can't even stand still, Bai Ye was afraid that if he continued to tease him, he would die of anger. "It's like this that I came this time to ask you to become my subordinates and work for me in the future." Bai Ye spoke very straightforwardly, without any concealment. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Lu Chi was stunned and asked blankly, "You want us to join the Navy?" "But we belong to the Secret Service organization and know many things. The world government will not allow us to join the Navy." Bai Ye shook his head and said, "It's not the Navy, it's the organization I established myself." Night. At this moment, Lu Chi suddenly felt that his brain, which is usually pretty smart, is suddenly not enough now. An organization established by a rear admiral himself. Bai Ye said lightly, "You have two choices now, join or be forced to join." Everyone in CP9 rolled their eyes in unison. "Boy, why don't you just say that there is only one choice?" Lu Chi took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "What if we choose to refuse?" Bai Ye said as it should, "Of course, it's a dead end. Who let you hear my secret?" CP9's popular teeth are about to be gritted. "This is not what we want to hear. It is obviously what you insist on telling us." Although everyone was extremely angry, people had to bow their heads under the eaves. If they choose to refuse, Bai Ye's strength is enough to kill everyone in an instant. The others set their eyes on Lu Qi as the real leader of CP9. Lu Qi, no matter what choice Lu Qi makes, they will obey Lu Qi's decision. Faced with this choice without choice, Lu Qi said quite simply, "We are willing to join the Night Organization." Very good, but just talking about it is not enough to prove that you are sincerely joining the organization. Bai Ye clapped his hands. You still need a nomination certificate. Nominations? Lu Qi vaguely guessed what Bai Ye was going to say next. I'll give you 1 hour to bring the head of Spandam, the chief of CP9. Everyone's face changed suddenly. Killing Spandam was an act of betrayal, and they would be hunted down endlessly by the world government. From now on, if I don't see Spandam's head within an hour, or if any of you are missing, Lu Qi's head will also move. Bai Ye pulled Lu Qi with a stiff expression to his side and said indifferently to everyone with Lu Qi in his hands, Bai Ye didn't worry about them leaking the news at all. Lu Qi was silent. He didn't want his brothers and sisters to be hunted down by the world government because of him. But if he tried to persuade them, he was worried that Bai Ye would directly kill them all. Bai Ye said lightly, "There are still 59 minutes. Go." Kaku said first. Bruno quickly opened the door. If the operation goes well, 1 hour is enough. The six decisively enter the space door opened by Bruno and disappear before the eyes of Bai Ye and Lu Qiu. Lu Qi looked at Bai Ye with a calm face. "Don't you worry, won't they come back once they leave?" Bai Ye smiled. "You have to believe that you hold a lot of weight in their hearts. What exactly are you trying to do? As a rear admiral, why are you building an organization in secret?" "I am for world peace." As expected by Bai Ye, everyone from CP9 came back within half an hour. Kaku put Spandam's frightened head on the table and said indifferently, "We have completed the task. You can let Lu Qi go." Bai Ye took out the video phone bug and said with a mysterious smile, "There is one last thing to do." Half an hour later, I saw only 7 members of CP9 standing in a row with shame on their faces, and Bai Ye patted everyone with a video phone bug. "Let's start." I saw that the CP9 people were extremely ashamed and said, "To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect the peace of the world, carry out the justice of love and truth, cute and charming decent characters. Lu Qi, Kaku, Califa. We are the Night Organization that protects the world. A just and peaceful tomorrow awaits us." Califa blushed and whispered, "That's it, me." Bai Ye put away the video phone bug with satisfaction and said excitedly, "Very good. From today, you are a member of the organization." Chapter 94. I know everything. The current CP9 can be regarded as completely boarded by Bai Ye's thief ship. It is estimated that it will not be long before the matter of killing Spandam is discovered. When the higher-ups can't contact them, most of them will suspect them. Moreover, Bai Ye still has a video of them announcing their slogans. They have no room for regret now, but this is not without benefits. At least they no longer have to take on the task of the world government and continue to lurk. Now that things have developed to this point, after thinking about it, Lu Qi decided to tell Bai Ye about the secret mission he and others performed. It can be regarded as showing loyalty to Bai Ye. Lu Qi said slowly, "Master Bai, in fact, we CP9 have been lurking in a capital of 7 waters for nearly 4 years, just to obtain the legendary ancient weapon construction map." Seeing that Lu Qi was so easy, he told the biggest secret of their group. Califa and the others were very surprised, because this did not fit Lu Qi's character at all. But Lu Qi didn't think it was a big deal since he had chosen to join Ye. Naturally, he had to show his own value so that Bai Ye could take a look at him. This can be regarded as paving the way for them in the future. Bai Ye looked at Lu Qi with satisfaction. "Yes, this young man is very savvy. In the future, maybe you can compete." With Quick for the first dogleg position, Bai Ye said indifferently, "Isn't it just the construction blueprint of Pluto?" As soon as this remark came out, CP9 and others were scared off their pants. Bai Ye actually knew about the construction blueprint of Pluto. What else did he not know? Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Bai Ye said with disdain, "What's so surprising? I also know that there is a Hades king in the kingdom of Alabasta." This sentence shocked them even more. Their legs were weak, and they were almost unable to stand still. "What do you mean? The construction blueprint of Pluto that the world government has been dreaming of is nothing in your eyes? Even the finished Pluto warship, which can destroy an island with one shot, is not considered by you." Actually, Bai Ye is not interested in this so-called ancient weapon Pluto after so many years. Who knows what this Pluto has become? How much of the weapons installed above can be used? Maybe it sank directly into the sea. Besides, Pluto shot an island. No matter how strong it is just a foreign object. Those who pin their hopes on external things are weak, and those who are strong themselves are really strong. When Lao Tzu's degree of fusion is higher, he can punch an island. Isn't he good? Seeing everyone's unrepentant looks, Bai said, "Since you have joined the Night Organization, you must take a long-term view and strive to improve your own strength, I don't think about those trivial things. The goal of our organization is world peace. Bai Ye's words made Lu Qi and the others feel as if they had joined a rather remarkable organization that didn't even care about ancient weapons. Everyone felt the blood in their bodies was boiling, and they were full of energy. Seeing everyone's full of enthusiasm, Bai Ye was very satisfied and said, I have a task now that needs you to complete. Lu Qi endured the discomfort on his body, stood up, and said expectantly, Master Bai Ye, just follow your orders, and we promise to complete it. Bai Ye nodded. This matter is indeed very suitable for you to do. Hearing this, various possibilities emerged in Lu Qi's mind, such as assassination, lurking, espionage, hostage-taking, and so on. These are the housekeeping skills of their CP9. Moreover, this is the first time that Bai Ye assigned them a task, and they must complete it perfectly without any shortcomings. I happen to want to build a ship with a branch of the treasure tree atom as the keel. Don't you and Kaku happen to be one of the 5 foremen of the shipyard? I will leave this matter to you, and you must build it for me. Lord Bai Ye, don't worry, Hey, shipbuilding. Lu Qi was stunned. His Nana's kiss, you subdued our CP9, this professional spy organization, to let us build a ship for you? Not to mention Lu Qi, even Khalifa and the others were overwhelmed by Bai Ye's sudden turn of events. The blood that was boiling just now cooled down in an instant. Bai Ye looked at the listless looks of everyone and asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? Isn't shipbuilding what you are best at? Lu Qi smiled wryly. Master Bai, in fact, you don't need to subdue us. We will also build a ship for you. I know that. Bai Ye said logically, but after I subdue you, I will ask you to build a boat for me, so I don't need to spend money. You. Lu Qi was so angry that his injury recurred, his vision went dark, and he passed out. Bruno and the others panicked and supported Lu Qi. Khalifa stared at Bai Ye angrily with wide eyes, and the little tiger's teeth were grinding. Bai Ye said indifferently, Hurry up and heal Lu Qi's injury, don't delay the shipbuilding. Also, your strength is really too weak and you need to strengthen your training. In all fairness, the strength of CP9 is indeed weaker, and it cannot be ranked in the sea at all. But this is only because they have no time to train during their latent period. Strength has entered a period of stagnation. That's why it is like this. In fact, their talents are not bad, and they can be regarded as 1 in 1,000. After all, being selected by the world government and entering CP9 has already proved their childhood talent. They can practice hard for a period of time there. Strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By the way, there is one more thing you need to do. Half an hour later, with Bruno's assistance, Kaku and Gabra successfully caught Bingshan and Frankie in front of Bai Ye. When Bingshan and Frankie woke up, Bai Ye was the only one left in the room. CP9 and others have already left here. Bai Ye did not hide his identity in front of CP9, letting them know that Rear Admiral Bai Ye is the founder of the organization. IT is because CP9 will be hunted down endlessly after betraying the world government. Even if CP9 wanted to betray White Night, no one would believe a traitor's words. Moreover, Bai Ye belongs to the Navy headquarters, not a single Rear Admiral. He has Zifa, the chief instructor of the Navy, as his teacher, Marshal of the Warring States period as his chief uncle, and Admiral Akiji as his favorite, plus his own strong strength, as long as it is not something that has a particularly large impact, such as killing Tianlong people in public. It's impossible for the world government to attack Bai Ye with a single brain twitch. Therefore, Bai Ye will appear in front of CP9 with his real identity. Chapter 95, The Navy of Justice. After Bingberg and Frankie woke up from a coma, they found themselves in an empty room, tied up with a special rope, completely unable to move. The two looked at each other worriedly, with unspeakable worries in their hearts. They are not fearing for their own lives, but fearing that their deepest secrets will be discovered. This is what their master has preserved at the cost of his life. If it is lost from their hands like this, they will have no face to see the master after death. Frankie asked in a low voice, Brother Bingshan, what's going on? Don't they all know? Bingshan shook his head. Although I don't know who brought me here, it's impossible for them to know these secrets. It's been more than 10 years. If you don't know, how could you arrest the two of us? Don't think too much about it. If you were really asked at that time, just kill yourself and don't say anything. Well, I see. While the two were discussing, a coughing sound suddenly sounded in the empty room, which scared Bingshan and Frankie into a cold sweat. Fuck. Is this room haunted? Why is there a sudden coughing sound? However, Bai Ye, who was sitting not far behind Bingshan and Frankie, looked helplessly at the pair of senior brothers who were looking around vigilantly, because it is now in the middle of the night, and the waning moon is also covered by the dark clouds floating in. The room is completely dark. Bai Ye was sitting right behind them, but they failed to notice Bai Ye's existence. They began to discuss unscrupulously in front of Bai Ye, as if they were afraid that Bai Ye would not know that the construction blueprint of Pluto was on them. Let me say, too, when discussing such confidential issues in the future, can you first observe, is there anyone around? The two followed the voice and looked in Bai Ye's direction, and they could vaguely see Bai Ye's figure. Seeing that there was really someone in the room, the two of them were almost stunned to death by their actions just now. Frankie thought about how he had kept his anonymity and changed his identity for so many years, just to avoid people discovering his connection with Bingshan. As a result, in the end, he still told the secret in front of others. If it wasn't for being bound by a rope, Frankie would have thought of hitting himself to death. As the mayor of the capital of Seven Waters, Bingshan can be regarded as a man who has seen big scenes. At this time, he was still able to remain calm enough and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you tie us here? Actually, do I need your help with something?" When Frankie heard the words, he immediately lost his temper and shouted angrily, "Are you begging for help? If you tie me up, I won't help you even if I die." "Oh, really?" Bai Ye walked out of the shadows, stood in front of Frankie and said, "Since you don't want to help me, then you can really die. But before I die, I may be able to take out the manufacturing blueprint of Pluto hidden in your chest, then hand it over to the world government so I might be able to get promoted." Frankie, who was still struggling desperately, stopped struggling instantly after hearing Bai Ye's words, as if he was really dead. This is a secret that he and senior brother Bingshan have protected with their lives, but now it is so easy to say from other people's mouth. Bingshan's face was as pale as an iceberg, and he looked at Bai Ye with a chill in his eyes and asked, "Are you a member of the world government?" Bai Ye smiled and said, "World government? Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Bai Ye, and I am in Navy." Navy? Not a secret service organization. Bingshan suddenly felt a bit congested in his chest, and the breath couldn't go up or down there. "You said you were a secret service organization. Okay, after all, they have been investigating the whereabouts of the drawings of Pluto all these years. I don't know how many people are lurking around us, and they got the news. Although difficult to accept, it is also understandable. But in the end, you are actually in Navy. And you also know the secrets that the Secret Service Organization has not found out from many years of investigation. This is like a mouse has been living cautiously, worrying for a lifetime, for fear of being caught by a cat. As a result, he was pinned down by a passing dog in a blink of an eye. Instead of catching pirates, you and Navy come to investigate us instead. Aren't you meddling in your own business?" Under the frightened eyes of Frankie and Bingshan, Bai Ye cut open the iron sheet on Frankie's chest like a knife and took out the manufacturing blueprint of Pluto from it. Bai Ye opened it curiously and saw that it was densely packed with things like the structure of the painting and special formulas. "Good guy. This is like opening a high math test paper. You can't understand anything. It's a headache." So Bai Ye quickly closed it again. He also cursed and said that this kind of thing that normal people can't understand should be destroyed. Seeing that the blueprint was taken away by Bai Ye, Frankie struggled desperately and said angrily, "Give it back to us." But Bingshan's face was ashen. He knew everything was over. Bai Ye didn't care about Frankie's attitude at all and said lightly, "I need you to help me build a boat with the branch of the precious tree atom as the keel. When the ship is built, I will put this thing. Ancient weapon Pluto construction blueprint, unique, recycling price, 1,000 points of world energy. Fuck. This thing is really a treasure." Bai Ye's eyes widened, looking at some yellowed blueprints in his hand. 1,000 points of world energy can be exchanged for 5 pairs of ivory for Jack. 5 pairs of ivory. Jack grows slowly. He doesn't know how many years it will take. Frankie and Bingshan were still waiting for Bai Ye to continue talking, but Bai Ye stopped suddenly in the middle of speaking, and seeing Bai Ye's excited face, the hand holding the blueprint trembled a little due to excitement. The two of them understood that what Master had protected with his life might really fall into the hands of the world government. The three of them, the Master and the apprentice, spared no effort to protect the blueprint. After all, a feeling of sadness welled up in the hearts of the two of them. But Bai Ye's next words made the two of them tremble. "I originally wanted to return this blueprint to you after you finished building the boat. But I suddenly realized that things like this spreading in the sea are simply the source of turmoil, threatening the peace of the sea at all times." Bingshan looked at Bai Ye in surprise. "What exactly do you want to say?" "I mean, the blueprints cannot fall into anyone's hands, and only by destroying them can the stability of the sea be guaranteed. In this case, the world government will not be able to find blueprints on you, so naturally it will not waste its efforts, which is also a good thing for you." Frankie anxiously defended, but Bai Ye interrupted with righteousness. "There are not so many buts. Just let me end the root cause of this cholera." In Bai Ye's hands, the yellowed blueprint instantly turned into a ball of powder and dissipated in the air. But in fact, Bai Ye just took out a piece of paper from the system space and smashed it into powder at the moment when he recovered the blueprint. Anyway, with the strength of Frankie and Bingshan, there is no clue. Frankie looked at the powder dissipating in the air and murmured, "The blueprints are really gone." Seeing this, Bing Shan couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, with indescribable emotion in his heart that it may be a good thing for their senior brothers that the blueprints are gone. At least they don't have to live in fear anymore. But Bing Shan still couldn't figure out why Bai Ye did this. In the middle of the night, the two of them were inexplicably kidnapped. The identity was not the spy organization that had been investigating them, but the Navy that had nothing to do with them. Moreover, the Navy knows all their secrets, even the blueprint of Pluto hidden in Frankie's chest. The most outrageous thing is that when the Navy found the forging blueprint of the ancient weapon Pluto that the world government dreamed of, it was actually destroyed directly in front of them. If people from the world government knew about this, they would probably faint on the spot. But what exactly is this Navy planning? It can't be to tie them here, tell a bunch of their secrets, and scare them, right? Bing Shan couldn't come up with a reasonable reason after thinking hard, so he had to ask, Mr. Bai Ye, where are you from? Didn't I say that I am a just Navy? Actually, I saved you by sending people to tie you up this time. Frankie and Bing Shan wondered, saved us? Bai Ye nodded heavily. You probably haven't realized that the spy organization sent by the world government has been lurking by your side for several years. The purpose, of course, is the blueprint for the construction of Pluto on Frankie. Regarding Bai Ye's words, Bing Shan and Frankie did not question it, because this is the usual method of the world government. And as I said, the blueprints for the construction of Pluto cannot easily fall into the hands of the world government. Once the world government succeeds, the entire sea will become turbulent. It's really too difficult to keep the blueprints of Pluto, just relying on the two of you brothers and sisters. So, as a righteous Navy, I can only take action to destroy the construction blueprint of Pluto to avoid this kind of thing from happening. In this case, even if the world government continues to investigate, it will only be able to investigate the mysterious person who kidnapped you and will not implicate you. You are now safe. Bai Ye's words made sense at first glance, but they didn't make sense after thinking about it. There is no other way to let Bai Ye know that the construction blueprint of Pluto can be exchanged for the world's source power. Therefore, I had to act on the spot and make up a bunch of seemingly reasonable words. Frankie obviously didn't have enough brains. He was fooled by Bai Ye, and he looked suddenly enlightened. But looking at the rope tied around his body, he wondered, then why do you have to tie us up? Bai Ye said unhappily, didn't I say that I want you to help me build a ship? Bing Shan smiled wryly, but if you tell us normally, we will also be willing to build a ship for you. Because I don't want to pay, I can only tie you here and threaten you to build a ship for me. Frankie was stunned, and it took a while to slow down and ask, didn't you say you are a righteous Navy? Justice can't be eaten as food. If there is no money, no matter how righteous the Navy is, it will starve to death, so I can only do this. Just ask you one question, to make or not to make? Make, we make. Before Frankie could speak, Bing Shan spoke first. Unlike Frankie, a mindless junior, Bing Shan was able to become the mayor of the city of Seven Waters because of his flexible mind. It can gradually develop the original 7 small fishing villages into the current capital of Seven Waters. After Bai Ye finished those words, he keenly noticed that there was a little logic difference in Bai Ye's words. But he didn't say it directly, but kept these questions in his heart, because he knew that even if what Bai Ye said was all lies, at least one thing was true. After the Pluto construction blueprint was destroyed, they were indeed safe. If you want to check, you can only find out that a mysterious person kidnapped them tonight. All the attention of the world government is diverted to the kidnappers. That is, on Bai Ye, and they no longer need it for the rest of their lives. Living under the surveillance of the world government. Don't say that Bai Ye used the branches of the treasure tree atom as the keel and asked them to build the ship. Even if Bai Ye doesn't produce anything, if Iceberg is directly asked to build a ship, Iceberg will also be built, because this kindness is too great. Although Frankie didn't understand what was going on, since senior brother Bing Shan said he wanted to build a boat for Bai Ye, he naturally wouldn't say anything else. Anyway, now that I don't have the blueprints for the construction of Pluto, I'm not afraid of the investigation of the world government at all. When Bing Shan and Frankie left, they looked at Bai Ye with a little gratitude and put it bluntly, no matter what materials are needed when building a ship, they are all responsible, and Bai Ye only needs to come over to inspect the finished product after 2 months. This made Bai Ye very satisfied with Bing Shan's attitude, and he liked dealing with such smart people. Moreover, after this night of tossing, Bai Ye has almost settled everything. Subdued CP9. Let Bing Shan and Frankie, the best designers in the capital of Seven Waters, be responsible for building the boat for him without spending a penny. At least a million Baileys were saved alive. Also through the Pluto construction blueprints, freehoring to 1,000 points of the world's source power. The most important thing is that Bai Ye changed 2 major plot points at once and gained a lot of world power. Congratulations to the host for successfully changing the plot of 7 water capitals, Judicial Island plot, and obtaining world power 10,000 points, world source power 18,000. and Bai Ye looked at it again to increase the fusion degree to 40%, which actually required 25,500 points of world source power. All Bai Ye's thoughts were directly dispelled. Now it takes 2 months to build a ship, and I am still short of dash points of world energy in the first half of the Great Route. It seems that there are still many plot points that can be changed. The most important thing is that a plan in Bai Ye's mind can be implemented within these 2 months. Chapter 96, Just Play. The next day, under the notice of Bai Ye, Bingshan and Frankie came to the Noage dock together. After receiving Bai Ye's order, Quick drove the warship into the Noage dock and tied the trunk of the 100-meter-long treasure tree atom behind the ship. Otherwise, if you want to move the 100-meter-long atom branch in by manpower alone, even Quake's fruit ability is extremely difficult. Here, that one is used as a keel. Bingshan and Frankie follow the direction Bai Ye pointed at and first saw the rear admiral-style warship. Can't help being surprised by Bai Ye's identity. Such a young admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is a rare existence in the sea. This meant that the two of them didn't pay much attention to the news at sea. Otherwise, they would definitely know that Bai Ye was the rear admiral who defeated Jack the Drought. But when the two of them saw the 100-meter-long branch of atom, the excitement in their eyes almost solidified, and they were no longer surprised by Bai Ye's youth. The two of them rushed towards the branch at an astonishing speed, and they kept rubbing the branch with their big hands. IT felt like they were touching their little wife who had just entered the house and hadn't had time to touch it yet. Saliva is almost coming out of his mouth. In fact, they will become like this, and it is easy to understand. It's like every great swordsman is extremely eager to obtain a supreme sword, and top shipbuilders like Bingshan and Frankie are also very eager to use the branches of atom to build ships. Back then, their master, the world's #1 shipbuilder Tom, used the branches of atom to build the Oro Jackson for One Piece Roger. The ship came to Lockdrew with Roger, and has since left a strong mark in history. Since then, it has been their long-cherished dream to use the branches of atom to build ships. Unexpectedly, today, there is actually a chance to realize it. Bai Ye looked at Bingshan and Frankie's excited appearance with a wry smile on his face. If I knew this, why would I tie them here? IT is estimated that if they directly explain the situation, both of them are willing to build a ship for Bai Ye for free. However, if you don't tie it, you can't get the world's source power. Bai Ye looked around and suddenly saw that Bingshan brought his secretary Caliph over. However, after seeing Bai Ye, Caliph was too frightened and quietly hid behind the crowd, so Bai Ye didn't notice it immediately. At this time, Caliph sneaked behind the crowd, looking at Bai Ye from time to time through the gap between people. If she had known that Bingshan came to Dockno today to meet Bai Ye, she would not have pretended to be sick. Caliph still recalled Lucci's kind reminder in her mind. Next time, don't wear sexy clothes to appear in front of Bai Ye. And Caliph also kept this in mind, but when she was going out today, she thought that she should not meet Bai Ye, so I changed to a pair of stockings with letters. But who would have thought that they would meet Bai Ye again? Just as Caliph was thinking, she suddenly found that the White Knight in front of her had disappeared. Where is the person? Where did he go? Caliph murmured. At this moment, a slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded from ear. Little Caliph, are you looking for me? The warm breath blew on Caliph's lovely earlobe, making Caliph shiver. Caliph turned her head and found that Bai Ye, who had disappeared, was looking at her with a smile on her face. Feeling the warmth remaining on the ears, the crystal-clear earlobes instantly turned red. Out of defensive instinct, Caliph subconsciously whipped her leg towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye grabbed Caliph's raised ankle. Her leg was still slippery. Just as I was about to speak, I realized that I saw something remarkable. Black lace. Want to be so exciting? And Khalifa noticed Bai Ye's shocked gaze. Knowing what Bai Ye saw, blushing, but Bai Ye held his right leg tightly in his hand and couldn't take it back at all. Khalifa was ashamed and angry. Let go. I'll finish enjoying it soon, don't worry. I'm going to shout. As soon as Khalifa opened her mouth, she was covered by Bai Ye's big hand, interrupting the spell casting directly. Bai Ye broke out in a cold sweat from fright. Good guy. If this is really called out, I will still be a man in the future. Fortunately, Khalifa hid behind the crowd, and no one noticed Bai Ye and Khalifa's ambiguous posture. Fearing that Khalifa would yell after letting go, Bai Ye pretended to be vicious and threatened. I'll let go later. If you dare to shout out, you're finished. Lu Chi can't keep you, I told you. Khalifa blinked in agreement. There is no way. The posture of the two of them is too ambiguous now. If someone finds out, everyone doesn't have to be a human being. Okay, then I'll relax. Just when Bai Ye was about to let go, two clear and dissatisfied voices suddenly came from behind. Master Bai Ye. Brother Bai Ye. This is the voice of Dashiki and Ein. If they see it, I will lose my image as a gentleman. Bai Ye quickly let go of Khalifa, put her hands behind her back, and pretended nothing happened. Dashiki and Ein appeared on both sides of Bai, looking at Khalifa vigilantly like cats smelling fishy. Ein held Bai Ye's arm affectionately and asked in a playful voice, "Brother Bai Ye, who is she?" Bai Ye felt the soft touch coming from his arm from time to time and shouted that he couldn't bear it. "This is the secretary of the mayor of Bingshan, the capital of Seven Waters. Because my shipbuilding was handed over to the mayor of Bingshan, I was asking her just now, why didn't Foreman Lu Chi of No-Dock come to work today?" Dasiki on the side also hugged Bai Ye's other arm not to be outdone. "Master Bai Ye, why don't you go shopping with us today?" Bai Ye resolutely said, "I have something to do today. Another day." One Ein is almost overwhelming for Bai Ye. With the addition of Dasiki, the second brother was about to stand up and wave the flag. If it's another time, another place, Bai Ye had to shout, "My second brother is invincible in the world," then give Ein and Dasiki a good meal. But now it is not possible. Bai Ye withdrew his arms from the arms of the two with difficulty and asked Khalifa eagerly, "Where is Lu Chi? I need to find him. Lu Chi's injury hasn't healed yet, and he's still recuperating at home. No, I have something to discuss with Lu Chi, so let's go first." After saying that, Bai Ye fled in a panic until the No-Dock was out of sight. Then he let out a sigh of relief, wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He said with emotion, "Just now it was really dangerous." However, Bai Ye showed a complacent look on his face and said, "I don't want to date beautiful women. I'm just widowed. Hey, I just want to play." Chapter 97 Quick Healing Potion. Bai Ye was walking on the way to Lu Chi's house when an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Now that the night organization is ready to be carried forward, it is best to have uniform clothing, which will facilitate the expansion of the night organization's reputation. Moreover, Lu Chi and others are now traitors hunted down by the world government, and they cannot easily show their true colors to others. When performing tasks, you also need to wear a mask to avoid being recognized. Hey, isn't this the Akatsuki organization in Pirate World? Maybe it's really messed up. After Bai Ye made up his mind, he didn't go get these things by himself. Instead, is going to be handed over to Khalifa and the others. After all, as the boss, there is no reason to do everything by yourself. When Bai Ye came to Lu Chi's house, he happened to see Bruno taking care of Lu Q out at a tea this time. Lu Chi was wrapped up like a mummy, with dense white bandages wrapped around his body. Leaning against the bed, Bai Ye was a little surprised. Is the injury still not healed? It's been a day. From Bai Ye's point of view, Lu Chi's physical fitness is already good, and he is also an animal-type ability user with super recovery ability. Unexpectedly, Lu Chi seems to be struggling even to walk now, let alone go out to do it. Hearing Bai Ye's words, Lu Chi complained a little. "The main reason is that your strength is too strong. I can't handle a random kick. That IT takes a lot of time to recover." Forehead, Bai Ye smiled awkwardly, then rummaged through the system store. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and after finding the item he wanted, Bai Ye directly reproached Lu Chi's words. "I just know that you are too weak, so I hit you casually. You'll spend a lot of time recovering, so I'm here to bring you medicine." Bai Ye pretended to take out a reagent from his pocket. The emerald green liquid swayed in the needle, revealing the breath of life. Quick healing potion, developed by the Heroes Association. It can quickly restore body function damage without leaving any hidden diseases. Price: 5 points of world power. This was the first time Bai Ye discovered that this kind of thing was actually sold in the store, but this is normal. After all, he hasn't been injured since he activated the system. And how to find healing items in the store? If he hadn't seen Lu Chi wrapped up like a mummy, he wouldn't have arisen to look for it in the store. Liu Chi looked at the reagent curiously and asked suspiciously, "Master Bai Ye, is this thing really useful?" Bai Ye said casually, "I've never used this thing before. How do I know?" Forehead, Lu Chi's face turned black. "You haven't used it before, and even said that it was specially given to me for healing. Isn't this treating me like a guinea pig? What if I die suddenly after the injection?" Bruno on the side thought silently. He knew Lord Bai Ye would not be so kind, and specially sent Lu Chi the healing potion. Seeing Lu Chi's hesitation while holding the potion, Bruno didn't dare to say anything. So he could only silently wish Lu Chi good luck. Bai Ye said with a smirk, "Don't worry about injecting. If the reagent has the opposite effect, it will kill you. I will help you take care of Khalifa." Bai Ye naturally knew that the potion was effective. After all, it was exchanged from the store by spending 5 points of world energy, and the effect was definitely very good. But he didn't tell Lu Chi. He wanted to see if Lu Chi would get the injection. As the saying goes, people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. Facing Bai Ye's curious gaze, Lu Chi gritted his teeth and inserted the needle into his arm, injecting all the emerald green liquid inside into his body. Sure enough, within 3 seconds, Lu Chi felt itching and swelling all over his body, as if thousands of ants were crawling inside his body. Moreover, those ants were still biting the flesh and blood, and there were severe pains all over the body. The pain hit Lu Chi's brain like waves. What Lu Chi's body turned wildly on the bed, the veins on his forehead and arms bulged, his face was flushed, and his waist was arched, like a steamed prawn. The bandages on his body were soaked with sweat. Fuck, this thing can't really be poison, can it? If Lu Chi is really killed, the whole CP9 is equivalent to useless. Bai Ye hurriedly asked what was going on with the system. Quick healing medicine because it is fast healing, so it may cause some discomfort to the user during use. Looking at Lu Chi, looking like he is about to die, is this a little uncomfortable? They can all be used as poison. However, Lu Chi's pain did not last long. In less than 5 minutes, the pain receded like a tide, and Lu Chi's brain gradually regained consciousness. Yu Chi said hoarsely, "I not survived. Isn't that poison just now?" "Nonsense. This is the healing medicine I brought you specially. Get up now and try to see if your injuries are all healed." Lu Chi stood up and found indescribable comfort all over his body. All the previous injuries were gone, and there was no sign of injury at all. Moreover, not only the injuries caused by Bai Ye, but also the hidden injuries caused by overtraining when he was young also disappeared. After getting rid of the previous hidden disease, Lu Chi even felt that his strength had improved a little at this time. Lu Chi looked at the confident Bai Ye, as if he had known such a result for a long time. Lu Chi couldn't help feeling a deep sense of gratitude to Bai Ye for such a magical potion. He has never heard of it in the world government for so many years, let alone being able to use it. Potions like this must be extremely expensive. If it spreads out, it will cause countless people on the sea to scramble for it. After all, there are so many strong men in the sea who have experienced many battles, and there is no one who has no hidden wounds. If they knew that there was such a potion, they would definitely pay for it at all costs. But now Lord Bai Ye is willing to use such a precious potion on himself. I suspected that Master Bai Ye used himself as a guinea pig to test the effect of the medicine. I still hesitate to use it. I am really not a thing. So under Bai Ye's shocked eyes, Lu Chi knelt down in front of him on one knee and said respectfully, "Master Bai Ye, thank you for the potion you brought. No matter what you order in the future, we CP9 will do our best to complete it." Forehead, what does this mean? Lu Chi took medicine and his brain was ruined. This thing is not a weirdo cell. It can make the user become extremely loyal. However, for now it's pretty good. Through Lu Chi learn about the effect of the quick healing potion, even Lu Chi's loyalty, which was miraculously reaped, double happiness. Therefore, Bai Ye took advantage of the situation and said, "It's good that you can understand my painstaking efforts." After all, Lu Chi was even more grateful to Bai Ye. Chapter 98 Morgans. Bai Ye was thinking about the plan in his heart and suddenly asked, "Lu Chi, do you know Morgans?" "Morgans?" Lu Chi thought for a while. Master Bai Ye said, "The president of the World Economic News Agency?" "Yes, that's him. Oh, you know where he lives." Although Lu Chi belongs to the Secret Service organization, he has a good understanding of intelligence, but he really didn't know where Morgans was, because Morgans is not only the president of the World Economic News Agency, but also one of the leaders of the dark world. People like this who wander in the dark zone have many enemies everywhere. If others knew where his hometown was, wouldn't he be in danger of being attacked every day? Liu Chi said slowly, "Although I don't know where Morgans is, maybe I can try to find him." Hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Lu Chi to have such abilities. Liu Chi explained, "Morgans is a bird fruit albatross form ability user, so the newsbirds that deliver newspapers on the sea are all controlled by Morgans. And I have raised a pigeon since I was a child, and I can't communicate with a pigeon. Maybe the pigeons can learn from the newsbird that there is news about Morgans." Using a bird to ask a bird is really not an idea that normal people can come up with. But in the magical world of pirates, this idea seems quite reliable. Yu Chi whistled by the window, and after a while he heard the crowing of pigeons. Cuckoo. A white pigeon with a small black tie landed on Lu Chi's shoulder. Bai Ye watched the pigeon and Lu Chi look at each other as if they were communicating, but there was no sign of any communication at all. Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh that his subordinates are really full of talents, and there are even some who can understand bird language. After a while, Lu Chi said to Bai Ye, "Master Bai Ye, I have asked Adoli, the name of the pigeon, to ask newsbird. Is there anything else I want to order?" Bai Ye thought about it carefully, and there were very few scenes of Morgans appearing in the anime, only showing his face briefly at the ants' tea party. However, judging from the details shown by Morgans, he should be a person who regards big news as his life. In order to obtain first-hand big news, he may even risk his life. When the ants' cravings attack, record everything that happened at the tea party. Bai Ye thought about it. "You try to get Hadoli to tell the newsbird that we have a big news that can be disclosed to Morgans in advance. But we need to meet with Morgans first. The place can be determined by him, and the time is best determined within a week." Although Lu Chi didn't know what Bai Ye's next plan was, he knew that since he contacted Morgans, it means that Bai Ye is really planning to make a big event. Maybe the sea is going to be messed up, 3 days later, Lucci came to Bai Ye. Master Bai Ye, there is news from Morgans. Bai Ye was surprised. So fast. What did he say? 2 days later, we met at Jian Island near the capital of Seven Waters and said that we hope that there will be no more than 3 people from our side. If there are more than 3, this meeting will be cancelled directly. 3 people? It seems that Morgans is also very vigilant for fear that his enemies will set him up. Bai Ye suddenly asked, Morgans, the meeting place is near the capital of Seven Waters. Does it mean that he knows we are in the capital of Seven Waters? It should be. He should be aware of the area in charge of each news bird, but he should not be sure of our specific location and identity. Bai Ye smiled and said, It seems that no one who can become a giant of the dark forces can be underestimated. At that time, just me, you and Bruno will be fine. 2 days passed in a flash, and the 3 of Bai Ye set off in the direction of Jian Island. However, Bai Ye will not appear in real identity this time. Bai Ye's current identity is the leader of the Yi organization. In order to be able to hide his identity, Bai Ye even took down Feng Ming and handed it over to Khalifa for safekeeping. The reason why they didn't give it to Dasiki and Ein was because Bai Ye didn't want to expose her identity to them so early. The less they know, the safer they are. The 3 of them were wearing black waning moon robes covering their whole bodies. Ayuchi wore a pigeon mask on his face, while Bruno wore a Tauren mask, which made Bai Ye want to laugh all the time. As for Bai Ye, he wore a pure black mask and a black suit, making him even more mysterious. On Island, Morgans was pacing back and forth on the shore, looking anxious, and the bird's beak murmured, What kind of big news will it be? Why haven't they come yet? I'm really anxious to death. The assistant looked around vigilantly and asked anxiously, President, do you think this is a trap by the enemy? I think it's better to let the men lurking around get closer to us. Morgan said indifferently, So what if it's a trap? If this is really big news, even if I lose my life? As soon as the words fell, there was a chuckle from behind Morgus. As expected of President Morgans, the desire for big news is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Morgans and his assistant were startled by the sudden sound. Turning around, they saw 3 men in black robes and masks standing behind them. At this moment, the assistant's heart was about to jump into his throat. These 3 guys actually directly jumped over the protection of the bodyguards and quietly appeared in front of them. This is really scary. The bird feathers on Morgan's neck stood up, but he was not afraid. But excited, Morgans asked eagerly, What is the big news you were talking about? Bai Ye didn't let it go either and said flatly, There is news about Chi Wuhai under the king, Your Majesty's 7 Marshalseas. Morgans felt his blood start to boil. Shichibukai is one of the 3 major forces of the Great Rout, and each character is a big pirate with a reputation resounding across the sea. Any news related to them will attract the attention of countless people. Bai Ye continued, Our organization is going to eliminate one of the Kibohai, but we need you to report the whole thing as it is. If you can do it, after this matter is over, I may still ask you to cooperate. Hearing this, Morgans became restless. This is really a big deal. If these mysterious people who call themselves the Night Organization can really eliminate a Shichibukai, then the reputation of the Night Organization will spread throughout the sea. Chapter 99. Morgans rubbed his hands, his wings, and asked a little embarrassedly, Then can you tell me in advance which Kuei-hai you're going to deal with? Morgans knew he was asking too much of a question, because if this news spreads accidentally, it will easily attract Chi Wuhai's attention. This undoubtedly added a lot of trouble to the mysterious Night Organization, but Morgans really couldn't suppress his curiosity. For him, big news is the meaning of his existence. Bai Ye said directly, Sand crocodile, this is our first cooperation. If it goes well, we may have a second cooperation soon. I hope you will not let me down. This is out of confidence in one's own strength, even if Crocodile knows. So what if even Crocodile can't solve it? Bai Ye directly hit him to death. As a professional journalist, Morgans naturally knew how rare it was to have such a collaborator who could provide great news. Morgans said very seriously, Don't worry about this. This news won't spread until you take action. After we officially take action, we will send you a copy of the video phone bug. And what you need to do is to spread the pictures recorded in the video phone bug to the whole sea in the shortest possible time. Morgans patted his chest and assured, Don't worry about this. With the dissemination capabilities of my news agency, within 1 day, it is enough for everyone on the sea to see this news. Then wish us a happy cooperation. Bai Ye left a faint sentence and left directly in front of Morgans through the air door opened by Bruno. Seeing the strange way the 3 of Bai Ye left, Morgan's pupil shrank slightly. Now he finally knows how the 3 of Bai Ye bypass the bodyguards and appear behind him, but even if you know it, it won't do anything. Because of this ability, there is absolutely no way for you to stop it. Although Bruno's fruit ability is very useful, it is limited by his own strength and fruit development. This kind of teleportation distance comparable to any door is not far. With Bruno's current strength, he can teleport up to a distance of 3 kilometers. Moreover, if you use it up to 5 times in a row, all your stamina will be exhausted and it will take a while to recover. The 3 of them came out from the air door, because all 3 of them mastered the moon step in the 6th form of the Navy, so they could hang in the air for a short time. Liu Qi was a little surprised. Master. Bai Ye, are we really going to deal with Crocodile now? Of course, Liu Qi didn't doubt Bai Ye's strength. From Liu Qi's point of view, Bai Ye's real identity is the Chiwu Sea, where Rear Admiral and Crocodile are located, both belonging to the world government. There is no hostile relationship between the two. Why should they suddenly attack Crocodile? After Liu Qi knew Bai Ye's identity, he still specially collected information about Bai Ye, judging from the data. Bai Ye should have a lot of conflicts with Tinyasha Doflamingo, one of the Shichibukai. Facing Liu Qi's question, Bai Ye didn't explain too much, but said lightly, when you arrive in the Kingdom of Alabasta and learn what Crocodile has done, combined with your declaration of joining the Knight Organization, you will understand. Liu Qi froze for a moment. Organization declaration, is it really for world peace? Don't be funny, he didn't see anything related to peace from Bai Ye. Seeing Liu Qi's confused face, Bai Ye showed a smile under the mask. Of course, it is not for world peace, but for the power of the world. The 3 of them didn't use the moon steps for a long time, because neither Bruno nor Liu Qi's physical strength could support the journey. I randomly picked an unlucky pirate group on the sea, took away the other party's ship and marched towards the Kingdom of Alabasta. At this time, the Kingdom of Alabasta had no rain at all except for the capital Albana for 2 years. Under Crocodile's deliberate arrangement, the people believed that the drought was caused by the king's private use of the rain-inducing agent dancing powder, which led to continuous civil wars and heavy casualties. The culprit Crocodile was regarded by the rebellious people as a savior and a hero. After King Cobra is dealt with by the rebels, Crocodile can ascend to the throne in the name of a hero, completely control the Kingdom of Alabasta, and use this to find clues to the ancient weapon Pluto. It can be said that with this series of plans, Clark Dahl lived up to the name of a hero. If it hadn't been for Luffy's hanging wall and forcibly defeating Crocodile, who has the ability of the natural type Russell Fruit, without being domineering, maybe it would really allow him to successfully seek the Alabasta Kingdom and find the whereabouts of Hades. It's a pity that Oda won't let it go. With Bai Ye and the others spared no expense on the ships, basically each ship would not survive 3 days at full speed. If it encounters extremely bad weather, the ship will not be able to survive even a day, and it will fall apart on the spot. Along the way, Bai Ye realized how important it is to have a good boat. Even the Navy-style warships that he disliked before are much stronger than these ships made of several pieces of wood. Dark clouds cover the entire sky and dark purple thunder and lightning roared down, stirring up countless waves. The boat of Bai Ye and others managed to last for half a day in such weather, but they could not escape the fate of being smashed to pieces. I saw that Bai Ye was holding Liu Qi in one hand and Bruno in the other. His armed looked domineering, and domineering covered his whole body, braving the storm using moon steps. He said angrily, "Maid, when I see Crocodile, I must hammer him to death. I actually let Lao Tzu suffer such a big grievance." If there is a knowledgeable person seeing Bai Ye's actions, he might be scared to pee his pants on the spot, armed and domineering like no money, covering the whole body, just to keep out the rain. Carrying 2 people, he can still perform moon steps without changing his face and quickly fly in the air. Is it true that physical strength does not cost money? Donkeys in the production team don't dare to be so fierce, do they? Seeing Bai Ye's angry appearance, Liu Qi and Bruno didn't even dare to breathe for fear of offending Bai Ye. It was precisely because the 2 were exhausted that Bai Ye needed to fly with them. That's a pity that even though they didn't say anything, Bai Ye still followed them. And you 2 trash, with so little physical strength, how dare you go out to sea as a spy? After this matter is over, all of you CP9 will strengthen my training. Liu Qi and Bruno nodded desperately, for fear of causing Bai Ye's displeasure. If at this time, Bai Ye let go because of displeasure, both of them are people with fruit ability, and the result of falling into the sea can only be buried in the belly of a fish. Chapter 100. Who is the bad guy? Whiskey Mountain is a small island formed by 4 small hills gathered together. In the middle of the island there is a small tavern. At this time, the lights are brightly lit, and many people could be heard laughing, drinking, and having fun inside. One of the strong men picked up the wine glass in front of him, drank it in one gulp, and said boldly, "Let me tell you, we welcome dream-chasing pirates like you the most here. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I have a special chef here who will cook it for you." Facing the warm hospitality of the brawny man, the pirates on the side felt a little unbelievable, but more is full of joy. Generally speaking, pirates are unavoidable existences for the residents of every island on the sea. Unexpectedly, on this island, They were warmly received by the residents, and they ate good wine and meat casually. Moreover, a bonfire party was held, and the residents welcomed them with songs and dances. He had never encountered such a thing in all these years as a pirate. The pirate smiled and said, "It's really great that you are here. It's simply a paradise for pirates. If we didn't need to go to the great route to find One Piece, I even want to stay here forever." The strong man grinned and said, "If you really want to stay here forever, then stay here." The pirate vaguely noticed that the atmosphere was not good, and the originally kind smile on the face of the strong man in front of him gradually became cruel. "You guys," the pirate said in shock and anger, but before he finished speaking, he felt dizzy, couldn't stand upright, and lay down on the ground. Following the fall of the pirates, it was as if the dominoes had been touched, causing a chain reaction. The pirates, who were eating meat and drinking heavily, became unconscious in an instant and collapsed on the ground. Looking at the pirates lying on the ground, the strong man gradually turned contemptuous and took out a dark yellow reward list from his pocket. Compare the photo above to the pirate. The vicious dog Mori, who offered a reward of 1,000,000,000 Baileys, was actually taken by us so easily. Vigilance is really bad enough. After finishing speaking, the strong man skillfully drew out the long knife beside him, cut off Mori's head, put it in a dark cloth bag, and handed it to the subordinate beside him. "Take it to the naval branch base in exchange for a bounty." "Yes." The subordinate took the cloth bag excitedly, completely ignoring the blood constantly overflowing from the bottom of the cloth bag, because in their eyes, what is inside the cloth bag is not a bloody head, but tens of millions of Baileys. The strong man looked at the fallen pirates and said disgustedly, "Chop off the heads of these guys and throw them all into the sea to feed the fish." In his opinion, pirates who cannot even be exchanged for bounties are complete waste. There is no value in existence. At this moment, one of his subordinates hurried over to report, "Master Hubert, 3 strangely dressed men came up from the bank and are walking towards us." Hubert froze for a moment and asked, "Can you confirm their identities? I didn't see the other party's ship. It should be 3 people who were shipwrecked." Hubert said coldly, "It doesn't matter so much. Let's clean up here first, and don't let them see these pirates." Under Hubert's order, those residents cleaned up the scene very skillfully. In a short period of time, the site was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. After getting everything ready, Hubert sneered, "Let's go to meet our new guest." For Hubert, he didn't care about the identities of these 3 people at all. He only cares about how much Bailey he can earn from the opponent. And behind the crowd, a sweet-looking girl frowned. Watching Hubert and the others leaving, she couldn't bear to say, "The 3 innocent victims cannot be allowed to suffer the same fate as the pirates." Ikarem, with a strange curly hair, came to the girl and said in a low voice, "Gran, wait, let's not meddle in other people's business. If Hubert and the others know your true identity, Crocodile will not let you go. For the sake of the Kingdom of Alabasta, we must continue to endure without revealing our identities." The girl who spoke just now sneaked into the Baroque studio under Crocodile just to save her country. "I want to collect evidence that Crocodile murdered the Alabasta Kingdom. This is used to persuade those rebels not to let innocent people shed more blood." Ikarem secretly followed out from the palace and was the captain of the palace guard who was responsible for protecting Princess Weiwei. There must be a way, not only to ensure that our identities are not exposed, but also to prevent the victims from dying tragically at the hands of Hubert and others. And the 3 that Hubert regarded as fat sheep were exactly the 3 of Bai Ye who flew over from the storm. Among the 3, only Bai Ye looked pretty good, except for a little tiredness. The Uchi and Bruno were like drowned rats. The robes that covered their whole bodies were wet and stuck tightly to their bodies, making people feel very uncomfortable. But for the 2 of them, apart from being uncomfortable, there was no other influence, like fever, cold, etc. It is completely impossible. This island is the only one that Bai Ye finally saw in the sea where he can rest, so he brought the 2 of them to the shore. The 3 of them didn't take a few steps towards the center of the island when they happened to meet Hubert and the others who came out to greet them. The Uchi's expression under the mask became serious, and he asked in a low voice, "Master Bai Ye, these guys don't look like good people. Should we directly deal with them?" Bruno on the side was also ready to make a move, wanting to prove his worth in front of Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye didn't know what was going on, he didn't care at all and said with a smile, "Compared with us, who do you think they are not good people? Don't do it yet. I want to see what tricks the other party wants to play." That's right. In Lucci's eyes, compared with Bai Ye, even the 4 emperors are a bit cute. Hubert walked closer and saw the 3 of Bai Ye wearing uniform attire and wearing different masks on their faces. It looks extremely mysterious, and at first glance, it is not an ordinary person who has suffered a shipwreck. The Hubert's years of experience told him that these 3 guys are definitely 3 big fat sheep. Hubert's eyes flashed with excitement, and he led the crowd to Bai Ye and said, boldly, "The 3 of you must have encountered shipwreck, right? You must have suffered a lot at sea like this. It just so happens that our town is holding a bonfire party, and there is a lot of food, so you should join us. Bai Ye took off his mask, showing a delicate face, and said with a smile, Okay, I like banquets the most. Chapter 10. When were you waiting for? Seeing Bai Ye's move to take off the mask, Lucci and Bruno's eyes flashed a cold light, and then they also took off the mask, followed Bai Ye silently, and walked towards the tavern in the center of the town. This time they came out to act as the night organization, so they needed to wear masks, though as not to let others know their true identities. When Bai Ye took off his mask, it meant that on this island, all those who had seen his true face probably had the only way to die for Bai Ye's actions. Lucci and Bruno didn't feel anything wrong, because the two of them also came out of the cruel spy training, and they did not know how much blood was stained on their hands. At tea this time, Hubert also introduced Bai Ye with a kind face, the specialty of Whiskey Peak whiskey. He didn't realize at all that the 3 fat sheep he brought were actually 3 gods of death, and he himself went further and further on the road of death. When the 3 of Bai Ye sat down, the bustle of the tavern resumed. Hubert brought the steaming barbecue and the mellow wine to the 3 of Bai Ye. Eat it, these are all freshly made by the chef. The taste is absolutely superb. And this whiskey is also our specialty here. You can't drink it outside if you want to drink it. With a look of anticipation in Hubert's expression, he recommended it to the 3 of Bai Ye with all his might. Bai Ye picked up the wine glass in front of him and smelled it. It was indeed very fragrant and attractive. Under Hubert's impatient eyes, when Bai Ye raised his glass and was about to drink it, suddenly felt a gust of fragrant wind blowing, and the right hand holding the wine glass was touched, causing the wine to spill all over the floor, and some beer splashed on a robe. I'm sorry the wine spilled on you. Let me wipe it off for you. The girl with sea blue long hair who was above her waist said to Bai Ye apologetically. He also took out a few pieces of paper to help Bai Ye wipe the robe. Then, he handed Bai Ye some papers and asked Bai Ye to wipe his hands too. After Bai Ye took the paper, she immediately realized that something was wrong. While Hubert was reprimanding the girl, Bai Ye spread out the paper that the girl handed over, and it was written in elegant handwriting. There are drugs in the wine and meat. Don't eat them. The guys here are not good people. Get out of here quickly. After Bai Ye finished reading it, an imperceptible smile appeared in the corner of his mouth, and as soon as he exerted his strength, he shook the note into powder. And at this time, Hubert also finished reprimanding the girl and said apologetically to Bai Ye, I'm sorry, people in our town are all hands and feet, and I accidentally bumped into you. Saying that, he filled up the wine glass in front of Bai Ye again. The glass just now is a pity. You can try it now. Tastes very good. Wei Wei, who had already walked aside, hid in the corner and secretly observed Hubert and Bai Ye. She had already reminded that boy just now. I hope that boy could see his reminder. This is already the limit of what she can do at tea this time. Bai Ye didn't seem to see the note. Picked up Hubert's full wine glass, put it to his mouth, and prepared to drink it. When Hubert and Wei Wei saw Bai Ye's actions, their hearts were already hanging in their throats. But at this critical moment, Bai Ye suddenly put down his wine glass and asked Hubert, Why are you being so nice to us? There's no drug in it, right? Hearing Bai Ye's question, Hubert's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he forced a smile and said, How is this possible? The residents of our small town have always been hospitable to every outsider. Bai Ye suddenly realized, said, So that's the case. Then I blamed you wrong. I'm so sorry. Hubert wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead while waving his hands and said, This is a trivial matter. We are all good people here. This time, Bai Ye drank the wine in the glass directly in front of Hubert and Wei Wei. After drinking, Bai Ye smacked his lips and exclaimed, This wine tastes good. After Bai Ye drank the wine, Lucci and Bruno also raised their glasses and drank. Seeing that Bai Ye drank the wine, Hubert immediately felt relieved, knowing that the 3 fat sheep in front of him could not escape, and Wei Wei looked at Bai Ye and the others anxiously. She clearly reminded the boy just now. But why did he still drink it? Wei Wei, forget it. Your behavior just now has made Hubert suspicious, and we have tried our best. Ikaram walked to Wei Wei and persuaded him softly. Wei Wei let out a long sigh and said, We'll see if there is any chance to save them later. After all, it's 3 lives, so you can't just give it up so easily. Ikaram looked at Wei Wei's resolute face and didn't persuade her anymore. Princess Wei Wei has been so kind since she was a child, and she treats these servants very well. Because of this, these palace guards are willing to use their lives to protect the royal family. Knowing that the overall situation has been settled, Hubert smiled even more amiably, pouring wine and barbecue for Bai Ye and the others continuously. And Bai Ye and the 3 of them never refused to come. As much as you eat, I will. Eat as much as you want. There is no way the journey of the 3 of them is really too bitter. Now eat and drink. Of course you have to enjoy it. As for the drugs mixed with wine and barbecue, they didn't take them seriously at all. For Lucci, with his strong physique and the enhancement brought by the fruit ability, This bit of psychedelic drug was directly decomposed after entering the body. And it did not have any effect at all. Bruno directly used the fruit ability to open an air door in his body and transfer the food he ate into his mouth to other places through the air door to satisfy his mouth addiction. And Bai Ye, not to mention, this kind of drug, Bai Ye used it as a meal every day, and nothing would happen. While Hubert waited anxiously, the three of Bai Ye abruptly ate until the sun rose from the sea level again in the middle of the night. The chefs in charge of cooking in the back kitchen are all stupid. Am I cooking for people or for Neptune-like creatures? A dozen of us cooks are about to die of exhaustion. How can the three of you give him food? Hubert and others were all sleepy, and when he was in a daze, he saw his subordinates walking in front of him with embarrassment. Boss, all the drugs and ingredients have been eaten. Something is wrong with these three guys. Hearing this, Hubert regained his spirits immediately and looked at the three of them who had been drugged for half the night. Everyone is full of energy and in better condition than him. How could Hubert not understand? He kicked the table over and said angrily, "You three are playing with me, right? Brothers, start copying, guys." The impatient residents, who had been waiting for a long time, surrounded Bai Ye and the three with weapons. The most excited people in the crowd with a dozen or so cooks who were probably really confused after cooking dinner all night, pick up the pan and come out. Bai Ye looked at Hubert fearlessly and said with a smile, "I'm finally going to do it. I've been waiting for such a long time to eat. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die." Chapter 1021 Transaction. Listening to Bai Ye's words, a flash of panic flashed in Hubert's heart. But looking at the more than 100 brothers around who are eager to try, they seemed to have confidence, and they said viciously, "Hurry up and hand over the valuables on your body. I can leave you a whole body." Bai Ye said lightly, "Let's do it. They cooked food for us all night, and it's really tiring. Let them have a good rest." After the words fell, Lucci and Bruno turned into killing machines, clearing out the surrounding enemies as quickly as possible. For a while, the miserable screams continued, and bright red blood flowers bloomed in front of Bai Ye's eyes. Hearing the noise from the crowd, Wei Wei showed an anxious look on her delicate face, stood on tiptoe, and tried to look at the White Knight among the crowd. What can we do? Hubert is already going to do it. Wei Wei felt a strong sense of powerlessness in her heart, thinking about the constant civil strife in the kingdom of Alabasta under the control of crocodile. Thousands of people die every day in war or famine. In this regard, as the eldest princess of the kingdom of Alabasta, she can only sit back and watch such things happen. There is no way to stop it, and now 3 innocent victims were about to be brutally killed in front of her, and she also had nothing to do. Wei Wei realized at this moment that she couldn't protect anyone at all. Even she needs Ikarem's protection herself. Seeing Wei Wei's sad appearance, Ikarem was very distressed. God is so unfair to Wei Wei, causing her to suffer so much pain and bear so much pressure when she is only 15 years old. Wei Wei squatted down and leaned against the wall, buried her head between her knees and sobbed softly. Instead of looking at the tragedy that happened in the tavern, Ikalem also knelt down to comfort Wei Wei. After all, the situation inside is also known. The 3 of them faced the siege of hundreds of people, and they had no power to fight back. But after listening for a while, Wei Wei and Ikarem noticed something was wrong. Aren't there 3 people? The screams have been heard hundreds of times. Can these 3 people scream like that? So the 2 of them sneaked down by the window and looked in, which frightened both of them directly. The scene in the tavern was extremely bloody. There were corpses lying everywhere on the ground, and blood flowed wantonly on the ground. The way these people died was that there was a penetrating wound in the heart, like being pierced by a bullet. It can be seen that the 2 people who did it are extremely skilled in killing, and basically they are fatal with one blow. Wei Wei wiped her eyes that were red from crying and stared inside again. The picture of what happened in the tavern remains unchanged. The boy in black was sitting in front of the counter, sipping whiskey leisurely. It seems that he has become accustomed to the killings happening around him. In less than a moment, Lucci and Bruno took care of everything in the tavern except Bai Ye and the 3 of them. It was only at this time that Wei Wei realized, where did these 3 people need her help? For a long time, these 3 people are more cruel than Hubert. Thinking of her behavior of warning that boy before, Wei Wei felt angry and funny. But Ikarem on the side was not in such a good mood as Wei Wei. Those 3 guys were ruthless and murderous, and they were not good people at first glance. And the 2 guys who did it are very strong. Even Hubert's professional bounty hunters were easily killed by the opponent. If they turned to attack him instead, it would be impossible for him to protect Princess Wei Wei. Thinking of this, Ikarem pulled Wei Wei and wanted to run as far away from them as possible, but before he took 2 steps, he was blocked by Lucci and Bruno. Ikarem protected Wei Wei tightly behind him and said, nervously, "We wanted to save you just now. You wouldn't want to attack us, would you?" At this moment, Wei Wei suddenly realized that with the opponent's strength, she actually didn't need her help at all, and himself and Ikalem witnessed the scene where they killed Hubert and others. If they attacked themselves in order to prevent the news from leaking out. Thinking of this, Wei Wei's face gradually turned pale. At this moment, Bai Ye's voice came from inside the tavern. Forget it, there's no need to attack them. Lucci and Bruno were taken aback for a moment. You must know that these two people have seen their real faces. If the news got out, wouldn't their pretense be for nothing? However, the two of them didn't ask out the doubts in their hearts. Anyway, they could just follow Lord Bai Ye's orders. Wei Wei followed the prestige, saw Bai Ye looking at her with a smile on her face, and said, "If I remember correctly, you should be Princess Wei Wei from the Kingdom of Alabasta, right?" Hearing this, Wei Wei and Ikarem felt a chill in their hearts. The mysterious boy in front of him actually knew her true identity. Could it be that the three of them came for him? Wei Wei stood up and asked coldly, "How do you know my identity?" Bai Ye continued, "Not only do I know your identity, I also know what you want to do. For the sake of the reminder you just gave me, maybe we can make a deal." Wei Wei frowned and asked suspiciously, "What deal?" "You tell me the specific whereabouts of Pluto, and I will help you solve Crocodile." The reason why Bai Ye wanted to find Pluto was not because he wanted to obtain Pluto. On the contrary, Bai Ye wanted to test whether Pluto's finished battleship could also be recovered by the system. After all, even Pluto's blueprints are worth 1,000 worlds of energy. If you really find the finished warship of Pluto, on the premise that it can be recycled, its value should have tens of thousands of world resources. So no matter whether it succeeds or not, Bai Ye wants to try. But although Bai Ye knew the general location of Pluto, it should be near the Palace of Alabasta. But this target is too big, it is quite troublesome to find, and it is easy to attract the attention of others. Why not make a deal with Wei Wei on the condition that Crocodile be killed? Anyway, Bai Ye came here with the intention of killing Crocodile this time, and in this way, the Pluto's finished warship is equivalent to getting it for nothing. Blood is worth it this time. Wei Wei fell into a battle between heaven and man. Although she really wanted to agree to Bai Ye's deal, but the meaning of their existence is to protect Hades. If she agrees without authorization, it will violate the ancestral precepts. Seeing Wei Wei's tangled appearance, Bai Ye said again, "If solving Crocodile alone is not enough, I can add another condition. Help you quell the civil strife in the Kingdom of Alabasta." Wei Wei looked at Bai Ye in shock. "What you said is true?" Bai Ye smiled confidently. "Now you have no other choice but to believe in me, right?" Wei Wei finally made up her mind at this time and said decisively, "Okay, I promise you." Chapter 103, Life and Death? Bai Ye was not surprised by Wei Wei's promise, because every extra day of civil strife is a painful torture for the residents of Alabasta. Thousands of people die every day because of Crocodile, and Pluto is just a dead thing. One dead thing in exchange for millions of people living. In exchange for the continuation of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Wei Wei can still settle this account. But Bai Ye looked at Wei Wei and asked curiously, "Are you so sure that I can solve Crocodile?" Wei Wei looked at Bai Ye with her bright eyes. "As you said, do I have a better choice now?" Bai Ye smiled. He admired this 15-year-old Her Royal Highness, the Princess, very much. "Then wish us a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Wei Wei didn't know whether the decision she made today was right or wrong, but at this moment, she chose to believe in Bai Ye, believe it, a man she had only met once. Under the leadership of Wei Wei, a group of people set off for Albana, the capital of the Kingdom of Alabasta. Along the way, Bai Ye witnessed the tragic life of the residents in the Batar Kingdom. Because of the perennial drought, many farmers have no harvest and can only survive on the surplus grain from previous years. But there will always be a day when the surplus food will be eaten up. Younger and middle-aged men must either escape from the Kingdom of Alabasta and find a way to survive, and some young people who are unwilling to leave their hometown launch a rebellion under the impetus of Crocodile. It is believed that as long as the rule of the royal family is overthrown, the dry Alabasta Kingdom can be restored to reign. There are more old people and young children who are helpless, begging on the street with bowls. Although Bai Ye is not the Holy Mother, she can't bear to see this situation. Give the old people and children the excess food and fresh water stored in the system space. At the same time, he also took out the video phone bug to record what happened in the Kingdom of Alabasta. Wei Wei was very surprised to see that Bai Ye was willing to give food and water to those refugees. I can't help but feel a little more curious about the mysterious Bai Ye. Along the way, he kept secretly observing Bai Ye. It's a pity that after leaving the Whiskey Mountain, the three of Bai Ye put on their masks. Nothing can be seen through the black mask. This made Wei Wei even more curious about Bai Ye. Were the identities of these three people? Why wear a mask? Under the leadership of Wei Wei, a group of people passed the trail, soon arrived in the capital of Alabasta, Albana. When he was about to enter Albana, a black figure shot down from the sky. A huge falcon descended from the sky, with its wings spread out. It was 5 meters long, 2 sharp claws strong enough to tear apart the steel plate, ruthlessly grabbed at Bai Ye and the three of them. When Wei Wei looked up and saw the falcon descending from the sky, Joy appeared on her face, and she waved to the sky. "Uncle Bell, I'm here." Bell, who has the ability of bird fruit and falcon form, is the deputy of the Alabasta Kingdom Guard, and also the strongest fighter of the Alabasta Kingdom. He is the closest person to Wei Wei besides Ikarem, and has always taken care of Wei Wei as his own sister. Because he is a bird of fruit, he has the ability to fly. Usually, he has been in charge of investigation and inspection around the palace. And when Bell was inspecting today, he happened to see Princess Wei Wei, who had been away from the palace for a year, coming back from the outside. Before she had time to rejoice, she noticed 3 mysterious people in black robes and masks following Wei Wei. Subconsciously thought that these 3 people were from Crocodile. "This time I came to Albany to use Princess Vivi to blackmail King Cobra." That's why the surprise attack was launched, trying to rescue Princess Wei Wei from the 3 mysterious men. When Wei Wei saw that Belle had actually launched an attack on Bai Ye, her face turned pale with fright, and she quickly shouted, "Don't do anything." I saw Belle, who swooped down like a cannonball, was directly kicked in the abdomen by Lu Qi and took off on the spot. Belle let out an extremely painful bird cry, his ribs were broken, and his chest was sunken directly into a piece. Bruno and Lu Qi have worked together for many years, and they have a great understanding. The moment Lu Qi makes a move, Bruno opened the air door and appeared directly above Belle, exercising one of the 6 naval styles of iron. His body weight instantly increased by more than 10 times, directly pressing on Belle. Belle instantly felt that his spine was broken, and his wings could not exert force. The whole bird fell down like a meteorite and smashed into the desert. Liu Qi's reaction was extremely quick, and when Belle was unable to fight back, he cast his shave and came to Belle's side. With 2 fingers together like a sword, he stabbed towards Belle's head. As long as he stabs in, Belle will surely die. Wei Wei's heart was about to jump out from the sidelines. Her eyes were flushed, mist gathered in her eyes, and her face was full of worry. It's not that Lu Qi and Bruno didn't hear Vivi's call not to do anything, but they didn't care. For the 2 of them, they would only obey Bai Ye's orders. Belle just launched an attack on them as long as Bai Ye didn't speak. And a Belle can only be the enemy. To deal with the enemy, it is natural to be merciless and solve them as soon as possible. Just when Lu Qi's fingers were still 1 centimeter away from Belle's head, Belle could even clearly feel the tingling sensation coming from the skin of his head. Bai Ye said emotionlessly from side, "Stop." Lu Qi stopped immediately without any hesitation and stood behind Bai Ye together with Bruno. Wei Wei didn't rush to Belle's side immediately to check Belle's injury, nor did he loudly blame Bai Ye for attacking Belle. Instead, with red eyes, he bowed and apologized to Bai Ye. "I'm very sorry. Uncle Belle should have thought you were bad people, so he shot you. I apologize to you on his behalf. At the same time, thank you for not killing Uncle Belle. Thank you." After finishing speaking, Wei Wei hurriedly ran to Belle's side to check Belle's injuries. This time, Belle was unable to maintain the beast form and turned into a human body. Because of the heavy fall from a high altitude, his head was broken and many bones in his body were broken. In addition, Lu Qi kicked with all his strength, his abdomen was sunken, and the corner of his mouth kept vomiting blood, which was even mixed with some internal organ fragments. From the looks of it, I'm afraid it won't last long. "Uncle Belle, are you all right?" Seeing Belle's appearance, Wei Wei could no longer pretend to be strong. Tears kept rolling down her cheeks, and she kept muttering, "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." And Belle already knew that he had made a mistake, and the 3 mysterious people were not enemies. And so he said with all his strength, "It's not your fault, Princess Wei Wei. It's good that you can come back alive. The king misses you very much." Chapter 104, Cobra's Panic. After hearing Belle's words, Wei Wei cried even more sadly and kept wiping the blood from the corner of Belle's mouth with both hands. He didn't care about the blood on his hands and clothes at all, and Ikarem also knelt beside Belle with a sad face. He didn't expect that he hadn't seen his good brother for a year, and when he saw him again, it would be a scene of life and death. But who can blame this? If Belle hadn't taken the initiative, the 3 of them would not have launched a counterattack. And the other party has already shown mercy. At this time, Bai Ye looked at Wei Wei, who was Pear Blossom and Rainy, with some curiosity. He did not expect that in the case of Belle being seriously injured, Wei Wei was able to offer an apology to him and thanked him for his mercy. This was beyond Bai Ye's expectations. Just now, whenever Wei Wei complained about any word, Bai Ye would not care about it, and just sat and watched Belle seriously injured and died. But now, Bai Ye walked up to Wei Wei and took out from her bosom the potion she had just exchanged from the system store. "Inject this into his body, and his life will be saved, and the injuries he received will gradually heal." Wei Wei raised her head, her crying red eyes looked at Bai Ye's dark mask, and those eyes without any emotion. In this situation, in order to save Belle's life, he still had no choice but to trust Bai Ye. Wei Wei held back her sobbing, bit her red lips lightly with her white teeth, and took the potion in Bai Ye's hand with a look of pity. said softly, "Thank you." Because Vivi had no experience in this field, Icolum was given the injection. Not far away, Lucci saw the familiar needle, the familiar emerald. Green potion and the familiar injection method. I couldn't help shivering. It was a painful memory that he would never forget. This time, Lucci looked at Bell with a sense of sympathy. "Brother, after you get the injection, you will be able to experience what life is like. Death. What is it? If I had a choice, I would rather die on the spot." Under Lucci's slightly pitiful gaze, Bell's body continued to twitch slightly after injecting the medicine. Lucci thought, it's coming, and the most painful time will come next." But what surprised Lucci was that Bell's body didn't respond at all after the convulsions ended. The wounds on the body surface gradually recovered, and the complexion gradually turned rosy. Even in less than 5 minutes, Bell could barely stand up and walk. Wei Wei and Icarem, who saw Bell's recovery with their own eyes, were overjoyed and kept thanking B. Lucci's lips hidden under the mask kept moving. If you listen closely, you can still hear Lucci's unbelievable voice. "Fuck, how is this possible? He recovered so painlessly? Then why did I suffer so much?" After noticing Bai Ye's different attitude towards Wei Wei, Lucci seemed to understand something in his heart. Thinking of this, Lucci couldn't help but feel a little more sad when he looked at Bai Ye. Damn, Khalifa is not up to snuff. It turns out that Lord Bai Ye likes underage girls, so evil. It's a pity that Bai Ye doesn't know what is going on in Lucci's mind now. Otherwise, he would have to cripple Lucci and then exchange hundreds of reagents for him, allowing him to inject one a day. This guy who doesn't know what to do is going to die of pain. You know what he injected into Lucci was a quick healing potion that sold for 5 points of world energy. Bell, on the other hand, used a healing potion that sold for a little world energy. The role of the healing potion is only to restore the injury and save the life of the injured. After that, it will take quite a long time to recover from the injury. Moreover, it cannot remove all hidden diseases in the body, so the pain that Lucci endured at the beginning was rewarded. Bell only fully understood the situation after listening to Wei Wei's narration to Bai Ye and the three of them, so he forced himself on the injury and walked in front of Bai Ye, bent down and apologized. "I'm really sorry, I misunderstood you." Bai Ye said lightly, "It's nothing, as long as the agreement can be fulfilled." Wei Wei on the side said firmly, "Don't worry, I will naturally do what I promised." While several people were talking, King Cobra of the Alabastan Kingdom and Gaka, the deputy guard of the Alabastan Kingdom, the two led a large group of palace guards to rush out of the city. Along the way, Cobra's expression was filled with joy mixed with a bit of anxiety, and he asked in a hurried tone, "Jaka, you said Wei Wei is really back?" The tall man on the side nodded heavily and said, "I heard from the patrolling soldiers outside that Princess Wei Wei is really back. Bell, who was patrolling outside, has already rushed there first. If we leave the city now, we should be able to meet him just in time." Hearing this, Cobra's face became a little more happy and his steps became faster. Since Wei Wei secretly left the palace a year ago, she said that she was going to find evidence of Crocodile's crime and restore peace to the Alabasta Kingdom. Cobra lived in fear every day, for fear that Vivi would fall into Crocodile's hands and her life would be lost. In his heart, there is more self-blame for his own incompetence. Let a girl who is only 14 years old bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, Wei Wei lived in the royal palace like a little princess. I don't know how much hardship I will have to suffer outside this time. Just thinking about it made Cobra's heart ache. So this time when I heard that Wei Wei was back, I hurriedly took people out of the city to check. But as soon as he walked halfway, he saw a soldier running over in a hurry and said anxiously, "My lord is bad. Adjutant Bell was injured." Jaka's expression changed drastically after hearing the words. He picked up the soldier and asked angrily, "What did you just say?" The soldier struggled desperately, but couldn't say a word. Cobra's face sank like water, and he said calmly, "Jaka, put the soldier down first and let him speak slowly." Jaka let go of his hand, scratching his head angrily. The soldier said repeatedly, "The ones who came back with Her Royal Highness Princess Wei Wei, apart from Captain Icarem, there are also 3 mysterious people wearing masks." "Mystery man?" The soldier nodded and continued, "Those 3 people should have held Princess Wei Wei hostage, and then Adjutant Bell launched an attack on them, but they easily defeated them." Jaka asked sharply, "How about Bell?" Seeing the soldiers faltering and hawing and being unable to speak with a chill in their hearts, the two knew that Bell should be in danger, and they probably also guessed the identities of these 3 mysterious people. They should be from Crocodile. In other words, Wei Wei was held hostage by Crocodile's people. Now Coppola realizes it might be over. Perhaps he needs to make a difficult choice between his own daughter and the kingdom. Chapter 105 Desert Dragon. Cobra and Jaka hurried to the outside of the city gate, and they saw 3 mysterious people wearing masks and black robes. Looking to the side, Belle was covered in blood and was supported by Ikarem, looking extremely miserable, and Wei Wei, whom she hadn't seen for a year, was actually stained with a lot of scarlet blood. This made Cobra and Jaka clench their fists subconsciously, and the veins on the back of their hands bulged. Jaka was even more furious at this time, and instantly activated. The fruit ability, lush black short hair protruded from the head, the ears became pointed and elongated behind the head, the nose protruded, and the limbs turned into sharp black claws, just like a human-shaped jackal. With a kick of both legs on the ground, all the strength of the whole body rushed towards Bai Ye, who was closest to Wei Wei. It's unforgivable to dare to attack Princess Wei Wei and Belle. Jaka pulled out the black long knife from his waist and slashed at Bai Ye with all his strength mat again. Just as Lu Qi and Bruno were about to make a move, they were stopped by Bai Ye. The two of them knew that Master Bai Ye was annoyed by the opponent's repeated provocations and wanted to take action himself. I just don't know how many people will die if Master Bai Ye really starts a fight. Bai Ye looked coldly at Jaka, who jumped up in midair, and a killing intent suddenly burst out from his body. If I really have no temper, can you take turns attacking me one by one? I have to kill one today so that you can remember it long. If killing one wasn't enough, I don't mind slaughtering everyone in your Alabasta palace. Bai Ye's murderous intent exploded, and Wei Wei, who was beside her, immediately felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar with chills all over her body. Wei Wei suddenly realized that the youngest mysterious boy beside her was the leader of the three of them, although the boy didn't make a move along the way. But judging from the strength shown by the other two people, this young man's strength is definitely extremely strong. Otherwise, he would not make a deal with himself, agreeing to kill Crocodile, one of the 7 Marshalseas. As long as the boy is really allowed to make a move, wouldn't Uncle Jaka be dead? And if the opponent is angered, it is estimated that there is no need to wait for the rebels to hit the capital. Just these 3 people in front of them are enough to bring a terrible disaster to the kingdom of Alabasta. Thinking of this, Wei Wei decided that she couldn't let the situation continue to develop. Wei Wei suddenly opened her arms and stood in front of Bai Ye, closed her eyes and shouted loudly, "Uncle Jaka and the others are not bad people. They are here to help us." And Jaka's knife was about to hit Bai Ye, and Bai Ye also threw a punch very seriously. Seeing this scene, Cobra on the side was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot and shouted anxiously, "Vivi, get out of here." Belle and Ikarem wanted to rush forward and pull Vivi away. Ayuchi and Bruno looked at Wei Wei, who stood in front of Bai Ye in shock. This little girl wants to seek death, so she doesn't need to find such a way to die, right? If Master Bai Ye hit it, it would probably turn into powder directly. Jaka in midair saw Princess Wei Wei, who suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. He thought to himself, if his knife fell, he might have cut Princess Wei Wei in half before hurting the mysterious person. Oh. Gaka gritted his teeth, abruptly reversed the direction in which the knife fell, and left a crack several meters long on the ground. Bai Ye under the mask looked at Wei Wei, who stood in front of him, and frowned. If this punch was swung normally, Jaka and even half of Albana could be razed to the ground. But I remembered the note that Wei Wei handed over in the tavern back then. Unable to bear it, Bai Ye swung a punch that passed by Wei Wei's ear and hit the front left, avoiding Albana. Seeing that Wei Wei is safe and sound, everyone has not had time to rejoice. There was only a loud noise, and a deep pit thousands of meters suddenly exploded in the desert in front of the left, as if it had been bombed by countless shells, splashing dust all over the sky. The power of the fierce punch remained undiminished, and a deep crack tens of thousands of meters long was dug out in the desert. There are countless quicksands on both sides, rushing into the crack, but it can't be filled. All the time, as if the crack leads straight to hell and the abyss, the entrained fist wind and the yellow sand all over the sky swept together, like a long yellow dragon stretching to meters, flying in the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun, dyeing half of the sky yellow. Everyone looked blankly at the impact Bai Ye had caused. The power of this punch really exceeded their cognition. At this moment, Jaka couldn't even hold the knife in his hands steadily. He looked at the several meter crack he had cut, and then at the tens of thousands of meters long abyss created by Bai Ye. The difference between the two is like an earthworm and a giant dragon. And this earthworm himself actually wanted to dare to attack the real dragon. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Cobra looked at Wei Wei, then at Bai Ye. How did his daughter find such a strong man? They felt that the man in front of him was stronger than the top combat power of the Navy, and the strength of the 3 admirals was as strong, or even stronger than them. Even Lu Qi and Bruno, who have been following White Night these days, it was also the first time to see the impact of Bai Ye's real shot. Only then did Lu Qi feel how kind Bai Ye was to him. If Lord Bai Ye had put more force on that kick, he would have died long ago. Where can I still be alive and kicking like I am now? Wei Wei turned around and covered her slightly open mouth with her hands. Her big eyes were full of shock. She had seen Bai Ye's true face doesn't look much older than her, but it's just that the young man's strength is so strong, even a little terrifying. Wei Wei couldn't help secretly rejoicing in her heart. She really made a correct decision just now. Otherwise, the kingdom of Alabasta might really be destroyed in his hands. Looking at Wei Wei, Bai Ye said calmly, "This is the second time you guys have shot at me. I have a rule. Repeat it again and again, and never repeat it again. If there is a third time, I will let you disappear together with Crocodile." When Wei Wei heard this, a flustered expression appeared on her face, and she quickly patted her small breast to assure her, "Don't worry with me here. I guarantee that no one will attack you in the palace of Alabasta." Wei Wei hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Our family has guarded Hades for hundreds of years. Although I promised to use Pluto to make a deal with you, I still need to discuss this matter with my father." Because he was afraid that Bai Ye would feel that he wanted to break the contract. Therefore, Wei Wei quickly added, "Don't worry, I will definitely persuade my father. Our agreement still works. It just takes a little time." Just when Wei Wei was worried, Bai Ye said, "I'll give you one night, and I'll give you an answer tomorrow morning." Wei Wei secretly glanced at Bai Ye in surprise. Unexpectedly, this guy's quite easy to talk to.